Volume 2. Chapter 101, All In. Chapter 101, All In. A handful of glowing water jumped like a fire, the fire turning from clear to a deep blue. A faint mist surrounded the flame, shooting upwards. Chang hung gently threw out the blood wheel that was rotating on his hand. The moment the blood wheel left, everyone felt their eyes darken. The blood wheel turned into a ball of blood mist, heading for Zuo Mo's head. The blood mist that boiled restlessly was like a strange beast, occasionally giving a low howl, like there were countless ghosts shrieking and screaming, shaking the souls of listeners. The blue fire-carrying mist and the blood mist smashed together. Ding! A crisp sound like that of an icicle rang out. Immediately after, countless howls and screams came out of the blood mist. The spectators felt their eardrums hurt. The people who were close had blood streaming out of their ears. Pew pew pew. The blue flame continuously released countless tiny sword essences. Anytime the blood mist neared, it would be frozen by the icy and sharp sword essences into tiny red ice drops. The sword energies of the blue flame seemed to be endless. Having been wounded, the restless blood mist was like a provoked beast, even more furiously boiling. The shrieks coming out of the blood mist even more piercing and furious. The center of the blood mist seemed to suddenly collapse. The blood-colored mist started retreating at an astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, the 10 jiang wide blood mist had disappeared. On the empty ground, there was a blood-colored spider. The spider was slightly taller than Zuo Mo, and had numerous black patterns all over its body, which seemed like character seals. Big and small reverse hooks covered the spider's legs, gleaming with a cold light. Anyone who saw them did not doubt that if they were caught, flesh would be easily ripped out. The eyes of the spider, each the size of 2 fists, stared emotionlessly at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's heart was shocked. The blood spider in front of him didn't have the powerful presence of the blood mist before it, but it made him even more wary. However, at this time, his heart was completely filled with sword essence. Even if he was facing a terrifying blood spider that he had never seen before, his mind had never wavered. Seemingly feeling the resolve in Zuo Mo's heart, the blue flame, carrying along its mist, turned into a stream of light, shooting at the blood spider. The blood spider suddenly lifted its head, and opened its mouth. A piercing and dissonant shriek flooded from its mouth. With it as the center, the air seemed to have been pulled, and rippled, visible to the naked eye. The flame that had turned to a stream of light suddenly brightened. The mist that surrounded it became denser, speeding up even more. With the flame as the center, countless tiny sword essences crisscrossed, forming a shapeless sword essence net. Zuo Mo's body slightly wavered, shocked inside. The shout from the blood spider actually could harm his spirit. If his spirit wasn't much more powerful than normal Xiuzhe, he would have been greatly wounded by that. The surrounding Xiuzhe were much worse off. Most of the Xiuzhe that had been lying on the ground paled. Their consciousness were greatly wounded. Only the Xiuzhe that was wearing a hat was not moved, seemingly unaffected. Lucky we went back far enough. The Linging sect disciple that had been objecting to Yang Mingzi and the others was full of relief. Even though they were far enough away, but he still was affected. His chest seemed to be roiling and wanting to throw up. His eyes as they looked at Chang Shixiang instantly filled with awe. No one paid attention to him. Yan Mingzi gaped. Pointing at Chang Hong, he suddenly turned his face to ask, who said Chang Shixiang was relaxing and cultivating his mind? Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer looked in shock at each other. Chang Shixiang's power, compared to a few years ago, was even more terrifying. The battle had reached the climax. The blood spider didn't dodge. Instead it raised its head and reached with its forelimbs to slice at the water drop sword. The stream of blue flame that was the water drop sword accurately hit the blood spider's forelimbs. The moment the two impacted, a thick bloody light rose around the blood spider, sheltering it. The blue flame sword essences hit the blood light around the blood spider, icy spraying but basically unable to break its defense. Boom! The true body of the blue flame directly hit the blood light. The blood light, which hadn't moved at all before, suddenly started to shake. The bloody light moved relentlessly as though it could shatter at any time. Arg! The blood spider gave a sky-shaking howl, its voice filled with fury. The blood light around its body suddenly increased, the thick blood light seeming composed of countless amounts of fresh blood, so congealed it seemed real. Zuo Mo instantly felt the pressure increase. The pressure in front of the water drop sword was so great that he had never felt it before. It was like murderous intent was hitting in from all directions. The water drop sword was like a fish caught in a net. At this time, Zuo Mo didn't have any other thoughts. Jingshi, talismans, they were all thrown out of his head. In his eyes, there was only the blood spider and the water drop sword. The Ling power furiously moved. He didn't need any benefit or simulation. The blood spider gave Zuo Mo a pressure of death that he had never felt before, forcing him instinctively to use his full power. He forgot this was a spar, forgot the agreement of one move. All the Ling power in his body was channeled into the water drop sword. The flood of battle spirit, and the terror of death at the bottom of his heart, entwined like twins, deeply provoked Zuo Mo. All of his calmness, all of his intelligence turned to dust at this time. What remained was the most basic instincts, the instinct to fight, the instinct to live. At some unknown time, Zuo Mo suddenly floated into the sky. The next scene struck everyone completely dumb. What is that? Yang Ningzi stammered to ask. Hu Shan's face was full of shock, unconsciously muttering, "It isn't possible, this isn't possible." Tao Zhuer's face paled like paper. Wang Shixiang, who had been sitting, suddenly jumped up, looking in disbelief at Zuo Mo. The expression on Wen Fei, who had been watching attentively, suddenly changed. Lin Yuan, not far away, also stared in shock. The black gauze of the hat-wearing Xiuzhe, who had been standing steadily, rippled fiercely, like a furious wind blew past. Even Chang Hong, who was coldly standing behind the blood spider, showed shock. The Ling energy surrounding Zuo Mo as he floated in mid-air, headed for Zuo Mo at terrifying speeds. He was like a whirlpool, crazily absorbing the surrounding Ling energy. In reality, the Ling energy at the gates of Ling Sword Sect wasn't dense. However, the suction inside Zuo Mo's body was too powerful. After he sucked in the Ling energies in the surroundings, he started to pull on Ling energy from further away. This kind of rough suction of Ling energy, no one had seen it before. Even more, this was sucking in Ling energy as he fought. This was too fantastical. Zuo Mo didn't know the shock he gave others. Right now, he was like a beast at death's edge, all of his attention on the blood spider in front of him. He put all the ideas he could think of into use. Gambling everything. He completely disregarded the tearing pain from his channels. Without calculating the consequences, he furiously took in the surrounding Ling energy. The blue flame became even brighter. As the impure Ling energy was sent in, it didn't burn quietly anymore, but with crackles and bangs. If the blue flame had previously been as quiet as a virgin, then the present flame was like an infuriated brawny man. A sliver of fear came through the blood spider's eyes, but it quickly became even more furious. This average little boy in front of it dared to repeatedly challenge its dominance. It had even been, for one moment, afraid of him. He was completely infuriated. Aru! The size of the blood spider exploded. In the blink of an eye, it had increased multiple times. Standing there, it was like a little mountain. The blood light on its body turned from light to dark. It was like there was a thick layer of congealed blood covering its entire body. Occasionally, dark red blood would drip to the ground, sending up wisps of green smoke, a burnt hole appearing on the ground. Everyone knew that the battle had reached the most crucial time. Suddenly, one red light and one blue light moved at the same time. They chose to use the most straightforward and brutal way, like two raging bulls, crashing together. Boom! Everyone felt a blinding light and could not see anything else. The ground under their feet shook. Other than feeling fear, they hurried to steady themselves. Before they could open their eyes, they heard Zuo Mo's voice come out of the air. Chang Shixiang's teachings, this little brother has managed to pass and will bid farewell now. See you in the future. When everyone opened their eyes, where could they find Zuo Mo's figure? The last round just now had been too amazing. Almost everyone had lost focus, dumb where they stood. When they regained their minds and looked towards the field, the blood spider seemed depressed. The several CUN deep marks on the two forelimbs were alarming to see. There was nothing remaining of the bravado and fierceness just before. Chang Hung Shixiang was standing, eyes closed, his legs buried in the rock floor up to his knees. He was motionless. No one dared to go closer. A moment later, a sword light landed from the sky. It was an elder of Ling sect. He scanned the surroundings. Noticing the wounded and dejected blood spider, his face slightly changed and sternly shouted, "What just happened?" The disciples murmured. Lin Yuan saw the eyes turn towards him and could only go forward to give a simple narration. "Humph, Wu Kong Sword Sect is too bold." The light in this Ling sect elder's eyes grew as he snorted coldly. When his eyes moved towards Chang Hung that was still motionless with closed eyes, joy suddenly came into his eyes. Just at this time, Chang Hung opened his eyes, a flash of blood red flashing and disappearing from his eyes. He raised his head and howled to the sky. Wen Fei first paused and then had a gleeful expression. Chang Hong was extremely refreshed. He had managed to smoothly break through the barrier that he had been stuck at for a long time. Today, he finally entered Ningmai. After a while, he looked in the direction that Zuo Mo had disappeared in, an amused expression on his face. The Xiaozha wearing the hat looked for a moment at Chang Hong and turned to leave. On the gray-beaked goose, Zuo Mo's face was gray. His clothes were covered with blood. He had been gravely wounded in the last round, and had spat blood multiple times. In order to leave earlier, he had forced his Ling power out and relied on it to head straight towards the place he had put the gray-beaked goose. This was why his wounds had been worsened. He only had one thought in his head, to get back even quickly to the sect. Heavily wounded, Zuo Mo felt his body was increasingly heavy. He motionlessly laid on the back of the gray-beaked goose and became unconscious. The gray-beaked goose seemed to know that the situation was grave, powerfully waving the wings and furiously flying in the direction of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Suddenly, a five-colored light lit up on Zuo Mo's chest. Inside the five-colored light, lines of green-colored energy came out and, following the channels in the body, spread into Zuo Mo's limbs and organs. In the consciousness, Pu Yao was looking in interest at this scene. So interesting, I really want to crack it open. Translator ramblings, so it's a draw. Chang Hong got super lucky and broke through with this fight, and Zuo Mo was heavily wounded again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Couldn't Understand. Chapter 102, Couldn't Understand. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. His face was pasted to the ground, dirt in his mouth. He felt slightly secure once he realized he was in his little yard. When he inspected his body, his heart finally relaxed. The situation was better than he had expected. Even though his injuries were serious, especially in his channels, but it was much better than he had imagined. What he was most afraid of was damaging his basic vitality. That was a fatal wound that even Jindan Xiaozha could not save him from. Still alright. He struggled up from the dirt floor. He was used to the soreness of his entire body. Thinking about it now, he always ended up causing his own sorry state. If it happened multiple times, then one would get used to it. Even something like enduring pain was like that. However, when he saw the gray-beaked goose splattered like mud lying nearby, he was very shocked. He hurriedly stumbled over. It definitely was this female bird's labor that he could come back. If he didn't have it, he would have been very badly off. Coming to the gray-beaked goose, he carefully inspected her before his heart settled down. This female bird was just exhausted. Zuo Mo was very moved. Running to the stone room, and taking out the stone milk that he treasured so much, he dropped 3 drops to the gray-beaked goose. Silly bird, GE is pretty good to you," Zuo Mo said to himself. For Xiaozha, using stone milk by itself didn't have much of a beneficial effect, but for ling beasts, this was a natural treasure. Other than Zuo Mo, no one would feed 3 drops of stone milk to a second-grade gray-beaked goose. From the perspective of Gingshi, 3 drops of stone milk was much more valuable than a second-grade gray-beaked goose. However, this person and bird had great camaraderie. Even though this female bird had once taunted him, but GE is generous, and won't hold a grudge with you, silly bird, Zuo Mo thought. The effect of the stone milk was, as expected, extremely clear. Just seconds later, the gray-beaked goose stood up again, but looking at the gray-beaked goose, like a person, her wings tucked behind her back, puffing up her chest, walking the steps, Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. But it didn't manage to maintain it for very long before it became fretful, jumping about in the yard, jumping up and down. Zuo Mo gaped with wide eyes. But after a while, even jumping would not satisfy it. That pair of wings started to endlessly make strange movements. It looked like a convulsing strange bird dancing. It was really too horrible to look at, no sense of beauty at all. Zuo Mo could only give this cruel review. After thinking slightly, he understood what had happened. He had given too much stone milk to the gray-beaked goose. The potential of the gray-beaked goose was very average, and was not able to tolerate such a large amount of stone milk. Too much of the medicinal power was unable to be absorbed and caused it to act so crazily. Suddenly, Zuo Mo paled. This silly bird was running towards the ling fields. "Stop!" Zuo Mo couldn't resist and swore, "If you ruin my fields, I'll break your legs." Frightened by Zuo Mo, the gray-beaked goose rushed to a stop and its head plunged into the ground, head down and tail up. It was still slightly frightened of Zuo Mo when it swayed as it pulled its head out of the ground. Zuo Mo saw the situation was bad and yelled, "Are you dumb? Go fly into the sky." The gray-beaked goose used its wings to hit its head, its face giving an expression of realization. Then it shook its head drunkenly, flapping its wings and staggered as it shot into the air. Zuo Mo patted his chest in fear. These days, even birds were this strong. Having managed to stabilize the silly bird, Zuo Mo dragged his half-crippled body into the stone room. Once he crawled in, he entered meditation. He spent much longer in meditation than before, a full 20 hours before he woke up. Even though he hadn't been wounded too severely, but the wounds in the channels inside his body were not insignificant. The damaging power of the impure Ling energy was extremely serious. At that time, he really had been crazy. For Jingshi to not even care for his life? However, thinking back to it, he felt that it wasn't right. Why had he been so reckless? He couldn't pin down a reason. That last attack, there were many places for him to savor. He and Shang Hong were not on the same level of power. It could be seen from the fact the other had forced him to the precipice with one move. Thinking about it now, Zuo Mo still felt fear. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about Chang Heng's level of power, but he hadn't thought he would have struggled so much to stand up under just one of Chang Heng's moves. It really was a miracle that he was only wounded this little. He wasn't dejected. From level of cultivation, there was too much of a difference. Chang Hong was at the peak of Zhuji, someone heading for Ningmai. Zuo Mo was only the 4th level of Zhuji. However, he was now at the 5th level. Just now, after a meditation of 20 hours, he had accidentally entered the 5th level. This wasn't all of the gains from the battle. That was why Zuo Mo wasn't leaving after he woke up, but sitting, savoring the entire battle. The battle had been extremely short, just one move, yet the changes involved were not simple. Quite the opposite, there were many changes that Zuo Mo had never even thought about before. He had even done something as damaging to himself as sucking Ling energy into his body to just barely make it through one of the other's moves. There were too many actions of Chang Hong that were worth learning from. The precision of Ling energy usage, the attack on the consciousness, the usage of presence and pressure. This meditation was another 10 hours. When he truly finished, he felt that he was extremely hungry. Running to the stores, he found some Ling grains. Not caring about his cooking skill, he personally made a Ling grain meal. The terrible cooking skills caused the taste of the meal to be rather bad. Zuo Mo did swallow up every bit of it. The Ling energy contained in the Ling grains was extremely useful. After filling his hunger, he started to inspect his spoils of war. When he put all the trophies out, he instantly became excited. Moonwater black turtle armor, seal soldier, 1 3rd grade belt, and a pair of 3rd grade vambraces. He was familiar with the attributes of Moonwater black turtle armor. The seal soldier could be used only one more time. That was something to use to save his life at a crucial time. Zuo Mo naturally wouldn't be so dumb as to try it out. After memorizing the spell, he carefully put away the seal soldier. The important ones were the belt and the vambraces. Zuo Mo had to admit that he had slipped up on the belt. The gold glittering belt only had one formation, martial bearing. Zuo Mo thought this was a formation that had no use at all. Its purpose was to make the presence of the wearer more outstanding, and look stronger and magnificent. In other words, this was a decorative formation. Zuo Mo wanted to spit blood. He felt that it could be understandable that women would wear talismans of this type, but a guy, wearing a belt carved with, martial bearing, formation in broad daylight, they were too much of a show-off. The belt was made up of soft gold sky silk. The quality was outstanding. Such good material carved with a formation that had no real use, what a waste. Zuo Mo was extremely frustrated. Why did he pick such a useless item? However, what could be celebrated was that the vambraces did not disappoint him. There were 2 formations on it, 30,000 Catty, and Nimble Fingers. 30,000 Catty was able to greatly increase his power. In the eyes of other shoujo, especially sword shou, this might be a useless formation, but Zuo Mo liked it very much. Wasn't it just perfect to match with Vajra Profound Sutra? Thinking about having a pair of dark gold hands with the power of 1,000 catties, unable to be destroyed, easily breaking down other people's flying sword, Zuo Mo's heart jumped in excitement. Of course, this was just a fantasy. No one would let their flying sword get caught by another person's hand. However, as a trap, this was still one that people could not defend against. Nimble Fingers was a formation that was widely used. Its attribute was to increase the nimbleness of fingers. However, this was not that useful for Zuo Mo. In low-level shoujo, his finger motions was already very strong. The increase it would give him was almost nothing. Nimble Fingers was more effective the less familiar a shoujo was with finger motions. Those that were familiar, there wasn't much of an effect. Okay, people shouldn't be too greedy. Zuo Mo muttered inside. He needed to go to Dongfu right now, and sell a talisman to gather up the Jingshi needed to clear his debts. The belt probably couldn't sell for much Jingshi. If it really wasn't enough, he had to sell this pair of vambraces as well. He was slightly reluctant. Vambraces that had Nimble Fingers on it were easy to buy. What he was reluctant to sell was the 30,000 catty formation. But he was poor, Zuo Mo had no way around it. The gray-beaked goose had flown away, so Zuo Mo could only flip out his flying paper crane. Lily Yellow, it's time for you to perform. Sitting on the paper crane, Zuo Mo swayed and staggered his way to Dongfu. The outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect, when they saw Zuo Mo riding a paper crane, first paused, and then their faces were full of admiration as they bowed to Zuo Mo. Did you hear? Shi Xiang went alone to challenge Lingying's sect. 1 against 5 and managed to beat all of them. All of Dongfu has heard it. On the paper crane, Zuo Mo's body froze and he started to sweat. This rumor. Yes. Such a stunning incident, how could I not have? I heard that there was a 10 tall spider, whose gigantic mouth could swallow a bull whole, so Shi Xiang used only one move to beat it until it begged for mercy. Sitting on the paper crane, Zuo Mo almost dropped off. It was more like he had almost begged for mercy. So strong. Look at Zuo Xiang, such a powerful person, and is riding a first-grade paper crane. What is called living frugally? What is inscrutable? This is. Yes. Zuo Mo finally couldn't bear it any longer and fled. An extremely well-attired middle-aged person was repeatedly examining a soft gold belt, expression excited and heated. Good thing. Really a good thing. TSK, look, this weaving, 72 joyful crane technique, isn't something any master can knit out. Look at the style, the 2 words, extremely noble. Very classic form, won't go out of style for at least 50 years. Soft gold silk is a good material. Gold yet not blinding, bright but not crass. Only this kind of fine material can display it to the best advantage. If it's something lesser, it would be too cheap, and the comfort would be less. Someone who can buy something like this, who would buy it if it wasn't comfortable? See this lucky knot, skilled. Using lucky knots to lock the edge, I've never seen something like it. This time, I've really broadened my visions. This, martial bearing, formation has had great care in it. This position, it perfectly covers the entire body. Wearing it, if you don't look elegant and grand, it must be the base material is terrible. Zuo Mo dazedly came out of the store, the 100 treasures pouch at his waist full and bulging. He felt like he was in a dream. A soft gold belt carved with a martial bearing formation was actually the most expensive of all these talismans. These days, was it him that was crazy, or them that was crazy? He couldn't understand. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo doesn't understand what vanity is. The 30,000 catty is really nicer as 1,000 June, 1 June being 30 catties. It usually describes the great magnitude of the power which is unable to be blocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Inspiration. Chapter 103, Inspiration. Zuo Mo had felt before that he had a very good understanding of the world over that last 2 years. At least, he knew the area of Dongfu very well. But when a decorative belt carved with martial bearing sold for such a price, he suddenly felt that there were still many things he did not understand. He quickly recovered from the blow that Gingshi had dealt him. Refocusing, Zuo Mo found that there were many more people on the street than before. Strangely and exotically dressed people passed him by, and were clearly not locals. Bro, there's so many people. Is something big happening in Dongfu recently? Zuo Mo found a shopkeeper that was waving a bell outside. This shopkeeper discreetly swept across the talismans on Zuo Mo's body and pushed out a smile, respectfully answering, "Elder may not know. These people have all come for the Dongfu Sword Test Conference. This sword conference has really shook Sky Moonjia. For the last half year, almost all of the young experts have gathered in Dongfu." He then made a little flattery, and earnestly said, "This one sees that Elder is young but is powerful. If you go to try, you certainly come out on top." Zuo Mo finally understood. So it was the Sword Test Conference. He had heard that Dongfu was planning on holding a sword test conference but hadn't thought that it would be an event of such magnitude. He was very surprised. Having understood the situation, Zuo Mo didn't have much interest left. Something like a sword test conference, it didn't have too much to do with him. A place where all the experts will gather, since he was only a Zhuji, there was nothing for him to do there. If Wei Shang Xixiang was attending, he would go watch. Other than that, he didn't have any interest. It was more practical to earn Jingshi and cultivate. He hummed a little tune, sitting on the paper crane and swaying as he flew back to Wukong Mountain. Walking into the little west wind yard, he was struck dumb. A snow-white big bird was standing on his rooftop, posturing. The proudness of the aura, it was like a princess high up, dressing up in front of a mirror. These days, when did birds become show-offs? He seemed to feel that this white bird was somewhat familiar, but no matter how hard he thought, he didn't remember who in the sect would have such an extraordinary-looking big bird. This big bird was entirely snow white without one feather discolored. The beak was a pure clean sky blue. It looked extremely anthropomorphic and intelligent. This mount, it definitely would be expensive. Who lost their mount? Zuo Mo couldn't help but wonder. The snowy bird that had been posturing saw Zuo Mo standing at the door out of the corner of its eyes, and its body froze. Zuo Mo caught this little movement. He first paused, and then unhesitatingly swore, "Silly bird, get down." So this was his gray-beaked goose. But, why did it change to look like this? Zuo Mo wondered inside. Was this the effect of the stone milk? The snowy bird bashfully came down from the roof, running on front of Zuo Mo and rubbed fawningly against him. The hairs on Zuo Mo's body stood up. "Stay away from me, female bird." The snowy bird seemed to hurtfully lower its head. Ah, so the feathers changed. Oh, your body got slightly larger. Zuo Mo made 2 circles around the snowy bird. Seeing Zuo Mo examining her, the snowy bird instantly puffed up its chest, exuding a proud demeanor. Seeing the snowy bird act like this, Zuo Mo was infuriated. He slapped the snowy bird's head, angrily saying, "You almost ruined Ge's ling fields, did you know that? Ah. I'm telling you, if you dare to damage the ling fields one bit, Ge will pluck your feathers and cook you." But hearing Zuo Mo say pluck, the snowy bird was aghast, its pair of wings securely blocking its chest as it stumbled back a few steps. Seeing the anthropomorphic move of the snowy bird, Zuo Mo grinned. He really didn't have to argue with a silly bird. Just go somewhere else. Zuo Mo threw down these words and then went into his rooms. His life had finally returned to normal. After clearing his debts, the remaining Jingshi had been silently taken away by Pu Yao. Zuo Mo could not do anything. Pu Yao was just too skilled. He didn't need Zuo Mo's agreement, and it didn't matter where Zuo Mo hid it, he could always find it easily, and then unceremoniously take all of it. When Zuo Mo found out, the Jingshi had disappeared for a few days. With fury, Zuo Mo ran over to talk with Pu Yao. Each time, he was defeated by Pu Yao's indifference. To go from wealthy to penniless in the blink of an eye, Zuo Mo wanted to spit blood. However, what comforted him was that, perhaps it was the effect of the Jingshi, the sea of flames inside his consciousness had recovered greatly. Without Jingshi, he couldn't do anything. Zuo Mo could only live. The growth of the fiery red flower in the Ling Garden was very good. They would be ready for harvest soon. In comparison, the Ling grasses that he had planted in the Ling Gardens matured first. This made him very excited. All of these Ling grasses had been planted in preparation for him to make new Dan. He hadn't planned on selling those. 20 mu of Ling grasses, it was enough for his own use. After harvesting all the Ling grasses and processing them, he gained such a large amount of Ling grasses that he had to set aside a room specifically to store it. He did not need to go to the Dan room to make Dan anymore. With the stalagmite fire, he could make Dan anywhere. This was also why every person who did Dan making or forging dreamed of having a fire of their own. Adding on the streaming fire core management formation on the Jade Pendant, the biggest barrier to making Ling Dan for him was his cultivation. The highest Dan medicine that a Zhuji Shouja could make was 2nd grade. If he wanted to make 3rd grade Ling Dan, he must have a cultivation of Ningmai. Without Jingshi, Zuo Mo had great motivation. He decided to not leave his rooms, furiously making Dan every day. Bone tempering Dan, evil removing Dan, and spirit increasing Dan. Under his furious efforts, the number quickly increased. The effect of these low-level Ling Dan was not outstanding in any way, but Zuo Mo planned on using quantity to overcome quality. Without heed to anything else, he just used up all his materials. 200 bone tempering Dan, 200 evil removing Dan, and 200 spirit increasing Dan. Zuo Mo used 3 gourds to store these Dan medicines separately. What amazed Zuo Mo was that he had accidentally made 10 2nd grade bone tempering Dan, 8 2nd grade evil removing Dan, and 10 2nd grade spirit increasing Dan. 1st grade was worthless, but 2nd grade could sell for a pretty good price. However, Zuo Mo didn't plan on selling even one of them. The Jingshi he would get would all be taken away by Pu Yao. Consuming a bone tempering Dan, Zuo Mo started to channel the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra. As expected, a burst of medicinal energy entered his body. Each time that he used an evil removing Dan first before cultivating, some black stains would appear on his body. The effect of consuming spirit increasing Dan was the most evident. Eating it and then practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he could clearly feel the medicinal energy entering his mind. Seeing that this method was effective, and having so much of the Lingdan, Zuo Mo furiously shoved Lingdan in his mouth each time before he cultivated. After more than 10 days, there was significant progress with Vajra Profound Sutra. Golden patterns appeared on his chest. If he channeled Ling energy, the water drop sword could not wound him. The progress of his spirit was even more apparent. Without him detecting it, he had reached fourth breath. In the void of his sea of consciousness, 4 stars lined up in a row. This was all from eating Dan. He had ate several dozen of the first-grade Lingdan, but no Dan had much of an effect. So he could only eat the second-grade Lingdan. After eating the second-grade Lingdan, he experienced the gigantic gap between grades. The effect of the second-grade Lingdan was more than 10 times the first-grade Lingdan. There was about 100 pieces of each type of Lingdan. They wouldn't sell for much Jingshi if he sold it. It was both obscure and low-level, there was no market. He decided to feed the rest of the Lingdan to the silly bird and the black goldworm. The black goldworm ate Lingdan like thin crisps, crunch, crunch, crunch. The Lingdan would visibly shrink. Silly bird ate Lingdan more like it was eating beans, gia bang. Seeing them enjoy eating so much, Zuo Mo would become hungry as well, and ate them as snacks, chewing on them once in a while. After silly bird transformed, Zuo Mo had pulled it to be assessed. Right now, it was a third-grade blue-beaked snowy bird. The value of it had increased exponentially. Right there, someone had asked Zuo Mo whether he would sell it, and was willing to pay 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo was extremely tempted. Seeing the situation, silly bird hurriedly ran in front of him and pretended to be pitiful. It even used that pair of wings to pretend to wipe tears. Zuo Mo didn't know to laugh or cry. The people in the surroundings were amazed, and thought this bird was extremely intelligent. The price instantly flew to 500 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo still refused. He looked at the smug face of silly bird and thought to himself. Oh, it wasn't that Ge didn't bear to part with the bird, but if he had Jingshi, it would only fall into Puyao's hands. All of his attention was on cultivation. At the beginning, he had used the whirlpool Ling sucking method to make the Yin fire beads and found it very useful. The amount of Ling energy taken in was much more efficient than any other scripture. However, the impurities in the Ling energy taken in this way was extremely high. If he could think of a way to get rid of the impurities in the Ling energy, then his cultivation would increase extremely quickly. He suddenly thought about the process of using the stalagmite fire to make Dan. The stalagmite fire could burn away the unnecessary impurities and provide what he needed. Maybe, he could use the stalagmite fire to get rid of the impurities in the Ling energy. The more he thought, the more plausible he found the idea. Without anything else to do, he started to experiment with this strange idea. Zuo Mo was never afraid of trying out new things. Like the golden crow pill, like the whirlpool Ling suction method, like merging sword essences. No one told him what was possible, so he had to try for himself. In any case, his cultivation was low. Even if he was injured, it wouldn't be too major, he frequently comforted himself with this. There were too many problems involved. Like how to use the stalagmite fire to purify, no jade scroll had ever mentioned that it was possible to use fire seeds to burn Ling energy. This process also had to be carried out inside his body. After Ling energy was taken into the body, it would pass through the channels. In other words, the setting to forge the Ling energy had to be in his channels. Zuo Mo was very doubtful and felt that this was extremely unlikely that his fragile channels could contain something as terrifying as the stalagmite fire. Then that led to another problem he had to overcome. He needed to strengthen his channels, making sure the stalagmite fire would not damage his channels. A stream of complex questions gave Zuo Mo a headache. He felt that he had no place to start. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Chang Hong who had beaten him so terribly. The dejection that had come into his heart was replaced by motivation. He gritted his teeth, saying to himself, "Who holds grudges?" Translator ramblings, silly bird has evolved. Zuo Mo tries self-improvement and gets stuck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Hesitation. Chapter 104, Hesitation. The first problem was strengthening his channels. Only stronger channels could tolerate the stalagmite fire. Otherwise Zuo Mo would be frozen into a popsicle by the stalagmite fire. This first problem was enough to trip Zuo Mo up. The only scripture that he had related to strengthening the body was Vajra Profound Sutra. The effects of the Vajra Profound Sutra didn't look very bad right now, and Zuo Mo tried to find a section on it relating to strengthening channels. He was quickly disappointed. There wasn't too much in Vajra Profound Sutra on strengthening channels. Zuo Mo, unsatisfied, ran to the records room, searching everywhere for scriptures that could strengthen his channels. He quickly found related content from some of the body cultivation jade schools. However, he was even further disappointed. Each of the jade scrolls clearly wrote that strengthening channels was a very profound field. Body cultivation first trained the flesh, then the tendons, and then the bones before the channels. With his weak Juji cultivation, he couldn't even start to think about it. Zuo Mo was not discouraged. This was not the first time he had encountered an obstacle like this. The jade scrolls that he had struggled so much to obtain were unclear in many places. That required him to think about it himself. If one path did not work, he would change to another. He could always find a workable solution. Since it was not possible to strengthen his channels, that meant that he could not carry out his idea of purifying Ling energy in his channels. What about on the outside? If he could purify the Ling energy outside the channels, then the Ling energy he would absorb into his body would become pure Ling power. Zuo Mo sank into deep thought. How could he purify Ling energy outside the body to turn it into Ling power? Inside the body, Ling energy was invisible and non-tangible. How could he purify it? Each question seemed to be beyond his limits, but he did not plan on giving up. For this sword test conference, who are we sending? Yan Lo looked at sect leader Pei Yuan Ran. There was only the two of them in Wukong Hall. Xin Yan was in seclusion forging. Shi Fengrong was in seclusion making Dan. Naturally, Wei Sheng will have to go. I just don't know if he'll come out in time, sect leader said. Zuo Mo can also go. Haha, the little guy ran to make a fuss at Linging sect. I heard he was extremely impressive, Yan Le smiled. The Linging sect, just by relying on their wealth, had always been extremely arrogant towards the other sects of Dongfu. There were many that thought them an eyesore. And, Zuo Mo's talent is not bad. It's a pity he cannot focus on the sword, sect leader said with regret. It could be considered an honorable defeat that he lost on Chang Heng's hands. Yan Le shrugged carelessly. It's good even if he does not focus on the sword. In the future, the sect needs people like Zuo Mo. Sect leader nodded and did not say anything. He turned to say, you can go take a look at Luoli. The incident last time really shocked him. He should have improved. Just these three? Yan Lu asked. And, just these three, the sect leader added, there's no rush. There's still time until the preliminary sword test conference. Yan Lu excitedly clenched his hands. I'm looking forward to it. If Wei Sheng gets out in time, he will definitely shock everyone. The sect leader gave a light smile. Even though he did not say anything, but the flash of light in his eyes revealed his thoughts. The great harvest of fiery red flower once again bloated Zuo Mo's purse. The price of fiery red flower had risen again during this time, to now 2.5 third-grade jingsha per tael. The 80 mu of Ling Garden had, in total, produced 22 caddies of first-grade fiery red flower. Other than that, there was almost 1 caddy of second-grade fiery red flower. The price of second-grade fiery red flower had grown to 60 pieces of third-grade jingsha per tael. Taking off the previous payment of 60 pieces of third-grade jingsha, in total, Zuo Mo's income was 1,090 pieces of third-grade jingsha. This was his biggest payout of jingsha yet. To stop Pu Yao from secretly taking it like usual, Zuo Mo decided to attack first. Based on income, Zuo Mo definitely was in the high ranks of Dongfu, but all of his jingsha was stolen by Pu Yao before they even got warm in his purse. Pu Yao saw Zuo Mo's nervousness, and mocked, just 1,000 pieces of third-grade jingsha, it's just 2 pieces of fourth-grade jingsha, do you have to be like this? Zuo Mo was completely unaffected. I'll exchange it for something. He then added, that I can use. Pu Yao said slowly, haven't you been looking for a way to purify Ling energy recently? Zuo Mo's mind became alert. Yes. Do you know how? There's nothing wrong with your idea. Pu Yao snickered, but you know too little. Even if you have a good idea, you cannot solve it. I'll exchange for this. Zuo Mo unhesitatingly said. He. Pu Yao lightly swept his sleeve. A stream of clinks of jingsha hitting each other sounded, but Zuo Mo did not feel pain this time. He only stared at Pu Yao, waiting for him to keep talking. Then I will teach you. In reality, this is a very simple method. Pu Yao's face resumed its habitual indifference. Tsk tisk. Even though your idea is only superficial, but to think of it with your skill level isn't easy. Pu Yao's indifference gradually disappeared without him noticing, his voice becoming serious. Xiuzhe, Yao, Mo, the three of them, the one that has the hardest time to create Ling power is Xiuzhe. Seeing Zuo Mo's surprised eyes, Pu Yao laughed lightly. You must find it weird that the Xiuzhe who focus on Ling power as their primary have the hardest time with Ling power. No matter if it is Yao or Mo, they are born with the ability to communicate with nature. Like us Yao, once we are born, we can manipulate Ling energy of the world. Mo, their bodies can automatically absorb the Ling energy of the world, and naturally get rid of impurities that they use to temper their body. They do not need to do anything for their blood and flesh to be filled with Ling energy. Based on natural talent, Xiuzhe cannot be compared to us. However, they are very good at learning. You have practiced many scriptures now. Do you know what is the core of scriptures? What is it? Zuo Mo, entranced, asked reflexively. Formations. Pu Yao's eyes became extremely deep, as though he was looking through the ages. Each scripture is a kind of formation. Scriptures, most of them are divided into parts. The first is absorption. If it cannot take in Ling energy of the world, then the scripture is useless. Then it is forging. If it cannot purify the Ling energy, then it is not useful, and would harm the user. After that, it is storage. If it cannot store the power, it's useless no matter how much is absorbed and purified. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. No one had broken down scriptures like this before. Pu Yao stated it so simply, without any part that was difficult to comprehend. Zuo Mo finally pondered it, and instantly understood. It really was so. Good scriptures. The efficiency of taking Ling energy is higher, the purification is faster, and it can store more Ling power. It's just this simple. Pu Yao sighed. You must be wondering why us Yaoma can naturally absorb Ling energy? That is because us Yaoma have natural formations in our body. This is a blessing from nature. It is a pity that our intelligence is not as great as Xiuzhe, ignorant of the treasure in our possession. Millions of years, we only knew to act according to our instinct, never thinking of the mechanisms behind it. Only when Xiuzhe started to rise did we start to study, but by that time, we were too far behind Xiuzhe and could only develop in two other directions. Oh, that's off topic. Pu Yao suddenly gave a smile. Let us return to your question. Your problem is easy to solve for all time. How about it, do you want to try? Pu Yao was already extraordinarily beautiful. That smile, it seemed to light up the sea of consciousness. Even Zuo Mo was shocked. He was suspicious that, if Pu Yao appeared in Dongfu, there wouldn't be a woman in Dongfu that would be able to resist his spell. But, a male growing up to look like this, it really was a crime. What method? Zuo Mo asked, slightly hesitant. You had to reverse Pu Yao's words. If he said something like it would be solved forever, then it most likely would be continuously troublesome in the future. Your luck isn't bad. You encountered me. Pu Yao resumed his lazy expression. Didn't I already say to you just now, Yaoma can naturally gather Ling energy and purify it? Coincidentally, this kind of natural seal formation, I have a little knowledge. Such a thing as good as this, how could those experts give up on it? Zuo Mo didn't quite believe it. The Yaoma that Xiuzhe had captured could not be counted. If there really was some secret on the bodies of Yaoma, it should have been discovered long ago. Ha! Pu Yao smiled mockingly. They've been angling for this thing for a long time. Pity, nature blessed us Yao with this just so Yaoma will not go extinct. How about it, want to try? How high can it increase? Is there any side effects? Would it conflict with practicing scriptures? Zuo Mo asked a string of questions. How much can it increase? This depends on your body. At least, it would be multiple times what it is now. Side effects? Of course there would some. In this world, is there anything that is only beneficial? Losses and gains, I shouldn't have to teach you such a simple tenet. As to cultivating scriptures, it wouldn't affect it, definitely wouldn't affect it. Pu Yao resolutely said. Zuo Mo lowered his head, sinking into his thoughts. Pu Yao did not hurry him, idly sitting on the gravestone. For some reason, Zuo Mo had a feeling that the following decision would change and influence his entire life. He did not know why he would have such a feeling. He had learned many things from Pu Yao, but never had a feeling like this before. This feeling was so strong, so clear. He was hesitant. He had been very happy these recent days. Even though he was still worried about Jingshi, but everything was developing so well. He had improved step by step. Each day was very full. If he kept going like this, he definitely wouldn't have to worry about Jingshi in the future, and could live a very good life. In the sect, he would also have a pretty good position. He could study Ling plants, could study Dan making, could study. But that repeated dream, like fate, it always seemed to accidentally guide him towards another direction. Changing features and erasing the mind, his body was still carrying a past of unknown hardship and cruelty. Head down, Zuo Mo's hands fisted unconsciously, his entire body minutely trembling. What was it that he wanted? What was it that he could not avoid? Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo goes back to farming and gets some money. Then Pu Yao finally introduces the world to Zuo Mo. A lot of weird information to build up the world and will become important later. Pu is a very good teacher and his attitude about all three races is really evident here. Zuo Mo thinks of weird things to do like purifying Ling energy outside the body because he doesn't know anything about the world. It's like how he thought he could making fire beads but didn't know that his cultivation was not enough. He breaks convention because he is not aware where convention is. Of course, that also trips him up when he is not aware some people have already invented certain things. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Mo Matrix in Yao Seed. Chapter 105, Mo Matrix in Yao Seed. Zuo Mo looks slightly scared at the variety of ling grasses and strange knickknacks placed in front of him, like 3 sticks of incense made from the ashes of burnt Skynet Yao hair, a small bottle of bitter dove Mo blood, a nauseatingly smelly ferret Mo gallbladder. He had bought all those things according to Pu Yao's orders. He ran all over Dongfu, and made a trip to see Rome before he managed to gather all of it. These weird things were all extremely expensive. He spent all of the 1,000 pieces of third-grade jingshi. Pu Yao was strangely generous this time, proactively taking out the jingshi. These strange materials, there were all parts of some Yaoma's body. The corpses of Yaoma killed in the Yao hunt would be speedily be broken down by skilled professional butchers to useful parts. The bodies of Yaoma were rich in Ling energy, and had many wondrous effects, so they were used in great amounts in Dan making and forging. The organs and flesh of Yaoma can be added to Dan. The hides of Yaoma were usually abnormally strong and good materials to make Ling armor. Their teeth and claws could be forged into high-grade flying swords and talismans. In thousands of years, the practice of the Yao hunt had never stopped. Other than revenge, it was mostly motivated by profit. However, the dangers in the Yao hunt were too high and the gains were not much. Therefore, raising Ling beasts had become popular. The attributes of Ling beasts could not compare to the Yaoma, and the raw materials after killing the beasts were not as high-grade. It competed on the numbers and the low cost. Even a small sect like Wu Kong Sword Sect had its own specialized stables. It could be seen just how widespread raising Ling beast livestock was. Pu Yao had high demands for these materials. They had to come from Yaoma and not Ling beasts. This was also why it was so expensive. Any material relating to Yaoma were not cheap. But Zuo Mo looked at the strange things on the table and his heart shook. He felt that it seemed like they were going to hold a dark ritual, and these strange fleshy organs were the tribute. He usually studied formations and scriptures, and it was not as terrifying as this. There's nothing really good. We can only just compromise. Pu Yao said, slightly helplessly. These things, they can just barely create the lowest kind of Mo matrix. Mo matrix? What is that? Zuo Mo pushed down the terror in his heart to ask. This is very complicated to explain. Pu Yao picked up the materials and inspected as he talked. You can think of them as a kind of formation, a natural formation. It is a formation made out of blood, fur, feathers, and vitality. Xiozha always want to decode the mystery of this, but the mechanisms in here, it's not so easy to crack. Then what are we doing now? Don't be dumb, do you have to ask me such a simple question? Pu Yao looked at Zuo Mo like he was an idiot. Of course it is to make you a Mo matrix. Make a matrix? Mo matrices can be made? Didn't you say no one has cracked it? Zuo Mo was very shocked. They cannot, that does not mean that I cannot. Pu Yao snorted, and said conceitedly, before, he suddenly seemed to have realized something and closed his mouth. Pu Yao didn't want to say it. Zuo Mo was curious but he didn't ask. Pointing at another pile of ling grasses, he asked, these ling grasses? Also for the Mo matrix? The materials on the table had been clearly divided into 2 piles, one of ling grasses, another of Yaoma parts. That is to add something else to you. Pu Yao snickered, a very interesting thing. Oh. Zuo Mo nodded, not understanding. Suddenly, he felt his eyelids became heavy, he was so sleepy. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. He was having a dream again. Zuo Mo sighed. He was like an indifferent spectator watching his own dream. He knew that it was useless whatever he said, no one would reply to him, or rather, this dream just wanted to give him a question. He was waiting to wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Pu Yao's handsome and enchanting face. Welcome back. Pu Yao said smugly and with deep meaning. Zuo Mo sat up and instantly felt pain. There seemed to be wounds over every part of his body. He could smell the thick scent of blood in the air. Was it successful? Zuo Mo was frightened by his own voice. It was completely dry. Success? I'm ashamed to use such good words for this kind of trash. But there's no way around it. You are too poor. What you used were my funds. You have to pay me back soon. Pu Yao said, slightly disdainful. Seeing Zuo Mo grit his teeth in pain, Pu Yao seemed very happy. I added a very simple Mo matrix to your body. Oh, this matrix, I found it on the body of a copper rhino. It's very primitive and simple. It can automatically absorb in the Ling energies from the surroundings and strengthen your body. Your body will appear copper-colored. Since you have been practicing Vajra Profound Sutra, you can use it as a disguise and no one would be able to see it. Zuo Mo struggled up and instantly became alarmed. Two thick red lines went from the center of his palms, following his arms to his chest and intersecting there. From the chest, they separated again downwards, following his legs to the center of his feet. The intersection at his chest was like the two red lines had made a knot. Seeing Zuo Mo's wariness, Pu Yao said unconcernedly, "Don't worry, after 2 days, these lines will merge into your flesh. Even if someone has something like sky eyes, they can't see it." Zuo Mo couldn't help but sigh. If he went about with such an alarming tattoos like this, he wouldn't have good days to live. This Mo matrix is relatively simple, so don't expect it to have many abilities. Pu Yao said irresponsibly. You are just too poor. Without Jingshi, there naturally isn't anything good. Zuo Mo felt the space between his brows hurt and couldn't help but reach up. When his hand touched his forehead, his fingers seemed to have encountered something abnormal. What is that? Zuo Mo suddenly remembered that Pu Yao said he was adding something else. A Yao seed. Pu Yao was extremely smug. This thing cannot compare to a true Yao seed, but for you, it's more than enough. Zuo Mo knew about Yao seeds. Yao had Yao seeds, Mo had Mo cores. This was the standard to judge the importance of Yao Mo. Shoujo would also form gold cores, but this gold core was made from Ling energy and was not some tangible object. It would automatically dissipate after death. Yao seeds and Mo cores, they were tangible objects that grew in the body and were an extremely important material. He had only heard of it before, but had never seen it. Yao seeds? Zuo Mo asked in alarm. What does it do? Just try and see. Pu Yao said. Hearing this, Zuo Mo hurriedly started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. As it started, he instantly detected the difference. The Ling energy in the surroundings competed to rush into him. All the openings in his body naturally opened, the Ling energy easily slipping into his body. His flesh was like a wondrous filter net, easily filtering out the impurities of the Ling energy, which turned to sparks of light that then entered his flesh and bones. Zuo Mo was slightly dumbstruck. It really was, as Pu Yao said, just as easy as breathing. There was none of the usual struggle. The Ling energy seemed very close and intimate with him. He was exhilarated. With the Mo matrix, the speed of his cultivation would multiply. He thought about the Yao seed that Pu Yao mentioned. Even though he did not know what a Yao seed looked like, but it definitely was related to the consciousness. As expected, he quickly found the Yao core on his forehead. It was a blood-red crystal, a bit like the blood crystals on Pu Yao's ears, but in terms of brightness and clarity, it was far worse. What Zuo Mo found extremely wonderful was that, with a Yao seed, the shape of his spirit had transformed. His consciousness had been like a ball of mist before. Now, his consciousness was like a jellyfish, having lots of thin slender tentacles with the Yao seed at the very center. These thin spiritual tentacles, with Zuo Mo as the center, floated in the surroundings. Everything in the surroundings was clearly mirrored in his mind. After he started cultivating his spirit, his sixth sense had become extremely sensitive. With the Yao seed, this sensitivity had multiplied. His mind moved and those spiritual tentacles nimbly danced around him according to his wishes. Having been worried beforehand, Zuo Mo finally could not disguise the glee inside. To say of nothing else, just dan-making, his success rate would definitely improve dramatically. The benefit from these two things, even if he had to pay a price, it was worth it. With the Mo matrix and the Yao seed, the speed of his cultivation would increase multiple times. Just as Zuo Mo was celebrating, Pu Yao broke in, "Don't be happy too early. I've never done this Mo matrix and Yao seed to anyone before. If there's any side effects, you just have to deal with it yourself. You need to study formations now. The speed of taking in Ling energy is faster, but if you cannot store it, it's all useless." Zuo Mo gradually calmed down from his joy. Pu Yao was right. Right now, the rate of taking in Ling energy was multiple times what it had been, but if he could not solve the problem of storing it, it truly was useless. Learn formations. Pu Yao said with a rare seriousness. Right now, you only need to study formations. Only study formations? Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled. He felt Pu Yao's worlds were too definite. Yes. Pu Yao explained. No matter if it is dan-making or sword scripture, they are formations in the end. You have to learn on your own. The formations of Xiuzhe are too complex and broad, yet completely different from the understanding of us Yao. We have a hard time understanding many things. You cannot understand them? Zuo Mo didn't believe it. Even though he felt Pu Yao was just a dumb Yao, but in the matters of cultivation, one Pu Yao was worth 100 of him. Something that even Pu Yao could not understand, how could he understand it? Extremely rarely, Pu Yao had a grave expression. He said something that Zuo Mo did not understand. It has nothing to do with methods, it has to do with belief. Even though he could not understand it, but Zuo Mo felt that Pu Yao was extremely serious when he said this. It should be the most serious thing that Pu Yao had said up until now. He silently memorized this sentence. Then dan-making? Sword scriptures? Zuo Mo was still slightly hesitant. Pu Yao had finally reached the end of his patience with Zuo Mo. Idiot, they are also formations. Don't be tricked by appearances. In any case, just concentrate on formations. I don't have jade scrolls, Zuo Mo weakly said. Pu Yao irresponsibly spread out his hands. I don't have a way either. Suddenly, Pu Yao smiled darkly. Zuo Mo's heart couldn't help but have a bad feeling. As expected, he heard Pu Yao formally say, all right. I feel there is a need to discuss the matter of my payment. Translator ramblings, just to put in perspective, the Xiuzhe are killing intelligent, self-aware beings for their body parts. Of course, this world is not our world, so things are slightly different. Pu was being a mad scientist. Zuo Mo gets tattooed up in a crystal in the middle of his forehead. Guess what's the payment? The cast list was updated slightly, but there isn't really anything important on there at the moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, The Half-Finished Product Processing Maniac. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Du, Warlord 212 and Kakshura 0. My editors are amazing people who managed to edit this whole load of chapters, part of which you have been reading the last few days, before their own holiday rush. So thanks, editors. Chapter 106, The Half-Finished Product Processing Maniac. You know I do not have Jingshi. Zuo Mo could only say. Oh, you can just owe me. Pu Yao said unconcernedly, this time, you spent 2 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Oh, adding on my wages, seeing that everyone is so familiar, let's give a discount, just 8 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. In total, 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Oh, repay it in 3 months. 1 month over, it will be 2 times the number. Zuo Mo's limbs felt cold. Pu, this price is too outrageous. Oh, no, I'm a Sky Yao, my appearance fee is very expensive. Pu Yao shamelessly said. 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi, that was 5,000 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, 3 months. Zuo Mo felt dizzy. He made one last effort, this is impossible to complete. Oh, don't worry, I like interest. Pu Yao gave an intoxicating smile. In Dongfu, Zuo Mo sat in the store, all his attention on controlling the stalagmite fire. In that ball of white flame, there was a glowing liquid boiling. A Xiuzhe was standing at the side, not daring to breathe, as he stared nervously at the milky white ball of flame. Suddenly, the stalagmite fire disappeared, a clear medicinal fluid floated silently in front of Zuo Mo. A fragrance instantly spread out in the air. Zuo Mo skillfully urged the medicinal fluid into the already prepared jade bottle. When the fluid entered the bottle, he instantly shoved a cork in. Your bellgrass fluid, 20 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo expressionlessly said. Bro, can you be a bit cheaper? This is the 9th time I've come here. The Xiuzhe pleaded. Zuo Mo raised his expressionless face, my appearance fee is very expensive. The other was speechless and could only painfully take out 20 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo didn't even look, just shoved it into the 100 treasures pouch at his waist before closing his eyes to recover Ling energy. After a while, he opened his eyes, next one. Li Yingfeng hurriedly let another person in. Ever since Zuo Mo had come to the store, she was shocked at the popularity of the business. Zuo Mo Shitty had gotten a strange white fire from somewhere that was extremely icy. Zuo Mo Shitty had also displayed his business skills. He received all kinds of weird jobs, like purifying and making medicinal fluids, forging certain raw materials. These jobs that she had never heard of before, Zuo Mo Shitty could do all of them. She quickly found that all the jobs that Zuo Mo Shitty provided were middleman jobs such as purification. He actually did not take requests for dan making. She had once been extremely puzzled at this. Zuo Mo Shitty was most skilled in dan making. Only later did she understand the meaning of it. That was efficiency. Just making the intermediate product, with Zuo Mo Shitty's terrifying recovery rate, the efficiency was shockingly high. He was like a human-shaped stove, not knowing exhaustion. In comparison, Shitty's terrifying control of fire did not shock her too much. Up until now, Zuo Mo Shitty had not failed once. Liang Feng was amazed but not shocked. Zuo Mo Shitty was a genius at dan making. It was normal for him to be skilled at controlling fire. His terrifying success rate quickly became famous in Dongfu. Everyone knew that Dongfu had a store called the Wu Kong grocery store that had a zombie-like guy who had godly talents at controlling fire, and even rarer, it was a white cold fire. The grade of that white cold fire was not high, but it was extremely powerful. The processed products that were created were all of high quality. Cold fire was hard to find in the first place, and the number of shoujo that had cold fire was pitifully few. Usually, a shoujo that had a fire was either skilled in dan making, cooking, or forging. Who was willing to work on intermediate products? A shoujo that only made intermediate products suddenly appearing out of nowhere, the shoujo that had a need instantly flowed in. This person was wearing a hat. When he saw Zuo Mo, his steps paused. "What do you want me to forge?" Zuo Mo said, not even raising his head. "Fourth grade cold magnet." The other said. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. He raised his head to glance at the other and shook his head. "I can only process third grade. Fourth grade is out of my limits. Please find someone else." Stalagmite fire was only a second grade fire seed. If it wasn't that his consciousness was strong, and his ability to control fire was high, he could only process second-grade items. Even so, third grade was Zuo Mo's present limit. He didn't even need to think about the fourth-grade cold magnet. The other said in a deep voice, "Can you cut this fourth-grade cold magnet into 4 pieces?" "Cut?" Zuo Mo thought and then said, "I can try." The other took out a black stone. Embedded in the rock was dots of blue ice. He handed it to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo didn't take it. "The payment will be 200 pieces of third-grade jingshi." "Okay." The other replied simply. "Rich person." Zuo Mo's heart was full of disdain, but his hand quickly took this fourth-grade cold magnet. The reason that he had thought of making intermediate products was that he had been forced by the demand for jingshi. After taking on the huge debt of 5,000 pieces of third-grade jingshi, Zuo Mo had to work his mind to find ways of earning jingshi. Planting fiery red flower was a pretty good method, but that meant that he had to rent a Ling garden 5 times what he had rented before. What he felt helpless about that was, even if he used all the Ling farmer spells he had, the growing period of the fiery red flower wouldn't be shorter than 5 months. He unhesitatingly dismissed this plan. If it went over a month, it would multiply. 5 months meant that Zuo Mo needed to pay back 20,000 pieces of third-grade jingshi. Without any other way, he could only plan around the stalagmite fire. Hoping that he could earn 5,000 third-grade jingshi by selling dan in 3 months was not realistic. After he finished learning, it would have been too late. An idea had suddenly sparked and he thought of making intermediate products. He was extremely practiced at purifying and concentrating Ling grasses right now. The purification and tempering of forging was not hard to learn. Stalagmite fire was a rare cold fire, extremely suited for processing those yin and cold attributed Ling materials and Ling grasses. The number of shoujo that had fire seeds was pitifully small, those that had cold fire was even less, and Zuo Mo was the only one willing to make intermediate products. Originally, this business was not very profitable since it was just for intermediate profits and he could only take the processing fee. However, after getting the Yao seed, Zuo Mo's control of fire increased dramatically. The stalagmite fire was almost alive in his hands and the efficiency was astonishing. With the Mo matrix, his Ling energy recovery rate was extremely high. After meditating for a little while, he would be back at full power. Zuo Mo had not solved the problem of storing Ling power. Even though his absorption rate of Ling energy had increased and the effects showed in tempering his body, but the increase in his cultivation had been limited. Due to this problem, he had gone to discuss it with Pu Yao many times. There was too much of a difference in the Mo matrix from what Pu Yao had advertised and the reality. Zuo Mo had requested a reduction in his debt. In the face of reality, Pu Yao could only admit it and reduce Zuo Mo's debt by 1,000 third-grade jingshi. The debts of 4,000 third-grade jingshi caused Zuo Mo to take a breath of relief. He quickly found the most effective method of using the Mo matrix. Since its ability was to increase the speed of taking in Ling energy, then he would rapidly use up the Ling energy, then quickly replenish it. If he repeated it like that, wouldn't it work? He quickly found that the Yao seed with the stalagmite fire was the perfect combination with the Mo matrix. Other than the business being average the first few days, the following days, the business was extremely hot because Shouja were coming into Dongfu from the outside to attend the Dongfu Sword Test Conference. Zuo Mo's processing fee was not cheap. Basically, it started from 20 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. If it was something good, it would immediately jump to 40 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Yelling 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi was just him being outrageous, and he had not thought that the other would unhesitatingly agree. According to his normal income, he would take in, on average, 200 pieces of Jingshi per day. According to this speed, he would quickly pay off his debts. This kind of business depended on the time. If this wasn't the time of the Dongfu sword test, just with the local Dongfu Shouja, it would have been good if he could earn 40 pieces of Jingshi every day. However, he had gained quite a lot from this kind of furious labor. He managed to learn and arrange the stalagmite fire into a 3-turn fire formation which could greatly increase the effect of the fire to the point of being able to melt some 4th-grade Ling grasses. However, he did not easily take jobs involving 4th-grade materials. The main reason was the risk was too high. If he accidentally ruined someone's material, then he couldn't even pay them back. The price of 4th-grade materials, it was sky high. This time, the other only asked him to cut the cold magnet. Zuo Mo felt the risk was not that high. Since the other had not even negotiated on his opening price of 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi, he felt the profit was extremely high. Speaking of sharpness, nothing was as sharp as flying swords. However, some materials could not be cut with flying swords because it would ruin the material. Cold magnet was one of those materials. There were many considerations in cutting a cold magnet. The magnetism was not evenly distributed. It was extremely complicated to try to preserve the magnetism of each piece. However, this was not too hard for Zuo Mo. The Yao seed seemed to have been born for embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Even he felt afraid at the speed of improvement in his spirit. After his consciousness became stronger, it didn't require much effort to inspect third-grade materials. It was not that easy for 4th-grade material, but if he used those spiritual tentacles, he could quickly finish it. Other than increasing his control fire, it allowed him to study the material very well, and made him much more efficient at processing it. Since it involved 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi, Zuo Mo was extremely careful. Each time he worked on a 4th-grade material, it was a rare experience. Closing his eyes, he inspected this middle-sized cold magnet multiple times with his spiritual tentacles. After he was completely certain of the magnet location, he opened his eyes. The black gauze hat-wearing customer only saw Zuo Mo holding the cold magnet and resting for a long time before suddenly opening his eyes. The cold magnet in Zuo Mo's hand slowly floated into the air. At the same time, a milky white flame quietly appeared, the surroundings becoming cold. Behind the black gauze, a surprised expression flashed in the eyes. Zuo Mo sat calmly, no expression on his face. Only that pair of eyes could make others feel his concentration. The pair of hands half resting before his chest started to move and change, stirring a string of afterimages. The stalagmite fire floating in the air turned into an extremely thin white flame thread, swimming around the cold magnet like an extremely slender white snake. Suddenly, the snaking fire thread speeded up. The black gauze hat-wearing customer felt the white fire was like lightning, circling around, the head reaching the tail. A 3-turn fire formation suddenly formed. Translator ramblings, anyone want to do the conversion to 2nd-grade Jingshi? Zuo Mo is obviously starting to learn things from Pu Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Seeing Shixiang Again. Chapter 107, Seeing Shixiang Again. With the 3-turn fire formation forming, the temperature of the room became cold. Even the hat-wearing customer couldn't help but move back a step. The coldness exuded from the roiling fire formation seeped into the bones. 3-turn fire formation was not a complex seal formation. It could increase the power of fire seeds, regardless of if it was cold or hot fire. Each extra turn would double the power. The most Zuo Mo could complete right now was 3 turns. 4 times the power for him was completely enough. His eyes focused, all of Zuo Mo's consciousness was awakened. Even though he had a Yao core now, and his spiritual control had increased, but the difficulty of a 3-turn fire was still high for him. Using his consciousness to carefully control the stalagmite fire, he felt the Ling power inside his body disappear at an alarming speed and the exhaustion that accompanied it. Zuo Mo suppressed it, carefully controlling his consciousness. With a light hiss, the cold magnet fell down in 4 pieces. Zuo Mo released a breath. 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Speaking of it, a person's limits was a very scary thing. Not long ago, his yearly income was just a few dozen second-grade Jingshi. In the turn of an eye, his one-time income was 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Just based on income, Zuo Mo definitely had entered the levels of high earners in Dongfu, but he had never felt that he was wealthy. Quite the opposite. He found that he seemed to have sunk into a strange cycle of lacking money more and more. He obviously was earning increasingly more Jingshi, but he was eternally penniless. It was better even now, he had shouldered huge debts. However, he quickly released it. These days, what things were free? He had already gotten a cheap bargain. If there wasn't Puyao, he might not have these debts, but he would not have embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, no Yin fire bead, no stalagmite fire. He might not even have successfully entered Juji. Success. Zuo Mo handed the 4 pieces of cold magnet to the customer. The hat-wearing person took the cold magnet and praised, "Brothers' was control of fire is truly amazing." He then crisply paid 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. You are too complimentary. The majority of Zuo Mo's attention was on the 200 pieces of third-grade Jingshi, and he responded absent-mindedly. Is Brothers Wu going to register for the sword test conference? The other seemed to want to have a discussion with Zuo Mo. No, Zuo Mo didn't have the time to talk with the other. The 3-turn fire formation had almost cleaned out all of his Ling energy just now. Even though the Mo matrix was continuously strengthening his body, he still felt uncomfortable. After getting the Mo matrix, Vajra Profound Sutra had improved the fastest. In a short period of time, Zuo Mo had reached the 3rd level of Vajra Profound Sutra. When he channeled it, even the flesh under his skin started to have dots of gold. This was the golden flesh clothing. Vajra Profound Sutra was not a quick scripture. According to what was written, people usually had to practice for 5 or 6 years in order to reach the 3rd level of golden flesh clothing. The 4th level, red lotus flowing gold, needed 10 years. After reaching golden clothing of flesh, the defense strength rose. The entire body would be like a piece of gold, very hard to cut with a normal flying sword. Zuo Mo's body was much stronger than before. But for some strange reason, his physique was still thin and weak. Adding on his trademark zombie face, he was easy to recognize. The Ling power that the 3-turn fire formation had taken was too much. He desperately needed to recover now. Seeing the other did not seem to want to leave, he had to raise his head. Do you have something else? Ha, I'll come find Brothers Wood in a few days. The other laughed before leaving. Zuo Mo was too lazy to pay attention, closing his eyes to start embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. A while later, his mind had recovered. At the side, Liang Feng saw his state and hurriedly yelled, "Next one." Other than Jingshi, Zuo Mo gained many other things. The requirements of each customer were different. The things he needed to process and make were different. On average, he would have to process around 10 strange things each day. Some were Ling grasses, some were ores, someone had even taken out a snowberry Yao gallbladder. Just Ling grasses, he had processed no less than a few hundred types these few days. His experience had grown and it would be great help for him in dan making. He celebrated making the decision before. If he was in the sect, he wouldn't have seen so many Ling grasses, much less the rarer specimens. It was a pity that the stalagmite fire was a cold fire, and could not process many things. Most of the materials he encountered were Yin and cold. What? You can't make it? If you can't make it, why are you opening shop? A man was holding a 3rd-grade fire jade, swearing. I have a cold fire. It is not suited for fire and yang materials. Zuo Mo said calmly. Damn, you wasted my time, you have to pay me for my losses. The other's voice suddenly stopped. He looked at Zuo Mo with a face full of terror, frozen to his spot, not daring to move. Zuo Mo serenely took back his sword essence. I'm sorry. Why don't we both pardon each other? It was not the first time something like this had happened. Zuo Mo was more experienced now. The man didn't say anything before leaving, crestfallen. Time was important. Zuo Mo could deeply feel the importance of time. An inch of light was an inch of gold, there was nothing more true than this. Fragrant fall leaves, lotus texture branch, lapis lazuli lightstone, eternal riverstone. After a whole day, Zuo Mo worked until his mind was numb. He finally couldn't persist anymore, yelling, "Everyone, come tomorrow." According to the line, Liang Feng gave each person a wooden card carved with a number. The lineup tomorrow would start according to the number on the card. Zuo Mo released a breath. He really made a profit today. A gigantic order worth 200 pieces of third-grade jingsher. It was a whole day worth of work. As usual, he gave Li Yingfeng a third-grade jingsher. This was for the sect since he was borrowing the shop from the sect. After 7 or 8 days, he would be able to clear this enormous debt. That made him feel much better. Just going to rest, Zuo Mo heard a call from behind him. Shitty. Zuo Mo stopped in his steps. Turning, he saw Wei Sheng Xixiang standing outside the doorway to the store. Xixiang. Zuo Mo happily ran out. Wei Sheng seemed a totally different person than when he had bid farewell last time. Even though he was still wearing a short-worn tunic like before, but the sharp sword essence that swarmed restlessly around his body last time had completely disappeared. Wei Sheng Xixiang's appearance was average in the first place. With this attire, he didn't have any presence. His entire person seemed like an extremely normal low-level xiozha. From this, it could be seen that Wei Sheng Xixiang's cultivation had increased greatly. Very quickly, Zuo Mo became even more shocked. Wei Sheng Xixiang had broken through to Ningmai. His consciousness was extremely sensitive and he had fought with Chang Hong who had been on the verge of Ningmai, causing him to instantly detect it. How was this possible? When Xixiang had gone into the sword cave, now he had successfully entered Ningmai. Zuo Mo had thought that his own progression could be considered monstrous and that had been because Pu Yao was there. But Xixiang, when Zuo Mo had gone to the sword cave with Pu Yao before, he hadn't found anything special about it. Xixiang was a true genius. Zuo Mo had heard all kinds of praises these days and became alert now. He only had happiness in his heart. He felt that Xixiang's achievement was extremely natural. If a person like Xixiang was buried in unknown, then it would be strange. When did Xixiang come out? Zuo Mo asked dumbly. He suddenly thought of something. Xixiang, I entered Zhuji. Li Yingfeng heard the noise and ran out. Seeing Wei Sheng, a happy expression came onto her face. Xixiang. Wei Sheng first greeted Li Yingfeng before his eyes landed on Zuo Mo and forthrightly laughed. Let's go drink. Us brothers will drink until we are drunk. The night was like water, dots of starlight scattering. Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo were sitting on the rooftop, the wind blowing as they gulped down alcohol. This isn't bad. Where did Shitty get this? Wei Sheng could help but take a few more mouthfuls. Zuo Mo was already slightly tipsy. This is Wang Xiao's alcohol. Wang Xiao wanted to buy Golden Crow pills. Since Xixiang came, how can there be no alcohol? I went to get some from him. Ha ha. This is nice. Wei Sheng leaned back and swallowed. In the yard underneath, Li Yingfeng kept on shaking her head. Wei Sheng Xixiang, who was usually so calm, and Zuo Mo Shitty, who usually was so wooden and indifferent, once they drank alcohol, they seemed to be completely different people. Xixiang managed to be in time for the sword test conference. There's so many people this year. I saw many strong people these days. Zuo Mo slanted his eyes and drunkenly said, however, Xixiang needs to beat them all, beat them into the ground. Looking at the charmingly pleasant Zuo Mo, Wei Sheng roared with laughter, yes. Beat all of them. Zuo Mo snickered and swallowed some more alcohol. Holding the jar, he suddenly became silent. Detecting Zuo Mo's abnormality, Wei Sheng asked concernedly, Shitty has something on your mind? Xixiang, what do you think people live for? Zuo Mo asked after a beat. What do people live for? Wei Sheng automatically straightened his spine, his eyes looking into the distance. I do not know what other people live for. My thoughts are very simple. I want to see what this sword, when it reaches the extreme, looks like. Sword at the extreme? Zuo Mo muttered. His eyes also looked into the distance. Sitting on the rooftop, they could see the night scenery of Dongfu, the distant lights, and the barely perceptible calls. He shook his head. Before, I wanted to live better, so I studied ling farming. But now, I want to become strong. Become strong? Wei Sheng turned his head and said in surprise, why, but. There was bitterness in Zuo Mo's voice. To find what I have lost and cannot forget. He didn't tell Xixiang that his features had been changed and his mind erased. If Xixiang knew, he would be furious. There was no need to make Xixiang also unhappy over his own personal matters. Wei Sheng comforted him, don't rush, Shitty. You will eventually remember your past. Everyone in Wu Kong Sword Sect knew that Zuo Mo had amnesia. Wei Sheng assumed that Zuo Mo was depressed over that today. Ha ha. Yes, what would come will always come. Today, it is the reunion of us brothers. I really shouldn't say such depressing things. Let's keep drinking. Zuo Mo raised the alcohol jar and swallowed. Ha ha. Wei Sheng also gave a wide smile and raised the alcohol jar. Drink. Translator ramblings. Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo get drunk. Wei Sheng is now a whole stage above Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo keeps working away at his debts. Zuo Mo is a sad drunk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Two Paths. Chapter 108, Two Paths. Wei Sheng Shixian left Dongfu early in the morning. Zuo Mo resumed his furious life of making jingshi. It really exceeded my expectations. You actually managed to repay all of it in such a short amount of time. Pu Yao said with slight regret. Zuo Mo felt his entire body was light. The enormous debt had given him great pressure these past days. He asked about another problem. Pu, has there been any new developments about storing Ling power? Pu Yao shrugged, nope. The rate that Zuo Mo absorbed Ling energy was multiple times after than before, but strangely, if the Ling energy that was absorbed was not quickly used, they would gradually dissipate, and could not be stored inside. For any Shouja, the amount of Ling power represented their cultivation. If they didn't have Ling power, basically, they could not cast more than 70% of all spells. The higher the spell, the more Ling power it required. He was very suspicious it was caused by the Mo matrix that Pu Yao had carved into his body. He could clearly feel the difference of progression in his cultivation after the Mo matrix was carved. He was extremely worried. Pu Yao, if I cannot store Ling power, it's hard for my cultivation to increase. If my cultivation cannot increase, he wanted Pu Yao to recognize that this was a serious problem. Pu Yao was unconcerned. What does that have to do with me? I delivered the product. You Ren Yao. Zuo Mo instantly exploded due to Pu Yao's terrible attitude and started swearing, lying to me about this Mo matrix and Yao seed. Now, you put out this disgusting demeanor of not caring. In the future, don't think about getting one piece of jingshi from Yi. I can take it myself. Pu Yao was not angry and giggled. Zuo Mo smiled angrily. From today, you won't take one jingshi, only items, jade scrolls. Go take it. Yi will see where you take it from. Oh. Pu Yao rubbed his chin as he talked to himself. That is a problem. Zuo Mo smiled coldly as he looked at Pu Yao, wanting to chop this androgynous guy into meat dross. This dross. False prophet. Greedy, dishonest, amoral, evil pervert. Pu Yao innocently spread his hands. I hadn't thought this would happen either. Things like formations, they are too complex for us Yama. However, there isn't anything that cannot be solved in this world. I can help give you ideas. Hee, it can be free this time. Zuo Mo suppressed the impulse to tear apart this guy, asking, keep going. Look, since the growth of your Ling power is slow now, you can work from two different areas. Pu Yao's thin lips bent into a curve. One is to work at the root. Your body is like a complete formation. If one attribute has changed, then it is definitely that a part of the formation has changed. You only need to find the cause of the change to be able to correct the formation, and the cause will be resolved easily. How can I find it? Zuo Mo had to admit that what Pu Yao said was very reasonable. I can't help you there. In any case, you have to work through seal formations. You Shouja are much better than us Yama at formations. Pu Yao said, shaking his head. After all this, he just spoke useless words. The rage inside suddenly shot up. Rather than wasting your time complaining about things that have already happened, it would be better to start studying early. Pu Yao snickered. These words instantly extinguished Zuo Mo's rage. Pu Yao was right. Since it was like this already, then complaining about something that had already happened was just wasting time. He raised his head. And the other area? Oh, that one's much easier. Since your cultivation is growing slowly now, why don't you increase your control over Ling power? Smugness flashed through Pu Yao's eyes. If you can precisely control every strand of Ling power, the same amount of Ling power, you can use it to cast more spells. Don't envy other people for having more jingshi, you just have to use each jingshi on the edge of the blade. Precise control? Zuo Mo instantly understood. When he had been in Lianxi, this had been a question that he would frequently ponder because he needed to cast Little Art of Cloud and Rain for many Ling fields. Just like Pu Yao had said, he needed to use every single drop of Ling power effectively. However, after he entered Zhuji, his life had quickly become wealthy and he had gradually lost sight of this problem. Right. Like the processing and purification you have done these days. You need to be sparse in using Ling power. Something that can be done with one strand of Ling power, you should not use two. When you can precisely control every strand of Ling power, you will find that you only need a tiny bit of Ling power to cast a spell that you used to need lots of Ling power to do. Pu Yao added, most wealthy tycoons, when they started, they were like this too. The previous length of words, Zuo Mo had uncontrollably been enhanced and changed. Pu Yao's figure suddenly seemed much larger. But with the words he added after, he instantly shrunk back. Pu. This scum. As the victim, Zuo Mo was seething with righteous fury. His mind, however, kept on pondering what Pu Yao had said. Even now, she almost couldn't believe that this wooden and cold shitty had such a terrifying ability to make jinsher. The jinsher he had made by himself was worth 5 months of the gross income for the store she was managing. This was an extremely shocking number. If shitty was in Ningmai, she wouldn't find it so strange. But he was only Zhuji. She had never heard of a Zhuji disciple that could earn so much. Maybe shitty was a genius too. Very quickly, her thoughts seemed to have been proven. Shitty still took business, but he did not accept ginsher, only jade scrolls for payment. However, what she found strange was that Shitty seemed like any other jade scroll collector, accepting all kinds of jade scrolls, as long as he had never seen it before. After observing for a few days, she found that the jade scrolls that Shitty liked best were formations. Shitty was really smart. She praised silently. Their sect was a sword show sect. The most they had were sword scriptures, and the rest were pitifully little. With Shitty's intelligence, he was suited for studying formations. It would be of great benefit to his dan making in the future. She had a feeling that 4th Shirgu may not be able to teach Zuo Mo Shitty anything in the future. At Zuo Mo Shitty's age, 4th Shirgu wasn't this strong. Formations was necessary knowledge for all cultivators. It was the most basic of all basics. Dan making, forging, jinji, all of them were connected to formations. This was something everyone knew, but even if they knew, if they didn't have the conditions, they could not learn it. Wu Kong Sword Sect was not some rich sect. Where would they get the wealth to collect these jade scrolls? She suddenly felt it a bit pitiful. If Shitty was in a large sect, he might be even stronger. Sky fragrance liquid. This is the limit of what I can process it. Zuo Mo tiredly handed a small jade bottle to the customer. The customer hurriedly took it. Taking out the cork, an expression of joy made its way onto his face, and he praised, "Master's was spell is really amazing. Spectacular." He carefully put the jade bottle away and then bid farewell before rushing away. Zuo Mo did not stand, but took out the jade scroll that he had just received. He couldn't help but feel slightly uplifted. To process that sky fragrance liquid, he had really done everything he could to barely process it and received this jade scroll in payment. He did not know which sect had passed down this jade scroll. It seemed quite old. There were 3 formations inside, all of them extremely special. Pu Yao came out. He was extremely dissatisfied with Zuo Mo's recent actions. "I told you 2 paths. You aren't following the rules." Really? To have tripped Pu Yao up, Zuo Mo felt extremely good. He slowly put the jade scroll away and glanced at Pu Yao, saying, "Did we have an agreement? I am going according to what you pointed out. You told me to study formations, but you don't have any formations jade scrolls. So I have to get them myself." Pu Yao paused. He finally remembered that they really didn't have an agreement last time. He suddenly raised his head to smile. Right, hee. Looking at Pu Yao's dark smile, a cold feeling rose in Zuo Mo's heart. Don't be afraid. To get one over this Ren Yao, it's worth it even if GE will suffer a bit. Zuo Mo hurriedly comforted himself. After Pu Yao disappeared, Zuo Mo quickly sank back into his work. In this period of time, his control of Ling power had increased quickly. After Pu Yao pointed out the problem, he started to pay attention to his technique in this area, becoming even more miserly in using Ling power to process materials. However, even though he progressed quickly, he was still unsatisfied. It was still hard to avoid wasting Ling power in unnecessary places. He quickly found the crux of the problem. To be able to perfectly use Ling power, it was impossible to achieve it just by relying on the precision of using Ling power. It also required having a deep understanding of the formations used. Only when the two were both present would the use of Ling power be most efficient. Because he only took jade scrolls in payment, Zuo Mo's business received a bit of side effects. But the people who came to him were mostly Zhuji Shouja of some skill. They usually would have 1 or 2 pretty good jade scrolls. Quickly, the customers knew that Zuo Mo preferred formation jade scrolls. They would try to pick 1 or 2 quality jade scrolls. Zuo Mo's actions were not strange. The stronger the Shouja, especially Shouja in non-combat professions, when their skills grew, their need for jinsher would increasingly become smaller. These kinds of skilled craftsmen, they usually would have many weird and strange demands. Demands like jade scrolls or rare materials were actually the most common. Even though he took fewer jobs than before, but the number of jade scrolls that Zuo Mo possessed grew at an astonishing rate. These jade scrolls came from all areas. The great majority were normal things, but there were a few of high quality. The jade scroll he had just received was one of those. Suddenly, Li Yingfeng walked to Zuo Mo's side with a weird expression and whispered a few words to him. Translator ramblings, what's a little bit of side effects? It's only just, your cultivation stops growing, when your main goal is to grow your cultivation. Pooh has been really helpful these last chapters, that's the power of Jingshi. Thank you for all your comments. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Inky Black Lotus Seed. Chapter 109, Inky Black Lotus Seed. 3 Ningmai Xiozha have come. Li Yingfeng's words made Zuo Mo pause. 3 Ningmai. Since Zuo Mo had started this business, it wasn't that there wasn't Ningmai who had come. The hat-wearing person who needed the cold magnet cut last time should have been a Ningmai. Zuo Mo loved it and hated it when Ningmai came to him. What he loved was that the payment they could give was far higher than normal people. What he hated was the things they needed him to process would be of high difficulty. High difficulty meant high risk. If it failed, Zuo Mo could not afford to pay his debts. As to not paying? He didn't even need to think about it. The other's power was much higher than him. If a conflict happened, the one that would lose would be him. Now 3 had come together. Humph, a Zhuji guy dare to posture in front of us. Provoke me, I'll burn this place down. Third brother, don't speak nonsense. The voices passed clearly from the door. Clearly, the 3 people were starting to be dissatisfied. Zuo Mo felt the start of a headache. He could only pass, please come in. The 3 people walked in. The one at the front was a red-robed male, striding confidently and projecting an aura of power. At his left was an eagle-nosed male, expression dark. It could be seen with a glance that he wasn't an easygoing person. On the right of the red-robed male was a brawny man whose face was set in a snarl. His body was like a mountain of meat. When he came in, he started to look everywhere. Greetings to Master Zuo. The red-robed leader had a slight smile as he saluted with folded hands to Zuo Mo and a bow. Greetings to the 3 elders. Zuo Mo didn't dare to posture, standing and raising his folded hands to return the greeting. Seniority among Xiozha was extremely complex and hard to manage, so most of the time, everyone measured according to cultivation. Zuo Mo's cultivation was one stage lower than the other, so he was naturally a junior. The 3 seemed to be extremely satisfied with Zuo Mo's attitude. Even the dark face of the eagle-nosed man relaxed slightly. Master Zuo is too courteous. The red-robed male smiled, stating his purpose, coming here, it's because we have something to ask. Following, he took out a lotus seed that was entirely black. This 4th grade inky black lotus seed has an extremely hard outer coat and cannot be cut open by flying sword. Coming this time, it's asking Master Zuo to take off the outer coat. We have heard about Master Zuo's rules, and this jade scroll is a complete set of Skyring Moonsound formation. This formation is the finest among 4th grade formations and has many special attributes. We heard that Master Zuo likes formations. This Skyring Moonsound formation will be payment. But I'll say the ugly first. If you ruin it, I won't forgive you. The snarling man rumbled. Third brother, don't speak nonsense. The red-robed man reproached. He turned to say to Zuo Mo, Master Zuo, don't listen to him. You just have to focus on processing it. Looking at the 3, Zuo Mo's back had already been soaked in sweat at some unknown time. These 3 were all very powerful. Zuo Mo wouldn't be a match for even one of them. The 3 of them together, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Having climbed up from an outer sect disciple, he was very good at perception and knew that none of these 3 were good people. Don't see that the red-robed man spoke so friendly, but if he really ruined the inky black lotus seed, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Zuo Mo's consciousness was above other people. There was an energy of blood fiends surrounding the 3. Even though it was not as terrifying as the blood fiends he saw in the sword cave, but they exuded an extremely faint viciousness. The 3 used some unknown method to disguise the energy of the blood fiends, but how could they conceal it from Zuo Mo's consciousness? This business was not an easy one to take. This was Zuo Mo's first response. He shook his head, my sincere apologies for having the 3 elders come here for nothing. This one is only in Juji, and my fire seed is only 2nd grade. The 4th grade inky black lotus seed really is not in my abilities. His words were sincere. He was not afraid that the 3 would inspect his cultivation and fire seed, so he was extremely honest. The red-robed man smiled slightly but did not speak. The eagle-nosed man beside him said darkly, if you can process 4th grade cold magnet, how come you cannot do a 4th grade lotus seed? The snarling large man widened his bell-sized eyes, unreasonably stating, "I'm telling you, if you are working, you have to take it, if you are not working, you still have to take it. Otherwise, I'll tear down your little shop." The red-robed male chuckled and presented the jade scroll on his hands to Zuo Mo. "Master Zuo, do not refuse yet. Take a look at the formation inside this jade scroll." Finishing, he raised his head to look at Li Yingfeng, who was behind Zuo Mo, saying warmly, "Miss, why don't you put down the messenger seal in your sleeve? Let's not have a disagreement." Zuo Mo silently thought the other was good. The three, with just a few words, used all kinds of attacks. He instantly could not bear it anymore. Motioning for Li Yingfeng not to be impulsive, he bore the pressure to say, "Elder might have had mistaken information. This one had once taken a job of 4th grade cold magnet, but it was only cutting, not processing." The red-robed man's face became slightly dark, saying discontentedly, "Is Master Zuo not giving face?" Zuo Mo instantly felt his body freeze, as though he was constrained by something, unable to move. At the side, Li Yingfeng's face was bloodless, staring in shock at the three. "Fine. I'll take it." Zuo Mo saw the situation was worsening and could only grit his teeth and agree. "Haha, Master Zuo is a smart person. Don't worry, if you can successfully process it, this jade scroll, us three people won't let Master Zuo make a loss." The red-robed male laughed as though nothing had happened. The pressure around Zuo Mo's body instantly decreased. Looking at this red-robed male, his heart was cold. This person looked warm, but, in reality, he was vicious. If he did not successfully process it today, he would have a very bad ending. Wu Kong Sword Sect was very far from here. If something really did happen, the Shirshu from the sect won't get here in time. He didn't go to take the jade scroll, but took the inky black lotus seed. He was not concerned with the jade scroll anymore. It would be lucky if he kept his little life this time. A hint of approval made its way onto the red-robed male's face. The three moved to one side. The eagle-nosed man glanced at Li Yingfeng, his warning implicit. Zuo Mo did not waste words, and started to inspect this inky black lotus seed. The inky black lotus seed was the fruit of the inky black lotus flower after it bloomed. Inky black lotus was an extremely uncommon linggrass. It usually grew in extremely evil places, like the miasma-filled bogs. After accumulating and absorbing all kinds of poisons over time, its leaves were a rotten white, and the flower was as black as ink. The most valuable was the inky black lotus seed it produced. The inky black lotus would absorb all kinds of poisons that would mix inside its body and produce a new kind of poison. When the lotus produced its seed, all the strong poisons inside its body would gather in this little inky black lotus seed. The lotus seed would land in the peat and once again germinate and grow into a new lotus flower. It would continuously absorb the miasma and poison, forming a new inky black lotus seed. The grade of the inky black seed was determined by the number of cycles it went through. The inky black lotus seed in front of him was 4th grade. That meant that it had gone through 4 cycles of rebirth. That was extremely valuable and rare. The poison inside the lotus seed must be extremely strong. Holding the inky black lotus seed, Zuo Mo's mouth became dry. This was the first time he was processing such a poisonous linggrass. It would be false to say he was not nervous. The outer coat of the inky black lotus seed was extremely hard. It was also due to this coat, which could not be easily broken by flying swords, that the poison inside did not leak out. Otherwise, Zuo Mo's fingers would quickly rot and die, the poison would quickly spread and, in a short period of time, he would turn into a pile of bones. Even 3rd grade detoxification Dan could not stop the toxins of the inky black lotus seed. Also, Zuo Mo's detoxification Dan was only 2nd grade. Li Yingfeng usually took care of the store and naturally had heard of the infamy of the inky black lotus seed. Her face was pale, looking in nervousness at Zuo Mo. She had let go of the messenger seal inside her sleeve. The eagle-nosed male was staring at her all this time, not disguising the viciousness in his eyes. If she tried to rebel one bit, these people would most likely attack. A criminal that had come out of nowhere. They dared to be so brash in Dongfu. Li Yingfeng gently bit her lips, full of worry as she looked at Zuo Mo Shidi. The inky black lotus seed was far out of Zuo Mo Shidi's abilities. Last time, he had struggled to cut the 4th grade cold magnet. Processing was much harder than cutting. Even more so, it was an extremely poisonous item. If he was not careful, he would be infected by the poison and die. She noticed that sweat had soaked Shidi's back and her heart reached her throat. If Master was here. Her heart was extremely panicked. If Master could rush over, with his Jindan cultivation, that would be more than enough to deal with 3 Ningmai Shouja. Zuo Mo had the same idea as Li Yingfeng. However, after delaying for a while, noticing the unfriendly glare of the snarling man, Zuo Mo knew he could not delay any longer. Flipping his hand, the stalagmite fire quickly wrapped around the inky black lotus seed. The enmity in the three people's eyes finally faded. They were slightly nervous as they stared at Zuo Mo, their feet unconsciously moving towards the doorway. Zuo Mo knew that they were afraid of the poisonous nature of the inky black lotus seed. The toxicity of a fourth-grade inky black lotus seed was such that even though the three were Ningmai, they could not easily deal with it. Zuo Mo also wanted to throw the inky black lotus seed as far away as possible, but the situation did not permit him to do so. If he could not process this inky black lotus seed today, he might. The milky white flame surrounded the inky black lotus seed, like there was a black core inside the white fire. It looked slightly strange. Zuo Mo steeled his heart, throwing away all his thoughts. He did not have an escape route and should not think of anything else. He focused all his consciousness. His other hand took out 5 pieces of third-grade Jingshi, creating a formation under his body. The snarling man looked at the red-robed male. The red-robed male waved his hand. He recognized this formation. It was to replenish Ling power for Xiuzhi. Seeing Zuo Mo act as though he was facing a great enemy, and his movements were practiced and smooth, an expectant expression uncontrollably came over his face. Quickly putting down a 5 primary Ling replenishing formation, Zuo Mo put down his left hand on his knees, his entire body relaxed, his eyes never wavering from the stalagmite fire. The milky white flame, spreading a pressuring cold, surrounded a pure black lotus seed as it bounced quickly. The sweat on his back dried up. After entering the mood, Zuo Mo was not nervous anymore. There was only one thought in his head. How to process this inky black lotus seed? He quickly made a decision because he did not have too many choices. The only method he could think about right now. There was only the 4-turn fire formation that he had just barely touched. Translator ramblings, the name of the seed is way more poetic in Chinese, oh well. Zuo Mo has very bad luck this chapter. It's better to do as someone more powerful tells you if you are sure you can't win. Zuo Mo and Li Yingfeng are outnumbered by the 3 Ningmai, and Li Yingfeng isn't good at comba. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, 4-turn fire formation. Chapter 110, 4-turn fire formation. 3-turn fire formation, that was the formation Zuo Mo had used last time to cut the cold magnet. He hated gossip very much right now. It had clearly just been cutting the cold magnet, but it had spread to becoming processing the cold magnet and caused a calamity for him. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. Without breaking into the stage of Ningmai, to process rare materials like cold magnet and inky black lotus seeds was like a delusion. Even with the 3-turn fire formation, he would not be able to process the 4th-grade inky black lotus seed. He closed his eyes, carefully inspecting any change in the inky black lotus seed inside the stalagmite fire. He quickly was disappointed. Shrouded by the stalagmite fire, there was nothing happening on the outer coat of the inky black lotus seed. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Mo's fingers started to flick, smoothly flowing and creating countless afterimages. For the first time, the red-robed male had a shocked expression. The public saw the spectacle, the experts the technique. This string of finger movements was not some complicated finger motions, but it was extremely quick, reaching the stage of fingers evolving into shadows. The fingers evolving into shadows referred to the fact that fast fingers would create dense afterimages, which would be so dense that they would stop for a while in the air, but since the finger movements would not have stopped, before the old afterimages would disappear, new afterimages would form, creating a series of connected afterimages. This was fingers evolving into shadows. Before reaching the stage of Jindan, finger motions were an extremely useful technique. Everyone would know it, but the skill would vary. Unless people cultivated the body, there wouldn't be much of a difference in the strength, flexibility, and power of the fingers. In other words, Ningmai Xiuzhi would have an advantage in terms of Ling power but not in finger motions. Unless there were specialized techniques for finger motions, the only way to increase skill was to keep practicing. The cultivation of this zombie-like youth was extremely average, but his finger movements were amazing. Not just the red-robed male. The other two were also shocked. They exchanged a look, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Just this string of finger movements was enough for their confidence in Zuo Mo to increase. Zuo Mo's mind was blank, his concentration completely gathered. In his eyes, there was only that milky white stalagmite fire, and the inky black lotus seed inside the fire. His fingers became faster. Hiss, it was like an invisible hand had pushed the spitting stalagmite fire, a string of white fire flying out of the stalagmite fire. The stalagmite fire was like a ball of thread, and this fire thread was the beginning of the thread. White thread was continuously pulled out of the fire. The white fire thread continued to grow longer, the other end always connected to the stalagmite fire. The fire thread started to dance around the inky black lotus seed. The ball of stalagmite fire quickly became smaller. When the last bit of flame turned to become part of the fire thread, the inky black lotus seed was exposed to the air. The white thread of fire was like a nimble white snake, swimming around the inky black lotus seed floating in the air. Zuo Mo's finger movements suddenly changed. It had been lightning fast before. Now it was as though weights had been tied to his fingers, extremely slow and heavy. The white fire thread broke in the middle, creating two threads. The two threads of fire were like two little white snakes, swimming around the inky black lotus seed. The speed at which the two fire threads moved was twice as fast as before. Strangely, the two fire threads created two intersecting circles but would never touch each other. One-turn fire formation. The inky black lotus seed inside the fire formation was like a rock, with no signs of movement. There was no change in Zuo Mo's eyes. His 10 fingers continued to change. 2 divided into 4. For threads of fire that were smaller than before formed for even smaller crisscrossing fire rings. 2-turn fire formation. The inky black lotus seed was slightly vibrating. Zuo Mo nervously stared at the inky black lotus seed in the middle of the fire formation, not daring to slip up the tiniest bit. He was not surprised at the situation in front of him. The change in his finger movements became even slower. Opposite that, the speed that the Ling power circuited through his body sped up. 8 threads of fire circled around the inky black lotus seed at astonishing speed, creating a white cage of fire. 3-turn fire formation. Compared to the previous time that he cut the cold magnet, Zuo Mo's control of the 3-turn fire formation was much better than before. After listening to Pu Yao's advice, Zuo Mo had started to consciously practice his control of Ling power. Since he had many opportunities to practice every day, he had progressed quickly. The 3-turn fire formation that he had struggled with so much previously was now controlled with ease. Inside the fire formation, the inky black lotus seed was trembling fiercely as though it would jump out of the fire formation at any second. All the people were holding their breath as they stared with serious expressions at the white cage of fire suspended in the air. They all knew what was happening next was the most important step. The coldness of the fire formation had reached an astonishing depth. 8 times the usual temperature of the stalagmite fire. Cold fire was cold, hot fires were hot, but as long as they were fire, they all had one attribute: melt. The melting ability of cold fires would increase the colder it became, the melting ability of the hot fires would become stronger the higher the temperature. The 3-turn fire formation caused the coldness of the stalagmite fire to be 8 times its usual, and its melting ability had also increased by 8 times, but under the 8 times melting ability, the previously unaffected inky black lotus seed finally had a slight change. Small pits started to form on its coat. This was a sign that it was finally melting, but if it was only at this intensity, to process this inky black lotus seed, it would take years. Using the Yao seed, Zuo Mo's consciousness was extremely cooperative. No one noticed that his body was soft and relaxed as it never had been before. The more relaxed the body, the better the effect of the Mo matrix, and the faster the rate that Ling power would be absorbed. The effect of Zuo Mo controlling his Ling power in the recent period of time was extremely evident. Forming the 3-turn fire formation only took half of his Ling power. Feeling the Ling power coming from the Ling replenishing formation, Zuo Mo released a small breath. He had never worked at the same time that he was using a Ling replenishing formation. Based on what he saw, the situation was good. There was a certain level of impurities in the Ling power of the Jingshi. This was not a problem for Zuo Mo. The Mo matrix could automatically filter out the impurities from the Ling power. The Ling power passed on from the Ling replenishing formation was a steady flow. The Ling power inside Zuo Mo's body quickly increased. He closed his eyes, maintaining the 3-turn fire formation, motionless as he waited for his Ling power to be replenished to capacity. In the few times he had attempted the 4-turn fire formation, the use of Ling power was astonishing. The red-robed male and his compatriots couldn't help but be nervous at this time as well. They could naturally see that Zuo Mo was biding his time and gather his energy. It was like the calm before the storm. The calmer it got, the more suffocating it became. The instant that the Ling power in his body reached its maximum, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. It was like there was 1,000 catty weight on his fingers as they slowly moved. His weak shoulders shuddered in effort, but the slowly moving fingers were strangely steady. Everyone felt the white light brighten. The cage of fire became even more dense, like a white cocoon of fire. 16 threads of fire, with speeds almost undetectable by the naked eye, circled quickly around the inky black lotus seed. 4-turn fire formation. The Ling power in Zuo Mo's body furiously was used up. Just forming the 4-turn fire formation, the full Ling power had almost became empty. He couldn't attend to anything else but furiously start to suck in the Ling power from the Ling replenishing formation. Large amounts of Ling power started to stream towards Zuo Mo. He was like a thirsty traveler in the desert, greedily sucking every drop of Ling power. Under the power of melting multiplied by 16, the hard coat of the inky black lotus seed finally started to melt. All of Zuo Mo's consciousness started to furiously move. 16 times the melting power. That required that he needed to be extremely precise with his Ling power. Any slack in precision, once it was multiplied by 16, could cause the fire formation to collapse. The three males and Liang Feng was so nervous they did not dare to breathe. Inside the store, there was a suffocating silence. These was no sound from the four-turn formation, but the white fire cocoon would occasionally tremble lightly. Each tremble would cause the four people's hearts to tremble. They knew that the tremble was Zuo Mo having problems controlling the four-turn fire formation and could not make it do as he wished easily. No one could spare the attention to this point at the moment. On their faces, other than nervousness, there was only shock. Deep shock. A Xiuzhe in the stage of Zhuji was actually able to start a four-turn fire formation. If it spread out, it would shake all of Dongfu, no, all of Sky Moonjie. It was basically hard for a Zhuji to complete a three-turn fire formation. A four-turn fire formation, that was basically impossible to complete. But this extremely average-looking youth could actually form a four-turn fire formation. Looking at the dense white cocoon of fire, it was undoubtedly a four-turn fire formation. They had come when they had heard the news of the cold magnet with an attitude to try. Truthfully, when they had saw Zuo Mo was only in Zhuji, they had been very disappointed and still had a last hope to try, since ruining a fourth-grade inky black lotus seed was not an easy thing to do. When Zuo Mo had taken this job in the end, they had wondered what method Zuo Mo would use, but no matter what, they had never thought that Zuo Mo would choose the four-turn fire formation. Four-turn was not a secret formation. It was extremely common. Many people understood it. Even if they understood, there were very few that could use it. The higher the level, the more the required control over Ling power and cultivation would multiply. This kind of increase could only be broken by increases in cultivation stages. To use the three-turn fire formation as an example, if some Zhuji Xiuzhe occasionally managed to complete it, then they definitely could not complete a four-turn fire formation. That was because the requirement it had for control of Ling power and cultivation was double what a three-turn fire formation demanded. Only after breaking through to the stage of Ningmai would a person fulfill the requirements. Yet, something that they assumed could not happen was happening right in front of them. The white fire cocoon occasionally trembled and became unsteady, but it definitely was a four-turn fire formation. The three's eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo was like looking at a monster. Zuo Mo did not know it. Right now, he did not have a bit of attention to spare for anything. His world was only this formation. The little pits on the surface of the inky black lotus seed started to grow larger and deeper, revealing the lotus seed underneath. At this time, Zuo Mo did not dare to slack off even more. This was a glowing and adorable lotus seed, such a beautiful and tempting thing, but it contained terrifying poison. Just touching the tiniest bit, he would die. Suppressing the terror inside, he tried to steady his Ling power. He didn't dare to think of the consequences of the smallest mistake right now. Seeing the glowing and tender lotus seed, the three people back up even more, their expressions filled with wariness and terror. The dangers of the inky black lotus seed was infamous. Translator ramblings, I found the four-turn a bit misleading the first time around. But we get a really good description of it in this chapter. The inky black lotus seed is super-duper deadly. Zuo Mo's increased spiritual power as a result of Pu Yao's scripture is finally doing something amazing. This was like a reaction chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, for tasty food. Chapter 111, for tasty food. The Ling replenishing formation made from 5 pieces of third-grade Gingshi continuously supplied Ling power, but the Ling energy in Zuo Mo's body dropped quickly. The rate of replenishment clearly could not keep up with the speed of use. There was more than one way to form a Ling replenishing formation, but the 5-element Ling replenishing formation was the best he could make. The Ling power entered furiously, and the channels felt a tearing pain. The Ling power that had just entered the channels would be emptied out at double the rate. What followed was a strong feeling of weakness. Tearing and weakness interchanging, even though the Mo matrix had been strengthening his channel, Zuo Mo was almost driven crazy. He knew he could not go crazy, he could not even move a bit. Any tiny movement could cause the fragile four-turn fire formation to collapse. At that time, the glowing and tender lotus seed would lose all its restraints. A colorless and invisible poison would not let go of any person in the room. As the person closest, he naturally would not be immune. Gritting his teeth, a flow of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth silently. Zuo Mo did not detect it. His eyes were wide and round as he fixed on the fire cocoon, and the glowing lotus that was revealing its true appearance inside. A light cocoon made up from the crisscross of 16 threads of fire. They released an extremely cold energy, suppressing the toxins of the lotus seed, not letting them escape. As the coat on the lotus seed decreased, the 3 males on the side became even more nervous and their breathing sped up. Poof! The 5 pieces of jingsher that made up the 5 elements Ling replenishing formations simultaneously turned to 5 blooms of dust. Everyone's expression changed. Had it failed? Amid the stone dust, Zuo Mo gave a shout with all his strength, "Arg!" The moment the fire kokon disappeared, the glowing and tender lotus seed accurately landed into the jade bottle that had appeared at some unknown time in his left hand, his right hand lightening fast as he plugged the top. The mist of dust faded, revealing the sorry figure of Zuo Mo. His hair, face, and body were covered by stone dust. The stream of blood from his mouth, mixed with the stone dust, looked extremely frightening. Success! Zuo Mo's right hand put the jade bottle on the ground in front of him. His voice was raspy and thin, revealing just how weak he was. The red-robed male reached out with a hand and the jade bottle flew to him. After inspecting inside, glee made its way onto his face. He quickly adjusted his expression, first bowing to Zuo Mo. "Master Zuo is really skilled." Finishing, he put the jade scroll in front of Zuo Mo. He thought for a second, and then tilted his head to look at the eagle-nosed male. "Do you have the gold forging chapter remnant from last time?" The eagle-nosed male nodded, "Yes." Finishing, he took out a jade scroll from the 100 treasures pouch at his waist, passing it to the red-robed male. The red-robed male also put the gold forging chapter remnant in front of Zuo Mo, voice sincere as he said, "The discourtesy before, I ask Master Zuo to be generous and forgive us. Us brothers had accidentally came into possession of this jade scroll and it will be our apology. In the future, if we have to trouble Master Zuo, please help us." This person was skilled. Zuo Mo thought. The other had made a beautiful move. Even though he had anger inside, but just hearing the name of the jade scroll, Zuo Mo knew he could not resist it. He could only grimace, as long as it's not so dangerous as today. Ha ha. Master Zuo is joking. This time, it really was us that was brash. But if we were not so, we would not have seen Master Zuo's astonishing skills. The red-robed male laughed forthrightly. Finishing, he raised his hands and bowed a bid farewell. "Have a good rest, Master Zuo. We won't disturb you any longer." After the 3 left, Zuo Mo finally took a breath at the departure of the calamity. The left hand that was hidden in the sleeve released the seal soldier. This time, he really had enormous damage. However, looking at the 2 jade scrolls in front of him, he felt that it was not for nothing. Liang Feng, who was frightened to death, hurriedly took out a pile of lingdan, urging Zuo Mo to go back to Wu Kong Mountain. This business was too dangerous. The second day, when Liang Feng saw Zuo Mo, who had been on his last breath yesterday, was jumping around like usual, she was dumbstruck. Shit, he looked so weak. Was he just weak on the outside, strong on the inside? The internal injuries were much better than Zuo Mo had thought. The Mo matrix on his body greatly aided his recovery. He had assumed that he needed to rest for half a month, and had not expected that he would be more than half healed by the second day. Of course, he was still a few days away from complete recovery. Before recovering to his best, he decided to return to the mountain. The tempers of those Ningmai Xiuzha were not very good. If another Ningmai came to the door, it would be terrible. Riding Silly Bird, Zuo Mo quickly returned to his little yard. Back at Wu Kong Mountain, his heart finally landed. Wu Kong Mountain might be small, but no one dared to come to the mountain to make trouble when the sect leader and others were present. He still had a deep memory of the night that Wei Shang Xixiang had entered Zhuji in the one-sword stroke of Xian Yenshirhua that had shocked countless people. A sect that had 4 Jindan at the same time, there were not many of those in Dongfu. It was a pity that Wei Shang Xixiang was not in the sect. He felt it was a pity. Finally rid of his enormous debt, and having obtained a large number of jade scrolls, for him, this was a really leisurely time. As he recovered from his injuries, he studied the jade scrolls in his possession. He had a variety of jade scrolls for all topics, but not many of them were high quality. Actually, he did not lack for jade scrolls at the moment. All the jade scrolls in the sect were open for inner sect disciples. Zuo Mo could go see Master's records room at any time. Just those jade scrolls, they would take up large amounts of Zuo Mo's time. However, the only thing the sect lacked was the formation jade scrolls that Zuo Mo needed, so he had to use this method to collect formation jade scrolls. He had gathered many jade scrolls on formations, but they were very disconnected, and not systematic. Zuo Mo was not a very picky person. Having so many jade scrolls to learn from, he was already very satisfied. In the high-quality jade scrolls, there was a sword scripture called Blue Flower. It was extremely fine, but too lean and soft, suited for females. It was useless in his hands, so Zuo Mo decided to give this sword scripture to Xiaoguo. Liang Fengshiji was not practicing sword scriptures now, busy every day with managing business. But when Zuo Mo ran to the eastern peak, he found out that Xiaoguo had successfully entered Juji, becoming an inner sect disciple, and also entered Shifengrong's branch. He hadn't thought the little girl would become his shimmy. When Zuo Mo found a mountain valley, seeing the apple-shaped wooden sign with Xiaoguo's home written on it, he instantly smiled. There were no Jinji on Xiaoguo's mountain valley. Zuo Mo easily walked in. When Xiaoguo, who had been practicing her sword, saw Zuo Mo, she first paused and then had a happy expression. Following that, she timidly said, "Xixiang. Pretty good." Zuo Mo praised. In reality, from what he saw, Xiaoguo's sword scripture was full of holes, just a pretty appearance. He gave the Blue Flower sword scriptures to Xiaoguo. "Here, this is for you. You can study it." He asked a few more things and instantly understood. Master was still in seclusion, making dan, and had no time to teach her. Seeing the sweat on the apple face, Zuo Mo felt he needed to fulfill the duty of a Xixiang and started to point things out. He had practiced sword scriptures for a long time. Even though he was not as skilled as Wei Shang's Xixiang, but he had comprehended 2 types of sword essences, and his eyes were much better than people like Qin Shang. "Your basics are lacking too much." When Zuo Mo said this, tears instantly flooded Xiaoguo's eyes, but she managed to not cry. "Oh, in the future, you can come to my valley to practice the sword. If I have time, I can look." Zuo Mo's next words made Xiaoguo smile. In the little west windyard, Zuo Mo was sunbathing, eyes closed as he leisurely sat on the chair, swaying as he pondered the jade scroll he memorized in his mind. Not far away from him, Xiaoguo silently practiced the sword, her apple face covered in sweat. On the roof, Silly Bird stood proudly, occasionally using her blue beak to arrange her snowy white feathers. Zuo Mo, having encountered a problem, had a bad mood, opened his eyes, and saw Silly Bird's smug appearance. His mood instantly worsened. Picking up a stone from the floor, he flickered his hand to throw at Silly Bird. "Show off!" Silly Bird gave a shriek, hurriedly flapping her wings to dodge the pebble, eyes full of disdain towards Zuo Mo. Xiaoguo was startled. When she saw Zuo Mo pointing and swearing at the blue-beaked snow goose, her large eyes became crescents. Noticing the mirth on Xiaoguo's face, Zuo Mo gave a cough. He decided to fix the impression of Xixiang and paced alongside to Xiaoguo. "You cannot be distracted when practicing the sword. You have to concentrate to be able." At the side, Xiaoguo wanted to laugh but did not dare, her expression instantly becoming strange. Zuo Mo did not notice. He shook his head, mimicking Pu Yao's tone as he concluded, "What is more simple than sword scripture? If you practice a few thousand times, you'll know it." Finishing, he waved his hand, "Keep practicing. I'm going for a walk." He then stepped out of the West Wind Valley. After Xiaoguo came every day to Zuo Mo's place to practice the sword, Zuo Mo's meals quickly increased in quality. The meat soup simmered, the Ling foods full of Ling energy that increased Zuo Mo's appetite. The only thing he felt irritating was that Silly Bird would partake as well each time. Especially when Silly Bird found it effective to pretend to be pitiful in front of Xiaoguo. Zuo Mo could not do anything about it. TSK, her taste certainly must be tender. Walking out of the mountain valley, Pu Yao came out. He licked his lips, looking with some yearning at the interior of the valley. Zuo Mo was used to the expression that Pu Yao had, "There's lots of people that want to exterminate Yao Ma on this mountain. If you aren't afraid of death, go ahead. They can't find me." Pu Yao was confident. "You eat her, I don't have anything to eat, so let's both die." Zuo Mo also licked his lips. Xiaoguo's skills were really good. Won't eat her. "But you can't keep me starving." Pu Yao snorted, "I need souls." "Didn't you say that the Yin fiends in the sword cave need time to form?" Zuo Mo copied Pu Yao and shrugging his shoulders. Pu Yao once again gave a yearning expression, "It should be about time today. Let's go hunt a few, and satisfy my craving." Finishing, he did not wait for Zuo Mo to speak before throwing down a few jingsher. The light flashed and Zuo Mo disappeared. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo had a backup plan, but he was successful and there was no need for that. Those 3 people, especially the red-robed one, is good at adapting to the situation. Get on good term with Zuo Mo and he might be willing to help them process more things, considering how good the payment is. Low-level Xiozhi don't have that many choices, offending 3 Ningmai is a bad choice especially when they offer an olive branch. Zuo Mo is being affected by Pu Yao, his closest teacher. Pu Yao still wants to eat Xiaogua, and after a lot of chapters, Zuo Mo finally agrees to get souls for Pu Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, In Fiends. Chapter 112, In Fiends. It was not the first time that Zuo Mo came to the Sword Cave, but every time that he came, he would sigh with awe. Who would have thought that inside a mountain cave, there would be such a wondrous world, a fantastical place completely different than the outside? As Pu Yao entered the Sword Cave, he completely disregarded Zuo Mo, going off by himself to furiously absorb Yin energy. Looking at Pu Yao's intoxicated state, Zuo Mo felt that Yao and people were really different. It wasn't easy to make a trip to the Sword Cave. Zuo Mo decided to make some more Yin beads. One was that this thing was worth Jingxi, the second was that it was needed to make Yin fire beads. Even though he had not tested the power of the Yin fire beads, but Zuo Mo was confident in its power. Something that was so difficult to make, it wouldn't make sense if it didn't have any power. He found a place that had relatively dense Yin energy and was not disturbed by Pu Yao before starting to form Yin beads. Ever since Pu Yao said that all spells were formations, Zuo Mo started to deliberately think in that direction. However, reality was always more complex than theory. Even the simplest spell would have many changes. If the true nature of a spell was really formations, then the difficulty of finding the formation within such numerous and complex changes would be unthinkable. He quickly sunk into the world of exploration. His hands moved erratically, sometimes slow, then fast, without any rhyme or reason. There still was not any expression on his face, his eyes dazed and absent as though his mind was wandering. The Yin energy gathered around his hands would suddenly gather and then spread out, or occasionally collapse. He seemed to not have detected it, his 10 fingers continuously changing like he was bespelled. Pu Yao opened his eyes, and noticed Zuo Mo's state. The Yin energy that was frantically flooding towards his body suddenly paused. He closed his eyes again, the Yin energy in the surroundings moving at even faster speeds towards him. The movements on Zuo Mo's hands slowly started to become ordered. The speed that the Yin energy moved towards his hands started to increase and a Yin bead started to form. When the Yin bead on his hand was fully created, Zuo Mo's soul came back into his body. He put the Yin bead he had just made in front of his eyes, and couldn't help but be disappointed. The Yin bead he had made did not seem different than the Yin beads he had made before. The only difference was that he was the tiniest bit faster this time. It was extremely minuscule. If Zuo Mo hadn't paid close attention, he wouldn't have felt anything. Even though it was an insignificant progress, but it was great motivation for Zuo Mo. He was slightly disappointed, but he knew that for him, studying formations was very difficult for him. At least, this meant that he was working in the right direction. As long as his direction was not wrong, if he slowly walked down this road, he would definitely improve. He had just did an extremely daring but tiny adjustment. It was this adjustment that he didn't even understand himself that had just slightly shortened the time it took for the Yin bead to form. Maybe when my skill at formations is higher, it wouldn't be so difficult, Zuo Mo comforted himself. After this, he didn't spend time on experimenting but focused on forming Yin beads. In one go, he made 30 Yin beads before he stopped. Full of Yin energy, Pu Yao's complexion seemed to be glowing, and he looked extremely satisfied. He floated next to Zuo Mo, go hunt a few Yin fiends. He looked like an extremely greedy child wanting to eat meat. You can go hunt yourself. Zuo Mo asked, slightly puzzled. Pu Yao was much stronger than he was. There was not any reason that he was asking for help. Pu Yao twisted his mouth and said slightly helplessly, if I do it, the taste of the Yin fiends won't be good. Really? Zuo Mo didn't quite believe it. Pu Yao shrugged his shoulders, not explaining. Zuo Mo pondered it. It was better not to offend this Ren Yao too much. He was extremely clear how much Pu Yao yearned for souls. Hunting Yin fiends was much better than him going out and killing people for their souls. Alright, but you know my strength. Zuo Mo reminded Pu Yao. Pu Yao was very excited, it's enough. This crappy place, how strong of a Yin fiend can it produce? TSK, if we manage to get here before your Shixiang came, there might be some good ones. Why? Zuo Mo asked in puzzlement. Maybe it was that Zuo Mo was going to work, but Pu Yao did not show impatience this time, and explained in great detail, Yin fiends mostly originate from places with dense Yin energy. They are born of Yin energy, and gradually attain a basic intelligence. After continuously absorbing the Yin energy in the surroundings, their intelligence would continuously increase. When they become intelligent, they would naturally have the ability to cultivate, and would continuously purify and cultivate their body. Oh, some strong Yin fiends, in the end, they can cultivate to become Yao. Since they were Yin fiends that cultivated into Yao, since they have natural bodies of purine, they are very difficult to deal with. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. Difficult to deal with, it was very hard to hear something like that from Pu Yao's mouth. Pu Yao continued, however, Yin fiends, since they are bored of Yin energy, they need a certain amount of time. Your Shixiang just cleaned out this sword cave. He really is a monster. He didn't leave even one behind. If it wasn't that this sword cave has blood fiends and malicious energies, in addition to Yin energy, Yin fiends wouldn't form this easily. Then he said regretfully, but the time is too short. There wouldn't be anything good. Oh, life is so difficult. Zuo Mo felt strange at Pu Yao's regret. He decided to remind Pu Yao, Pu, you aren't a person, you do not have life. One person and one Yao started to travel into the depths of the sword cave. The deeper they went, the denser the Yin energy, and the more pleasure there was in Pu Yao's expression. But landing in Zuo Mo's eyes, it seemed very strange. As expected, Yao and people were not the same. The deeper they went, the more Zuo Mo's heart shook. The surrounding scenery became even darker and terrifying. Since Zuo Mo's consciousness was now stronger, he felt it even more clearly. The coldness that made a person's hair raise up was like countless little worms, burrowing into Zuo Mo's body. The blood fiends that flowed beside his feet were even more vibrant and sticky than the outside. Countless malicious thoughts were spread from it. Zuo Mo's consciousness had to avoid these malicious thoughts. Thinking that he had almost used his fingers to touch these blood-like liquid, Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel fear. Now that he could feel the power of the blood fiends, he found it was definitely something he could not touch presently. Where's the Yin fiend? Zuo Mo's voice was slightly trembling. Pu Yao stopped and looked around. He suddenly pointed in one direction, and said excitedly, there, one up ahead. Finishing, he floated ahead. Pu Yao's entire body was eternally floating in the air like a ghost. Zuo Mo could only follow behind. A ball of black mist was restlessly turning in the corner. This is the Yin fiend? Zuo Mo pointed at the black mist, and asked dumbly. He had heard Pu Yao speak of how terrifying it was, so he hadn't thought it would be a ball of black mist that would look harmless. All Yin fiends that just have formed are like this. It still hasn't formed intelligence. When it has intelligence, the Yin energy around it would solidify. Pu Yao shrugged, the shapes that Yin fiends take the form of will vary, anything is possible. You won't find it strange if you see more. It would be best if I didn't have to see any. Zuo Mo uttered. Looking at the constantly changing black ball of mist, he instantly felt it hard to handle. How do I hunt it? Very simple. Just wound it. Pu Yao's eyes were bright, and he expectantly added, serious wound. Zuo Mo summoned out the water drop sword. The water drop sword had become even more glowing and soft like a water drop after being continuously nurtured in the Ling Spring. After motioning for a bit, he decided to attack. Flowing water. In front of Zuo Mo, a semi-clear ripple quietly spread out. The water drop sword thrust straight into the Yin fiend, its sharp point seemed to have thrust it into water. He could clearly feel the resistance coming from the tip of the sword. Hiss! The Yin fiend suddenly started to move restlessly. Zuo Mo suddenly felt his head hurt, like a needle piercing his mind. The water drop sword instantly became disorganized. This is the weakest of Yin fiends. It only knows one move, consciousness stab. It is as weak as it gets. Pu Yao mocked from the side, are you not able to even get this one down? Just at this time, a second consciousness stab came. Zuo Mo's sword instantly became a mess. His consciousness might have formed, but how to use his consciousness was a problem he had always had a headache about. He had so much spiritual power, but he didn't know how to use it. It really was a waste, to say nothing of using his consciousness to attack or defend. It seemed like someone had forcefully pierced his head twice, his head instantly in throbbing pain. But the attack of the Yin fiend was invisible and intangible. When his consciousness detected it, the other's attack would have arrived. He basically could not dodge it. Anything related to Pu Yao, it was never anything good, Zuo Mo wailed inside. The Yin fiend was relying on its instincts. It had been provoked by the water drop sword. Other than the consciousness stab, it was like an infuriated beast, leaping at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt the temperature of the surroundings dramatically increasing, the Yin energy almost tangible as it surrounded him as though it wanted to burrow through his pores inside his body. Zuo Mo felt countless needles were pricking his body. He couldn't help but howl. You're really trashy. This kind of Yin fiend, your crappy Shixiang only needs one sword blow to defeat them. Pu Yao mocked heartlessly from the side. Zuo Mo didn't have the attention to argue with Pu Yao now. The water drop sword came back to his hand. This time, he did not hesitate. Using all his Ling power, he prepared to give a blow with all his power. However, he was instantly frightened. He suddenly lost control of the Ling power inside his body. The black mist which tightly enclosed his body was like a sponge, furiously absorbing the Ling power inside Zuo Mo's body. Why was it like this? At this rate, his Ling power would quickly be sucked dry by the Yin Fiend. Consuming Ling. All Yao know how to do it. Oh, this little Yin Fiend doesn't count as a Yao yet. Pu Yao's words really came at a good time, but it was full of disdain towards this Yin Fiend. Zuo Mo heard Pu Yao's words and his heart jumped. Consuming Ling. Based on the term, it would be consuming Ling power. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Vajra Profound Sutra. At this time, he had no option but to instantly start channeling Vajra Profound Sutra. A golden light suddenly flashed inside the black mist. It was as though a layer of dark gold was layered on Zuo Mo's entire body. It had an effect. Zuo Mo clearly felt the loss of Ling power inside his body slow down. The dark golden skin was like a layer of protection, it could stop the loss of his Ling power. Holding the water drop sword, Zuo Mo did not hesitate any longer, attacking with all his power. Layered wave. The sword rose up, like the start of the tide. As it moved, the waves rose in layers, forming a raging wave. Just at this time, the coldness that had gathered for a long time was like a landslide, erupting out and crashing. The pressure around Zuo Mo's body instantly lessened. Holding the sword, with him as the center, there was a circle of light blue icicles. The pun here is that life is in Chinese, which is literally human, person, birth. Pu Yao is a Yao, not a human, and so he does not have life. Translator ramblings, I think I had named the things devilings the first time around, but they are now in fiends. Pu Yao has high demands for his food. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Formation Discs. Chapter 113, Formation Discs. You've beaten it to this, how can I eat it? Pu Yao said in dissatisfaction. Zuo Mo panted, not having the energy to pay attention to him. After a while, his breaths evened. Thinking about the danger that had just passed, he suddenly erupted, "You damned Runyao! Why didn't you tell me before that Yin Fiends could attack?" Pu Yao's face was matter of fact. "I thought you knew. Such a simple thing, you should know that. Silly Yao, you aren't seeing the situation clearly." Zuo Mo smirked, "Such a simple thing, GE doesn't want to lower myself to do it. You can do it yourself." Finishing, he turned to leave. Pu Yao was dumbstruck. "Silly Yao! Fighting with GE, I'll let you know how to die." Zuo Mo raged inside, his anger remaining. "This is a misunderstanding." Pu Yao caught up and said solemnly, "Actually, I wanted to teach you how to deal with Yin Fiends, but you know, this needs you to personally experience it so you have a better impression." Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to him. Pu Yao glanced at him and kept on speaking, "Look, with your power, it doesn't take much energy to destroy Yin Fiends that have just formed. But do you have any way of injuring them but not destroying them?" Zuo Mo didn't even blink an eyelid. "Why do I have to injure them but not destroy them?" Pu Yao said sternly, "Oh, it is not right to think that way. For example, your master told you to capture a Yao beast, alive. What will you do? You make medicine as well, and you should know that many Yao beast material need alive beasts to be effective." Zuo Mo still didn't pay attention to him. "However, taking into account your present cultivation, it was pretty good that you managed to destroy it. But you cannot stay forever in Wukong Mountain and Sky Moonjia. Oh, you still have to go find your identity in history." Zuo Mo's steps stopped. He rudely interrupted Pu Yao. "Pu, what do you really want to say?" Pu shrugged his shoulders. "I just want to teach you some methods of dealing with similar situations." "What methods?" Zuo Mo asked. "There are many." Pu Yao rubbed his chin. "But with your present power, the best methods is formations." "Formations?" Zuo Mo first paused and then some interest rose. "Formations, how to use formations? The enemy will let me set up a formation?" Smugness rose in Pu Yao's bloody pupil and then disappeared. "Your understanding of formations is still too shallow. I have seen strong Xiuzha. Their minds would just move and they could make a big formation. They have endless tricks. I once encountered a sword Xiu. He had 12 flying swords, and he could set up a powerful formation in the blink of an eye, extremely strong." Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. "You're just wasting your words." Recently, he had been studying formations, but he had just started. He needed a lot of time to set up a slightly complex formation, much less using his mind to set up a large formation. "It seems your basic knowledge is too weak." Pu Yao was not gentle in mocking Zuo Mo. He continued, there is something called formation discs in this world. Formation discs? Zuo Mo paused and then became joyous. You know how to make formation discs? Many of the formation jade scrolls he had gathered would mention the thing called formation discs, but not one of the jade scrolls mentioned how to make formation discs. He had planned on searching in Dongfu to see if he could buy a jade scroll about formation discs. However, after the incident with the inky black lotus seed occurred, he didn't have time to go search before he sneaked back to the mountain. I don't have any interest in trash like formation discs. Pu Yao's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Zuo Mo's heart that had just heated slightly instantly cooled down. He looked in extreme dissatisfaction at Pu Yao. Pu Yao shrugged, even though I don't understand, but I know where to find the instructions. Where? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask. Oh, I feel we need to make an agreement. Pu Yao said slowly. Zuo Mo first stilled and then understood what Pu Yao meant. He asked, what agreement? I'll tell you where it is. You need to give me 15 fiends, alive. Pu Yao's bright red tongue licked his lips, extremely alluring. Okay. Zuo Mo agreed without any hesitations. Your sect's records room has it. Pu Yao smirked at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was speechless. The records room of Wu Kong Sword Sect was open to all inner sect disciples and did not require any contribution points. When the sect leader had announced this, Zuo Mo had been suspicious that he had heard it wrong. He felt none of the elders were charitable people, so why would they announce such a strange rule? However, Zuo Mo definitely approved of it. The only shortcoming was that the sect primarily focused on sword scriptures and had pitiful amounts of other jade scrolls. There were very few that were good ones. This was also why Zuo Mo hadn't thought of the sect's records room in the first place. Zuo Mo suddenly stopped in his steps. He saw a familiar figure. Luo Li Shixiang. Wasn't he in seclusion? Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. He looked a few more times. Luo Li Shixiang seemed engrossed in his reading and hadn't noticed his arrival at all. Zuo Mo didn't have any good feelings for Luo Li Shixiang. The conflict between the two of them basically could not be resolved. Zuo Mo didn't want to have a conflict happen in the records room, so he lightened his steps and started searching in the records room. He quickly found the jade scroll on formation discs and was overjoyed. Pu Yao hadn't lied to him. Holding the jade scroll, Zuo Mo quickly sunk into the world of the jade scroll, completely forgetting the passage of time. Formation discs was putting already prepared formations inside a jade disc so that when it was needed, it could quickly be released. It was an extremely practical technique. The majority of formations could be made into formation discs for easy use. However, the power of formation discs was slightly weaker than the formations that were set up using talismans, so it was preferred by low-level Xiuzha below Jindan. In all the Xiuzha, the ones skilled in using formation discs were roaming Xiu. Zuo Mo found that he seemed to be extremely similar to roaming Xiu. The spells that he had primarily focused on in the area of Ling farming were also one of the areas roaming Xiu were skilled in. The difficulty of creating formation discs was directly related to the difficulty of the formation. It had to be said that Zuo Mo's days which he spent in Dongfu processing all kinds of materials had given him large amounts of experience. Under his attentive studying, he gradually learned how to make formation discs. Before this, he studied formations because he wanted to increase his skill at forging and danmaking. He had never thought about using formations against enemies. Only when he started learning how to make formation discs did he find that formations could be used against enemies. When he left the records room, the sky was already dark. Luo Li Shixiang had disappeared. Zuo Mo guessed that he had left. Returning to the little west windyard, Xiaoguo had already left. Only Silly Bird was standing on the rooftop, untiringly preening her own feathers again and again. Finding a jade board in the room, Zuo Mo gathered his mind to think and started to create his first formation disc. He cut out a piece of jade that was palm-sized and the thickness of a finger. There was no need to wonder about the shape of the formation disc. Zuo Mo used the water drop sword to cut it into a rough circular shape. The important part was to seal the formation into the jade disc. What formation should he seal? Since it was his first try, Zuo Mo decided to pick a formation of little difficulty, 3-talent water formation. The only purpose of this formation was to greatly increase the water content inside a certain area to increase the power of water element spells. There were many things that had to be taken care of when setting up a formation, and the most important one of them was the formation talisman. The formation talisman was just a talisman that could act as the intermediary for the formation. Some Xiuzha would create some little flags and use them to make the formation. Others would make a beaded bracelet for the formation. The Xiuzhou were different, and the formation talismans that could be used were endless and varied. However, if they were formation talismans, they would have some similarities, such as number. The more powerful the formation, the more complex it usually was, and the more formation talismans was needed to create the formation. However, to Zuo Mo, formation talismans was something he could only dream about. He didn't have the power presently to create a good formation talisman. Thankfully, the 3-talent water formation did not need any good materials. Zuo Mo just randomly found 3 pieces of first-grade greenwood, cut it up to half a CUN wide, and 3 CUN long pieces, before starting to carve the formation on them. Due to the formation itself being simple, 3 crude formation talismans were quickly completed. Zuo Mo started to set up the 3-talent water formation. The 3 pieces of greenwood were placed in the positions of sky, earth, and person. 2 jingshi were placed according to the positions of sun and moon. After setting it up, Zuo Mo started a spell. A layer of misty water quickly covered the little west wind yard. Silly Bird shrieked in shock from the roof, and hurriedly flapped her wings to fly into the sky. At this time, Zuo Mo had taken out the jade disc he had prepared before, and cast a spell to seal the formation. All the water and the 3-talent water formation were completely taken into the jade disc. There was nothing left on the ground, and on the jade disc, there was a green water-shaped sigil. Zuo Mo found it extremely interesting. He quickly cast a spell for the formation disc. Light flashed across the surface of the formation disc, and a 3-talent water formation appeared on the ground again, continuously producing water. However, the rate of water that it produced in the air was slightly slower than before. So interesting. Zuo Mo, interested, started to make all kinds of formation discs. Even though it was the simplest materials, but he was extremely interested and toyed around gleefully. He only stopped when all the Ling power in his body was used up. He had about a dozen of all kinds of formation discs. Extremely exhausted, he collapsed into sleep. Moments later, his snores were like thunder. Zuo Mo was called up by Xiaoguo. Shi Xiong. Xiaoguo timidly called. Zuo Mo barely managed to open his eyes and muttered indistinctly. It had been a time since he had such a good sleep. Sect leader tells you to go to Wu Kong Hall. Wu Kong Hall, don't bother me. Just having opened his eyes, Zuo Mo's mind was still fuzzy. After a while, his mind focused and he instantly sat up, nervously asking Xiaoguo, "Where did you just say sect leader wanted me to go?" "Sect leader said for you to go to Wu Kong Hall," Xiaoguo timidly said. Without another word, he jumped up and rushed out of the West Wind Valley like a burst of wind. She was joking. If sect leader said for him to go to Wu Kong Hall, then that definitely meant he had something important to announce. On the way there, he kept on pondering what important matter did the sect leader have to announce this time. Translator ramblings, poor Zuo Mo, he really is still far from being a good businessman. 3 guesses what the announcement is about and the first 2 doesn't count. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Sword Test Conference? Chapter 114, Sword Test Conference? When Zuo Mo hurried to Wu Kong Hall, he was surprised to find Luoli Shixian was also there. He bowed to the sect leaders seated at the front before standing to one side. Scanning the surroundings, he saw the other Sherbua and Master had not come. There was only the 3 of them in Wu Kong Hall. Luoli, Zuo Mo, you 2 need to prepare. 1 month later, you and your Wei Shang Shixiang will represent our sect at Dongfu Sword Test Conference. You have to cultivate well, and not slack off. The sect leader concisely announced this news. The status of Wei Shang as eldest Shixiang had become unshakable after he came out of the sword cave. Supposedly, the sect leader had announced it on the spot. Luoli did not say a word, just bowed. Zuo Mo, who did not have any mental preparations, was dumb on his spot. Sword Test Conference? He was going to attend the Sword Test Conference? After a while, he regained his focus and said, panicked, "Sect leader, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "How is it inappropriate?" Pei Yuanran hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would say it was inappropriate. Seeing the sect leader's gaze land on him, Zuo Mo could only keep going. This disciple might not be able to take the duty. It is enough for our sect to have Wei Shang Shixiang and Luoli Shixiang. This disciple's power is weak. Before he even finished, even Luoli's eyes as they looked at him were slightly strange. Pei Yuanran chuckled, "Haha. You don't look anything like your scalping zombie nickname." He narrowed his eyes slightly, and said warmly, "The reputation of the sect, when it's time to use it, it should naturally be used well. However, when the sect needs your service, you cannot retreat." Zuo Mo's heart dropped. It was over. The sect leader definitely knew that he had gone to Ling Ying's sect. The sect leader's warm gaze right now was like a knife. Zuo Mo felt extremely uncomfortable, the words that had reached his mouth shrinking back. He hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. This disciple was muddle-minded. To earn honor for the sect, it is the duty of our generation. This disciple will extinguish volcanoes and upset seas if necessary. The sect leader laughed, we don't need you to go through anything. Just try at the competition. It will be good for you personally. Zuo Mo instantly was embarrassed. It was lucky that there was no expression on his face and nothing could be seen. The reason that he didn't want to attend the sword test conference was that he didn't want to divide his attention. He suddenly asked curiously, sect leader, hasn't the sword test conference been going on for a while? Disciple had thought it was going to finish soon. Haha, the local sects would always have a few slots. You can directly attend the sword test conference, and do not have to start from the preliminary sword test conference. Alright, if you have any more questions, you can ask your Liang Feng Shiji. I have put her in charge of the logistics for this conference. Pei Yuan Ran waved his hands, signaling for the two to leave. From beginning to end, Luoli did not say a word, standing there like a block of wood. Zuo Mo didn't exchange pleasantries with him and they left on their own paths. Walking to the West Wind Valley, Zuo Mo still hadn't managed to react yet. He had never thought about attending the sword test conference. Even though he was tempted of the prizes, but he knew how much he was really worth. He had heard things when he had been processing materials in Dongfu. Supposedly, this sword test conference was the biggest Sky Moon Jie ever held, and had the highest attendance in history. He might have been bold and victorious at Lingying sect, and gotten a lot of gains, but there was a lot of luck involved. In the many young disciples of Sky Moon Jie, the first-class ones were those young people who had already reached the stage of Ningmai, like Wei Sheng Xixiang. Ningmai was like a doorway. If they could not step over it before 30 years old, they wouldn't make any great achievements. Zuo Mo was full of confidence in Wei Sheng Xixiang, but placed in the context of the entire Sky Moon Jie, this confidence would have to discounted. Dongfu was just one of the 13 primary towns of Sky Moon Jie, and there were countless families of various sizes spread out across the wild. In Sky Moon Jie, other sects of various sizes, the next numerous group were all kinds of families. These families had generations of cultivators, and there were not many differences compared to sects, except that they were even more traditional and conservative. They did not accept Xiuzhi from the outside. Compared to sects, the resources that the families had were much less, and they were less scriptures and spells. However, they had their own method of surviving. They might not have many spells, but after being refined and corrected by generations of disciples, as long as it had managed to pass down, it would have its unique traits. The disciples that came from sects, they would have stronger foundations in areas. The disciples that came from families, they would always have one or two spectacular spells. Each had their specialties. If a talented disciple came out of a cultivation family, the tilt in the resources would be even greater than a sect. So many powerful experts, he, with his Juji cultivation, what would he do there? Zuo Mo twisted his mouth. In reality, even Luoli Xixiang didn't have a hope in his eyes. If someone had a chance from the sect, it would only be Wei Sheng Xixiang. When he thought of Wei Sheng Xixiang, Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel expectant. Xixiang, who had killed his way step by step in the cave, and broken through to the stage of Ningmai, what kind of display would he put up? This was the only part of the sword test conference that Zuo Mo was interested in. The Yin fiends in the sword cave had all been wiped out by Xixiang. Even Puyao, when speak of Xixiang, would occasionally show hints of praise. Okay, since he was just going there to show his face, Zuo Mo decided, of course, he would display his effort to avoid being punished by the sect leader. Zuo Mo then decided to throw the problem to one side and keep doing what he was doing. In the little yard, Xiaoguo was still practicing the sword, sweating heavily, extremely focused. Zuo Mo did not disturb her, only standing and looking silently from the side. After a short while, he nodded. Xiaoguo had improved very quickly, and the blue flower sword scripture had formed. In reality, Xiaoguo's talents in the sword could only count as average. Zuo Mo had only taught her to fulfill the duty of a Xixiang. But as Xiaoguo continuously improved, especially the effort that almost surpassed Zuo Mo's imagination, his attitude started to gradually change and he taught more seriously. Blue flower, sword scripture, killing intent hidden within the gentleness. The navy sword light was sometimes thin and dense, layers of circles like the fine brush paintings, sometimes the sword leapt like the crazed ink writing. Presently, Xiaoguo's blue flower still lacked killing intent, but on soft, yin, and entangling, it was exceptional. What Zuo Mo felt astounded by was the tenacity that was barely perceivable in her sword presence. She was like a timid and silent spider hiding in the white porcelain vase, spitting out countless thin navy strands, quietly forming a dense and strong blue net, trapping her opponent. This, blue flower, was really suited for her. Zuo Mo praised inside and felt happy for her. In the future, Xiaoguo definitely could become a pretty strong sword xiao. There was another transformation in Blue Flower, Drawing Essence. Zuo Mo felt that he couldn't demand so much. This thing was related to one's personality. Xiaoguo wasn't that kind of forthright and lively person. He guessed it would be hard for her to comprehend that level of sword essence. Zuo Mo wasn't a person stuck on transformations. He felt that if Xiaoguo kept developing like this, she would definitely carve out a road for herself. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo gathered all the jade scrolls that he felt could give Xiaoguo help. Most of them were Yin and soft sword scriptures. At this time, Xiaoguo had completed one round of practice. When she raised her head and saw Zuo Mo watching on from the side, she timidly said, "Xixiang." "Oh." Zuo Mo responded. He took out a few jade scrolls out of his 100 treasures pouch to give to Xiaoguo. "Take this and have a look. Don't just practice, take a look at other things, learn some knowledge, it can be inspiration for you." Seeing mist rise in Xiaoguo's eyes, Zuo Mo instantly had a headache. He hurriedly stuffed the jade scrolls into Xiaoguo's hands, and said in a deliberately stern tone, "This is homework. I will inspect it. Don't slack off. Keep practicing." Finishing, he fled, heading towards his house. Everything about this little girl was good, except she liked crying too much. Zuo Mo shook his head. He could do nothing for Xiaoguo there. "Oh, she can practice by herself since she had been pretty good right now," Zuo Mo said extremely irresponsibly. He quickly threw the question to one side, and started his daily cultivation. His cultivation was extremely unequal right now. The great majority of his time was on scriptures. Both embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation and Vajra Profound Sutra needed large amounts of time. In comparison, the time he spent on spells was lamentable. Due to not having the next section on the 5-element spells of Ling plant farmers, he could only work on the finger motions to stop them from becoming unfamiliar. Li Water Sword Scripture, after he merged the sword essences, he found that he had greatly diverged from the contents of the Jade Scrolls. The content in the Jade Scrolls was not suited to the newly hybrid sword essence. The problem was while it was hard to merge together the sword essences, it was even harder to split them apart again. The only thing Zuo Mo felt happy about was the new sword essence was much more powerful than before. The remaining time was on the spells for danmaking and forging. Shifeng felt that she didn't have time to teach him danmaking, so she let him read all the Jade Scrolls relating to danmaking. She had even wiped away the jinji on the Jade Scrolls that required an appropriate cultivation for Zuo Mo to read. It had to be said that this was very beneficial for Zuo Mo. His control over the stalagmite fire was much stronger than before. He could comprehend many of the intricacies. Even though he could not understand many parts due to his cultivation, but his thinking and knowledge was far above the past. In the area of forging, he could only be considered to be dabbling. The only thing he was good at was processing materials. Other things, he was extremely weak. However, he felt that forging was a pretty good direction, especially when he had a fire seed. When he had free time, he would flip through Second Sherbua's Jade Scrolls on forging. From this, it could be seen just how little spells he had. However, he didn't have any better methods. He definitely couldn't talk about it with sect leader in the Sherbua, otherwise, he would be lectured. The elders would certainly sternly lecture him to practice the sword, and not bite off more than he can chew. One sword breaks all moves was the confidence of sword show experts. It was a pity that Zuo Mo was not an expert and did not have much time recently to put on the sword. He was a pure pragmatist. His development was completely due to needs and motivations. After he had nearly tripped up at Linging sect, he had become highly alert that he could not do it again. Earning Jingshi, it was better to be safe and steady. Before, he had spent large amounts of time on formations, but since he had been lacking for effective methods, he had studied, but didn't have great interest. But now that he had the formation discs, this had undoubtedly opened a window for Zuo Mo. On the other side of the window was a completely new world. Translator ramblings, you guys are all so smart. This chapter was a bit of review on Zuo Mo's abilities since he is going to have fight in the future. Pei Yuanran also makes a good point about the relationship between the sect and its disciples. The sect comes with a lot of benefits and so the disciples should pay back when needed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Exploring the Sword Cave Again. Chapter 115, Exploring the Sword Cave Again. Zuo Mo opened his eyes, the dark gold covering his entire body slowly fading. If one was to peel away Zuo Mo's skin, they would see that the flesh under the skin would appear have countless slivers of gold embedded in it. The third level of Vajra Profound Sutra, Golden Clothing of Flesh, became deeper each day. The Mo matrix seemed to have the greatest pairing with Vajra Profound Sutra. Even Zuo Mo was shocked at the progression speed of Vajra Profound Sutra. Originally, he had assumed that the gravestone version of Vajra Profound Sutra would be slow and steady. Who knew that with the addition of a Mo matrix, it dramatically transformed? Based on this speed, he would soon reach the fourth level of Red Lotus Flowing Gold. It was a pity that other than body cultivation, Zuo Mo didn't know how to use it. Even though his body was golden clothing of flesh and was not easily injured by normal flying sword. But the sorry state he was in when he had encountered the Yin Fiends last time made him understand that even though his body could not be destroyed, he could do nothing against spiritual attacks. Zuo Mo felt he was a complete tragedy. He had a gigantic consciousness but didn't know how to use it. He had cultivated his body to golden clothing of flesh, but similarly, he didn't know how to use it. He knew the attributes of countless materials, but could not forge an acceptable talisman. The only thing he felt fortunate about was that he knew how to make formations discs now. He could now use the formations he had learned. Pu Yao, who had become impatient long ago, nagged, "Start working. Start working." He didn't wait for Zuo Mo to speak up. Throwing out the Jingshi, a blur of light, and one person and one Yao disappeared from their spots. "We agreed." 50 seriously injured Yin Fiends, Pu Yao emphasized, alive, but. I know, Zuo Mo was extremely conscious that he had to pay what he owed. Even more, he owed Pu Yao. It wasn't easy to take advantage of Pu Yao. These past few days, he had made large amounts of all kinds of formation discs and wanted to try their abilities. "There's one there," Pu Yao instantly became excited as he floated towards one corner. Zuo Mo followed in a hurry. As expected, a Yin Fiend was silently floating in the corner. Zuo Mo noticed the mist around the body of this Yin Fiend was denser than last time. "What's this? It looks harder to deal with than last time," he asked Pu Yao. Pu Yao stared fixedly at this Yin Fiend with his eyes bright. The only thing lacking was him drooling. Without turning his head he said, "What place is this?" "The Yin Fiends absorbed Yin energy every day. It's natural that they grow quickly." Zuo Mo muttered and responded, "So that was why." This Yin Fiend was stronger than the last one. It quickly found Zuo Mo, gave a dissonant sound, and then leapt at Zuo Mo. At the same time a consciousness stab came. However, Zuo Mo was prepared the time. With a snicker he flipped his hand, and he lightly threw out a formation disc. The formation disc was like it was thrown into the water. The air vibrated and the formation disc disappeared. The air next to Zuo Mo's ears shook. The consciousness stab brushed past him. His heart was joyful. The formation was already effective. The Yin Fiend that had traveled not far away from Zuo Mo suddenly stopped in its place, seemingly confused. Due to desiring to see the effect of the formation, Zuo Mo wasn't in a hurry to attack and circled around the Yin Fiend. The Yin Fiend inside the formation didn't respond at all, and was just turning in circles. As expected, joy could barely be disguised in Zuo Mo's eyes. "I hadn't guessed wrong." Pu Yao had told him the requirements for Yin Fiends to form. Adding on the attack of the consciousness stabs that the Yin Fiend had used last time, Zuo Mo had deduced that Yin Fiends were vulnerable to illusory formations. Yin Fiends were born from Yin energies. Even though they knew how to use consciousness stabs, however their intelligence was low and were easily prey to illusory formations. The formation he threw out was called Path Confusion Formation. It was one of the simplest illusory formations. Its effect was to make others lose track of their position. Due to the limited materials, Zuo Mo was not able to create a more complex path confusion formation. In real battles, a second-grade path confusion formation wouldn't be very effective. It basically was not effective against any Shouja above the stage of Zhuji. Even more so, the path confusion formation released by the formation disc was less powerful. However, this little and mostly useless path confusion formation successfully trapped an Yin Fiend. In an instant, Zuo Mo's heart was filled with the feeling of accomplishment. After Pu Yao had said that if he could not increase the storage of Ling power, then he should decrease the use of Ling power to increase the efficiency of Ling power, it had given him great inspiration. What he understood and was skilled at were all low-level spells. Right now, the improvement in his cultivation was extremely slow, and those high-level spells and formations all had high demands on Ling power. He had been disappointed for a long time, but the Mo matrix and Yao seed could not be removed. He could not solve the problem of storing Ling power. That meant he was destined to work with only low-level spells. Without any other method, he could only rely on these low-level spells and formations. He had a feeling, if he could use them well, low-level spells and formations could also release a significant power. Reality proved that he was correct. As long as the direction was right, a second-grade formation could trap a Yin Fiend. It was great motivation that he had been right. This caused him to completely forget Pu Yao. All of his attention was on the trapped Yin Fiend. He wanted to see how long this path confusion formation that was not even second grade could trap this Yin Fiend. This Yin Fiend, what counterattack would it have? Seeing Zuo Mo not moving, Pu Yao was slightly dissatisfied, but he suppressed it. He also wanted to see what Zuo Mo wanted to do. The Yin Fiend inside the formation gradually became irritable. It could be seen from the boiling Yin energy around it. From the time it had been trapped, the Yin Fiend had released 5 consciousness stabs, all of them failing to hit anything, and in all directions. This was evidence that the Yin Fiend had completely lost its sense of direction. Squeak, dot. The Yin Fiend suddenly gave an extremely piercing yell, and from the restless Yin energy, there were 5 grey thin splinters that suddenly shot out. Bam, a light sound, and the path confusion formation instantly broke. The 5 grey splinters were not hampered and continued to travel in their path. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. One of the grey splinters was shooting towards him. Hurriedly casting a spell, the Moonwater Black Turtle Armor's formation started up. A semi-clear turtle shell shield appeared in front of him. Pew! The turtle shield shook, the light fading, but it managed to stop it. Zuo Mo was shocked. This grey splinter was this powerful. He was extremely clear just how strong the turtle shell defense that the Moonwater Black Turtle Armor put out. It had almost been broken. If that had landed on his body, it definitely would have left a bloody hole. Gritting his teeth, another formation disc appeared on his hand, Dragon Tying Formation, but when the formation disc left his hand, it turned to 3 thin blue chains, and headed for the Yin Fiend. The 5 grey splinters seemed to have been harmful to the Yin Fiend as well. It was drooping at its spot, unable to dodge in time. The 3 blue chains were like 3 blue snakes, securely tying it up. Speaking of it, it was strange. This Yin Fiend was completely made up of Yin energy, but these blue chains could tie it like it was tangible, tying it so that it could not move. Only now did Zuo Mo release a breath. This, Dragon Tying Formation, was one of the fine formations in the Jade Scrolls that he had earned. To make this Dragon Tying Formation, he had used up a lot of materials. This was one of the biggest insurances he had this time. He hadn't thought he would use it so early. Do you need me to help? Zuo Mo calmed down and turned to ask Pu Yao. No need, Pu Yao licked the corner of his mouth and walked towards the Yin Fiend that was tied up. The Yin Fiend seemed to be extremely terrified of Pu Yao, furiously squeaking. Pu Yao was not moved. Walking in front of the Yin Fiend, he reached with his hand into the Yin energy. There didn't seem to be any movement, but the squeaks of the Yin Fiend gradually became smaller. The grey Yin energy covering the body of the Yin Fiend was sucked into Pu Yao's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pu Yao revealed an intoxicated expression. So long since I tasted something this delicious. In the blink of an eye, he had sucked the Yin Fiend dry. The 3 blue chains vanished into the air without a support. Oh, there's still 49 more. There seemed to be a new glow on Pu Yao's face, the smile at the corner of his mouth even more enchanting. Luckily, Zuo Mo had prepared large amounts of formation discs for this trip to the Sword Cave. The Dragon Tying Formation was just one of them. Gradually, Zuo Mo became familiar with the specialties of the Yin Fiends. The grey splinters was the last life-saving move of the Yin Fiends. After they used it, they would shrink and become weak. The illusory formations were 100% successful against the Yin Fiends. Zuo Mo had to sigh that it was wondrous how things in the world would have their weaknesses. As Zuo Mo became familiar with the Yin Fiends, his moves became much more skilled. He spent more time now examining how the Yin Fiends used the consciousness. Yin Fiends were extremely primitive and crude in their use of consciousness, but to Zuo Mo, who didn't know how to use his consciousness at all, it was an extremely valuable experience. When he encountered the 10th Yin Fiend, Zuo Mo could form a consciousness stab after trying a few times to condense the Yin energy into needles. Zuo Mo could skillfully use it after practicing a few times, but he was not very satisfied with the power. This move could be used as an ambush, but if the other person was prepared, it basically didn't have any use. The first time, Zuo Mo had been unprepared, and that had caused his sorry state. Pu Yao expressed his usual disdain and mockery. Zuo Mo then put his attention on the grey splinters the Yin Fiends released because he found the grey splinters were much stronger than the consciousness stab. Every time, he would push the Yin Fiend to the limit to get the Yin Fiend to release the grey splinter for him to inspect. His consciousness was much stronger and larger than the Yin Fiend. After repeated inspections, he finally understood the gist. The center of the grey splinter was consciousness, and the outer layer was a dense skin of Yin energy. The grey splinter was much more skilled than the consciousness stab. It would use less spiritual power than the consciousness stab, but the consciousness stab couldn't compare to it in power. Pu Yao's mood was extremely good. He had ate more than 10 yin fiends in a row. There was an additional glow on his face, even the red pupil and the red crystal on his ears became bright and luminous. In opposition to Pu Yao, Zuo Mo's mood was terrible. He spent so much effort to understand what the gray splinter was, but he could not use it. Was there anything that would make someone more depressed? He felt it was not very hard to control his consciousness, but he wasn't a yin fiend. Where would he get such dense and pure yin energy? The gray splinters must include yin energy for them to be used. Without the available materials, without yin energy, Zuo Mo couldn't do it. Wait! Zuo Mo, who had been following with his head down beside Pu Yao, suddenly felt a light flash across his mind. His feet couldn't help but stop. Floating at the front, Pu Yao was slightly surprised. He also stopped and looked back in slight puzzlement. He coincidentally saw Zuo Mo's raised eyes, and the glee that could not be disguised. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo makes some progress on his body cultivation. His defenses have now gotten up. But he is still lacking a lot of techniques and knowledge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Yin Splinter. Chapter 116, Yin Splinter. Zuo Mo thought of the yin beads. Aren't the yin beads made of yin energy? The yin energy in the yin beads was even more condensed than the yin energy of the yin fiends. Zuo Mo became more excited the more he thought about it. He took out a yin bead and started to study it. Consciousness was extremely sensitive to other consciousness. When Zuo Mo inspected it before, he had clearly understood the consciousness inside the gray yin splinter. However, the yin bead was different than the yin energy surrounding the yin fiend. The condensation of the yin energy in the yin bead far surpassed the yin energy surrounding the yin fiend. He still needed to slowly figure out how to use his consciousness. He referred to this gray splinter as yin splinter. Zuo Mo sunk into his thoughts. He wasn't afraid of finding things out. What he was afraid of was not finding a direction. Now that he found a direction, he was halfway there. Pu Yao curiously looked at Zuo Mo thoughtfully as he silently floated forward. Zuo Mo unconsciously followed him. Zuo Mo didn't notice that the road under his feet was heading down. A dark smile came onto the corner of Pu Yao's mouth. Squeak! Zuo Mo was suddenly shaken and was frightened out of his thoughts. He raised his head and saw a yin fiend heading towards him. He was familiar with the routine and did not panic. He threw out a formation disc with path confusion formation inscribed in it. It was easy to make a path confusion formation, and it didn't need much in terms of quality of the materials. So Zuo Mo had made more of them than anything else. The 100 treasure pouch at his waist was extremely heavy, completely filled with all kinds of low-level formation discs. If it wasn't that his Vajra Profound Sutra had reached the level of golden flesh clothing and his strength had improved, just the formation discs would be enough to crush him. As expected, the yin fiend stopped in its steps. But quickly, the yin fiend surprised Zuo Mo greatly. The yin energy surrounding the yin fiend moved restlessly and 3 gray yin splinters suddenly shot into the surroundings. The path confusion formation that had just formed was like a wet piece of paper and was torn to pieces. Only now did Zuo Mo notice the yin energy surrounding this yin fiend was thicker than the previous yin fiends. As the yin energy was extremely condensed, the gray yin energy looked black. Damn it! This yin fiend wasn't a normal one. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Pu Yao had retreated to one side, a smirk on his face. Zuo Mo didn't have to think to know that it was Pu Yao's fault. But there was no time to think about it now. After this yin fiend shot out 3 yin splinters, it actually was not affected. It was completely immune to the weakening that the other yin fiends had when they shot out yin splinters. Zuo Mo couldn't help but have a bad feeling. There was only things like path confusion formations left in the 100 treasures pouch. He had completely used up the good formation discs like the dragon tying formation. Responding panically, Zuo Mo barely managed to dodge the yin fiend. The cold wind stirred by the yin fiend brushing past made his hair stand on end. Before he could distance himself, shoo shoo shoo, 3 yin splinters suddenly shot out of the yin fiend. Too close. Unable to dodge in time, Zuo Mo could only start up the turtle shell shield of the Moonwater Black Turtle armor. Pew! The hard turtle shield was like a fragile bubble, dying at the same time as one of the yin splinters. The other 2 yin splinters directly headed for his face and vital areas. Zuo Mo's soul fled. At the time of life and death, he focused all his attention, all his Ling power was channeled, all of his consciousness was furiously moving. He didn't have the time to summon his flying sword. Didn't have the time to take out the seal soldier. Didn't have the time to take out the yin fire bead. Right now, 3 was only one thing he could use. Vajra Profound Sutra. Hi! Zuo Mo shouted. Golden light flashed across his entire body and then suddenly dimmed. The light came fast and left even faster, as though it flashed by. After the golden light, Zuo Mo's entire body seemed to be made from dark gold. His eyes were widened angrily, but there was no expression on his face. He seemed like the Vajrapani coming down to the earth, angry yet indifferent. Without any attention to spare, Zuo Mo reached out with his two dark gold palms, swiping at the two splinters. What one would find strange was that his hands moved extremely slowly, but a feeling of pressure formed. The formation on the vambraces, 1000 kati. At the same time, the third-grade wind travel boots silently glowed. Zuo Mo's hands caught the splinters. Slap slap. Two clear explosions. The splinters seemed to have been hammered, exploding into energy, and spreading out. Zuo Mo didn't end up well either, his hands trembling, his fingers in heart-rending pain. The Avajra Profound Sutra in his body almost collapsed, but he knew this was not the time to take a break and gritted his teeth to persist. The third-grade wind travel boots lit up. Wind travel and movement both started. Zuo Mo was like a ghost. After a string of turns, he distanced himself from the fiend. Panting heavily, Zuo Mo stared fixedly at the fiend in front of him. The dangerous changes that had just occurred frightened him. He didn't even know how he managed to get through it. His heart was beating hard like a heavy drum. He had been too nervous before, and there hadn't been time for him to be afraid. Now that he had the attention to spare, he had enormous fear, and terror once again took over his body. Such a strong fiend. The fiend seemed to have detected Zuo Mo's power. This time, it didn't charge at him, and maintained the standoff with Zuo Mo. The energy that had been moving around its body stopped, motionless. Zuo Mo didn't dare to slack off now. The fiend in front of his eyes was like a fully drawn bow. Just the slightest bit of outside force would cause it to attack. Zuo Mo's hand touched the water drop sword, the terror inside instantly decreasing by a lot. His heart slowly resumed calm. He suddenly understood a little bit the meaning of the flying sword for sword shio. However, this was not the time to think about those things. He needed to first kill of this damned fiend in front of him. With his flying sword in hand, Zuo Mo's confidence instantly rose. He didn't hesitate, and didn't hold anything back as he attacked. 7 whirlpools. 7 whirlpools was made up of countless sword energies and securely surrounded the fiend. The cold energy brimming as the sword energies crisscrossed. The fiend that had been preparing started its attack. Inside the energy it had condensed, a circle of splinters shot out at the surroundings with it at the center like a grey flower blooming. The splinters and 7 whirlpools smashed into each other. Bam bam bam, dot. A string of explosions sounded like fireworks lit up, ringing in the ears. The 7 sword energies whirlpools were destroyed in an instant, but after the whirlpools that had been made up of those sword energy was torn apart, the power actually increased instead. After the 7 sword energy whirlpools broke, the area that they surrounded instantly turned into a mess, extremely disordered and chaotic. In the chaos, countless pieces made out of sword energies flew up and down like countless blades, furiously cutting and slicing. The pitiful fiend was in the center of the chaos and instantly was cut by the countless sword energies. Zuo Mo was joyful. He hadn't thought that 7 whirlpools would increase in power after being broken. The energy around this fiend was extremely dense, and the wounds inflicted by the sword energies were more serious. Looking at the fiend struggling in the disorder, Zuo Mo's heart relaxed slightly. Only now was he at an advantage. This fiend was really strong. The fiend that he had destroyed with one sword blow and the fiend in front of him now was not on the same level. Suddenly, the fiend gave a piercing yell. The energy surrounding its body suddenly shrunk inward and started to gather. Zuo Mo was shocked. The power of the chaos had started to falter. Even those broken sword energies had lost their sharpness. The energy surrounding the fiend shrunk, its body becoming even more concentrated. The sword energies, when they sliced it, gave cracking sounds as though they were cutting leather. It knew a move like this. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck at the endless moves this fiend had. He couldn't help but think it was bad. Even though he didn't know what the fiend would do next, he decided to attack first. Using another 7 whirlpools. 7 sword energy whirlpools once again appeared surrounding the fiend. The fragments of sword energy that had lost power were instantly sucked in by the 7 whirlpools. The 7 whirlpools instantly grew to twice its size. Under the high speed of revolution, the hissing became even more clear, shocking to the soul. Between the 7 whirlpools, the fiend was still compressing energy, not paying attention to anything else. At this time, its body was the size of a bamboo basket, entirely gray-black like a soft ball of ink. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and forcefully revered his Ling force. Break! Boom! 7 gigantic whirlpools simultaneously exploded, countless pieces of sword energy shooting into the surroundings. The place that the Yin Fiend was at was the densest place of sword energy fragments, and the place most severely affected. In that instant, hundreds of sword energy fragments bombed the Yin Fiend's body. Pew pew pew. Countless ripples appeared on the Yin Fiend's inky black body. The Yin Fiend's body shuddered. A stream of blood came out of the corner of Zuo Mo's mouth. When he had reversed the flow of his Ling power, he had injured his channels. However, his eyes were excited. This 7 whirlpools, it was definitely the strongest 7 whirlpools he had ever done. So there were times where the breaking of a sword move could increase its power. He seemed to understand something. The harm the second round of 7 whirlpools was great to the Yin Fiend. It could be seen from the stability of its body. Before, its compressed body had been like a ball of sticky ink, floating steadily in the air. After enduring a storm of countless sword energy fragments, its inky body seemed to show signs of instability. Occasionally, a Yin energy drop would drip down from its body like ink. However, before the droplet landed on the flow, the Yin energy would dissipate in the air. The Yin Fiend was completely infuriated this time. Zuo Mo could clearly feel its anger. The anger passed on by its consciousness. At this moment, a little ball of inky Yin energy left the body of the Yin Fiend. What surprised Zuo Mo was that this little ball of Yin energy did not dissipate in the air after it separated. Suddenly, Zuo Mo's heart jumped. He could feel the consciousness of the Yin Fiend was burrowing into this little ball of Yin energy. Yin Splinter. Thinking about the great power of the previous Yin Splinters, and looking at the inky black ball of Yin energy, if the Yin Splinter was made from such dense Yin energy, the power. Zuo Mo shuddered in fear. What should he use? Li Water Burning Heavens? Or Seal Soldiers? Or Yin Fire Bead? Yin Fire Bead. Zuo Mo suddenly thought that he had been thinking about using the Yin energy of the Yin bead to create a Yin splinter. Hadn't he been just having a headache over the Yin energy of the Yin bead being too dense and hard to control with his consciousness? He stared at the thick Yin energy ball that was floating in front of the Yin Fiend, concentrating on feeling the transformation it was undergoing. Zuo Mo suddenly had a feeling. The Yin Fiend in front of him was the best teacher, teaching him how to use the Yin energy and consciousness to make a Yin splinter step by step. He took out a Yin bead, copied the Yin Fiend and started to slowly feed his consciousness into the Yin bead. Watching from the side, Pu Yao was stunned as he gaped at Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, just think of the Yin splinters like very tiny intangible darts. Zuo Mo was inspired by his opponent, which is a first for this novel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, What Happened? Chapter 117, What Happened? Even though it was the first time he was using his consciousness in this way, but Zuo Mo's spiritual control was much stronger than this Yin Fiend. He hadn't processed all those materials for nothing. His spirit was much stronger than the Yin Fiend in the first place, and his control was the same. It was just that he hadn't know how to use it. Seeing how the Yin Fiend in front of him was using its consciousness, Zuo Mo felt that the paper on the window easily broke. One burst of consciousness, shaped like a needle, burrowed into the Yin bead. But the Yin energy inside the Yin bead was too dense. This bit of consciousness was too weak. Zuo Mo wasn't someone that stuck to rote. He quickly separated a few more strands of consciousness and merged them together before it was just able to enter the Yin bead. Once his consciousness entered the Yin bead, Zuo Mo immediately felt an astounding change. He seemed to be situated in a gray world. Dense Yin energy was floating all around him, cold and strange. Zuo Mo's mind became blurred. Only when he felt the hardness coming from his feet did he suddenly wake. The consciousness that had entered the Yin bead had come from him. The feelings that had transferred back had conflicted with his own consciousness, and created this momentary daze suddenly. It was complicated to describe, but it was only the flick of a finger. A inky black Yin splinter appeared in front of the Yin Fiend. As the Yin splinter also formed, Zuo Mo felt a terrifying presence and became wary. Luckily, his own Yin splinter had formed at the same time. It was strange, but the Yin Fiend still kept its original shape. However, it turned from gray to crystal clear without any imperfections. Even though he had copied everything the Yin Fiend had done, but Zuo Mo still was not very confident. He emboldened his heart and threw out this clear crystal bead. The Yin Fiend sent out the Yin splinter at the exact same time. The inky black Yin splinter moved, and howls started. It was like the crying of infants, the Yin energy rippling. Seeing such a strong presence, Zuo Mo became even less confident. His right hand holding the water drop sword, he forced himself to remain calm. He decided, the moment it turned bad, he would definitely use Li Water Burning Heavens even if it meant he would be wounded. He had already been injured before when he had reverse-channeled his Ling power. If he did Li Water Burning Heavens, his injuries would worsen, but he didn't have any better choices. Only now did he realize that what he trusted the most was Li Water Burning Heavens. Pu Yao had spoke of the grand power of the Yin Fire Bead, but he had never used it before, and he had almost failed in the process of making the Yin bead. Zuo Mo didn't know if its power would be weakened due to that. He had personally experienced the power of the Seal Soldier, and it was a good thing, but it took time to recite the spell for this thing, and to cast a spell. If he met an emergency, he wouldn't have the time to use it. There was only Li Water Burning Heavens. As long as he had the water drop sword, he could cast it at any time. He couldn't help but grimace. It was not hard to cast Li Water Burning Heavens, but it was limited by his cultivation. If he was the least bit uncareful, he could be wounded. He decided that after he returned, he would definitely study some more life-saving moves. Readying himself, Zuo Mo threw all his thoughts to the back of his mind, all of his attention fixed on the inky black Yin splinter. The clear crystal bead soundlessly drew the most normal projectile curve. There was no sound, no presence. The presence of the black Yin splinter was astounding. All the Yin energy in the surroundings seemed to be attracted, a cold wind blowing, causing Zuo Mo's clothes to flap. It also cooled down Zuo Mo's heart. The howls that came from every direction, the dark and coldness that entered from every pore. If it was a person with a weaker mental state, they probably wouldn't even have the thought of fighting under this presence. In the corner, Pu Yao watched, stunned, as the bead and splinter hit. Poof! There wasn't the imagined explosion. There was no light. There was only a clear sound like a bubble popping. But with this clear sound, the ever-present howls instantly stopped. That bone-aching dark cold suddenly dissipated. Holding the water drop sword, already prepared to fight for his life, Zuo Mo was stunned in his spot. After the hit, the crystal bead had turned into a clear ball of light, and that astoundingly powerful black Yin splinter had actually been melted by this clear light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The still-glowing ball headed for the Yin Fiend. It was like the Yin Fiend was paralyzed, not moving as it allowed the ball of light to hit its body. The Yin Fiend didn't make a sound as it was hit. It quickly melted and disappeared like a snowman, along with the ball of light. There was nothing remaining. The instant the ball of light disappeared, Zuo Mo's mind blanked. After a while, Zuo Mo focused as he looked dumbly at the empty ground. What had happened? The instant the ball of light and the Yin Fiend had disappeared at the same time, Pu Yao's pupil had suddenly shrunk from behind Zuo Mo, but it quickly recovered. What is this? Zuo Mo turned around and stammered a question. He had thought of many different results, but what happened had definitely not been one of them. Pu Yao said disdainfully, blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't accept such an irresponsible explanation from Pu Yao. He took out another Yin bead, added a bit of consciousness to it. After the Yin bead became a crystal bead again, he threw it out. Poof! The crystal bead hit the ground, a light flashed, and then it disappeared, not even leaving a hole on the ground. Other than his mind blanking for an instantly, there was no response. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. Ha ha! Pu Yao roared with laughter. Was it really just luck? Zuo Mo didn't believe it. Or did this thing only have an effect against Yin Fiends? We finally managed to encounter a somewhat good Yin Fiend and you got rid of it. Pu Yao seemed to be disinterested and threw out a few Jingshi. Zuo Mo felt the scene in front of his eyes flash and they were back in the stone room. After returning, Pu Yao went back into the sea of consciousness. He sat down again on the gravestone and closed his eye. Zuo Mo felt that this guy was probably full and was now digesting it all. Only after returning to the familiar stone room did Zuo Mo feel the heavy exhaustion. He had spent a whole day with his mind on high alert, especially when he had encountered the last few Yin Fiends. He had spent a lot of energy. Not caring that the ground was cold and wet, he fell asleep on the rock. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. As Zuo Mo dreamed, a warm green light rose at his chest, turning into a thin stream and spread into his limbs and organs. Pu Yao sat on the gravestone, coldly staring at the faraway space. The sword test conference was full of excitement. Young experts that lit up the eyes of the audience continuously appeared. The special energy that young expert had caused this sword test conference to be full of emotion. Most of the young cultivators were heavy on the offense and light on the defense. A common scene of the sword test conference was flames and light spreading all around. This was just the preliminary sword test conference. More and more young Xiuzhi were rushing to get to Dongfu. One by one, unfamiliar and unknown names quickly became familiar. Zuo Mo opened his eyes and climbed up from the wet and cold ground. He stretched out his limbs and felt that his strength had recovered. He looked at the surroundings. The stone room was cold and silent. Without him noticing, he had lost his dependence on the Ling vein in the rock room. The vein was now used to make Dan, 1, because it was quite enough and no one would disturb him, and 2, was the Ling spring was a very good place for the water method. He glanced at the Ling Dan in the Ling spring and put the water drop sword into the Ling spring to nurture it. This method didn't produce any visible effects, but it could change the quality of the water drop sword from the ground up. After finishing this, he coiled his legs and sat down, sinking into his thoughts. He had gained a lot from his trip to the sword cave. How to use the formation discs, the effects of each formation disc, stealing how to use the Yin splinter from the Yin fiends. Even though he didn't really understand the result of what he had copied using the Yin bead, but he knew that it worked. It was just that he didn't understand it. Other than that, his biggest discovery was that he found he was lacking life-saving measures. The coordination of low-level moves could have power, but the premise was that it required preparations for many situations. If he suddenly encountered danger, he basically had no time to consider how to group together those spells. Other than that, the Seal Soldier could only be used once and it took a long time for it to activate. That meant it was fated not to be useful in emergencies. The only thing he could rely upon was the water drop sword. However, just relying on the water drop sword, he was not secure. A true sword shio would have absolute confidence in their flying sword and sword scripture, like Wei Shang Shixiang. But this definitely did not include Zuo Mo. He never thought of himself as a pure sword shio and had no basis for such self-confidence. His gaze landed on the Yin fire bead. He had endured great hardship and trouble the last time when he made the Yin fire bead. He naturally didn't bear to use up the one Yin fire bead that he had gone to great trouble to make. He had never been clear about the power of the Yin fire bead. After he had processed so many materials in Dongfu, his control of the stalagmite fire had gone up a level. Adding on the aid of the fire formation, he had the confidence to make a finished Yin fire bead. It was just that he hadn't thought about this at all. In this trip to the sword cave, after the dangers he had encountered, he deeply felt the importance of life-saving measures. At a crucial time, if he had one or two tricks up his sleeve, it would be a completely different outcome. Zuo Mo went to an unpopulated mountain valley. This pace was more than 100 kilometers from Wu Kong Mountain. The old trees in the mountain valley reached for the sky, giving him a great covering. The Yin bead had put him in extreme danger. He knew deeply that this item could not be seen and was even more careful. After finding a position to stand, he took out the Yin fire bead. The cloud-like patterns on the bead was extremely beautiful. In the Yin fire bead chapter, there were all kinds of strange and weird ways to use the Yin fire bead. Because he hadn't had the Yin fire bead before, Zuo Mo hadn't really studied them. This time, he decided to really take a good look. He quickly picked out a finger spell called Finger Throw. It fulfilled Zuo Mo's demands, simple finger moves, and pretty good power. Alone, he stayed in the mountain valley and practiced Finger Throw. Finger Throw was not complicated. It was constructed out of 5 finger motions. However, the Ling power manipulations related to it was slightly complex. Thankfully, even though Zuo Mo's cultivation was limited, but his control of Ling power was extremely outstanding. The degree of difficulty was just a minor problem for him. After 2 hours, he had pretty much grasped the finger throw. 4 hours later, he was extremely familiar. Feeling that it was enough, he stopped his practice. He was extremely curious, using the finger throw to cast the Yin fire bead, what would the power be? Translator ramblings, wasn't this chapter fun? The recurring nightmare comes again. I wonder if this world has sleeping aids or something that could prevent dreams that Zuo Mo is ignorant about. The discussion about whether the stalagmite fire was cold or Yin or both is really bothering me, so I'll go search and see. For what I remember is the first time in this story, a long description of an instant finally happened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118 Between Happiness and Grief. Chapter 118 Between Happiness and Grief. The Yin fire bead flew forward from Zuo Mo's hand, turning into a milky white thread of fire, and hit a broad tree that would need 7 or 8 people to circle it. The milky white flame spread on the ancient tree at an astounding speed. In a few seconds, the milky white flame had covered the entire tree, not even leaving behind a leaf. The tree, which had been bursting with vitality just seconds ago, was now lifeless. As the milky white flame passed, the green leaves instantly turned a chilling white. Quickly, the entire tree was white, and not a bit of green to be seen. The white old tree spread a pressuring chill. snowflakes started to stir up around the surroundings. The white leaves started to break off from the tip, like it was being weathered, falling down. A burst of wind blew, the snowflakes danced, and countless white fragments left the old tree, carried by the wind. The enormous ancient tree, in front of Zuo Mo, turned to a cloud of white dust and disappeared in the wind. Zuo Mo was deeply shocked by what happened in front of him. Returning to the little yard, his mind was still slightly dazed. The Yin fire bead was astoundingly powerful, as expected. If it had hit a person, Zuo Mo guessed that even those Ningmai Shoujo wouldn't be able to block it. For a last resort life-saving measure, the more powerful it was the better. After that, he put all his energy into creating Yin fire beads. With the aid of the three-turn fire formation, the process of making Yin fire beads was extremely smooth. The Yin fire beads that were created this time were different from last time. The entire bead was pure white and flawless, without any trace remaining of the Yin bead. However, after Zuo Mo processed one Yin bead, he needed to meditate to recover. The Ling power and mental power used to create it was astounding, no wonder it was a weapon of great destruction. Looking at the 20 Yin fire beads in his hands, Zuo Mo felt very confident. He occasionally would dream, if he threw these 20 Yin fire beads out at once, what would it look like? Having Yin fire beads, Zuo Mo didn't care about not mastering the Yin splinter. Strangely, Puyao seemed to have forgotten that he still owed him many Yin fiends and didn't urge him to go to the sword cave. Zuo Mo was happy to be idle, but before he could enjoy the pleasure from having made the Yin fire beads, after he inspected his Ling power, his mood instantly dived down a cliff. Damn it! His cultivation actually stopped growing. Why was it like this? The sudden blow was like lightning on a clear day, striking him dumb, his head ringing. After the Mo matrix had been carved, the rate of his cultivation progress had dramatically slowed. He had been worried, but had maintained his calm because his cultivation still had been growing. But if his cultivation stopped growing? He didn't dare to imagine it. After Puyao's advice from before, Zuo Mo was extremely miserly with each bit of Ling power inside his body. This had caused him to be extremely sensitive to Ling power changes inside his body. He could find the slightest change. He was only in Juji stage, it was the stage that cultivation should increase the fastest. He had spent large amounts of time every day on practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, in hopes that he could make it up. It was good if he just increased a little bit of Ling power. It had been like he imaged before. Due to the Mo matrix, the increase in Ling power had been slow, but his cultivation had still been tenaciously growing. However, for 5 continuous days, there hadn't been one iota of change in his Ling energy. He had never encountered a situation like this. Zuo Mo was nervous like he had never been before. If his Ling power stopped growing, his cultivation would forever stop in Juji. Terror spread through his heart. He ran into the sea of consciousness. Puyao was sitting on the gravestone with his eyes closed. No matter how Zuo Mo called him, he didn't move. He was like a statue. Puyao was meditating. It wasn't like he could ask the sect leader and the elders about this. He wouldn't optimistically hope that Second Shirbua and the others, who had become famous in the Yao hunt, wouldn't recognize the Mo matrix. His cultivation paused in the stage of Juji. What about the dream? What would he use to search for the person that changed his features and erased his mind? It was like Zuo Mo had been robbed of all his strength and collapsed on the ground. Ever since he learned his features had been changed and mind erased, he had continuously told himself to search for the answer to his dream, to search for the answer to why his mind and features had been altered. But when the conviction that had pushed him forward had been broken from its foundation, he didn't know what to do. The sky was dark. He was lying on the rooftop, the sound tablet broadcasting beside him. His head was pillowed on his arms as he looked dazedly at the sky. His thoughts had floated far away. How long had it been since he had laid like this? After he had decided to search for answer, the times that he had just laid on the roof to listen to the sound tablet had decreased. Each day was filled with countless scriptures and spells that had to be practiced. Each day, he needed to tell himself repeatedly, he needed to work harder. In the dark night, the stars were like an ocean. Exhausted, Zuo Mo was like a child, coiled into a ball, falling deeply asleep with the sound tablet broadcasting. There were no dreams. The next day, the warm sunshine shone on his body. Opening his eyes, Zuo Mo felt his body was unspeakably relaxed. The depression of yesterday had been swept away. Thinking of his tragic perspective yesterday, he felt it was humorous. It was fine if his cultivation was not growing. As long as he tried, he would find the root of the problem. Having slept, his body was now filled with energy, filled with motivation. Without Ling power, he still had spiritual power, formations, Ling farming, dam making, and forging. He inspected the Ling power inside his body. As expected, it hadn't changed at all. However, he didn't have a tragic outlook now, but was extremely calm. After coming out of meditation, he slowly pondered and felt that he needed to determine the direction that he would take. After spending a short amount of time, he decided what he would focus on primarily: formations. To him, whose cultivation had stopped growing, the importance of formations had rose to an incomparable height. To solve the problem of the pause in his cultivation, he could not avoid formations. Now that he knew how to make formation discs, he could also use those attacking formation discs. Formations were also great aids to Dan making and forging. No matter what road he chose, it would need Jingshi. How to make Jingshi, it was a problem that Zuo Mo could not avoid. His spiritual power was different than his Ling power and its progress hadn't been affected at all, still increasing at a pretty good pace. It was a pity that he had such a treasure but didn't know how to use it. The only uses he knew involving the consciousness was the consciousness stab and Yin splinter. The power of the consciousness stab was too small. The power of the Yin splinter was good, but Zuo Mo gave up on it. The Yin splinter required pure and dense Yin energy. The only way that Zuo Mo could think of was using the Yin bead. However, the Yin bead was too outstanding and would easily bring a disaster down on him. As a life-saving measure, the Yin splinter wasn't as powerful and convenient as the Yin fire bead. Other than that, he could still expect more from Vajra Profound Sutra. Zuo Mo decided to find a few spells that Body Shio used to see if he could use something. He might be able to put some brain power on formations. Last time the golden flesh clothing coordinated with 30,000 Catty had managed to stop 2 Yin splinters directly. He could also consider using the medicine seal style. He could make the Lingdan himself, he could also forge the talismans. As to the paper seals, he wouldn't object to learning seal writing. The more Zuo Mo thought and clarified his thoughts, the more excited he got. The heavens would not shut off all roads. Without Ling power, he still had many other paths. Reality proved that when a person was pushed to the edge of the cliff, they could also explode with potential. In the morning, Li Yingfeng opened the store door. Seeing Zuo Mo outside the door, she stopped and asked instinctively, "Shitty, why are you here again?" Zuo Mo made a sound, not knowing what to say. It looked like Li Yingfeng Shiji had really been frightened by the inky black lotus seed incident from last time. Li Yingfeng instantly realized how inappropriate her words were and added, "Aren't you attending the sword test conference? Shouldn't you be preparing for battle right now?" Zuo Mo spread his hands. "Our sect will have to depend on eldest Shi Xiang. My bit of power isn't enough." Hearing this, Li Yingfeng frowned and said seriously, "Shitty, don't underestimate yourself." Shitty had comprehended sword essence in Juji. This kind of talent, other than eldest Shi Xiang, no one in the sect can compare. Shitty cannot let yourself go, and not think about improvement. Zuo Mo sweated. He knew Shiji was looking out for him but didn't know how to explain. He could only say, "This brother isn't slacking off, but a bit tight on the funds right now." Li Yingfeng's face was shocked. "Where did you spend your Jingshi? You earned so much Jingshi just recently, you used it all? How did you use it up?" Zuo Mo didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell Shiji that there was a bottomless hole hiding away in his consciousness that ate Jingshi. Rationally, several thousand pieces of third-grade Jingshi was an enormous sum for a Juji Shouja. If this was in the past, he wouldn't have even thought of it. Even in Dongfu, it was in shocking sum. Right now, Zuo Mo was telling her that he spent all the Jingshi. How could Li Yingfeng not be shocked? Jingshi is never enough to spend. Zuo Mo deflected as he widened his eyes to stare at his Shiji. Unable to resist Zuo Mo's nagging, Li Yingfeng consented to Zuo Mo's request to open up for business again. Due to the reputation he had accumulated in the past, once Zuo Mo opened, many shouja heard and came. Zuo Mo didn't know that he had a small reputation with the production shouja of Dongfu. Especially when he had successfully cut the 4th grade cold mangot, and then the bomb of successfully processing the 4th grade inky black lotus seed. Zuo Mo's control of fire had been exaggerated to the extreme. This time, Zuo Mo was open to payment through Jingshi, talismans, and jade scrolls. Everyone welcomed it, and his business was busy. After a day, Zuo Mo didn't look as exhausted as he once would have. He handed a jade scroll to Li Yingfeng. "Shiji, could you help me see how much Jingshi for all these materials?" Li Yingfeng took the jade scroll and scanned it quickly. About 50 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Shitty, you are interested in formations now? There wasn't anything high-grade on the list Zuo Mo provided. It was all first-grade materials. 50 pieces of third-grade Jingshi, it was enough to fill half of the yard. Li Yingfeng became even more curious how Shitty had spent the thousands pieces of third-grade Jingshi from last time. And, yes, formations are very interesting. This is 50 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. Shaji, please help prepare it for me. No problem. Li Yingfeng crisply took the jingshi. She knew the shops in Dongfu almost as well as her palm. It wouldn't take much effort to buy and gather those materials. As to cultivating, Shidi was more talented than her and certainly had his own plans. Translator ramblings, I now have a FAQ page. Please read it and comment if you have any more questions. The Mo matrix isn't all that Pooh said it to be. Poor Zuo Mo, he needs to earn jingshi to comfort his soul. Pity he can't go sue Pooh for false advertising. Zuo Mo is a pretty good optimist. Also, he's the guy you want to be with if you're stuck out in the wilderness without any tools. He's very multi-purpose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119 Intelligence. Chapter 119 Intelligence. Zuo Mo opened his eyes as he came out of meditation. He shook his head. There still hadn't been any change in his cultivation. This was the 15th day that his cultivation hadn't moved. Pu Yao was still in meditation and he didn't know when the guy would wake up. He forcefully shook his head, throwing all those thoughts out of his mind. His eyes once again landed in the yard. The yard was the backyard of the store, and naturally couldn't compare to his little yard in the West Wind Valley. The little yard was filled with all kinds of materials, jade stones, gold thread, and jadeite bamboos, etc. Most of the materials were all cheap first and second grade materials, but the sheer volume was amazing. Zuo Mo started to flip through the materials, occasionally summoning the stalagmite fire to process some materials. Sometimes, he would take out a little knife to shape the material into the form required. He would sometimes suddenly stop and sink into his thoughts. The materials flowed like water through his hands. He carefully placed some of them in the corner, and threw some of them to the ground carelessly. After laboring for 4 hours, when the sound tablet announced the time, he finally woke up from his work. It was time to work and earn jingshi. He reluctantly rose up. Before, he hadn't been interested in formations and felt it hard to learn. Now that he was concentrating on it, he actually found that there were many interesting places. Things like sword scriptures and spells would frequently have places where the descriptions would be lacking and promoted comprehension. Only formations focused on transformations of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Even though it was incomparably complex, but after careful study, Zuo Mo was able to understand the main concepts. Only after Zuo Mo left did Li Yingfeng come over to clean up the yard. As she cleaned, she sighed. No wonder Shidi felt he didn't have enough jingshi to spend. Spending like this, how could it be enough? Li Yingfeng was responsible for buying all the materials that Zuo Mo needed. She was clear to Zuo Mo's daily expenses. Shidi would spend from a minimum of 30 pieces of third-grade jingshi to over 100 third-grade jingshi on materials every day. This was just because Shidi wanted low-grade materials. If he used middle-grade materials, then the expenses would fly to an intimidating step. She had never heard of anyone who learned formations like this. However, Shidi was a weird person. He didn't learn like other people, and he didn't make jingshi like other people. Quite a few times, she had wanted to urge Shidi to be more frugal, but when she thought about the jingshi that Shidi made every day, the words that reached her mouth went away. Shidi only spent 6 hours taking jobs each day. All of his other time was completely spent on the mountain of materials piled up in the yard. She stopped walking, her gaze landing on a formation disc beside her feet. The initial days, formation discs were what Shidi had made the most. However, after that, the number of formation discs that Shidi made decreased. It had been a few days since Shidi had made a formation disc. Why was he making formation discs again? Was he preparing for the sword test conference? Li Yingfeng picked the formation disc up from the ground. Closely examining it, she found that she didn't understand what was written on the disc at all. She laughed. Wei Shang Shixiang and Zuo Mo Shixiang were both genius. How could normal people understand the mind of geniuses? Before Zuo Mo Shidi, Li Yingfeng had never seen formation discs before. She carefully put the formation disc in the corner. After cleaning up Zuo Mo for this many days, she could easily sort out what was useful and what was trash. Zuo Mo's business was average today. Since a few days ago, his business had declined. He knew that it couldn't be avoided. There were only so many Xiozha that need his services. It was due to the sword test conference that he had earned so much. The people that could exchange and pay valuable goods were not local Xiozha. Cultivation was piled up with jingshi. Zuo Mo knew this from a long time ago, but only after studying formations did he truly have an understanding of the phrase. Formations were completely built up with jingshi. Seeing that his stream of income was not long-lasting, his own studies would probably also pause soon. However, in a short amount of time, it would be his turn to attend the sword test conference. At this time, he was too lazy to care about earning Jingshi. It would wait until after the sword test conference. When Zuo Mo cleaned up for the day, Li Yingfeng handed him a jade scroll.
What is this?
Zuo Mo asked strangely. The information on a few attendees of the sword test conference. Li Yingfeng saw that Zuo Mo was looking strangely at her and explained, the sect leader left me in charge of the logistics.
I have to do something.
Oh, and some information about the sword test conference.
Oh. Zuo Mo took it and asked, did you send it to eldest Xixiang and Luo Li?
Li Yingfeng was angry, the tendons in her forehead jumping. It would have been fine if Zuo Mo hadn't mentioned it, but since he did, she was extremely displeased. After the sect leader put her in charge of logistics, she had especially gathered the informations and given it to Wei Sheng Xixiang and Luo Li Xixiang. Wei Sheng Xixiang had disappeared without a trance, and Luo Li Xixiang had looked at her in puzzlement and asked, what's the use in this? She had almost died from anger. Seeing Zuo Mo's unconcerned attitude, her displeasure reached a peak and she gave a cold snort, turned and left.
Zuo Mo rubbed his head in puzzlement, ignorant of what had set Shiji off.
Returning to his room, he took the jade scroll and started to browse through. There was a lot of information inside the jade scroll, especially for those powerful experts. It seemed that Shiji had put a lot of effort. As he read, Zuo Mo started to get interested. Gu Rongping, from Clear Sky Lake, called the strongest among the younger generation of Clear Sky Lake. He might be warm and gentle, but his title of the strongest of Clear Sky Lake was based in his battles. From 2 years ago, he fought sect after sect without one loss. That had created his strongest in Clear Sky Lake title. Clear Sky Lake had beautiful scenery and dense Ling energy. It was much more prosperous than Dongfu, and the sects there outnumbered Dongfu.
The title of strongest, it really had some substance to it. Finishing off Gu Rongping's information, Zuo Mo had a feeling that this Gu Rongping would be eldest Xixiang's enemy.
As to himself, he didn't have any thought. If it wasn't for the order of the sect leader, he definitely wouldn't attend something like this sword test conference. With that time, he would rather earn Jingshi, Zuo Mo muttered.
He kept on reading. Nan Men Yang, Gue Feng etc. None of them were simple people.
Zuo Mo also saw quite a few that he was familiar with. Dongfu Hall Shubai, Linging Sects Changhong, Dongqi Sword Sects Zhong Mingyan etc. were all included. He even saw a person that he had met a long time ago, Qi Sword Sects Liang Luo. However, the other person, Shi Xiang, who had given him the ice crystal sword was not on the list. Zuo Mo's gaze suddenly landed on the picture of one of the people in the jade scroll.
The person was wearing a black veiled hat. Wasn't this the person that came to him to cut the cold magnet? So this guy was also attending the competition. He didn't know anyone else on the list.
However, when he saw their cultivation level, he was instantly speechless.
Ningmai, 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 all Ningmai.
All the Xiozha that were not local who had passed through the preliminary sword test conference were all Ningmai.
Zuo Mo didn't have any thoughts of struggling at all.
What he was pondering now was surrendering immediately when he was called up. When the warm and harmonious smile of the sect leader flashed through his head, he instantly shook and cleared his head, brushing away the thought.
Being injured was a minor matter. If the sect leader was thinking about GE, then GE wouldn't have good days in the future.
Seeing this list that could really be considered grand, he felt, in his sect, only eldest Xixiang had any hope of victory.
Even Luo Li Xixiang wasn't anything to look at.
Luckily, there were no Jindan Xiozha.
Otherwise, Zuo Mo felt his heart couldn't bear it.
Following that was the rules for this year's sword test conference. Li Yingfeng Shiji probably had guessed that the three of them would have been concerned about this, so she had completely listed everything.
There wasn't anything unclear in the rules.
After the preliminary sword test conference was the true sword test conference. The first 2 rounds were random one-on-one matches, followed by a competition without any rules. At that time, Elder Tian Songzi would open the Great Pine Pavilion of Dongfu Hall for all the attendees to enter. Inside Dongfu Hall's Great Pine Pavilion, any contestant could attack any other person until the other lost the ability to battle. In the end, the last 10 remaining people would become the winners of this competition. To guarantee that there wouldn't be any fatalities among the contestants, there would be 10 or so Jindan judges that would be present the entire time. The ranking of the 10 people would also be decided by the Jindan experts. TSK, even Jindan experts were coming out to be judges. 10 at a time, this would really be spectacular.
Zuo Mo hadn't understood this sword test conference at all.
Such a public rousing and cost-intensive sword test conference, there wasn't any use. Oh, maybe the elders had their own thoughts.
Zuo Mo kept on reading and his mind jumped. What was after were the prizes for this sword test conference. Zuo Mo's eyes were bright as he looked at the rows of prizes, drooling. 4th grade Pine Green Peak Sword, 4th grade 100 Desolate Lucky Beast Belt, 4th grade Scattered Gold Coronet, 3rd grade Elemental Cloud Water Sleeve, 3rd grade Sky Woven Clothing, 3rd grade Ice Snakeling Armor. There were 10 high-quality talismans. The order to pick was based on the ranking received in the competition. Only now did Zuo Mo understand why so many shoujo had come to Dongfu to attend the sword test conference. As they said, people die for wealth, birds die for food. He gritted his teeth and thought in fury. When his gaze swept across one of the prizes, countless ripples started in his heart. He was extremely tempted. At this time, he only hated how low his strength was. Without an exception, the first 10 talismans were the finest of the finest. They were even a few ranks above the talismans he had taken from the wastrels of Linging sect. For some of the prizes, Zuo Mo wanted to sell himself, in exchange for the talisman. After greedily looking through the first 10 prizes, Zuo Mo gluttonously looked down. There were also 3rd grade talismans in the lower ranks, but were clearly lower in quality than the first 10. Zuo Mo had read with great interest. Okay, even if GE wouldn't get one, he could still enjoy looking at them, Zuo Mo comforted himself. These few days, he had been sunk in the world of formations, spending great mental effort. Relaxing now, he felt light. Just as he browsed randomly through the prizes and occasionally calculating the prices, as he drooled. Suddenly, when his gaze reached one of the prizes, he first stilled and then suddenly stood up. Translator ramblings, the sword test conference is soon. Zuo Mo has to prepare. Pooh hadn't shown up this chapter, so Zuo Mo is stuck in Juji for now. Look at the cultivation of all his competitors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, An Irresistible Temptation. Chapter 120, An Irresistible Temptation. Zuo Mo's gaze was fixed on this jade scroll. His eyes did not leave it for even a moment. Elementary formations. In the list of the prizes, it was ranked 56th, as a second-grade prize. The description of this jade scroll was very simple, a jade scroll about the elementary formations, suited for beginners. But what attracted Zuo Mo's gaze was the 2 characters that labeled the origins of this jade stick, Kunlun. He suddenly became excited. Kunlun. This jade scroll was from Kunlun. These 2 words, it was like they had magic, they made Zuo Mo's heart beat rapidly. It had to be said that the ground under his feet, the sky moon Jia he lived in, even the bigger Jia that the Jindan experts had come from, they all belonged to one name, Kunlun, but in the heart of any sword show, Kunlun was the ultimate existence. It meant strength, it meant domination, it meant ultimate power, it meant the strongest sword shio. It was the true master of Kunlun realm, and the leader of the cultivation world. There were not many stories about Kunlun. For the great majority of shoujo, Kunlun was distant and high up, an extremely mysterious place. In reality, when Zuo Mo first saw the 2 characters, he had blanked for a little while. For a normal disciple of a little sect in Sky Moonjia, these 2 words were too distant and unfamiliar. However, when he managed to react, he could not control his excitement. The bigger the sect, the more the importance they placed on the education of the disciples that had just entered the sect. They would create some jade scrolls for the beginner disciples to study. These beginner jade scrolls would usually be extremely expansive and would contain all kinds of basic spells. Because the beginner scrolls required a specialist to make, the number produced each year was limited. There wouldn't be many left over and there were even fewer that spread out. The beginner jade scrolls of each sect were different. They would be written according to the specialties of the sect. Even in the same sect, as the shoujo responsible for writing them each year was different, there would be different versions. Of course, for small sects like Wu Kong Sword Sect, there naturally wouldn't be any beginner jade scrolls. There were many new disciples that entered large sect annually, and there was high demand. Since there were many experts, they had the manpower and the wealth to make them. In small sects, the elders would pass on knowledge through speech to their own disciples. The beginner formation jade scroll of Kunlun, it was something that Zuo Mo didn't even dare to dream about. Even though it came out of Kunlun, but it was still only a beginner jade scroll, so it was ranked 56th in the prizes. Those that attended the sword test conference were mostly Ningmai shoujo. For them, a beginner's scroll was not of much use, much less a formation's jade scroll. If it was a beginner sword jade scroll, there probably would be many that would want it. Kunlun's sword scripture. The temptation that this jade scroll was to Zuo Mo was incomparable. Wu Kong Sword Sect didn't have systematic formation jade scrolls. He had to piece together everything he had learned from bits and pieces.
This caused him to feel extremely frustrated and left him stuck frequently. If he had such a jade scroll, he would probably walk into a lot fewer detours. Without even thinking about it, he made a decision: he needed to get this jade scroll. But when he gradually calmed down, he started to ponder the probability of success. In the prizes for this sword test conference, this jade scroll was not attractive. The participants from the list should not have much interest in this jade scroll. But no matter what, if he wanted to get a chance to pick this jade scroll, it was necessary for him to pass through the first 2 rounds. Thinking about the numerous Ningmai on the list, Zuo Mo felt a prickle on his head. But if he had to watch as this jade scroll brushed past him, he was not willing. After thinking about it, he made a decision. No matter what, he had to try. This beginner scroll completely turned around the attitude Zuo Mo held towards the sword test conference. He felt he needed to make some preparations. The Xiuzhi population in Dongfu kept on growing. The preliminary sword test conference had just finished yesterday. After 5 more days, this year's Dongfu sword test conference would finally arrive at the beginning of its peak. Dongfu's order had not been disturbed as the non-local Xiuzhi came in. With more than 10 Jindan present, this place was the most orderly in Dongfu. Do you want one? The match list for the sword test conference that just came out. With this list, don't worry about what to attend. Exclusively selling in-depth information on the fighters of this year's sword test conference. The ranking produced by the composite reviews of countless high experts. Exclusive. Definitely exclusive. It will become your most trusted partner when you make a bet. Zuo Mo, walking in the notice altar, felt a bit of interest as he heard the advertisements. He wasn't interested in the match list which had just been announced 2 days ago. But this ranking was slightly interesting. After walking a few more steps, he heard calls again. It was also a power-based ranking, but another version. In a few strides, Zuo Mo heard at least 4 versions of the ranking. The price was actually the same, each one a piece of 3rd-grade Jingshi. Only later did he realize that the betting houses of Dongfu had all been opened. Not including those who had a habit of gambling, even the normal people would make a few bets just out of interest. If there was demand, there naturally would be supply. Zuo Mo had been thinking about studying his opponent, so he bought a copy of every ranking. He took a close look. These rankings did have some substance. The person ranked first was Gu Rongping, the participant that still had not lost up until now. Gu Rongping was placed first on almost all of the rankings, and there seemed to be consensus. Starting from the second person, each version would have different choices. However, in the first 10, some people appeared very frequently. However, what Zuo Mo felt strange was that the local fighters rarely appeared in the top 10. Only Yu Bai had appeared in a few of the rankings. The reason they gave was universal. The disciple of Tianzong Zi has a definite local advantage. Zuo Mo couldn't help but get angry. What type of trash had made these rankings? Eldest Xixiang was in the 20 and 30s. In his heart, eldest Xixiang might not get first, but he definitely would be in the top 10. Suddenly, he thought about himself. Oh, what would his ranking be? His gaze went down the rankings. Nothing, still nothing, still nothing. When his gaze landed on the last name on the ranking, he saw his own name. At the side, it gave a reason. The only Zhuji Xiuzhi in this year's sword test conference. Zuo Mo first blanked, and then became furious. He looked at another ranking, his name was still at the end. The reason was the same. That wasn't right. Luoli Xixiang was also in Zhuji. Why did they say he was the only Zhuji participant? Zuo Mo felt it was extremely unfair. He quickly scanned the ranking and found Luoli Xixiang's name. Ningmai. Zuo Mo instantly blanked. When did Luoli Xixiang enter Ningmai? What sort of trash ranking was it? It was all nonsense. Zuo Mo decided to not pay attention to these rankings. He had a clear goal for coming out today. In the free market, Fu Jin blanked when he saw Zuo Mo, and then enthusiastically came over. Moge, how come you have the time to cove over? Don't you need to attend the sword test conference? Those beady eyes, however, could not disguise the mirth within. Zuo Mo saw Fu Jin's expression and said irritably, "What, do you have an opinion?" No. Fu Jin waved his hands, and said fawningly, "Moge, if you come out, even Gu Rongping isn't a match for you. If you want him to break one leg, he wouldn't dare to break the other leg." Okay. Even Zuo Mo felt that Fu Jin's words were too fake. One Gu Rongping by himself was more than enough to defeat 10 Zuo Mo's. He reached out. "Did you prepare the stuff?" Fu Jin snickered and took out a jade scroll from his bosom, putting it in Zuo Mo's hand. "When your opponent was announced, I started searching. This has all the records of the matches that Chowan has participated in, and some stuff gathered from other avenues.
Zuo Mo was moved.
He knew that Fu Jin had put enormous effort on this little jade scroll.
Chowan was Zuo Mo's upcoming opponent. Zuo Mo had asked Fu Jin to search for all the information on his opponent in the past.
Liang Feng Shiji might work hard, but she only had to manage a little shop. In this area, she was not as skilled as a snakehead like Fu Jin.
Zuo Mo shoved a bag at Fu Jin. The moment Fu Jin held it, he knew how much Jingxi was in the bag. He was not happy at all, and said expressionlessly as he stared at Zuo Mo, "What is this for?" Zuo Mo shook his head, "Not for you to pay out.
I'm still hoping that you could help me prepare the information for my opponent for the next round, but..."
Fu Jin's face finally turned from cloudy to sunny and snickered, "That's great. I've bet quite a little sum on you. Don't let me lose."
"Oh, then pray for me to win."
Zuo Mo spread his hands.
The other was in Ningmai. There was a gigantic gap between the two of them.
Even Zuo Mo didn't have that much confidence in himself. He just wanted to try his best. In reality, he could not overcome the temptation of that Kunlun beginner formation's jade scroll.
As the person of the lowest cultivation attending the competition, it was rational that the odds were against him. This was also why his match was the first of the conference.
The first match. If he became an embarrassment, it would be a good one.
He definitely would not have a good time when he returned. Zuo Mo had cursed the person who had arranged the matches countless times.
Wu Kong Hall.
Yan Li's expression was slightly strange. Little Mo actually got arranged to be the first match, but...
Pei Yuan Ran laughed, "Probably Linging sect. Little Mo really made them lose face last time. It's rational. Shi Fengrong was infuriated, "Rational my ass. Dare to harass my disciple, they don't want to live.
The 1,000-flower 100 poison miasma that I just finished making hasn't had a place to experiment yet." The other three instantly felt their heads inflate. They hurriedly stopped Shi Fengrong, who had almost exploded, and comforted her.
Don't worry. Little Mo is very slippery, won't really get in trouble."
Pei Yuan Ran comforted, "Even more, it would be good for him to get some experience.
As to face, us old people don't care about that."
Yan Li smiled from the side. Shi Fengrong sat angrily on the chair.
A cold light flashed through Xian Yan's eyes. "I hadn't thought that Luo Li would enter Ningmai this quickly.
It seems like that his fight with Little Mo last time had been of great benefit," Yan Li said.
"Luo Li doesn't lack talent.
It was just his mentality that stopped him from progressing. Now that he has been reborn, our sect has another great warrior," Pei Yuan Ran said, nodding. The joy in his voice was extremely evident.
Shi Fengrong looked in the surroundings and her brows furrowed. "Where's Wei Shang?" Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo was ranked last, the only sheep among all the wolves.
Synthis correctly guessed the prize was related to formations.
"Thanks for all your comments.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 121, Wager. Chapter 121, Wager. In an empty patch of wilderness.
Wei Shang and a white-clothed male were facing off.
"Who are you? Why are you entering Wukong Mountain? What do you want to do?"
Wei Shang said in a heavy voice. His splitting rainbow sword was ready to attack. This person of unknown origins had snuck into Wukong Mountain. He had accidentally discovered him. The other's cultivation was slightly above him. He had just come out of the sword formation. After fighting for a long time and having just broken through into Ningmai, his mentality was at the highest level. His perception was more sensitive than it ever had been. If this was before, he definitely wouldn't have detected the other person. The other was so strong, he was in awe. He had pursued the other for 300 kilometers and had almost lost them a few times. What he had given him an even worse feeling was the other person seemed to have had not used his full power.
Wei Shang's personality was courageous.
Even though he knew the other was strong, he didn't have any thoughts to retreat. The desire for battle rose in his eyes. "I heard that young Master Wei had caused a natural apparition when entering Zhuji, the sword energy reaching to the skies. Seeing you today, you really have lived up to your reputation. After entering the sword cave, young Master seems to have learned a lot. Your sex, Void Sword, finally has been uncovered. It really is auspicious." The white-clothed male's voice was warm and gentle, like a clear spring. Paired with his extremely handsome appearance, he appeared to be a graceful and learned young man, someone that people would have a hard time finding dislike for. Wei Shang was even more wary. Other than the sect's disciple, no one else knew that he had entered the sword cave.
This person was so clear about the sword cave. If previously, he hadn't been certain if the other had deliberately snuck into Wukong Mountain, he was now certain that this person had been secretly gathering information about the sect and had malicious aims. If you are not willing to give your name, there is nothing to say. His tiger-like eyes brightened, and he shouted. The air around him moved, yet there was no wind, and slowly started to circle around him. The splitting rainbow sword appeared his hand, pointed at the white-clad male. The white-clad male found his surroundings darken as though he was situated in a void. An empty and murderous nothingness. An abnormal light flashed through the white-clothed male's eyes as he praised, "Young Master Wei is as talented as expected. Void Sword will definitely be spectacular in young master's hands." As he spoke, the figure of the white-clothed male that was standing still slowly faded. When he said the last word, his figure vanished at the same time, only leaving behind his voice. Shock finally came into Wei Shang's eyes. His consciousness repeatedly scanned the surroundings. There were no traces. The other had left. Under the lock of his sword essence, he had disappeared into thin air. He made a thoughtful sound, stepped on the splitting rainbow sword, turned into a red light and flew in the direction of Wu Kong Sword Sect. When his figure disappeared on the horizon, on the spot the white-clothed male had disappeared, a figure slowly appeared. Is it him? He gazed at the sky as he said to himself. Sky Moon House was the best dwelling in Dongfu. It was halfway up the mountain, constructed on top of a ling vein. There were 47 suites in total, all with the necessary talismans. The ling energy inside the rooms was extremely thick. The Xiuzha that passed through enjoyed resting at this place, but its price was extremely high. 10 pieces of third-grade jingshi per day. Zuo Mo might have earned a fair bit each day, but if he had to live in Sky Moon House, he would barely manage to pay the rent for each day, much less any other service. Sky Moon House, which was usually half-filled, was entirely filled today. The rent each day jumped from 10 pieces of third-grade jingshi to 50 pieces of third-grade jingshi. Even so, there were no vacancies. All the experts that came from different parts of Sky Moon Jia were living here. The alcohol of Sky Moon House was Old Wang alcohol. The ling food came from Master Shao's food pavilion. The Star Pavilion, the gathering place of Sky Moon House, had numerous day stones and broken crystals embedded in the ceiling, creating a roof of stars. In the rooms inside the Star Pavilion, the serene blue ivy climbed all over the place, the blue fluorescence adding hints of mystery. Brother Chow is really lucky. Beside the stone table, a person couldn't help stating. The people's seats were all attendees of the competition. Each person's face was full of envy. Without a doubt, Chowan had been the luckiest in his draw of all of them. Chowan was smug inside, but said, "I'm actually envious of everyone else. You can all have a good fight. For me, even if I won, I won't be praised." He came from Fort Chow, cultivated the extremely obscure fiery Polaris hammer, extremely strong and exquisite. Brother Chow was getting an advantage and playing humble. One of the other people smiled and said, "Ask anyone else here, who doesn't want to switch with Brother Chow. Reputation is intangible, but the prize is real." The people seated all agreed. Chowan could only beg for forgiveness. In the end, only after he promised to pay for the meal did the others stop. In the little pavilion covered with light gauze, the figures of two people could be barely made out from the outside. If the gauze was lifted, anyone would instantly see it was the pick to win the competition, Gu Rongping, and opposite him was a silent person wearing a black gauze veil. I had wanted to find a quiet place. But I didn't expect to see these kind of people, Gu Rongping frowned, and said discontentedly. His eyes landed on the black gauze of the person sitting opposite him, his voice warm as he said, "I hadn't thought I would encounter Shimmy here. I had thought it would take another 5 years before seeing Shimmy here." He didn't disguise the heart. No one would have guessed the person wearing the black hat, mysterious and strong Xiuzha called Su, was actually female. Her glowing wrist reached out and picked up the ling tea in front of her. Gently lifting the corner of the black guaza, the moist and red lips touched the white and glowing porcelain cup. Gu Rongping's eyes instantly turned as hot as fire. "Shimmy will even refuse to let me see your visage?" Gu Rongping gazed at Su, and said sedately. But the excitement in his tone naturally spilled out. "Shi Xian's heart has become disordered," Su said gently, the black gauze not rippling at all. "If the heart is disordered, where is the Heart Lake sword?" Gu Rongping's eyes flashed angrily. He didn't continue, and suddenly closed his eyes. A while later, he opened them, his eyes clear. "Shimmy is correct. After the sword test conference ends, where is Shimmy planning to go?" "Forge a sword." "Oh," surprise came onto Gu Rongping's eyes. "Shimmy found some cold magnets?" Su's peaceful voice finally showed some emotion, and it's already been cut. 4 pieces. "Congratulations, Shimmy." Gu Rongping's heart was even more fretful. If Shimmy went to forge a sword, she probably won't come out in 5 years. His heart suddenly moved. If this brother hasn't remembered it wrong, if the cold magnet is made into a sword, it has to first be made into a sword billet. But this processing, I've already found someone. Su's voice returned to its usual faintness, no need for Shixiang to worry. At this time, Xiaowen's table erupted in laughter again.
Need to prepare for the match soon.
Yes, only Brother Chao can slack off.
A Zhuji guy. If Brother Chao uses more than 3 moves, this one will disdain you. Why don't we make a wager? Wager on how many moves it will take Brother Chao to finish.
This is good.
I bet 3 moves. I wager 1.
Okay. Be generous and stop mocking me. Xiaowen bowed. I just said it.
Look, even if I win, I won't get any benefits. The people jeered again. Gu Rongping had just hit a soft nail with Shimmy and was angry.
Hearing the crow chat, he was even more furious. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He was young, of extraordinary cultivation, and famed. He was usually favored in the sect. No one usually dared to be so outrageous in front of him. His face was instantly dark. He had just thought of standing up to teach this crowd a lesson when his eyes blurred.
At some unknown time, Shimmy had stood up. What did she want to do?
I bet 10 moves, behind the light gauze, Su said faintly as she faced Xiaowen and the others. Her voice was not loud, but easily passed through the light gauze. This light gauze had isolation formations, but they were not effective right now.
The table instantly became silent.
Xiaowen's face was frighteningly dark.
Who, sir, are you?
Please give a name. Xiaowen smiled insincerely as he raised his hands in a greeting.
Being slapped in front of his friends, could Xiaowen tolerate it?
Because there were isolation formations on the light gauze, they could only see that there were 2 people inside. However, they could not see or hear their appearance or the content of their words.
You do not have to know who I am. Bet, or no bet. Su said, unaffected. Gu Rongping was slightly surprised. Shimmy was cold and indifferent. No one could be more clear about that than he was.
She should not be interested in this kind of matter. But she was now wagering for someone else. What relationship did Shimmy have with that person? Light rose in Gu Rongping's eyes. His expression was slightly interested. In front of so many people, if he didn't accept this bet, then Xiaowen's reputation would really sweep the floor.
Couldn't defeat a Zhuji with 10 moves?
The other was clearly trying to humiliate him. Xiaowen was extremely angry, but his voice was steady as he said, since sire has said it, then this one will accept it.
What to bet? Anything. A faint voice came out of the light gauze pavilion.
Xiaowen became even more certain the other was mocking him. A cold smile came out of his face. He took out a jade bottle and opened the stopper. Ling energy and a fragrant medicinal smell instantly spread in the air. The people in the surroundings felt their minds jump.
Some that understood Lingdan became restless. 3rd grade Intense Fire Dan.
There are 36 of them. Intense Fire Dan was a Lingdan that was a specialty of Fort Chao. The fire it contained was extremely domineering. It was a famous fire-type Lingdan in Sky Moonjia.
An item flew out of the pavilion. Xiaowen's eyes focused and caught it. Dying Flowing Moon, 3rd grade.
The people seated couldn't keep still, and stood up, each one stretching their necks to look at the crystal bottle in Xiaowen's hands. The crystal bottle was clear and flawless. The bottle itself was not cheap. Inside the crystal bottle, there was a fingernail-sized ball of faint misty fluid.
Dying Flowing Moon.
Supposedly, every 10 years, there would be an extremely bright mid-autumn moon. Dying Flowing Moon was made from the moonlight of that night. It was extremely valuable and rare. Just this little bottle of Dying Flowing Moon, its value far surpassed Xiaowen's Intense Fire Dan.
Xiaowen's face was black. Translator ramblings. I had the hardest time translating Dying Flowing Moon, the Chinese is. There's a lot in this chapter.
There is a mysterious person that Wei Sheng confronts. We get to see Zuo Mo's first opponent, Xiaowen, and one of Zuo Mo's former customers, Su. She's shown up twice before. Gu Rongping likes her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 122, Bet. Chapter 122, Bet.
Tao Zuer, Yen Mingzi, and Hushan were walking on the streets of Dongfu. They like being in busy places, and right now, what place in Sky Moonjia was more busy than Dongfu? Hushan rubbed his hands, and said with an excited expression, "Excellent.
I've waited for so long."
The stupid preliminary sword test conference finally finished. Only the true competition is worth seeing. Tao Zhuer's eyes were dazed. Yes. Gu Rongping is too handsome. I think, in Sky Moon Jia, there isn't a man more outstanding than him. I really like him. Hu Shan stared at Tao Zhuer and sighed for being a fangirl. He suddenly noticed that Yan Mingzi seemed unfocused. Old Yan, what are you thinking about? Yan Mingzi raised his head and focused. He gave a grimace. I'm thinking about making Jingshi. Making Jingshi? You're lacking for Jingshi right now? I've got some right now. Do you want some? Hu Shan said forthrightly. The three, because they had the same battle experience, became close friends. Yan Mingzi shook his head, just bought a new flying sword. I've nearly spent all my Jingshi. No rush, I can slowly make more. I'll find you if I really can't find a way out it. Oh, you bought a new flying sword? Quick, let us see, said Tao Zhuer, as she was instantly interested in the new sword. Yan Mingzi took out a dark blue flying sword. The sword's name is Deep Ocean, it's 3rd grade. Hu Shan looked and then shook his head. It can't compare to your previous water drop sword. You're just wasting words. Yan Mingzi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hu Shan's words stirred up the three's hurt. Seeing the situation, Tao Zhuer quickly changed the topic. So what way did you think of making Jingshi? Of the three, Yan Mingzi was of average power but the best at business. As expected, this question was Yan Mingzi's true love. He came the focus of attention, of course. It is the sword test conference. Sword test conference? How do you make Jingshi from that? Hu Shan asked strangely. Yan Mingzi patiently explained, we can't meddle in other business, but if we have spare money, and make a small bet, it wouldn't be bad, but... Hu Shan instantly became disinterested, and said scornfully, you mean gambling, that's not interesting. Tao Zhuer was actually interested. Old Yan, don't pay attention to him. Tell me more. Yan Mingzi became even more excited. Gambling naturally is not anything good. But the sword test conference is different from other gambling. How so? There might be luck in this sword test conference, but the true determinant is power. There are patterns that can be found in this. A person's strength, in a short period of time, wouldn't change very much. Considering the conflict between different spells, the quality of the talismans, even though it is impossible to accurately decide the result of the match, but one can determine the general direction. Hu Shan laughed, then how will you know other people's strength? And their talismans? Yan Mingzi nodded, this is the crux of the problem. It is very hard to determine power, but the non-local competitors have already fought a few times, and general guesses can be made. As to talismans, he said proudly, in this area, I have some experience. That's true. Old Yan, you're always good at picking talismans, said Hu Shan. He admired Yan Mingzi very much on this skill. Hugh, Yan Mingzi said smugly, there are many kinds of wagers. Like the first match that's been spread around so much, Zuo Mo versus Chaoan. What's there to gamble there? Of course Chaoan wins. Hu Shan said unconcernedly, the scalping zombie might be strong, but his cultivation is just that. He definitely cannot win over Ningmai experts. Exactly. Yan Mingzi agreed, but his direction changed, but right now, what spread the most is this wager. Everyone is betting how many moves that Zuo Mo can take from Chaoan. This bet works? Hu Shan gaped. Ha, the odds for 3 moves and under are pretty normal. After 3 moves, the odds explode, Yan Mingzi said. Did you bet? Hu Shan asked. Oh, I put down for 7 moves, Yan Mingzi said smugly, the odds are 1 to 16. You feel he can endure 7 of Chaoan's moves? Hu Shan's face was full of shock. Chaoan isn't some little character. He's the strongest disciple of Fort Chao. You have too much confidence in the scalping zombie. Yan Mingzi said in a deep voice, how do you think Chaoan compares to Chang Hong Shixiang? Naturally he cannot compare. Hu Shan didn't need to think before saying unhesitatingly, Chang Hong Shixiang is very strong. Before, when he was in Juji, he had defeated people in Ningmai. Ah. Yan Mingzi was slightly shocked at the last part, how come I didn't know this? Hu Shan unconsciously lowered his voice, not many people know this. Shixiang's blood spider sword was obtained by killing someone. That's why he was punished by the sect leader, The other two instantly felt fearful shock. It seems my Jingshi won't be wasted, Yan Ming spoke. The first thing Yan Mingzi thought about was his Jingshi. He smiled and said, originally, the betting shouldn't be this popular. However, Chaoan was confronted with a wager. The other wagered a bottle of Dying Flowing Moon for Zuo Mo to make it through 10 moves. That was what stirred everything up. Dying Flowing Moon, Hu Shan's expression was dazed as he muttered, that's such a waste. Tao Zhuer, who hadn't spoke, suddenly asked, "What's the odds for Zuo Mo to win?" Yan Mingzi jerked. "About 1 to 300, he looked in shock at Tao Zhuer. "You want to bet he'll win?" "That's not possible." "Why not?" Tao Zhuer said unconcernedly, "In any case, I'll just wager a few jingshi. It will be an amusement. If Changhong Shixiang was in Juji and could be defeated." Her words suddenly stopped, her eyes were focused. The other two people saw she didn't continue and found it strange. When they saw her frozen expression and dazed eyes, they couldn't help but follow her gaze. Then the two also froze. A person was walking towards them. Liang Feng looked at her Shitty, who was in the yard, and shook her head. It hadn't been anything important when Shitty had been arranged to fight first. She had felt that the sect leader had wanted Zuo Mo to gain some experience. But the bet about how long Zuo Mo could stay in the fight had suddenly spread everywhere. A person of unknown origins had publicly threw out a bottle of Dying Flowing Moon, wagering that Shitty could make it through 10 of Chao En's moves. It instantly caused a furor. Originally, no one had been interested in the match. But now, this match had become the most talked out and attractive match. Wasn't that putting Shitty onto a fire to roast? Shitty had shut himself in the yard the past few days, and was working on something she didn't know. She was extremely worried. Shitty should be practicing the sword some more, honing himself before the fight. Even if it wasn't effective, at least it would look good. In the time that Shitty had stayed at the store, she had never seen him practice the sword. Did he think he could win with those useless low-grade formations? She naturally was not opposed to Shitty studying formations, but formations were more likely used in dan making and forging. They were not very effective in fighting. At this time, he shouldn't be working on formations. Wei Sheng traveled on the splitting rainbow as he landed in Dongfu. He had gone back to Wukong Mountain and reported to the sect leader about the white-clothed male before rushing towards Dongfu. Zuo Mo was in the first match. If he came late, he would miss Shitty's match. As he entered Dongfu, the bustling crowds on the street was a small surprise to Wei Shang. Differing from Zuo Mo, Wei Shang was full of interest towards the sword test conference. A chance to spar with different kinds of experts, it was really rare. Just thinking about it, he felt his blood boil, and his desire for battle rise. He suddenly thought of Zuo Mo and couldn't help but smile. With Shitty's lazy personality, he definitely wouldn't be interested in the sword test conference. When he thought about Shitty's unwillingness to compete, and his helplessness against the sect leader's order, he felt it was extremely humorous. Shitty was very talented. It was a pity he was not interested in the sword. If this time, it could force him, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Wei Shang was an exceptionally pure sword xiu. When Zuo Mo had been focusing on ling farming in the beginning, he hadn't felt anything. But when Zuo Mo's talent in cultivating the sword was revealed, but he was obsessed with other things, Wei Shang felt it was a great pity. Suddenly, he heard words from the surroundings. "How many moves did you bet?" 3 moves. Juji against Ningmai. If he could make it through 3, it will be the max. Oh, I don't know what Wu Kong Sword Sect was thinking, sending a little Juji guy to embarrass themselves. Yeah. I heard his main focus is dan making. He shouldn't be coming here. A person argued, it's not certain he'll embarrass himself. Dying Flowing Moon, who has it? A person that has Dying Flowing Moon, would they not have good eyes? From what I see, this Zuo Mo definitely has real skill. Real skill? Ha! Even if he has skill, he's only in Juji. Wei Shang's expression became very ugly. He barely suppressed the impulse to beat up those people. Along the way, he heard many similar discussions. He strode to the doorway of a casino. "Hey, mister, do you want to try out your luck? Dongfu's hottest betting match, wagering how many moves, extremely interesting, . Wei Shang prepared to speak when a voice came from behind him. "Take out all the jingshi you have right now." Robbery? Wei Shang paused and couldn't help but turn around. The person speaking was a round-faced man. There were 2 males and 1 female standing in front of him. The 3 of them seemed extremely frightened of the round-faced man, seemed to be very timid in front of him. When the round-faced man spoke, the 3 hurriedly took out all the jingshi they had. "Wager Zuo Mo wins," the round-faced man said briskly. Yan Mingzi couldn't resist, "Chang Shixiang, this Zuo Mo." And? The round-faced man glanced at Yan Mingzi. Yan Mingzi's heart jumped and the words that reached his mouth shrunk back. Hu Shan and Tao Zhuer were docilely standing with their heads down at the side. The 2 of them were cursing Yan Mingzi inside. "Old Yan, you dumbass. You don't want to live, but don't pull us along." Wei Shang looked with slight surprise at the round-faced man. This was the first he had heard that someone was betting Shitty would win. He noticed the clothing of the three people behind the round-faced man had the symbol of Linging sect. Didn't Linging sect have a grudge against Shitty? Chang Shixiang. Wei Sheng seemed to understand. The worker that was guarding the door looked at the four like he was looking at idiots. Seeing the Jingxi in Yan Mingzi's hands, he couldn't help but drool. He cursed inside. This group was really wastrels. If they had that much Jingxi, give it to him, don't throw it in the water. Of course, none of it showed on his face. He praised, Sire's eyes are very unique. But he still hesitated, all on Zuo Mo winning? Bet, the round-faced man said. Taking the receipt, the round-faced male turned and left. Yan Mingzi and the others exchanged a look and could only dispiritedly follow behind. Really wastrels. Once the round-faced man left, the worker of the casino seemed to have opened a flood, continuously talking to Wei Sheng, just look. Aren't those people mental? From the time the betting started, no one has bet on Zuo Mo winning. They just aren't thinking of Jingxi as Jingxi. What do you say, a Zhuji defeating an Ingmai, is there anything as hilarious as this? Wastrels, really terrible wastrels. He shook his head, saliva flying. 50 pieces of third-grade Jingxi. Wei Sheng smiled and handed over the Jingxi. Great. How many moves are you betting? Look here, this is the odds for each move. Bet on Zuo Mo winning. Wei Shan kept on smiling gently. The worker was dumbstruck. Translator ramblings, guess what's the hottest new thing about town? Just how badly Zuo Mo would lose. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123 Battle Start. Chapter 123 Battle Start. Chowan was extremely furious. In this period of time, the wagers on his and Zuo Mo's match had become the hottest topic in Dongfu. Based on what he saw, this was clearly mocking him. At what time was he ever mentioned on the same level as a Zhuji Greenhorn? What waves could a Zhuji Shouja make? He didn't believe it. However, he was not a rash person. That mysterious expert could take out a treasure as dying flowing moon, then it definitely was not a joke. But when he made a search, he wanted to laugh and cry. Zuo Mo actually was a Shouja whose main profession was dam making. Look at what Chowan had found out in relation to Zuo Mo, Ling plant farmer, golden crow pill, processing. Such a Zhuji person wanted to make it through 10 moves by him, it really was a great joke. Thinking about it, Chowan unconsciously fisted his hands. If Zuo Mo really did block 10 of his moves, then he would become this year's sword test conference, no, the entire Sky Moon Jiz joke. He would become the target of mockery by countless people at a meal. When they mentioned him, they would never say that he was the most talented disciples of Fort Chao, but garbage that couldn't even defeat it as Zhuji Greenhorn. He definitely couldn't let himself become a joke. Definitely. 2 balls of fire jumped in Chowan's eyes. What? Li Yingfeng stared dazedly at the Jingxi that Zuo Mo shoved over. You want to bet on you winning? Are you crazy? What Zuo Mo handed over was 300 pieces of third-grade Jingxi. Ha ha. Shitty has great daring. A forthright laugh suddenly passed into the store from outside. Wei Sheng strode in and scanned Zuo Mo. He smiled and said, it seems that Shitty is full of confidence for the fight. I'm not worried anymore. I put all my money on you winning. If you lose, I won't get anything back. Ha ha. Li Yingfeng looked at Zuo Mo and eldest Xixian like she was looking at insane people. Were they crazy? Zuo Mo heard Xixian's words and his heart warmed. Everyone thought that he would lose, only Xixian believed he would win. He suppressed the movement in his heart and smiled, I've done a lot of work and will give Chowan a surprise. The eyes on that zombie face flashed with a strange light. Ha ha. Shitty will always give people surprises. I'm looking forward to it. Wei Sheng roared with laughter. They were really crazy. Li Yingfeng shook her head as she walked out the door. She'll bet it. In any case, it wasn't her Jingxi. The Dongfu Sword Test Conference finally was going to start. Originally, no one had been interested in the first match, but the wagering had gotten so popular that the number of people that came to watch was astounding. This match where the strength was so unbalanced, the amount of Jingxi that was connected to it reached a terrifying number. This had furthered everyone's interest in the match. Anyone that heard about the wagering on how many moves it would take couldn't help but be curious how many moves Zuo Mo could go through. How many moves? Which one would it be? The Sword Test Conference was called the Dongfu Sword Test Conference. No one had thought that this competition would attract more than half of the young experts of Sky Moonjia.
It could almost be called the Sky Moon Jie Sword Test Conference. There were some doubts about the Sword Test Conference, and especially about the strength of the local Xiuzha. The non-local Xiuzha had used spectacular performances to prove their strength. But Dongfu's Xiuzha had not fought up until now. This was also why, in all the rankings, the Dongfu Xiuzha didn't rank high. There was a quota of local Xiuzha who did not need to pass through the preliminary sword test conference.
Consequently, the Zhuji Xiuzha that appeared in the true competition was a farce in the eyes of many people.
As a result, from the start of the competition, the arguments about the sword test conference had not stopped.
The unfairness between the local and non-local Xiuzha, etc., etc.
But the host Tiansong Zi had used a very short sentence to shut everyone up. This sword test conference is Dongfu Sword Test Conference. The implicit meaning was that this was us holding a competition for ourselves.
It's generous of us to let you attend. Non-local Xiuzha had nothing to say, but their rage hadn't disappeared. Zuo Mo was the only Zhuji Xiuzha in this sword test conference and became infamous. Many people wanted to see him get embarrassed.
The wagering on how many moves it would take was primarily due to the machinations of those people.
There's a lot of people. Zuo Mo looked at the dense crowds in the surroundings and asked heartlessly, Shiji, did you bet the Jingshi? Li Yingfeng wanted to turn and leave. Look what time it was, Shidi was still thinking about Jingshi. She managed to suppress the impulse to explode and said irritably, I bet it. According to your request, I spread it out. Oh, then I'm not worried. He. Zuo Mo gave an extremely perverse laugh with an expressionless face. It was extremely strange to see. Heavens! Why did she come out with this weirdo? It was really embarrassing. She was extremely regretful. Why hadn't she just turned and left earlier? Brother Chao, really, your opponent is someone like that?
One of Chaowen's people said in an exaggerated voice.
Chaowen's expression was extremely angry, his hands cracking as they became fists. The sect leaders and elders of the various large sects were sitting on a lucky cloud far away.
Wu Kong Sword Sect's Pei Yuan Ran was also one of them.
The lucky cloud was extremely large, multiple mu in area.
On it, chairs and tables were provided as well as ling fruits and tea. The disciples of each sect were standing heads down at the side.
Your sect's Zuo Mo was very interesting. As expected, truly a money grubber. Are all your disciples like this? Lingyin sect's sect leader roared with laughter.
Their cultivations were all astonishing and they could easily catch what was happening below.
Zuo Mo and Li Yingfeng's conversation had entered their ears. Shifeng Rong's eyelid flickered, anger barely hidden. Pei Yuan Ran's expression was as usual. Zuo Mo's personality is straightforward and whimsical, extremely interesting. Money grubber? Our sect, including me, the sect leader, are all money grubbers.
Your sect is very wealthy and do not know the troubles of us poor people.
Ha ha. That's right, this one had heard something before. Do not talk about Jingshi in front of Lingyin sect.
Someone couldn't help but say sourly, to us poor people, scrimping and saving is very normal. Lingyin sect was so rich it came out of their pores.
Many people were jealous.
Adding in that they were usually proud and domineering, they didn't have many friendly relationships.
Pei Yuan Ran's light words through Lingyin sect on the opposite side of everyone else. The sect leader of Lingyin sect was not stupid.
Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the people around him, he understood.
His expression did not change.
He smiled, saying, each family has their own problems.
The wagering has been pretty hot recently, how many moves it would take. Sect leader Pei should be most familiar with your sect's disciples. How many moves does sect leader Pei think Zuo Mo could go through? I had bet 3. He then twisted his mouth and said, could sect leader Pei give some insider information? 3 moves shouldn't be a problem, right? Shifeng Rong's eyelids and eyebrows simultaneously went up.
She was about to act when Xin Yen put out a hand to stop her.
Hearing this, Pei Yuan Ran pretended to be shocked and said, insider information? You don't know?
If I remember correctly, the last time Zuo Mo went to visit your sect, he had sparred with 5 of your disciples.
Did your disciples not report that to you? Oh, something like that had happened? At the side, Tiansong Zi heard this, and couldn't help but be interested. What was the result? Pei Yuan Ran said regretfully, lost to Chan Heng. Lingyin sect's leader's face was horrifically black.
He had wanted to take the chance to mock Pei Yuan Ran and the others. He hadn't thought that Pei Yuan Ran would push a fire onto him.
No matter the time, there were always people willing to add insult to injury. The leader of Qi Sword Sect said, deliberately pretending to be ignorant, so that means 4 wins and 1 loss?
Oh, Chang Heng had already broken through to Ningmai, how can he fight with a Zhuji?
Hearing you guys say this, I'm full of interest in Zuo Mo now. Another sect leader opened. It was luck, just luck. Pei Yuan ran deflected. The leader of Linging sect was regretful now. But he could not explain that Chang Hung hadn't broken through to Ningmai at that time. Such an inglorious matter, the more that was said, the more embarrassing it was. He could only swallow the bitterness. Zuo Mo walked onto the battlefield. Chowan was waiting for him. Chowan saw Zuo Mo sedately swing as he walked onto the field, and his expression became even uglier. The longer this guy stood in front of him, the more he would be laughed at. He wanted the elder responsible for judging the match to announce the start of the fight, and he would hammer this damned guy into paste. Since it was the first match, to show its importance, the judge responsible for the fight was a Jindan. His eyes coldly glanced across the two. In his eyes, there was no difference between Ningmai and Zhuji. The warning glance moved past the two people who couldn't help but shudder. The anger in Chowan's eyes disappeared, and Zuo Mo's swaying body stopped. You can use any move other than Ling Beasts. If someone admits loss, you cannot attack. If someone is unconscious, it is instantly judged a loss, the other cannot continue to attack. Chowan told himself. Be calm, I need to be calm. But he kept on feeling the dense crowds of spectators were all looking at him with ridicule in their eyes, like they were looking at a clown. Facing the judge, he didn't dare to make any moves. He lowered his head, suppressing the anger that had accumulated in his chest. The judge finally finished announcing the rules, both of his hands making a cut down, battle start. Chowan raised his head, his eyes filled with a stormy fury. He was like an infuriated lion, terrifying. The intense fire hammer in his hand turned with a boom into a ball of fire the size of a house and floated beside his body. The deep red flames spit and spat on the outside of the ball of fire. The heat that the fireball released could be clearly felt by spectators 100 zhang away. Chowan seemed minuscule compared to the fireball beside him. The light of the flickering fire reflected on Chowan's face. His face was full of murderous intent. Taking the chance, Zuo Mo's hand flipped and threw out a jade disc. Those with keen eyes instantly recognized it as a formation disc. Once the formation disc was thrown out, it turned to several streams of light and disappeared into the air. Many of the spectators either gave a disdainful expression or a disappointed one. Just a second-grade path confusion formation. What effect could it have on a Ningmai Xiuzha? Feeling the anger boiling in his chest, seeing the other's poor performance, Chowan looked on with ridicule and disdain and deep anger. Just this kind of person, he could make it through 10 of his moves. Translator ramblings. Luckily for all you readers, you didn't have to wait long for the battle to start. Dong Fu politics. Shifeng Rong probably has the shortest temper if it is about her disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124 Multiple Shadows and Intense Fire. Chapter 124 Multiple Shadows and Intense Fire. A second-grade path confusion formation posed no risk to Chowan, who was in the stage of Ningmai. Poof. Like a bubble bursting, the light sound didn't cause a ripple. The light surrounding Chowan changed slightly. The path confusion formation couldn't even endure the presence of the fireball beside Chowan and was instantly torn to bits. However, in that period of time, in front of Chowan, Zuo Mo had turned from 1 to 5. Multiple Ghost Shadow Seal. Watching from the side, Yan Mingzi and the others gaped and turned to look at each other. Isn't this Wang Shixian's medicine seal style? Such a wretched opening move. The core of the medicine seal style. Standing beside the three people was Wang Shixiang. At this time, he was gaping with wide eyes, not knowing what to say. Last time, Zuo Mo had defeated him. Adding in the fact the wagering had been extra hot in Dongfu, he had great interest about the scalping zombies match, and had especially came to watch. Not just him, nearly all the disciples of Linging sect had come out, wanting to personally see the sorry outcome of the scalping zombie. It had always been Linging sect running to other sects and bullying other people. To be harassed at their own doors, and losing, Zuo Mo was the first one. It was an embarrassment. The Linging sect disciple gritted their teeth, wanting to go up, skin and strip the damn zombie, especially when they saw Zuo Mo was using Wang Shixiang's medicine seal style. Instantly, the new hate and the old grudges merged. The spectators all shook their heads. Multiple Ghost Shadow Seal was very useful in the battles between low-level Xiuzha, but facing a person higher than the user like Chowan, this move was not effective. For illusions, one real person. The illusions had to be controlled by the real person. This was why the Multiple Ghost Shadow Seal was not used in higher-level battles. Controlling the illusions meant that one had to split their attention and the difficulty of manipulation would increase. Those illusions were only useful for confusion others but did not do anything else. On the field, 5 Zuo Mo spread out. Whoa! A light suddenly rose in the eyes of Wang Shixiang. He was the creator of Medicine Seal style, and the multiple ghost shadow seal was his trademark opening move. He was way too familiar with this move. But with his eyes, he actually could not detect which of the 5 Zuo Mo was the real one. The movements of the 5 Zuo Mos were extremely synchronized. They continuously took out formation discs from the 100 treasures pouch at the waist and then furiously threw them into the field. In a second, the formation discs flew like rain into the field. How was it possible? In a second, his expression froze. His mouth slowly dropped further, but he didn't realize it. He couldn't tell, still couldn't tell. Each Zuo Mo moved just the same as the real one. There was no stiffness, no place that they seemed fake. The other disciples might not understand the difference, but Wang Shixiang, who was so familiar with the multiple ghost shadow seal, how could he not understand the difficulty involved? The illusions created by the multiple ghost shadow seal would not move on their own. If they had to move, it must be controlled by the mind. With his skill, he could just control one illusion, and he had to leave the other 3 alone. The one illusion that he could control would definitely not be as realistic and detailed as what was happening now. Controlling 4 illusions at the same time, and could fight with such ease, how terrifying must his consciousness be? Unknowingly, sweat started to flow down his back and silently dripped down. He suddenly had a strong feeling this fight wouldn't peacefully and easily finish. In Sky Moon Jie that was dominated by Sword Xiu, aids like the multiple ghost shadow seal were things that people ridiculed. But Wang Shixiang, who had a deep knowledge of the multiple ghost shadow seal, was very clear: if the user could accurately control every illusion, the useless multiple ghost shadow seal would become full of danger. No, it was actually terrifyingly dangerous. When it was impossible to distinguish the illusions using the naked eye, one had to use their consciousness to detect it. However, would the consciousness of a person who could control 4 illusions be weak? If one could not tell the true from the illusions and their spirit was not strong enough, then there was only one way. This fight had attracted countless pairs of eyes, experts gathering around. They may not be as familiar with the multiple ghost shadow seal as Wang Shixiang, but their understanding of battle helped them see some clues. The underestimation on many people's faces were swept away. They started to think, if they were facing an opponent who had 5 bodies, real and illusory, how could they deal with it? On the lucky cloud, Tianzong saw Zuo Mo's move and couldn't help but praise, "Your sect's Zuo Mo is really a good one. I heard you say that he had comprehended sword essence when he was in Lianqi. I hadn't quite believed it, but seeing him now, he really is exceptionally talented." Comprehended sword essence in Lianqi? Once the words were spoken, the sect leaders on the lucky cloud all had shocked expressions. The heavens really loved Wu Kong Sword Sect too much. Having a genius that had an apparition when he entered Zhuji, and hiding a genius that comprehended sword essence when he was in Lianqi. Other than sighing, they couldn't help but feel admiration and envy. Each of them had their own thoughts. The face of the Linging sect leader was extremely poor. Comprehended sword essence in Lianqi? Shi Fengron, Xan and the others stared at each other, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. They found that they hadn't had a clue at all. Great, see how I'll sort you out when we get back. The light jumped in Shi Fengron's eyes and she burned with anger. Chaoan could not distinguish the real Zuo Mo from the fake illusions. In the scriptures that he had practiced in Fort Chao, the spirit was the area that was the least important. Looking at the 5 Zuo Mo thrown formation discs into the field, he felt joy instead of anger. The more Zuo Mo showed he was strong, after he won, the better he would look. In reality, the strength that Zuo Mo was displaying now could be considered the top of Zhuji Xiuzhe. But, what you are facing is ending my Xiuzhe. The distance between you and I is much bigger than you have imagined. Chaoan gave a dark smile. It was true. He could not find which Zuo Mo was the real one. But, did he need to know which one was real? All the anger and humiliation that had accumulated in his heart was like molten lava flowing inside his body, burning his body, pain covering his entire body. His body became a strange red color as though he was made from boiling red metal. The specialty of Fort Chao, fiery scripture, had reached its maximum. He wanted to use a method that no one could have any doubts about to win this battle. He wanted everyone to shut their mouths. His legs spread out slightly. Lowering his head, the gigantic fireball that was burning as it floated beside him suddenly bounced towards the sky. The spectators couldn't help but raise their heads, their eyes tightly fixed on the soaring fireball. They all knew what was coming was Chao Ao's full frontal attack. Seriousness came onto Wei Shang's face. He could feel the astounding power contained in that fireball. At his side, Xiao Gui and Li Yingfeng paled. Before, they had thought about the gap in power between the two people, but the confidence that Zuo Mo had displayed had made them feel that the gap was not as big as they thought. But now, they found that the gap was even bigger than they had imagined. In the sky far away, two people silently floated in the air and watched the fight.
Shimmy is that confident in Zuo Mo?
Gu Rongping looked at the match and said slowly, Fort Chao's fiery hammer, strong on the offensive and weak on the defense, but the power isn't bad. If he gets to complete it, even I would have some trouble. Su was floating beside him and said faintly, we'll know when they finish. Gu Rongping gave a light chuckle. It seems that Shimmy has a lot of confidence in him. Oh, then I can have high expectations.
Su didn't respond.
Yan Mingzi and the others were very nervous right now.
Hu Shan directly asked Wang Shixiang, what's the situation?
Before he finished, Chao shouted.
Boom!
His fisted hands suddenly crashed together in front of his chest. As his fists hit each other, the fireball in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless fist-sized fireballs, howling as they started falling down.
The fire rain hammer of Fiery Hammer.
Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dot. From nothingness, from low to high, the howl swept the field like a flood. Even the ground was trembling slightly. The Xiozha that had been looking at Chaoan like they were looking like a jade suddenly changed expressions. The light in Wei Shang's eyes grew as he stared at the field, the tendons in his hand protruding uncontrollably. The sect leaders on the lucky cloud didn't have the attention to talk now, their eyes locked on the field.
Shi Fengron's expression changed slightly. Zuo Mo should not meet this move head-on.
A hint of remorse flashed through Pei Yuanran's eyes.
His original intention had been for Zuo Mo to have some experience.
He hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would land in such a dangerous situation. They had only thought that Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence when he had been in Juji, so they hadn't opposed him when Zuo Mo went to practice things like ling farming and dan making. If they had known that this guy had comprehended sword essence when he was in Lianqi. If such a good sprout like this one was ruined on his hands, how could he face the ancestral masters?
Pei Yuanran's expression couldn't help but change slightly.
The faces of the others were also abnormally ugly. A cold light flashed through Xianyan's eyes. His right hand, hidden in his sleeve, at some unknown time, was gripping a little sword.
Only the sect leader of Lingying sect had a joyful expression.
Just as everyone was intimidated by Chaoan's fire rain hammer, and lost their ability to talk, Wang Shixiang suddenly raised his head, the light in his eyes shining, as he couldn't stop himself from shouting, that's not right. Yan Mingzi and the others were startled awake by Wang Shixiang's shout but didn't have the attention to spare to ask. Their eyes couldn't bear to move aside.
At some unknown time, a patch of faint golden mist had rose.
Those lights that were like golden sand, under the explosive rain of fire that was like a volcanic explosion, was so weak and inconspicuous.
Gold surge formation.
The mist that was like golden sand was all pure golden energy.
Gold surge formation was a commonly seen gold element formation.
It could nurture the vigorous gold energy. These vigorous gold energies didn't have much power. Most of the time, it was activated before casting a gold element spell. It could increase the power of a gold element spell.
Did he want to use a gold element spell?
The spectators couldn't help but shake their heads. The attributes of gold were vigor, strength, and breakage. Along with fire, it could deal the greatest damage out of the 5 elements. But of the gold element spells that a Zhuji could use, they really couldn't think of one that could stop Chaoan's fire rain hammer.
Some perceptive Xiozha that were also knowledgeable in formations found an abnormality. Was this gold surge formation 2nd or 3rd grade?
Such a big patch of golden mist, it didn't seem like something a 2nd grade gold surge formation could form. But if it was a 3rd grade gold surge formation, it could not form in such a short amount of time. Seeing the fire hammer in the sky about to land, this patch of golden mist changed again. At this time, no one was concerned with the change in the gold mist.
Everyone was closely watching the 5 Zuo Mo on the field. They wanted to see how Zuo Mo would respond.
That's not correct. Wang Shixiang's expression was frozen as he stared at the field, unconsciously muttering. Without noticing, his face was full of sweat and his eyes were full of deep disbelief.
Translator ramblings, the sect elders find out Zuo Mo concealed something.
I don't want to spoil anything, so no commentary on anything else in this chapter until the fight is over. Thanks for all your comments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 125 Final Kill. Chapter 125 Final Kill. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many formation discs had Zuo Mo thrown out?
Everyone only saw the sky filled with formation discs like rain. Only Wang Shixiang had been silently counting inside. The 5 Zuo Mo had been furiously throwing formation discs at an astounding rate, but an illusion was just an illusion. The illusions created with a multiple ghost shadow seal below 5th grade were intangible. They were just a ball of light. Therefore, only the formation discs thrown out by the real person were real formation discs. Wang Shixiang, face full of sweat, was full of admiration towards Zuo Mo to the point of kneeling. It was rare that the illusions were so realistic, but to have illusions that could throw out formation discs, the person's consciousness was terrifying. Wang Shixiang could not count how many formation discs had been truly thrown out. The rate at which each Zuo Mo had been throwing formation discs was different. He couldn't tell which one was the real one. But he knew that Zuo Mo had at least thrown out 7 formation discs. The fight had reached its climax, and Wang Shixiang felt that hiding under that expressionless zombie face was an extremely terrifying cunning. The spherical ball of fire that was howling as it came down quickly changed. Hammer metamorphosis. This was an extremely important transformation of the fiery hammer. Almost every move needed to undergo hammer metamorphosis after the fire turned into a hammer, the power would greatly increase. In normal moves, the time it took to complete the change was extremely short and hard to detect. It was only for powerful moves like Fire Rain Hammer that the metamorphosis of the hammer was clear enough for people to detect. When the howling fireball all turned into the fire hammer, the entire battleground would be flattened. At this moment a change suddenly occurred. 3 blue chains suddenly leapt around the red Chaoan's feet, like 3 blue snakes that had been waiting for a long time, and tangled around Chaoan. Unable to defend, Chaoan was tightly tied. 3rd grade, dragon tying formation. Shocked shouts instantly sounded in the crowd. This change had been too sudden without a hint of warning. However, many people were still shaking their head. Was this what Zuo Mo had been doing? The dragon tying formation had been one of the finer formations that Zuo Mo had purchased. Not many people recognized it. But in the eyes of these Ningmai, they could roughly detect the power of this dragon tying formation. From what they saw, the power of the dragon tying formation was good, but it was impossible to tie down Chaoan with this. It would only take Chaoan a few breaths to break free. Crack crack, Wang Shixiang couldn't help but fist his hands. A blush came onto his sweaty face. Only he guessed that Zuo Mo's counterattack was starting. Chaoan was enraged. Under the eyes of everyone, he had actually been tied down by a Zhuji Xiuzhe. His head rang. The fire inside his chest could not be suppressed. His hair stood on end, his eyes widening angrily, his expression extremely twisted. Go die. All the Ling power in his body furiously headed for the 3 blue chains on his body. A bright red fire appeared on his body, and he truly became a fire person. The deep red fire fiercely burned the blue chains on his body. The blue chains, at a speed visible to the naked eye, dramatically shrunk. The spectators couldn't help but sigh. The difference in power was too great. For Zhuji cultivators, the power of the dragon tying formation was very strong, but it was not enough for an Ningmai. It might have tied Chaoan down for a while, but Zuo Mo lacked a move that could finish him off. He basically could not do anything to Chaoan. Zuo Mo couldn't even near the flame that was on Chaoan's body. Only Wang Shixiang believed this was the horn of counterattack. There definitely was a change hidden in here. But where was that change? He suddenly found that in that great patch of golden sand, at some unknown time, there was the addition of countless water energies. A ball of faint water mist, carrying countless sparkling golden lights. It was extremely beautiful. Such thick water energy. Such an evident change obviously could not be missed by the spectators. Those that were familiar with formations instantly recognized it as the water-gathering formation. But the water energy that had been gathered far surpassed a second-grade water-gathering formation. Those Xiuzhe that had deeper knowledge of formations instantly reacted. Gold births water. His gold surge formation is aiding the water-gathering formation. It's a chain formation. No. There must have been an earth formation before. Earth aids the gold formation. It's a 3-chain formation. Heavens. 3-chain formation. 3-chain formation. He knows how to do a 3-chain formation. Gasps of shock instantly sounded among the crowd. This was the first time, up until now, that so many people gasped with shock at Zuo Mo. Wang Shixiang silently fisted his hands even more. He didn't feel happy that his guess had been right at this moment. His eyes were full of panic. Faster, faster. The howling fireball rain had just reached Zuo Mo's head. No matter how much assistance and traps he had put down before, he could not dodge this move. A pity for the 3-chain. Someone said that, and the surroundings instantly became silent. With Zuo Mo's cultivation, no matter what, they could not stop this fire rain hammer. Suddenly, all five Zuo Mo stopped and simultaneously looked at the sky. Zuo Mo's vision instantly darkened. The fireball descended from the sky, carrying an intimidating presence, unable to be dodged. Liang Feng and Xiao Guo's faces were bloodless. When the fireball flew closer, that terrifying presence made one unable to find the courage to face it. Shi Xiong. Xiao Guo's body uncontrollably trembled. Wei Shang's eyes suddenly lit up. Chang Hung suddenly straightened his body. Oh. Gu Rongping was slightly surprised, little bit interesting. A light flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. His eyes were tightly fixed on the nearing fire rain covering the sky. The fireball grew larger in front of his eyes with astounding speed. He didn't move at all. He stood with his face looking at the sky, not moving a sliver. The fireball had a long tail, just like a meteor. But they were still shaped spherically. It hadn't turned into a hammer. Golden light suddenly rose inside the field. A gigantic formation suddenly appeared. Zuo Mo was at the center of the formation. At the same time, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly lit up. Two formations, big and small, but completely the same, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Double chain streaming fire core manipulation. The hands of the five Zuo Mo in the field suddenly moved simultaneously. Zuo Mo was under great pressure at the center of the formation. He could feel all the powering changes that were happening in the formation. He had never felt it was so easy before. It was like his hands were greased. He didn't need to especially control it, and those incomparably complex finger motions streamed out of his hands. Opposite the flow of his finger movements, his body clearly was struggling like he was weighed down with something heavy, slightly trembling. Poof 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 poof. The four illusions disappeared. At this time, Zuo Mo had no more concentration to control those four illusions. He was enduring pressure that he had never endured before. From far away, one could clearly see the tendons in Zuo Mo's forehead bulging like earthworms. Control fire. He was using the most normal method to control fire. Taking advantage of Chaoan being tied up and having weakened his control of the fire rain hammer, before the fireballs could turn to a hammer, taking advantage of the double chain streaming fire core manipulation formation to increase his control over fire, to resolve this move. Such a smart child. Tianson Zi praised from the lucky cloud. The faces of the other sect leaders were full of jealousy. At this time, Pei Yuan ran and the others did not have time to be smug. They were nervously looking at the battle. All of the spectators were dumbstruck. No one had thought Zuo Mo would use such an incredible method to resolve a move that others thought was far out of his limits. It was just the most common fire. Zuo Mo locked his jaw and told himself repeatedly. His consciousness was reaching into every corner, crawling around the fireballs above his head. The finger motions changed according to the feelings passed on through his consciousness. Even though he had the streaming fire core manipulation formation to help him, even though Chaoan's control over the rain of fire was weakened, even though it had not metamorphosed into the hammer, but it still was not something that Zuo Mo could control. However, Zuo Mo didn't want to control it at all. Open! Zuo Mo bellowed. His voice seemed to have come out of his chest, suffocated yet deep. The rain of fire above his head suddenly moved towards two sides, revealing a slim crack. The sunlight streamed down through the crack. On the shaded ground, a path of light suddenly appeared. A ruler-straight path of light. At this end of the path was Zuo Mo. At the other end, it was Chaoan. And in the middle was that dense water energy that carried dots of gold light. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, when this path of light appeared, everyone that was watching had one thought: the final move. All the setup, all the traps, they followed and intercrossed and were so surprising. After such careful setup for the move, how could it not be the final kill? Zuo Mo's finger movements changed. That ball of water energy in the middle suddenly started to pour with rain. Little art of cloud and rain. Little art of cloud and rain. The people that had been waiting for an ultimate attack were dazed. Though many people hadn't recognized the finger motions and formations that had came up previously, there was no one who did not recognize the little art of cloud and rain that Zuo Mo had just cast. No one noticed that Zuo Mo had cast little art of cloud and rain in such a short amount of time. Everyone's first response was, why was it little art of cloud and rain? Just as everyone was shocked, the water drop sword appeared in Zuo Mo's hands. All the noise of the surroundings completely disappeared. In Zuo Mo's eyes, there was only that ball of cloud and rain. Under his feet was the 5 primary Ling replenishing formation. It had just barely managed to top up the Ling power in his body. Charge! In his heart, Zuo Mo shouted to himself. The water drop sword was tilted downward at his waist. Trotting in little steps, as the wind-travel boots lit up, as he brushed past the fire rain beside him, he slowly sped up. All the Ling power in his body were flooding towards the water drop sword.
Chowan was very angry, more angry than he had ever been before.
Originally, he had hoped to use a grand and explosive move to end this farce, and to prove his power.
But everything was ruined.
Now, even if he won, this damned zombie's performance was enough for people to talk about. The center of the conversation would be this zombie, and him.
The flames on his body became even hotter.
The blue chains that had been struggling finally could not endure it anymore and turned to dust.
He raised his bright red eyes.
There was one voice inside his heart.
Die.
In front of him, the cloud that was raining seemed to be changing. Immediately after, a figure rushed through the mist. The moment he came out, the white mist turned back to gold. All the water energy had disappeared. When he saw the person that rushed out was Zuo Mo, Chowan had a fierce smile. But when his eyes landed on Zuo Mo's waist, his eyes suddenly widened. The water drop sword that Zuo Mo was holding on his side had turned into a water sword, a gigantic water sword that was 1 zhang long like a flame. When he had passed by the cloud, all of the water energy had been absorbed onto the sword. In the midst of the fire rain, a transparent sword of water.
That was Zuo Mo's final and ultimate kill. Li water burning heavens. Translator ramblings, there was someone who mentioned using little art of cloud and rain in battle, so here it is.
Formations, 5-element Ling farming spells, and Zuo Mo's sword.
Is this worth the cliffhanger?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 126 Cross-Examination. Chapter 126 Cross-Examination. Boom boom boom.
The sound of explosions rang out. The battlefield turned into a sea of fire. The deep red flames were several zhang high as they spat and danced. The two people that were enveloped in the fire could not be seen. Suddenly, in the middle of the sea of fire, several snowflakes floated out. A blurry figure appeared out of the sea of fire. He walked step by step out. The blurry figure became more solid.
Who was it? Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks and stop breathing. Even the dumbest person knew the one walking out was the winner of the battle.
The rain of fire that had landed at the end had blocked everyone's vision. The image that had been burned in their eyes had been that gigantic flame-like sword made out of water, moving from bottom to top, slicing towards Chowan.
Did he hit it? What was the result?
It seemed to be time for everything to be revealed. The black figure coming out of the sea of fire was even more solid. He finally reached the border of the sea of fire.
He didn't stop and stepped forward.
A dark golden barefooted figure, slightly burnt black, stepped out of the sea of fire. The sky was clear and the warm sunlight reached the ground. The weather of Sky Moon Jia was pleasant. Even though the rain was plentiful, but sunny days were the majority in the year.
Dongfu, located on the mountain, was abnormally busy.
The Xiuzhou were coming and going, on swords or flying, or riding ling beasts, or controlling talismans as they gathered here from all around.
At Wukong Mountain, not far away from Dongfu.
Completely bare, Zuo Mo was soaking in the medicinal tub, only his head let out. He occasionally would hiss and inhale. Even though he had won this time, but he had been seriously injured. When he had walked out of the sea of fire, he had fainted. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was soaking in the medicinal liquid. Beside the tub, a sound tablet was placed. The light flowed on the jade disc of the sound tablet. This was something Zuo Mo had begged Xiaoguo to find for him. He was quickly pulled to the content of the sound tablet broadcast. Even though the matches of the past 2 days were extremely good, but it had to be said that they cannot compare to the first match.
It really makes me unable to have interest. Master Su, what do you think?
True.
I feel the same.
The spells of the past 2 days were varied, but there was nothing as astounding as Zuo Mo's display in the first match. However, after analyzing it, there are many reasons why everyone has such a deep impression of Zuo Mo and Chowan's fight.
Exactly.
A classic fight naturally needs some reasons it could be called classic. Like the gigantic difference in the two's power, and the unique use of formation discs and formations by Zuo Mo etc., they are all reasons this fight will be classic. In this fight, Zuo Mo's accomplishments with formations and formation discs is the topic that everyone has discussed the most.
The professions see the technique, the amateurs the spectacle. I don't know anything about formations at all. Master Su, you are an expert in this field and definitely saw more than I did. Come, explain it to me. I'm really not that skilled.
In reality, I was present at the fight and it gave me a great shock.
It might be because I'm very interested in formations. I was greatly stimulated by how Zuo Mo used formations and formation discs.
Many people are asking the same question: how many formation discs did Zuo Mo really throw out? Yes. I've been wanting to ask this question. If I hadn't seen it wrong, it should be 11 formation discs. That many?
The first one he threw out was the Path Confusion formation disc.
After that, the formation discs he threw out included the Earthling formation, the Gold Surge formation, the Water Gathering formation.
Those three formed a three-chain formation. Everyone should still remember the three blue chains that tied up Chowan.
I checked afterwards.
It is the Dragon Tying formation.
Not a bad formation.
The gold formation that appeared last was the Streaming Fire Core Manipulation formation. It formed a double chain with the Streaming Fire Core Manipulation formation on Zuo Mo's jade pendant at his waist. That was just 6 formation discs.
Those 6 discs had been meticulously planned. But where Zuo Mo was smart was not just that.
He had 5 formation discs with 5 primary Ling replenishing formations.
5 primary Ling replenishing formations. Right. Zuo Mo only has Zhuji cultivation in the end.
His Ling power is not as deep as Chowan by far, so he needed to replenish Ling power. What everyone should admire is that he had thrown the 5 formation discs into very specific places. Basically, any place that he could step into is within the area of the 5 primary Ling replenishing formation.
Inside the medicinal tub, Zuo Mo was full of admiration.
He didn't know who this Master Su was, but all his arrangements had been clearly seen by this person.
He couldn't help but be a little smug.
To hear someone praise him from the sound tablet, that feeling, it wasn't just good. The pain from the medicinal fluid burrowing into his body seemed to lessen. When he thought of the jingsher that he had made this time, his soul was flying.
You are very smug.
Fengrong said icily, face cold. Inside the tub, Zuo Mo shrunk his head. He had almost forgotten that he was being cross-examined right now. The sect leader, Xian Yen Shirbua, Yen Le Shirbua, and Master, were standing in a row in front of his medicinal tub and were staring at him.
This disciple doesn't dare,
he said carefully.
Doesn't dare? What don't you dare do? Fengrong's voice suddenly rose as she demanded, say, what don't you dare do? Zuo Mo saw the situation was bad.
Master was truly angry, but he didn't know where he had done something wrong, so he could only make noises. Seeing Zuo Mo making noise, the fire in Fengrong's heart rose. Look how docile you appear. You are the slipperiest and ruffian-like person in all the disciples. If I don't sort you out, as your master, I'll get lead around in circles by you.
Zuo Mo didn't understand anything at all.
Inside, he was even more certain he had done something wrong. But there were too many things that he had done that was not allowed. His master was pointing at his nose and scolding, but he didn't know which one it was. To have provoked the stoic master into scolding like this, what he had done was probably major.
Liang Feng and Xiaoguo didn't dare to breathe from the side.
However, by the end, they were suppressing their laughter.
Cough.
Only when Fengrong had pretty much vented did Pei Yuanran stand out.
Xiao Mo, you had comprehended sword essence in Lianqi, but why didn't you tell us?
The sect leader's voice was gentle and friendly, extremely warm, but soaking in the boiling medicinal fluid, Zuo Mo couldn't help but shudder.
Truthfully, Zuo Mo wasn't that afraid of Master. Master had a cold face but a warm heart.
Even though she had been sternly scolding him, but she was truly concerned for him. Out of the 4 elders, the one Zuo Mo was frightened of the most was the sect leader.
The sect leader always spoke moderately, was friendly and warm, but for some reason, Zuo Mo was always terrified of the sect leader that had brought him back. So it was comprehending sword essence when he was in Lianqi. Zuo Mo relaxed slightly. There shouldn't be a problem with that matter.
This disciple felt at the time that since the sword essence couldn't make jingsher, it wasn't as practical as being a Ling plant farmer. Zuo Mo deliberately stammered out.
The enormous yard was completely silent. Hearing Zuo Mo's answer, even though the 4 had cultivations of Jin Dan, they were completely dumbstruck.
The 4 stared at each other, not knowing to laugh or cry. Xiaoguo, Liang Feng and the others were trying their best to not laugh so much that their bodies were shuddering. Actually, for a long time, that had been Zuo Mo's true thoughts. So he was extremely natural when he said it.
Everyone knew what Zuo Mo was normally like. A person that dared to risk death to go to Linging sect to steal talismans.
It was normal for him to say something like this.
Make jingsher. You only know how to make jingsher.
One day, you'll be smashed to death by jingsher. Hearing that Zuo Mo had wasted his talents for such a ridiculous reason, Fengrong was furious. It'll be worth it to be smashed by jingsher, Zuo Mo reflexively muttered.
The moment it came out, he knew it was bad.
Master and the others had very keen hearing.
Wasn't he finding trouble for himself? Once one was injured, their self-control was lowered.
Shi Fengrong was so angered by Zuo Mo that her entire body shook, the finger that she pointed at him shaking.
Yan Li's face was full of helplessness.
Such a money-obsessed disciple, but his talent was so good.
Only Pei Yuan Ran's expression was normal.
His tone was still very warm. Oh, if I remember correctly, you only learned Li Water Sword scripture after you entered Juji.
Then, before that, what sword essence had you comprehended? Zuo Mo instantly was alarmed. Damn it!
How did he forget that? Li Water Sword scripture was a scripture that he had gone to the records room to get after he entered Juji. He hadn't thought that the sect leader, who usually did not act, would have noticed him so much that he was clear when he had cultivated the Li Water Sword scripture.
If the sect leader found Pu Yao, Zuo Mo was extremely panicked.
He felt more nervous than he had ever been before, his heart up to his throat.
He swallowed and said hesitantly, "It sure was Ice Dragon Sword Essence." This was something he certainly would not be able to conceal.
If he lied, and the sect leader made him show it, he would definitely slip up. 2 dots of cold light suddenly lit up in Xianyan's half-lidded eyes. The other 3 had not expected Zuo Mo's answer.
Even Pei Yuan ran still in shock.
"Oh, take it out for your Sherboy to see," Yan Li said hurriedly.
As expected.
Zuo Mo suppressed the terror in his heart and sent out a tidal sword essence. It was extremely weak, but the iciness contained in it was undoubtedly the Ice Dragon Sword Essence.
Where did you learn it? Sect leader Pei Yuan Ran stared with blazing eyes at Zuo Mo. The other 3 had reacted by now. Xianyan had never taught Zuo Mo the Ice Dragon Sword Essence, and the records had only been opened not long ago. How did Zuo Mo encounter the Ice Dragon Sword scripture when he was in Lianqi? The 4 people's eyes were blinding.
Zuo Mo felt cold up his spine, his limbs freezing.
Damn it, how could he perfect this lie? Zuo Mo's silence made the other 4 people's faces ugly. The tense atmosphere made Li Yingfeng and the others pale.
Secretly stealing and learning a spell, it was a crime punished by death in all sects.
No one would have mercy for someone that did so.
Just as Zuo Mo felt he had reached the end of the road and it was helpless, he was suddenly inspired. He stammered, "It was the night that eldest Qixiang entered Juji.
I saw Sherbo's Ice Dragon." Shock appeared on the 4 people's faces, chasing away the darkness before.
Only now did they remember that, on that night, in order to turn away the Shouja that came to watch, Xianyan had revealed his famed Ice Dragon Sword scripture, but...
You comprehended it after one look that night? The usually calm Xianyan finally couldn't stop himself.
Yes, Zuo Mo only felt relief as he escaped from death. He shook as he spoke.
Joy and slight guilt came onto Shi Fengrong's face.
There was only shock on the other 3 people's faces, deep shock. Even the usually calm sect leader was so shocked he was speechless. Just one look, and he comprehended the sword essence.
That talent at cultivating the sword. Translator ramblings, no cliffhanger this time.
The complete review of Zuo Mo's battle and his strategy. His answers are just. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 127, Everyone is Troubled. Chapter 127, Everyone is Troubled. Wu Kong Hall. What do all of you think? Pei Yuan Ran asked the other people.
Shi Fengrong was the first to speak. Other than second Qixiang, no one else knows Ice Dragon Sword scripture. The Jade Scroll had not been released before. With Zuo Mo's cultivation, even if he got it, he could not have read it, she said. She was the first person to speak up for Zuo Mo. Her protective intentions were evident.
Pei Yuan Ran smiled and said, "Shimmy, don't be nervous. You can't just steal and learn Ice Dragon Sword scripture, even if you wanted to.
I just saw that the boy was not obedient and wanted to scare him."
Xianyan suddenly said, "It's a pity." Yan Lo hurriedly asked, "What's a pity?" The other 2 elders also looked at Xianyan. He must have comprehended the sword essence on his own.
It has the beginnings of the tide. If he had kept going like that, it would not be hard to reach the creation of the dragon. It is a pity that he merged the Li Water Sword essence with it.
It looks like there is more transformations, but in reality, it has caused the sword essence to become impure. It was rare that Xianyan spoke so much.
The expressions of the 3 people changed dramatically.
Shitty means that Zuo Mo has ruined it?
Pei Yuan Ran, who never showed his emotions, had a terrible expression at the moment. In reality, he knew that he didn't need to ask that question. They were all sword shio and understood the result of an impure sword essence.
Xianyan didn't speak, but the three people that were familiar with him understood. The three of them became silent. All four of them were in a terrible mood. It would have been alright if they didn't know Zuo Mo's potential, but Zuo Mo's talent was so amazing, yet he would not be able to progress further on the Ice Dragon Sword scripture. For the four people who placed heavy importance on the legacy of the sect, it was a heavy blow.
Pei Yuanran said dejectedly, "This is my fault.
I was remiss in paying attention to him." The hearts of the other three were also unwell. Of the four, Shi Fengrong felt the worst. She had just been happy about Zuo Mo's talent, but in the turn of an eye, she was informed that Zuo Mo would not progress further on the Ice Dragon Sword scripture.
Shi Xiang, is there really no way?
She bit her lips and looked at Xian. Unless he could remake his sword essence to purify it. However, what he would receive would be a new sword essence, not Li Water Sword Essence, nor Ice Dragon.
How to progress that, we cannot teach him, Xian said heavily.
Wu Kong Hall descended into silence. Just as everyone was blaming themselves, Xian suddenly opened. Since he could comprehend Ice Dragon Sword Essence on his own, he is very talented. It is not out of the question that he could remake his sword essence. Shi Fengrong suddenly lifted her head, eyes lighting up as the disappointment left her face. Does Shi Xiang have a way?
Pei Yuanran and Yan Lu were also uplifted.
They all knew that Xian was not talkative usually, but if he spoke of his own initiative, he would definitely have a way.
Their eyes looked towards Xian, waiting for him to continue.
If he could understand more sword scriptures, with his talent, it should not be difficult for him to remake his sword essence. He just needs to be taught more sword scriptures, Xian said solemnly. However,
what is it?
Yan Lu couldn't stop himself from asking.
He doesn't seem to be interested in cultivating the sword, Xian said.
The three people stared at each other. They had been concerned about the problem of Zuo Mo's talent and had missed the most important question.
Zuo Mo was exceptionally talented, but he was the epitome of the frivolous disciple. His only habit was making jingshi. As to cultivating the sword,
when had he ever taken the sword seriously? But this person with no ambitions about the sword had a talent others would admire.
Xian's words struck the other three elders dumb. If Zuo Mo didn't want to practice the sword, they were concerned for no reason.
The four of them were all sword shio and knew very well how hard it was to cultivate the sword. At higher levels, other than difficulty, there was also danger. If the person's own resolve was not strong enough, they basically could not achieve anything. In other words, unless Zuo Mo wanted to learn the sword himself, they could not force him to. The three couldn't help but thinking how Zuo Mo saying he wanted to be smashed to death by jingshi.
Pei Yuanran suddenly felt a headache come up. What a troublesome youth.
Of course, Zuo Mo didn't know that the sect leader was having a headache over him. He was soaking in the medicinal tub, celebrating for having overcome a calamity. The Mo matrix on his body had not attracted the attention of the elders.
He felt surprised and extremely lucky.
When he inspected the Mo matrix on his body, he was shocked to find that, at some unknown time, the Mo matrix had hidden away under his skin.
It was all right.
The Mo matrix hidden underneath his skin greedily absorbed the medicinal power, quickly fixing Zuo Mo's body. He found that a benefit of the Mo matrix was that it could quickly absorb ling power and medicinal power, and continuously strengthen his body. The fact that his Vajra Profound Sutra progressed so quickly was directly connected to his Mo matrix. After soaking for a few days in the medicine, Zuo Mo found that his benefits in the sect had risen greatly. He was familiar with Dan making now and could recognize the general components of the medicinal fluid. He found the medicinal liquid he was soaked in contained many precious ling medicines. Zuo Mo's mind automatically converted it to jingshi and jumped in fright. Each basin was really expensive.
This didn't seem like the style of the sect.
Zuo Mo muttered inside, but he quickly threw the question to the back of his mind because he thought about jingshi. This time, he had earned a lot. For him, 300 pieces of third-grade jingshi was not a small sum. He had dared to put down so much, not because he had enough confidence, but because he had decided to spend all the jingshi before Pu Yao woke up. If Pu Yao woke up, he wouldn't get one piece of jingshi no matter how much he had. The odds of Zuo Mo winning had been 1 to 300. Zuo Mo had wagered 300 pieces of third-grade jingshi. In other words, his earnings was 90,000 pieces of third-grade jingshi.
Holy F******. Zuo Mo felt countless jingshi were floating above his head.
His soul was floating.
90,000 pieces of third-grade jingshi.
One fourth-grade jingshi was worth 500 pieces of third-grade jingshi, then it was 180 pieces of fourth-grade jingshi, but...
Heavens! This was a gigantic sum.
Supposedly, when Li Yingfeng had gone to take out this enormous sum,
she had asked eldest Xixiang to protect her the whole way. Luckily, Zuo Mo had told her to spread the wagers out, so no one had been plotting after it. But the worker at the casino that Wei Shang had gone to wager at had a special expression when he saw Wei Shang. When Li Yingfeng handed the Jingshi to Zuo Mo, her hands were shaking. What Kunlun introductory jade scrolls? All of that was thrown to the back of Zuo Mo's mind. 180 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. What couldn't he buy? Holding such a great sum, Zuo Mo did not need to fight at all. Wasn't it just the Kunlun introductory jade scroll? He only needed to notice who had picked this jade scroll and buy it from him. 180 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Not just the Kunlun beginner jade scroll. Zuo Mo felt that even if it was a normal Kunlun 4th grade spell, he could buy it. He made a lot. A lot. He had never been so wealthy before. At this time, Zuo Mo had just become an upstart, wanting to run to Dongfu immediately to start shopping. Possessing such a great sum, he could almost sweep clean all the talisman and material shops in Dongfu. Along with him, the casinos had also earned a lot. They were wishing that a battle like that would occur a few times each day. In Wukong Hall, a cloud had formed. It's over. Yan Li's face was full of helplessness. Now the boy has made such a big amount of Jingshi. Not just cultivating the sword, I'm suspicious that he would just start eating and waiting for death from now on. How about we take the Jingshi from him? Shi Fengrong said hatefully. She hated Zuo Mo's lack of ambition and grieved over her unluckiness. That's not proper. Pei Yuanran shook his head. He earned it properly. If we take it away, how would we be different from robbers? By that time, we might force him into another sect. The three were frightened. Right, any sect would compete for a disciple that was as talented as Zuo Mo. If nothing else, if they crossed the line, it would be reasonable that they could force Zuo Mo away. Even a strong person like Tiansong Zi, who was on good relations with Wu Kong Sword Sect, wouldn't give up on him. What should we do now? Shi Fengrong's face was full of worry. Before, they had been discussing the possibility of bribing Zuo Mo since he was so miserly. But Zuo Mo had received such a fortune. Even Pei Yuanran and the others were jealous of such a large amount of Jingshi. Without a doubt, Zuo Mo had become the richest person in Wu Kong Sword Sect. To bribe him with Wu Kong Sword Sect's thin assets, it was not possible. Pei Yuanran couldn't help but start rubbing his throbbing brow again. In the next few days, Zuo Mo floated as he walked. It was like he was stepping in cotton. There was only one question in his mind. How to spend this much Jingshi. However, he didn't have time to consider that problem anymore because it was time for Wei Shang Xixiang's match. Wei Shang Xixiang's opponent was a sword shio called Zuo Lin. He was a strong sword shio, halfway up in the various rankings. Having had a taste of gambling, Zuo Mo wanted to pull Li Yingfeng along to make some bets. But a frightened Li Yingfeng shook her head. She felt that her heart couldn't tolerate wagering like this. Without any other way, Zuo Mo could only take Xiaoguo along to go bet at the big casinos. Zuo Mo had become famous in Dongfu. The employees at the casino instantly recognized him. After going to 2 casinos, Zuo Mo could only let Xiaoguo go make the bets. If Zuo Mo was asked who he was most confident in, then it definitely would be Wei Shang Xixiang. So he did not hesitate in his wagering. To avoid being detected, he was very subdued. However, he pulled Xiaoguo along to bet at every casino in Dongfu, all for Wei Shang Xixiang winning. However, the payout rate at every casino for Wei Shang to win was very low. Everyone felt that Wei Shang would win. Since the casinos were opened by those local factions, they all knew that Wei Shang had caused an apparition when he entered Juji. As expected, Wei Shang Xixiang crisply defeated Zuo Lin and won. In this match, people had noticed that Wei Shang was clearly more powerful than his opponent. After this fight, Wei Shang was rocketed up in the rankings, easily getting into the top 10 and became a candidate for winning. Even though the payout was not high, Zuo Mo had invested a lot. In this match, he had made a little profit of 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. As expected, if one had Jingshi, it was easier to make Jingshi. Zuo Mo sighed. Wei Shang Xixiang had won and he had no further interest in the following matches. Even though his wounds had not fully healed, he was still trying to think of ways to spend the Jingshi, but... Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo doesn't care, but his lack of knowledge did him a disservice with his sword essence. Of course, he really doesn't have that much talent, so his hopes of actually progressing with the Ice Dragon Sword scripture is not very high unless he is very motivated. Also, 180 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 128 The 100 Treasure Flying Pavilion. Chapter 128 The 100 Treasure Flying Pavilion. For Zuo Mo, the question in front of him was an extremely serious one: to spend this enormous amount of jingxue. In his perspective, it was not outrageous to label it a serious problem. If he hadn't spent all of the jingxue before Pu Yao woke up, then he definitely wouldn't get a single piece. His original intentions when he had bet the original amount was because he didn't want the 300 pieces of third-grade jingxue to land in Pu Yao's hand. This was great now. The situation hadn't changed and he needed to find a way to spend even more jingxue. He definitely had to spend it before Pu Yao woke up. If such a large sum of jingxue ended up in Pu Yao's hands, Zuo Mo felt that he would go crazy. To avoid the worst-case scenario, Zuo Mo decided to act immediately. However, before he could leave the mountain gates, he was called by the sect leader to Wu Kong Hall. Recently, he had been too flashy. It was better to be a bit more careful. Zuo Mo decided to be more low-key. If he angered the sect leader and the others, he wouldn't have easy days. Xiao Mo. The sect leader raised a teacup and took a sip, saying slowly, "I heard you do not want to attend the next fight?" Sect leader, it's not that this disciple doesn't want to, but is unable to. See, this disciple's wounds have not healed. Even though the next opponent is unknown, but it will definitely be a Ningmai expert, and the match will be unwinnable. My wounds would be aggrieved, and leave behind hidden weaknesses for future cultivation. This disciple feels that the sword test conference is just to gain some experience. This disciple has learned a lot this time. If this disciple gets hurt in order to win, and damages the base, wouldn't that be doing more harm than good? Zuo Mo said with a thick face. The sect leader had a smiling expression as he looked at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo instantly had a bad feeling. You have thought about the situation. Not bad, not bad. However, things have changed. One competitor had left due to an emergency, so there will be one person who will draw a bye. Elder Tiansong Zi admired your performance last time very much and has decided to give the bye to you. You have to perform well to not fail the hopes of Elder Tiansong Zi. As to the wounds you have, don't worry, your master wouldn't bear for you to fight with wounds. Zuo Mo instantly froze. He still needed to attend the competition? Wasn't it already known to be a loss? Other people only saw his dazzle and success in his match with Chaoan. What they didn't know was how much he had prepared for that. Even his luck had been extremely good in order for him to achieve victory. Through the information that Fu Jin had found on Chaoan before the match, he had found Chaoan's weakness. He also fully used the wagering to place enormous pressure on Chaoan. He had used everything he could think about, he had really put all his effort into scheming, just so he could barely make the victory. The gap between Zhuji and Ningmai was still gigantic. If it was any other competitor, he would have lost. Other than the killing moves like the Yin Fire Bead, which was not suited to being used in public, he had done everything that he could. The sect leader wanted him to keep attending the competition? What did he have left to use to compete? He felt his mind was a bit stuck. Did the sect leader really think that he could defeat Ningmai like he was cutting vegetables? He shouldn't. Zuo Mo raised his head slightly to glance at the sect leader and instantly shook his head inside. Not in any way did the sect leader seem like such an idiot. Just as he was thinking, he heard the sect leader say with a smile, "Go prepare well." Zuo Mo dejectedly left Wu Kong Hall. For a long while, he couldn't focus. A bye? This kind of thing happened? Just as he was dazing away on Silly Bird's back, he suddenly heard Pu Yao's voice, "Give me 5 ing beads." This was definitely the voice that Zuo Mo didn't want to hear the most. Consequently, his body suddenly froze when he heard it. When did this guy wake up? However, he quickly responded. Pu Yao's voice was very rushed. He clearly was in desperate need of the yin beads. Without a second word, he took out 5 yin beads to shove to Pu Yao. Pu Yao, having obtained the yin beads, instantly disappeared. Only now did Zuo Mo feel his heart pumping hard. Damn it, Pu Yao was going to wake soon. No way. He needed to be quicker. Zuo Mo felt as though there was a fire below his, but as he frantically urged Silly Bird to move, he could feel his heartbeat continuously increasing in speed, his mouth dry. 190 pieces of 4th grade jingxue. Before the competition, he had never even seen a 4th grade jingxue before, much less 190 pieces of 4th grade jingxue. When he thought that this gigantic fortune might not belong to him, Zuo Mo felt terrible. With a stronger desire to spend the jingxue, Zuo Mo came to Dongfu again. This time, he didn't wander around on the ground. He headed straight for the finest floating market in Dongfu, the 100 Treasure Flying Pavilion. The 100 Treasures Island was the finest market in Dongfu, and what it sold was the most expensive and highest quality items that could be bought in Dongfu. Every talisman that was sold here was the finest of the finest. The raw materials that it sold were all rare items. The 100 treasure flying pavilion was forged from a small mountain peak. The reason that it could always float in the air and never needed to land was due to the genji that were on it. There had never been anyone that made trouble at the 100 treasure flying pavilion, not even Jindan experts. This was the first time Zuo Mo came to the 100 treasure flying pavilion. If he didn't have 190 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi on him, he definitely wouldn't have the bravery to come to such a high-end store. The mountain was not big, only about 70 or so mu. It was extremely beautiful, all kinds of ling grasses and flowers planted, as the ling music flowed. Zuo Mo didn't really know much about the ling music, but the ling grasses and flowers really frightened him, who was familiar with dam making. Any stock of ling grass and flower in here was a rare specimen that Zuo Mo had only seen on the jade scrolls. 4th grade Antenaria reed, 4th grade nightmare mushroom, 4th grade red fire lotus. They didn't need to put on any airs. Those 4th and 5th grade ling plants were just planted there. If the customers that came in did not have full purses, they would have to be careful when they lifted their feet in fears of stepping on a plant. They couldn't afford to pay the price. A place like the 100 treasure flying pavilion never had to worry it would be too crowded. When Zuo Mo arrived, there was only one guest inside. The person that received Zuo Mo was a storekeeper wearing a gold-embroidered black robe. His eyes were very keen. When he saw Zuo Mo, he enthusiastically came over. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Zuo? Such an honor to have you as a customer. Mr. Zuo, your match really helped us Dongfu gain some honor. That was a good fight. TSK, 3 chain, I was really shocked when I saw it. Receiving you today, it is this one's good fortune." The storekeeper's voice was warm but not fawning. His words touched Zuo Mo's pride but didn't exaggerate. Even the volume was controlled at an appropriate level, and wouldn't disturb the customer that was browsing through the talismans not far away. What shocked Zuo Mo even more was that this friendly-looking storekeeper was a Ningmai. At this time, Zuo Mo couldn't help but look at the other shopkeeper. As expected, also a Ningmai. There wasn't just the 2 shopkeepers. There were 2 more shopkeepers waiting by the side, also Ningmai cultivation. Ningmai cultivators used as shopkeepers. This was enough to shock Zuo Mo, but he thought about the matches going on below, the Ningmai Shouja fighting back and forth, extremely grand. Yet on the 100 treasure flying pavilion, the same Ningmai level Shouja were only shopkeepers. He wondered who was the owner of the 100 treasure flying pavilion. The other must have a very big background. There was one benefit to Zuo Mo's zombie face. No matter what he was thinking inside, it would never show on the surface. "I came to see if there was something suited for me." Due to the other's cultivation, Zuo Mo was also very polite. "Oh, then look around. If you see something you like, this one can explain more." The shopkeeper smiled as he said. He was not too warm but not cold. With just a look, Zuo Mo's eyes blurred. Right now, he did own many good things, but other than the jade scroll at his waist that could barely be put in the 100 treasure flying pavilion, none of the other things were comparable. These were all good things. Good things. Zuo Mo swallowed continuously, his eyes lit up, wanting to sweep all the talismans on the shelves into his purse. However, when he saw the prices marked on the items, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. This flying sword uses the deep ocean water soul crystals from 10,000 miles under the surface. Each water soul crystal is above 4th grade and was made by a famous master. This flying sword is made from 7 swords and can be arranged in many ways. The Big Dipper on the body of the swords can easily set the swords to become the Big Dipper sword formation. If it is in the hands of those who are skilled in formations such as you, Mr. Zuo, it would become even more powerful. Zuo Mo looked at the price, 600 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. His little heart trembled and he hurriedly looked at another item. This is a sky cotton woven robe. It is woven out of 16,000 strands of complete ice sky silk. The ice sky silk is extremely strong and hard to break with a flying sword, and it can automatically absorb ling energy from the surroundings. There are 7 formations on there, each with different effects, all of them useful. Also, this sky cotton woven robe is extremely strong in defense. We have done specialized testing. Price, 500 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo left without raising his head. Zuo Mo walked around the different shelves as he scanned through superficially. Each talisman was so good, but the price of each talisman made him feel hopeless. By the end, he was completely numb, and just looked at the price first. The shopkeeper did not hurry him and was not impatient. He showed extreme professionalism. Zuo Mo suddenly saw an item priced at 100 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. He couldn't help but stop in his stride.
A ring that was like a circle of metal laid there silently. Noticing Zuo Mo's gaze, the shopkeeper introduced dutifully, "This dimensional ring is half a failure." The forger had originally wanted to forge a 4th grade dimensional ring but failed in the end. This dimensional ring is slightly bigger than normal 3rd grade dimensional rings, but it is smaller than 4th grade dimensional rings. Because the owner is familiar with the forger, this dimensional ring was placed to sell here.
Dimensional ring.
Glee rushed out of Zuo Mo's heart. He hadn't thought that the 100 Treasures Flying Pavilion would sell dimensional rings. The so-called dimensional rings were storage talismans. The 100 treasure pouch at his waist was a similar talisman that could store and transport items. However, the dimensional ring was a higher-level storage talisman than the 100 treasure pouch. It wasn't just that it could contain more items, but the items stored would not increase the weight. That was where it was much better than a 100 treasure pouch. However, it was much harder to make a dimensional ring than a 100 treasure pouch. It was hard to find one on the market and the price never dropped. If it wasn't for his unexpected windfall, Zuo Mo didn't know how long it would take before he could afford a dimensional ring.
The dimensional ring was an extremely useful talisman. Zuo Mo almost didn't need to think and took out the jingsher, "I'll buy it." Translator ramblings, isn't Zuo Mo lucky? Well, he doesn't think so.
His plans of bankrupting himself was ruined and he's being thrown off the deep end. One of the staples of a Chinese fantasy novel shows up, the dimensional ring.
Zuo Mo is relatively rich but not rich enough to sweep the high-end shops. Thanks for all your comments. As accurate as I can remember, the conversion for jingsher is 10 first grade equals 1 second grade. 100 second grade equals 1 third grade. 500 third grade equals 1 fourth grade.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 129, 5-Colored Pagoda. Chapter 129, 5-Colored Pagoda. Zuo Mo couldn't let go of the dimensional ring once he had it in his hands.
Mr. Zuo really has good eyes. The space inside this dimensional ring is 9 square zhang, more than 2 times the area of a normal 3rd grade dimensional ring, but the price is only 30% more expensive than a 3rd grade dimensional ring.
Stored inside the dimensional ring, there's no rotting or decay.
It will be as fresh as it was even 100 years later.
It is easy to take items out. The mind only has to move, and it will enter the palm.
The shopkeeper praised and then handed Zuo Mo a jade scroll. This jade scroll has some of the special jinji for dimensional rings.
This shop gives them for free. Mr. Zuo is really a promising youth.
This store has opened for a long time, yet Mr. Zuo is the first customer to have a dimensional ring in Juji.
It really was a good item.
Zuo Mo threw everything from the 100 treasures pouch into the dimensional ring, and felt his body become light. His 100 treasures pouch had been holding a huge mountain of items. If it wasn't that he had made slight progress with the Yivajra Profound Sutra, he would have been crushed under the weight of the items. Now that it was all in the dimensional ring, he couldn't feel any weight.
The feeling was too good. A 9 square zhang area was empty.
His large pile of items only took up an extremely small corner.
The gigantic space was enough to put countless formation discs. What medicine seal style? With the dimensional ring, then it would be the true medicine seal style.
Even though he had known before, but he still sighed at the contrast between the dimensional ring and the 100 treasures pouch.
No wonder it was so expensive. 1 piece of jingsher, 1 kind of item.
What Zuo Mo was especially satisfied with was the appearance of this dimensional ring was plain.
It looked like a normal metal circle and was unattractive to the eye.
If one didn't already know, they would never think that this nondescript metal circle was a dimensional ring worth 100 4th grade jingsher.
Zuo Mo knew that his cultivation was low.
If he was too flashy, then that was no different than asking for death. Dongfu might look orderly on the surface, but things like killing people for their treasures, and people suddenly disappearing were common occurrences. People were moved by wealth, people died for wealth, birds died for food. This was the same no matter the place.
He didn't want to lose his little life for a dimensional ring.
The plain appearance of the dimensional ring was well suited to his mentality. It was worth spending 100 pieces of 4th grade jingsher.
Extremely satisfied, Zuo Mo thought about the remaining 90 pieces of jingsher. Let's continue.
The shopkeeper was slightly surprised at the wealth Zuo Mo had. This was the first time he had seen his Yuji Shouja spend 100 pieces of 4th grade jingsher without batting an eye. He didn't know that Zuo Mo was racing against time with Pu Yao. If Pu Yao didn't exist, he would have tightly gripped onto the 100 pieces of 4th grade jingsher and certainly couldn't bear to buy the dimensional ring. But right now, the jingsher would only be his if he spent it. Even though Pu Yao would always offer things like spells and what he called in exchange, but thinking about the things that Pu Yao gave, Zuo Mo was so upset he wanted to spit blood. No matter if it was the embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation of the first time or the Mo matrix and Yao seed later, all of them had side effects. As for things like fragrance knowledge, he wanted to kill someone. It wasn't a crime to spend. If he didn't spend, he definitely would cry. Zuo Mo kept walking forward. His eyes landed on a 5-colored pagoda. This 5-colored pagoda was made up of 5 levels, each level a different color. Familiar with the 5 elements, Zuo Mo instantly recognized it as a 5-element talisman. Each level represented an element of the 5 elements. This 5-element pagoda was made by a roaming Xiao. Originally, this roaming Xiao had intended to make a talisman that could increase control over the 5 elements, but his cultivation went astray and his spirit was extinguished. This unfinished talisman was sold to this store by his family. The thought behind this 5-element pagoda is extremely clever. The 5 levels of the tower might not be made from the best materials, but it would have been hard to gather all 5. It is a pity that Dongfu is dominated by Sword Xiao and not many cultivate the 5 elements, which is why none have asked about this talisman. I heard that Mr. Zuo has a side profession of ling farming. This 5-color pagoda is very suited for you. If you are willing, this store would also give to you the spells to forge the 5-color pagoda for free. It is the jade scroll that the original owner of the 5-color pagoda left. Zuo Mo looked at the price, 50 pieces of 4th-grade jingsher. He couldn't help but be tempted. The item is good, but the price. Hearing this, the shopkeeper said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It's not that this one is unwilling, but the store does not bargain." The other might have said it politely, but the tone was resolute. It looked like he really couldn't bargain, Zuo Mo muttered inside. But he was greatly tempted by the 5-colored pagoda. He could only say, "Could you take it out for me to see?" "No problem." The shopkeeper crisply took out the 5-colored pagoda and handed it to Zuo Mo. Once the 5-colored pagoda came into Zuo Mo's hands, he felt the lively 5-element energies. He started out as a ling plant farmer and was extremely sensitive to the 5 elements. Even the sword scriptures that he had practiced afterwards had clear inclinations towards the 5 elements. The levels arranged from the top of the pagoda to the base were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. When ling power was channeled into the pagoda instantly shone with 5-colored light. Zuo Mo felt as though he was holding an extremely pure ball of 5-element energy. His mind moved as he silently casted little art of cloud and rain. Then he felt the moisture surrounding him gather in his hand. So quick! Zuo Mo was very shocked. It was twice as fast as when he casted the little art of cloud and rain by himself. Such a powerful talisman. Zuo Mo instantly realized the value of this talisman. Maybe, in the hands of another person, this talisman would not be very useful, but in his hands, it would be very effective. This 5-colored pagoda is suited to you. A voice suddenly came from behind him. Hearing this, Zuo Mo turned around. At some unknown time, someone had been standing behind him without his knowledge. It was him. Zuo Mo couldn't help but still. In front of him was a person wearing a black gauze hat. It was the guy that had came to him to cut the cold magnet. This person called Su had mysterious origins. He was very strong and had easily won in the last few matches. He was ranked in the top 10 of all the rankings. He had also made a wager with Chaoan, which pushed Chaoan into dangerous straits. He could be considered to have helped Zuo Mo out. Of course, Zuo Mo didn't have any relationship with him, so Zuo Mo had no reason to think the other had wagered just to help him out. "I'll buy it for you," Su said shortly. "You just have to help me with something." The shopkeeper beside them perceptibly moved to one side, not disturbing their conversation. Zuo Mo was extremely wary. He shook his head, saying, "No need, I can buy it myself." 50 pieces of 4th-grade jingsher was not a small amount. Converted, it was 25,000 3rd-grade jingsher. A favor whose payment reached 50 pieces of 4th-grade jingsher. Even thinking with his feet, Zuo Mo knew the favor wasn't an easy one. Adding on this, Su took out a jade bottle, 4 Chao's intense fire Dan 36 of them. "Help me forge something." Forge something? Zuo Mo's heart rested slightly. What Ji is most afraid of is fighting and killing. Oh, wait, thinking about his history of almost getting killed when he had processed the inky black lotus seed, he hurriedly asked, "Forge what?" "Forge the cold magnet into sword billets," Su said. "That's not possible." Zuo Mo said decisively, "That thing is 4th grade. It took all my power just to cut it. I don't have the power to forge it into sword billets." "You can do it."
Su's voice still was unaffected. You could process the inky black lotus seed. Adding on this 5-colored pagoda, you can forge it. It would have been better if Su hadn't mentioned the inky black lotus seed. Once it was mentioned, the anger in Zuo Mo's heart erupted. If this bastard in front of him hadn't spread the information, then that business wouldn't have come looking for him. Go had almost lost his little life. I will also help you get into the top 10. Su's light words instantly dissipated the fire in Zuo Mo's heart. Zuo Mo's heart moved. He felt out with a question, then what do I do for the second round? You're the buy for the second round. Su said. Zuo Mo was secretly shocked. This guy did have some skill to be able to know such secret information. He had just found out from the sect leader that he was the buy and this person in front of him actually knew as well. The other's offer tempted him. Pu Yao was most likely going to wake up soon. If Pu Yao woke up, the Jingxi would instantly change possession, then his idea of buying the Kunlun preliminary formation Jade Scroll was not realistic. If he wanted to get that Jade Scroll, then he had to go through the competition. There would be 100 people that would attend the last no-rules competition. Even though all 100 people would get a prize, but the further back he was ranked, the less the chance he would get the Jade Scroll. But Zuo Mo kept on feeling the other's offer was not so simple. Tell me how to forge the sword billets? He first decided to find out more. Carve a formation on each billet with dying flowing moon. There are 4 formations in total. Su said. Dying flowing moon. Zuo Mo's head shook like a rattledrum. Not possible, not possible. Dying flowing moon isn't a material I can use at this moment. He was not being humble. Even though dying flowing moon was a 3rd-grade material, but it was a rare one. It had extremely special properties and was truly a high-end material. They might all be 3rd grade, but there would be great differences. The so-called grades were, in reality, an extremely vague concept. Sometimes, it referred to a horizontal ranking, while other times a vertical ranking. This vague categorization system was not because cultivators were not rigorous but due to the complexity of the attributes of many materials. For example, the stalagmite fire. His was a 2nd-grade fire seed. This was the horizontal ranking, because it held the attributes of a fire seed. There were many types of stalagmite fire. If it was nurtured for a long period of time in a place with denser Ling energy, it would transform into another kind of fire, cold purple fire, and if it kept on going, it would form yet another fire, wave fire. The stalagmite fire was 2nd grade, the cold purple fire was 3rd grade, the wave fire was 4th grade. Cultivators would see them as a wholly different species, because they were of different grades, and they would have different attributes, but were in fact the same fire source. Some materials would increase in quality but keep its appearance and fall under the vertical rankings. For example, fire dragon grass. 3rd grade fire dragon grass and 4th grade fire dragon grass might be different in terms of the Ling energy it contained and the color of its fruit, but it was still very easy to identify it as a fire dragon grass. Dying flowing moon belonged to the 2nd type. The so-called 3rd grade dying flowing moon referred to how in all of the dying flowing moon, it was ranked in the 3rd to last species. In reality, the 2nd situation occurred far more frequently than the 1st situation. This kind of categorization had formed over thousands of years, according to convention. Dying flowing moon was a truly high-end material. It was extremely difficult to gather and to process. It certainly wasn't something as Zhuji Shouja like Zuo Mo could forge. Zuo Mo suspected that he couldn't even process 1st and 2nd grade dying flowing moon, much less the 3rd grade dying flowing moon. He couldn't take the business. Translator ramblings, don't take the rankings too seriously but just know that some will transform and others won't when they level up. Horizontal and vertical are very weird, so does anyone have a better suggestion? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Seeing Lin Xian Again. Chapter 130, Seeing Lin Xian Again. No matter if it was dan making or forging, it all carried risks. This risk didn't just mean the risk of failure, but danger as well. The loss of all Ling power, souls being torn out, Ling power reversing, and being poisoned. The lightest would be serious bodily harm, the most severe would be the destruction of the soul. If one was processing something that was far beyond their abilities, the dangers would increase several times over. Yao beasts needed cultivators to kill them, and those Ling grasses and medicine that had lived for hundreds and thousands of years, would they let others kill them easily? All beings in the world naturally had their own defenses. Those weak-looking entities, the viciousness and dangers contained in their weak bodies could easily kill a person. Zuo Mo might frequently do some risky things, but at the core, he was an extremely cautious person. It was only when he didn't have enough assets and he had no choice that he took these risks. The lowest level cultivators, if they didn't bet with their life, what could they bet with? But right now, his needs and the others' offer hadn't reached the point that needed him to risk so much.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy right now,
Zuo Mo said expressionlessly.
Brother Zuo.
Suddenly, a slightly familiar voice came from behind him.
Zuo Mo stilled and turned around.
Sometime unknown to him, a white-clothed male was standing behind him.
His features seemed slightly familiar. Where had he seen them? Wasn't this Lin Qian?
Zuo Mo quickly remembered where he had seen this person, especially when there were not many that were as handsome as this.
The rich young master, the fat sheep? This guy hadn't left?
Lin Qian, you haven't left yet?
Zuo Mo had a pretty good impression of this handsome guy.
Meeting him again, he was quite happy.
The sword test conference is such an interesting event.
If I left, and didn't see Brothers Wu's spectacular performance, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life.
Lin Qian smiled as he said, his tone warm and humble, subtly closing the distance between the two. Zuo Mo was slightly embarrassed by Lin Qian's words, and said, I was just lucky. Lin Qian's knowledge far exceeded him.
His little tricks were slightly clever, but that depended on who he was using them on. However, his zombie face could not blush.
Luck is a kind of strength.
Lin Qian laughed as he stated in a forthright manner. He turned towards the black gauze hat-wearing Su, and said with a slight smile, didn't think I would meet Su Shimi here. Please send my greetings to Wenjinren.
Who are you?
Su's voice was cold, a flash of ice streaking through her eyes behind the black gauze.
The light robes billowed as though she was going to attack at any moment.
Suddenly being called out by name by a stranger, she was shocked and angry. The expressions of the surrounding shopkeepers changed. Zuo Mo felt the temperature around him drop and was shocked. Su, who had been already mysterious in his eyes, became even more powerful and mysterious. Lin Qian was not affected at all, smiling, and stating, Shimi has never seen me before and naturally would not recognize me.
He didn't seem to want to keep going with the question.
He smiled at Zuo Mo, saying, Brother Zuo, why are you not interested in Su Shimi's suggestion? According to my knowledge, other than the prizes, for the first 10 people, if they are local disciples, there are also other benefits.
Other benefits?
Zuo Mo stilled and scratched his head, how come I haven't heard of this,
Destiny cannot be revealed.
Lin Qian smiled. Even with the greatest benefits, one needs to be alive to enjoy it. Zuo Mo shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. He could barely manage to process the 4th-grade cold magnet, but to carve formations onto the sword billets and to use dying flowing moon in the process, it was far beyond of his abilities. The two of them had met before, and Zuo Mo was much more casual.
Lin Qian liked Zuo Mo's casual attitude as well. Hearing this, he laughed, Brother Zuo is not confident?
As Zuo Mo and Lin Qian talked, Su maintained her silence. She wasn't dumb and could see that Lin Qian was helping her. From that, it could be seen that Lin Qian did not have ill intentions.
Zuo Mo snickered, no way about it. I'm only in Juji.
If I'm in Ningmai, if you come find me, as long as the price is right, there's no problem.
The black gauze of Su's hat rippled. When Zuo Mo was in Ningmai, how long did she have to wait? There were too many uncertainties in cultivation. No one could guarantee that they would reach a certain stage in an amount of time.
In the process of cultivation, there were way too many strange occurrences that even the greatest geniuses could not avoid. So Brother Zuo is worried about this problem.
I actually know a way that might solve it,
Lin Qian said in a heavy voice.
Let's hear it, Zuo Mo said.
Lin Qian might have vast amounts of knowledge, but the problem of cultivation was not something that could be solved easily.
Brother Zuo's spirit is exceptionally strong. Why don't you consider a double-chain 4-turn fire formation?
Lin Qian's words were like a streak of lightning that crossed the sky. It was like someone had cast a paralysis spell on him.
He was struck dumb.
Double-chain 4-turn fire formation, double-chain 4-turn fire formation, Zuo Mo's eyes were unfocused like he was going crazy as he muttered to himself. He dropped to the floor, a few jingshi in his hands as he started to set up a formation on the ground. Lin Qian waved his hand at one of the shopkeepers who instantly understood and closed the doors to the store. Su started with slight shock at Lin Qian but maintained her silence.
She knew that Zuo Mo was in the middle of an epiphany.
Epiphanies were states that could only be encountered through luck but never through skill. If it was interrupted, it was hard for the person to regain that wonderful state.
Lin Qian suddenly beckoned with his hand at Su and turned to walk to another room. Su hesitated for a beat but still followed.
When Su walked into the room, the light in the room suddenly flashed, and the sounds from the outside instantly disappeared. She was very shocked. The cultivation of the person in front of her was unfathomably deep. Su shimmy, don't worry. This is just a sound blocking Jinji. Lin Qian smiled as he said, is Shimmy still suspicious about my identity? Finishing, he took out a jade pendant. Does Shimmy recognize this item? Su's gaze landed on the jade pendant in Lin Qian's hands, and her body trembled. She could not maintain her composure, a heart-like pendant. Lin Qian smiled and generously handed the jade pendant in his hands to Su. Su took over the jade pendant. The little lake on the jade pendant was like a living entity, constantly changing. Occasionally, the wind would cause ripples, or the surface would be as smooth as a mirror. Feeling the familiar presences coming from the jade pendant as well as the Jinji unique to her sect, she instantly knew that the jade pendant in her hand was the token of the sect, a heart-like pendant. But, she had never heard of another elder in the sect that still had a disciple. Yet this heart-like pendant was real. Those that possessed a heart-like pendant were all core elders of the sect. Her master had one. But even the best disciples of the sect, her and Gu Rongping, did not have a heart-like pendant. The sect had a rule, seeing the jade pendant was as seeing the Jinren. Su bowed, and made a greeting again, Shirshu. Shimmy is polite. Lin Qian returned the greeting and said, Shimmy and I are about the same age. It's better for us to refer to each other this way. I have not returned to the sect, so there is no basis to call me Shirshu. Su didn't know what to say and kept her silence. She was still in the middle of a deep shock. From when Lin Shixiang had appeared until now, she still was not able to see Shixiang's true power. The more hidden it was, the more odd she was. This meant that Lin Shixiang's strength was at least 2 levels above her. She wondered which elder had raised such a terrifying person, but she suddenly felt lucky that Lin Shixiang was a disciple of her sect. The shopkeepers saw the light flashing outside the room, and perceptibly moved their eyes away. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, Su and Lin Qian entered his vision. Congratulations, Brother Zuo. Lin Qian smiled and said, after today, Brothers Zuo's road to wealth has become even wider. Zuo Mo, who had just gathered his thoughts, was happy when he heard Lin Qian's words. He raised his hands in a greeting, I have to thank Brother Lin. Without Brother Lin's guidance, I wouldn't have thought about this method at all. This is Brother Zuo's own skill. I just said some things, and hadn't thought that Brother Zuo could really make them into reality. I'm very shocked. Lin Qian smiled as he shook his head. Zuo Mo didn't say any more. He lowered his head as he savored the wonderful state he had been in. It was very hard for him to describe the state he had been in. At the same time, he found it hard to remember what he had realized, but he felt that a little thin paper window had been broken. Many places that he hadn't noticed before, and were ambiguous, were now evident. This feeling was really too great. He stood there, slowly savoring it. It was only when his mind had calmed down that he raised his head again. At this time, he suddenly found that, without him noticing, it had been more than 4 hours. Looking at the Jingshi fragments on the ground, he was slightly embarrassed. He had experimented with formations in someone else's store and actually hadn't been thrown out. This store was really easygoing. When he glanced past the shut door to the store, he was slightly shocked. Then he saw Lin Qian wave a hand for the shopkeeper to open the door, and he understood. He became even more curious about Lin Qian's origins. From the words that Lin Qian said, he knew that this fat sheep definitely had a high background, but looking at it now, it was much stronger than he had imagined. Looking at the respectful demeanor the shopkeepers had towards Lin Qian, Zuo Mo couldn't help but speculate. Was Lin Qian the owner of the 100 treasure flying pavilion? But the first time that he had encountered Lin Qian hadn't appeared to have ever come to Dongfu. Noticing Zuo Mo's gaze, Lin Qian smiled easily and said, Does Brother Zuo have some chance now at forging? If Brother Zuo agrees, this 5-colored pagoda can be considered one part of the payment for Brother Zuo. Other than what Shimmy has promised Brother Zuo, I can add some more. In the future, if Brother Zuo comes here, every purchase will be 20% off. How about it, is Brother Zuo satisfied now? Very rich benefits. Disregarding the value of the 5-colored pagoda, just this 20% off was extremely valuable. Just as everyone thought that these were enough to move Zuo Mo shook his head. Oh, if Brother Zuo has some other request, please state it. Lin Qian made a gesture of request. I'll take the job. Zuo Mo surprised everyone once again. As to payment, Brother Lin just paid it right now. Just as everyone was dazed, Zuo Mo pointed at the 5-colored pagoda. I'll buy the 5-colored pagoda. Finishing, he took out a heap of Jingshi. Everyone's faces changed simultaneously. Of low cultivation, with the face of a zombie, Zuo Mo suddenly became honest and good in their eyes. Behind the gauze, a strange expression came onto Su's face. The Zuo Mo in front of her was like another person compared to what she knew before.
At this time, nothing could be seen of Zuo Mo's wretchedness or greed. Was this the guy's true personality? As expected, Master was not wrong. You could not judge a person by their appearance. Just as she was pondering it, she suddenly heard Zuo Mo hurriedly add with heartache. Remember the discount. Translator ramblings: in case people get confused, there are both levels and stages. For example, Lianqi, Zhuji, Jindan etc. are stages. Each stage has levels. For example, Zuo Mo had to go through the levels of Lianqi at the beginning of the story. Thank you all for your suggestions. I'll think about it and see if anything further in the story will alter the definition. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, The Wondrous Abilities of the Five-Colored Pagoda. Chapter 131, The Wondrous Abilities of the Five-Colored Pagoda. Zuo Mo left with a heap of items. Other than the five-colored pagoda, he had a large pile of various materials. He had spent all the jingxue he had. Now that he had the dimensional ring, he completely didn't have to worry about the problem of weight. The materials of the 100 treasure flying pavilion was extremely high quality. Other than here, Zuo Mo couldn't think he could have brought what he did anywhere else in Dongfu. In his mind, after this visit, it would be a long time before he could come to the 100 treasures flying pavilion again. In any case, he could use the materials, so he wasn't wasting anything. Looking at the piles of materials in the dimensional ring, Zuo Mo's heart was very content, and it washed away the heartache from spending all his jingxue. He also released a long breath. He was not worried anymore. Pooh, I'll let you understand what it was to be penniless. He also had 4 pieces of 4th grade cold magnet, 1 bottle of intense fire dan, 1 bottle of dying flowing moon, and a jade scroll. The intense fire dan was a payment. The jade scroll recorded the formations that needed to be carved onto the 4 sword billets. The moment Zuo Mo left the 100 treasure flying pavilion, he heard Pooh ask urgently, "Do you have jingxue?" Ha 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 ha, Zuo Mo couldn't stop himself from roaring with laughter. What are you laughing about? Pooh Yao, who had just woke up, was evidently a beat slower. No more. Zuo Mo tried very hard to stop laughing and said deliberately seriously, "Why didn't you say it earlier? I just bought some things, and spent all the jingxue." Not even one left? Pooh Yao asked dumbly. Not even one left. Zuo Mo replied certainly. Zuo Mo was extremely happy and smug to be able to get one over Pooh Yao. Sitting on Silly Bird, he hummed a weird tune. As Silly Bird moved her wings, she rolled her eyes. After a while, she couldn't bear it anymore, and started to honk, trying to suppress Zuo Mo's voice. In a good mood, Zuo Mo suddenly became angry, throwing a punch to Silly Bird's head. What are you honking about? Can't you hear GE is singing? Silly Bird became dizzy and it took a while to recover. Her head low, she flew on weakly. Zuo Mo continued to howl at the top of his throat. Once they managed to reach the little west windyard, the moment they landed, Silly Bird stumbled over to the water to throw up. Zuo Mo glanced at Silly Bird, humming, not able to see GE's beauty. "It is your greatest crime." Returning to his own little house, and pondering over everything that happened today, Zuo Mo sank into thought. There were many suspicious things about this incident. Like Lin Qian's identity. The first time he met Lin Qian had appeared to be a person that was not familiar with Dongfu at all. But looking at it today, he seemed to be very close with the 100 treasure flying pavilion's owner. What surprised Zuo Mo was that Lin Qian had referred to Su as Shimmy, but Su didn't seem to recognize him. Su's origin was a mystery. Adding on an even more mysterious Lin Qian, Zuo Mo suddenly felt that the incident today was even more bewildering. Su was slightly better, but Zuo Mo could not clearly see through the constantly smiling Lin Qian, not one bit. Behind the warm smile, there was something that Zuo Mo was instinctively wary of. That was why he had persisted in buying the 5-colored pagoda by himself. Even though he had spent jingxue, but he wanted to feel comfortable. It was a very bad feeling to owe someone a favor, and especially owe someone that he didn't know anything about. That was just not discourteous, but very dangerous. I still have many things to do. I still have to find answers. Zuo Mo said to himself. His attention turned to the 5-colored pagoda that he bought today. This was an incompletely forged 5-element talisman. No wonder it couldn't be sold in Dongfu. Zuo Mo understood when he thought about it. Dongfu was dominated by sword xiu. Most xiuxia of the 5 elements were dan makers and forgers. Dongfu didn't have any dan making and forging xiuxia that were wealthy enough to go to the 100 treasures flying pavilion to spend 50 pieces of 4th grade jingxue to buy a talisman. A half-forged talisman that could sell for 50 pieces of 4th grade jingxue, it was enough to prove it was not ordinary.
Zuo Mo could only celebrate his good luck. If this five-colored pagoda was complete, with his pitiful cultivation, he wouldn't be able to control it. He studied the jade scroll that Roaming Shio had left behind. Zuo Mo managed to get the general gist of the Roaming Shio's intentions. He had to sigh with amazement. This Roaming Shio had such great ambitions. This Roaming Shio wanted to create a complete five-element world inside the five-colored pagoda. Inside the world, 5 balls of 5-element energy would be continuously processed, and, in the end, form a base source of 5 elements. They would birth and subdue each other inside the pagoda, forming a small world at equilibrium. The essence of 5-element energies would freely change within the pagoda. As to what this 5-element would transform into, even the Roaming Shio that was the creator couldn't predict. Of course, that was just the final goal. That Roaming Shio was not an impractical person. Before this talisman met its final goal, the pagoda still had many uses. The 5-colored pagoda was a very unique container. Anything that was put in would be quickly separated into its component elemental energies. Of course, if what was put in was higher grade than the grade of the 5-colored pagoda, it naturally was not possible. Also, if it was used to cast a spell from the 5 elements, the effect would multiply. The 5-color pagoda was an experimental talisman, so in the Jade Scroll, there were many speculations the creator had made, but that did not have much to do with Zuo Mo right now. The talisman was not something he could complete at the moment. Zuo Mo was doubtful that he could even complete it when he was in Ningmai. But it was fine if he did not complete it. The maker had already set up the basic skeleton. For Zuo Mo, what he needed to do was simple. He had to put in 5-element materials. Tilting his head to think for a second, Zuo Mo suddenly flicked his finger. A strand of milky white flame flew from his finger and entered the 5-colored pagoda. The bright red middle level of the 5-colored pagoda suddenly lit up. As the stalagmite fire entered, it was quickly deconstructed into fire energy that circled around the second level of the 5-element pagoda. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The tip of the tower was gold, the base was earth. Zuo Mo could clearly feel that the fire element energy inside the 5-colored pagoda was a few fractions stronger than before. The red light around the pagoda dissipated, but the red level was more red than before. Zuo Mo had expected this but was still surprised. It was not surprising that the stalagmite fire could increase the amount of fire element energy. However, the stalagmite fire was a cold fire. This didn't seem to change the effect on the pagoda. He couldn't understand after thinking it over. Zuo Mo decided to not think about it, and continuously threw materials into the pagoda. As the materials were put into the pagoda, they would quickly broken down into 5-element energy, but the color of the pagoda did not change. Was it that the grade was not high enough? Zuo Mo sensitively caught the crux of the matter. What he had thrown in had been first-grade materials, so the 5-colored pagoda did not respond. Hesitating for a second, he gritted his teeth and threw in a 3rd-grade green fragrant wood. The moment the green fragrant wood was thrown in, the green light of the wood level suddenly lit up. The wood elemental energy inside instantly grew bigger. Having proved what he had suspected, Zuo Mo was not very happy, but sucked in a cold breath. Whoa! He had thrown in a 3rd-grade green fragrant wood, but the wood element energy inside the pagoda had just increased just that little bit. How many high-level materials would he have to add in to fill it? Even more importantly, it needed good materials. Zuo Mo guessed that when the 5-element energy inside reached a certain level, it would not be satisfied with 3rd-grade materials. By that time, it would require 4th level, 5th level. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Zuo Mo's excitement instantly cooled greatly. He was in poverty right now. He definitely could not use expensive materials to fill this bottomless hole. His idea of continuing to process it was quickly killed in its infancy. He started to study the other uses of the 5-colored pagoda. As he studied the Jade Scroll and examined the 5-colored pagoda, Zuo Mo did find a very practical use. Zuo Mo found the 5-element energies inside the 5-colored pagoda could be taken out for his use. This discovery made him exhilarated. Xiuzha of the 5 elements usually needed to form their own 5-element energies. For example, Xiuzha that specialized in fire would use scriptures from the very beginning to turn the Ling power inside the body into fire Ling power to release fire-oriented spells. As the person's cultivation deepened, the Ling power inside the body would automatically become fire element energies. Fire element energy was purer than fire-oriented Ling power, and after continuous processing, it would become even more pure. At the end, it would form a fire element source that would emanate from his entire body. Zuo Mo was still at the stage that he could only turn Ling power into 5-element Ling power. But as long as there was 5-element energy inside the 5-colored pagoda, he could take it out and easily cast many kinds of 5-element spells.
The power of these spells would far surpass the power of spells he could cast by himself. The only thing he found pitiful was that the 5-element energies in the 5-colored pagoda did not replenish after use. It needed him to continuously replenish it. Only after it was completed and could form the 5-element sources would it naturally produce 5-element energies. That was as far away from Zuo Mo like the stars in the sky. Zuo Mo's calculations were extremely abnormal. He was calculating how much 5-element energy a spell would require, then he would turn the equivalent of the amount of 5-element energy into 3rd-grade Linggrass, then the Linggrass into Jingxure. F******. So expensive. Zuo Mo's hand shook from heartache. He instantly decided that he would not use the 5-element energies inside the pagoda unless he really had to. These days, even good talismans were this expensive. He could afford to buy it, but not use it. But even so, the 5-colored pagoda was very useful for Zuo Mo. He could use it to increase his control over the 5 elements. It could be used in ling farming, dam making, forging, and formations. A pretty good little thing. Pu Yao suddenly sneaked out. Looking at the 5-colored pagoda in Zuo Mo's hands, his expression was not good. Zuo Mo's hair stood as Pu Yao looked at him, shamefaced. However, his hands were not slow and threw the pagoda into the dimensional ring. Not bad, you even have a dimensional ring now. Pu Yao's tone became even more unfriendly. He finally realized why there was no more Jingxure. This is an investment for making Jingxure in the future. Without investments, how will anything be produced? Zuo Mo blathered on, his heart having a bad feeling. It seemed you were very unsatisfied with me. Pu Yao's face suddenly calmed down and he started to slowly pick at his fingernails. Those barefoot were not afraid of those wearing shoes. The penniless Zuo Mo told himself this and his courage rose. It's because what you give me each time sucks. Sucks? Pu Yao's expression was spectacular and dumbstruck. It would have been better not to mention it. Once the topic came up, the more Zuo Mo thought, the angrier he got. He jumped up and started cursing as he pointed at Pu Yao's nose. You even have the face to mention it? When did you give something good? Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation almost caused GE to lose my little life. What Yao seed in Mo Matrix, it caused GE's Ling power to not grow anymore. Fragrance knowledge my ass. That indeed, a bunch of Jindan almost skinned GE, and cooked GE's bones into soup. You are a fraudulent merchant. Your goods are crap. Pu Yao stared, dumbstruck, at the infuriated Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo was super lucky and also fed up. He really got one over Pu Yao this time. More magic theory in this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132 Healing Wounds. Chapter 132 Healing Wounds. As Zuo Mo stormed and raged and swore, Pu Yao was left completely struck dumb. They aren't crap, Pu Yao dumbly wanted to explain. If they aren't crap, then what are they? Zuo Mo glared. Realizing that he had been suppressed by Zuo Mo's presence, Pu Yao instantly became irritated. His right eye narrowed, revealing an extremely long red blade. In a cold voice, he said, "Oh, what do you want to say?" Zuo Mo couldn't help but stop breathing. Meeting Pu Yao's cold and strange gaze, he instantly shrunk back. I just meant, you have to give me things that don't have side effects. I am Yao. Pu Yao said faintly, the road that I understand is different from you Xiozha. It is normal to have side effects. Pu Yao's meaning was extremely clear. He could not be blamed for the side effects. He was also stating that the things he would give in the future will also have side effects. If Pu Yao decided to be unreasonable, Zuo Mo could do nothing about it. The two were vastly different in power and, naturally, their right to speak was not equal. Zuo Mo could only choose to remain silently defiant. Pu Yao's gaze became even more unfriendly. Zuo Mo could only bear it. He knew that if he capitulated each time, his position in Pu Yao's eyes would fall, and his outcome would become even worse. Power was something that had to be fought for. This could not be avoided, he had to take a certain degree of risk. Facing Zuo Mo's stubborn silence, Pu Yao started to have a headache. To get a horse to run, you had to feed the horse. Zuo Mo, this guy who only had Jingxure in his eyes, and was becoming wiser. It was not possible to trick him like before. But the time he had. Thinking about that, Pu Yao's mood instantly became irritated. Looking at the person making trouble for him, he wanted to smash Zuo Mo into smithereens. But he suppressed the impulse in his heart. His temperament was not good, but he was not dumb.
The scriptures of Zuo Mo, it is not strange that humans would have problems practicing it.
The viciousness in Pu Yao's eyes gradually faded, and his tone resumed its habitual peace.
However, I do have some Xiuzhi scriptures in my possession.
In the future, the rewards will be for these scriptures.
You cannot blame me if there are side effects then. Zuo Mo was happy, but he still corrected, it's transactions. Transactions and rewards were two completely different concepts.
A transaction meant that he was owed something, but if it was a reward then the meaning was different.
Up to you. Pu Yao's face was unconcerned.
Inside, his head hurt even more.
Zuo Mo was becoming harder to deal with. However, you need to be quicker. Pu Yao's tone became extremely dissatisfied, the speed you make Jingshi is too slow. I need more Jingshi. I am a Zhuji cultivator. Zuo Mo had to emphasize reality.
Pu Yao choked on Zuo Mo's words. He knew that Zuo Mo had been bothered by the fact his cultivation was not increasing.
What Zuo Mo said was the truth.
In the ranks of Zhuji Shouja, there would not be many that could make more Jingshi than he did. This guy that was so enthusiastic about making Jingshi, but was also stubborn in his bones, Pu Yao didn't know what to do. If he switched to another person, truthfully, Pu Yao felt that they wouldn't be better than him. This guy was a natural at making Jingshi. Pu Yao found that Zuo Mo was extremely sensitive to everything related to him.
Zuo Mo knew when to fight for himself but not enrage the other party, he knew when to compromise.
He was a smart individual. Oh, even among the Yao, there were not many as smart as him. The potential that Zuo Mo had displayed was gradually changing Pu Yao's opinion. He suddenly remembered that a certain person had selected Zuo Mo from the beginning and his mood dropped like he had eaten a mosquito. Giving a cold snort, he disappeared.
Zuo Mo was not puzzled by Pu Yao's sudden appearance and disappearance. Zuo Mo sighed in relief. It was extremely dangerous to negotiate with Pu Yao.
The majority of the time, Pu Yao was normal, but his temperament was fickle.
If Zuo Mo was not careful, his outcome would be very bad.
Luckily, the result this time was pretty good. He was very satisfied. However, he temporarily did not need to consider the problem of making Jingshi, because he was penniless. And in front of him, there was still the last round of the sword test conference.
He needed to get Cohen Luan's beginner formation Jade Scroll. Even though he had Su's guarantee, but Zuo Mo still didn't feel secure.
There would be 100 competitors in the last round, and only 10 would pass. It could be seen just how cruel the competition was going to be. Su's power might be deep, and she would definitely have no problem protecting herself, but if she was protecting him as well, then it was hard to predict. It was safer to rely on himself. He had a general plan in his head.
As he thought of this plan, he was full of excitement and expectancy.
However, right now, he had to suppress the excitement inside and throw the plan to one side. There was an immediate problem he faced, recovering from his wounds. In the last match with Chowan, he had won even with a disadvantage, but he had received serious injuries. After his master's emergency healing, he had managed to recover greatly. Originally, Zuo Mo had planned to slowly recover, but who would have thought that the sect leader suddenly wanted him to attend the free-for-all round? Now with the Jade Scroll as an extra reason, he had to focus on the problem of healing.
His cultivation was far lower than the competition.
If his body was not healed, even if Su was helping, he would not manage to make it to the end. Of course, the most important part was healing didn't need him to cost any Jingshi. Fragrant Ginger Yard, Shi Fengrong had a cold expression as she stood in front of the medicinal tub. Zuo Mo's entire body was soaked in the medicinal fluid, only his head could be seen. The black medicinal fluid exuded a noxious odor.
Sitting in the tub, Zuo Mo naturally received the brunt of it and became dizzy. Master, what's in here? Why does it smell so bad?
Don't waste your words. Shi Fengrong said shortly, channel your Ling power.
Whenever she saw Zuo Mo, her anger would well up and couldn't be suppressed.
He had such talent, but didn't like cultivating the sword, and only concentrated on making Jingshi.
How did she end up taking such a degenerate and greedy disciple? Zuo Mo heard the thick dissatisfaction in his master's voice and instantly became much more docile.
In reality, he could feel the power in the tub of medicinal fluid. The thick and lively medicinal power was like countless little worms burrowing into his body.
However, this process was not pleasant. Zuo Mo felt as though he was being pricked by countless needles. Hearing Master telling him to channel Ling power, he slightly paused. Should he start embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, or Vajra Profound Sutra?
The thought circled through his head and he decided on Vajra Profound Sutra. The origins of the embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation technique was unclear.
It wouldn't be good if his master detected it. He was not afraid of using Vajra Profound Sutra. Xin Yen Sherbwa had given it to him.
Even though the Vajra Profound Sutra he was practicing now was the gravestone version, the difference between the two was only the 5 phrases. Once he started Vajra Profound Sutra, Zuo Mo instantly felt it was different than usual. The countless tiny medicinal powers seemed to have been attracted by a magnet, turning into several dozen streams as they moved through the large meridians on Zuo Mo's body, and quickly entered the flow of Ling power moving in the channels. A short time later, Zuo Mo felt all the channels in his body were congested. He was frightened. He had never encountered a situation like this. Whoa! What medicinal fluid was this? It had such a strong power. Zuo Mo couldn't attend to anything else other than furiously using Vajra Profound Sutra, doing his best to spread the remaining medicinal power into the rest of his body. As the medicinal power spread through the body, it continuously healed Zuo Mo's wounds. It was like a large rainstorm, soaking the dry earth. His wounds greedily absorbed the medicinal power. Outside the tub, Shi Fengrong had a concerned expression. Zuo Mo's entire face was dark gold, as though he was painted in gold. At some unknown time, Pei Yuan Ran, Xin Yen and Yen Lo had appeared next to her.
This boy is really strong. Yen Lo said in shock, his body cultivation is this strong? Isn't this the golden flesh clothing? Xin Yen snorted coldly, he just doesn't like cultivating the sword. The expression of the others had become instantly ugly. If Zuo Mo's cultivation talent was average, they wouldn't feel this terrible, but he clearly was extremely talented at cultivation. Anything he practiced, he would progress at lightning speed. Even the Vajra Profound Sutra that had been given to him carelessly, he could silently cultivate it to the step of golden flesh clothing. But he just had to be uninterested in cultivating the sect's sword. The numerous powerful sword scriptures of the sect were all open to him, but this guy, after going to look once in the beginning, he hasn't gone back. How could Pei Yuan Ran and the others feel good? I'm insisting in having him participate in the next round of the sword test conference. This is to let him understand the true power of sword shio. Even though Pei Yuan Ran was experienced in keeping his composure, he was extremely infuriated by Zuo Mo. I've already told Wei Sheng to do his best at the conference. Humph, Zuo Mo needs to see what a sword shio is, and why sword shio are the strongest shoja in the world. Yes. The sect's disciple that is not interested in the sect's scriptures. If this fact got out, even if our ancestral masters knew, we would lose face. Yen Lo, who usually had a smile on his face, had a face full of anger. This cannot be tolerated. Xin Yan's face was full of murderous intent. Shi Fengrong, who had been concerned before, said discontentedly, this guy needs to be taught. Zuo Mo's terrible conduct had caused the upper echelons of Wu Kong Sword Sect to come to a consensus. Being focused on channeling Ling power, Zuo Mo paid attention to nothing else. He had no idea of what was being said in front of him. His entire consciousness, all the Ling power, they were completely concentrated on controlling the medicinal power. He didn't know what Ling Grass Master had added into the medicinal tub this time, but the medicinal power was domineering. He felt he was going to explode from the medicinal power flooding in. The speed he tamed the medicinal power was far slower than the speed he was absorbing it. He gritted his teeth. He knew if he could endure through this little while, he would receive great profit. He was very familiar with making medicine. He understood that the medicinal power contained in the Ling medicine was limited. As long as he could make it through, he could slowly absorb the medicinal power inside his body. As the medicinal power burrowed into his body, it quickly turned to gold dots of light and entered his flesh. Right now, his tendons and flesh were all gleaming with gold light. The dots of gold light embedded in his flesh became even more populous. But the rate that the gold light increased was far slower than the rate of increase in the medicinal power. What Zuo Mo felt panicked about was that the medicinal power did not show any signs of slowing down, and was as still domineering as before. The medicinal power was like a flood, furiously flowing into his body. His channels were filled to the brim, but the medicinal power was still pouring into his body uncontrollably. His channels enlarged, the change obvious to the naked eye. What Zuo Mo felt fear about was that he could not stop. The flowing Ling power and the medicinal power mixed together and was like a wild horse that went off its reins. It couldn't be stopped. Damn it. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao has his own things going on. Zuo Mo is getting better at bargaining. Pu also realizes that Zuo Mo isn't as bad as he could be, and is a pretty good money-making machine. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133 Pei Yuan Ran's Bad Mood. Chapter 133 Pei Yuan Ran's Bad Mood. He's actually making another breakthrough? Yen Lo gaped at Zuo Mo sitting in the medicinal tub. Then he said to himself, tilting his head, why did I use another? No one minded him. Everyone's face was heavy as they looked at Zuo Mo. The gold light on Zuo Mo's gold face was even brighter. The light rippled in layers like waves. Starting from the roots, his hair started to turn gold. His body was slightly trembling, as though he was under great pain. The dissatisfaction on Shi Fengrong's face flew away. What took over it was generous concern. What stage is after golden flesh clothing in Vajra Profound Sutra? Pei Yuan Ran asked. Xin Yen wielded his words like gold, red lotus flowing gold. Body cultivation, Pei Yuan Ran seemed to be recalling something. Which level can it naturally form abhina? Fifth. Xin Yen answered. So the fifth level. Pei Yuan Ran nodded, indicating he understood. With his speed, it won't be long before he reaches the fifth level. Yen Lu inserted. I'm very curious if this boy reaches the fifth level, what kind of abhina he will form. The others did not say anything. They were all unfamiliar with body cultivation. The entire realm of Kowloon was the dominion of Sword Xiu. Sword Xiu only cultivated the sword, and did not ask about anything else. Those skilled in body cultivation were the dhyana, and the realm of Xian Kong was the holy ground of the dhyanath. The dhyana Xiu was another major kind of Xiuzha. Their main focus was on cultivating the body, emphasizing their sense of self. In terms of progression difficulty, the most difficult would probably be the dhyana Xiu. However, the scriptures of the dhyana were clear and simple, and was extremely easy for beginners to learn. As long as they had the perseverance, the majority would accomplish something. However, the trade-off was that even though it was easy in the beginning, but it became harder to progress. The further along in cultivation one went, the harder it was to cultivate, and more perseverance and comprehension was required to achieve greater things. But to be able to cultivate to the fourth level as fast as Zuo Mo did, that kind of talent was very rare. What made people most wary about the dhyana were the abhina. The abhina were abilities that naturally formed after one cultivated to a certain level. Other Xiu admired and envied this attribute very much. As long as the level was reached, they would always receive an abhina. However, this abhina would differ between people. Some had tried to find patterns in the abhina, but up until now, no one had managed to predict the mechanisms. But even if Zuo Mo could cultivate to the fifth level of Vajra Profound Sutra, and form an abhina, Pei Yuan Ran and the others wouldn't be happy. They were Sword Xiu. If the dhyana could be described as peaceful, then Sword Xiu were mostly haughty and Puritan. They only believed in their sword. As the Xiuzha who had the greatest attack power, the Sword Xiu did have the capital to be proud. The bigger and more known sects, the clearly this attribute could be seen. Wu Kong Sword Sect might only be a little minor sect right now, but the ancestral master had been renowned. There was still quite a difference compared to the normal minor sections. Pei Yuan Ran and the others didn't even put any importance on other sects. How could they not look down at any cultivation method other than cultivating the sword? The more Zuo Mo achieved in body cultivation, the worse they felt. The black medicinal fluid gradually became clear. Zuo Mo gradually stopped trembling, his dark golden face now seemed more solid. Before, it had seemed like there had been a layer of dark gold plated onto his face, but now, it was like his face was made out of dark gold. It was still that expressionless face, but there was now an unspeakable dignity. Pei Yuan Ran and the others' expressions became even uglier. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's talent was exceptional, and he was also the sect's disciple, they would have already kicked him off the mountain. Zuo Mo opened his eyes and saw the four elders standing in a row in front of him, their eyes unfriendly as they looked at him. The joy from breaking through to the fourth level of Vajra Profound Sutra was still in his chest, but the ugly expressions of the four elders pulled him back to reality. He didn't know how he had enraged the sect leader and the others, but he knew he shouldn't pour oil into the fire. The less said, the less the wrong. If he didn't say anything, he could not commit any wrongs. He perceptibly closed his mouth. Arlite, your wounds have pretty much healed. For you, your master had spent a lot of effort. You need to perform well, and not fail the expectations your master has of you. This sword test conference, if you do not enter the top 10, you can go to your second sherbwa to be punished. The sect leader humphed and threw down the sentence before striding off. Second sherbwa, punishment. Zuo Mo's gaze couldn't help but turn to second sherbwa. Seeing the cold light flickering in second sherbwa's eyes, even though he was in the boiling hot medicinal water, he felt as though he was freezing. Even Master In Yen Le Sherbwa left without a word. Zuo Mo didn't understand what had happened. But no matter how much he thought, he could not figure out what had happened. He quickly pushed the question to one side because he suddenly remembered the last words the sect leader had left. The top 10. Was the sect leader drunk? Or had he heard it wrong? Zuo Mo sat dazedly in the tub, unable to react for a long time. Dongfu, the night was coming. The multicolored light of the lantern seemed to fill every corner of Dongfu. The Dongfu that had become prosperous like it never had before due to the sword test conference had not calmed down as the night came. It was still lively as ever. The cries and slogans mixed together. The light of swords and talismans flew above the sky, and the howls of some ling beasts passed into the ears of those near. "Why has Sir stopped me?" a plainly dressed Xiaojia asked sternly of a white-clothed male in front of him. The white-clothed male faintly responded, "You are not Wei Ping." It was the Lin Xian that Zuo Mo had encountered at the 100 Treasures Flying Pavilion. This Xiaojia suddenly smiled, "Sir really is funny. Who am I if not Wei Ping? You have to ask my sword." Lin Xian lightly sighed. Wei Ping's expression changed dramatically, revealing a viciousness. A faint purple elemental smoke appeared on his hand suddenly which shot towards Lin Xian. A streak of sword light. The sharp sword light moved like it did not encounter any resistance, easily cutting the light purple elemental smoke in half and headed for Wei Ping. Arg! Wei Ping's eyes widened angrily, given an inhuman howl. His body suddenly expanded in size. Pew, dot. The sword light suddenly accelerated. Wei Ping's eyes bulged and then the howls suddenly stopped. On his chest, there was a small hole. What was weird was that not a drop of blood had flowed out. "The 10th one," Lin Xian said lightly, his gaze full of worry. "A residence in Dongfu. Old Luo is dead. Have we found who did it?" "Same as before, killed by a single sword stroke." "It should be the same person. Someone has locked onto us." "That's not strange." The noise from the stars in daytime was too large, it could not be concealed. "Have our affairs made any progress?" "Nothing. If it really is a certain personage, they would certainly be thinking of ways to contact us." "Could it be?" "Don't think nonsense. The stars in daytime cannot be faked. Even though I do not know what the personage is thinking, but we need to fulfill our duty." "Yes. Continue to pay attention. You guys need to carefully conceal yourself. Only you few have been able to sneak in. It will take a few months until the next group will arrive. Right now, the situation in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia is shifting. We need to find this personage quickly." "Yes." In a little store, Zuo Mo was in discussion with Su. Since Su was promising that he could enter the top 10, it would really be disadvantageous for himself if he didn't use it. But when they entered the Great Pine Pavilion, their starting position would be random. No one knew where they would end up. This information had been provided to Zuo Mo by Su. It was very clear that she felt that, as long as she gave Zuo Mo enough information, Zuo Mo would be able to find a way to resolve this. The match between Zuo Mo and Chaoan had fully proven his abilities in this area. Zuo Mo went over all the questions about the Great Pine Pavilion in great detail. Because he had not been concerned with the sword test conference in the beginning, he didn't even have the most basic information, and he was very attentive. It had to be said that Zuo Mo was a very practical person. Once he was certain that he needed to fight for victory, he would think of all the possible ways. It is very simple to communicate. We only need to make 2 paper cranes, one for each of use. We can carve a yin and yang guiding formation on the paper for the crane, and that will allow us to quickly find each other's position. Zuo Mo said shamelessly, "Once we enter, I will stay at my position. You need to find me with the quickest possible speed." "A light." Su did not hesitate at all, nodding in agreement. However, she was still struck by Zuo Mo's shamelessness. Normal men, including her Shixiang Gu Rongping, were full of the desire to perform in front of her. But Zuo Mo, he was completely shameless in doing nothing, and he didn't show any unnaturalness when doing it. After the two finalized the details of communication, Zuo Mo left. Right after Zuo Mo left, Gu Rongping walked out from the back. "Even if you help him, he can't enter the top 10. Gu Rongping said with certainty. "You want to be enemies with me?" Su said icily. "How could I?" Gu Rongping said with a smile. He gave a light laugh. "This sword test conference, the young experts of all of Sky Moon Jia is gathered here. He might be talented, but he does not have enough power." "So what?" Su's voice was still cold. However, she did know she was being stubborn. She also knew that Shi Xian was waiting for her to beg him. She stayed silent. Gu Rongping glanced at her before standing and leaving. Even with Su's help, Zuo Mo was certain his chances of entering the top 10 were still minuscule. He was the weakest person of the competitors entering the Great Pine Pavilion. Any competitor that saw him was not going to be nice. He was like the fat little sheep that entered crossed paths with pride of the lions. However, when he thought about his plan, Zuo Mo was full of anticipation. Wu Kong Mountain. Did you hear? The sect leader ordered Zuo Shixiang to enter the top 10. Otherwise, he needs to go Xi in Yen Shirshu to get punished. Heavens! Xi in Yen Shirshu? Is the sect leader finding Zuo Shixiang an eyesore recently? It would be better if he sent a direct punishment. Right. That is too unrealistic. Oh, offending the sect leader. Zuo Shixiang will not have good days. When Xiaoguo heard the gossip, it was as though something was blocked inside her heart. It had been quite a few days since she had seen Zuo Shixiang. Ever since Zuo Shixiang came back from the outside last time, he had shut himself in the valley and hadn't come out since. A hint of worry flashed through her eyes. What she was worried about was not that Shixiang would be punished. She was an inner sect disciple and clearly understood to the position that Shixiang had with the sect leader. The punishment would not be major. What she was worried about was that Shixiang would risk his life for this. She knew that Shixiang looked as though he only cared about making Jingshi, but if he really wanted to do something, he would put in all his effort. A serious Shixiang was very scary, but if he was injured due to it. Xiaoguo bit her lips. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is having such good progress, just not in the direction that his elders want. More things are happening behind the scenes. Zuo Mo's stars in daytime is still causing waves. Here's the Wikipedia link on the Abhina, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/obj% C3% B1% C4% 81. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Before the Battle. Chapter 134, Before the Battle. After 2 rounds of competition, with the exception of Zuo Mo, all the remaining participants were crowd favorites and were highly ranked in the power rankings. The experts that everyone favored all easily defeated the competition. Those matches might have been good, but they didn't excite the audience. Everyone's focus was on the last round of competition, the free-for-all round. Of 100 shoujo, only 10 would win. There were no rules or protocols. The Great Pine Pavilion would become a frenzied battlefield. Only 10 would luckily survive. The fierceness could be predicted, the powerful encounters could not be avoided, and there were many environmental factors that could be used. How could people not look forward to this competition? A few days before the final round, Elder Tian Songzi announced that he was going to set up a mirage illusion formation around the Great Pine Pavilion. When it was time, all the battles inside the Great Pine Pavilion would be viewed in front of everyone like a mirage. Once this was announced, all of Dongfu shook. A no-rules battle previously had only been the concern of the gamblers because many people couldn't view it. The most spectacular battle was not interesting if people could not see it, but Tian Songzi's action quickly attracted every shoujo's attention. The news was broadcast through the sound tablet, and the news quickly spread. Dongfu suddenly became the center of the entire Sky Moon Jia. Countless shoujo, regardless of cultivation level, traveled day and night, forming lines, as they gathered in Dongfu. This was where the strongest youths of Sky Moon were fighting. This was the gathering place of the greatest geniuses of Sky Moon Jia. This would have Sky Moon Jia's grandest spells. This would show Sky Moon Jia's most cruel and fierce combat. Such a grand event, how could they miss it? It was such a rare chance to personally see it. Dongfu was busier and more prosperous than it ever had been before. All the large sects sent their disciples to spectate. They might not have the chance to enter the sword test conference, but it was very beneficial to view the battles and observe how the best of their generation wielded spells. When shoujo faced their enemies, they usually hid everything. To be able to examine and see it in real life, no one wanted to miss the opportunity. The illusory jade scroll of Zuo Mo's match with Chaoan was now priced at 100 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. The market had sold out. Many people regretted that they hadn't made some more illusory jade scrolls at the time. They would have gotten rich. The illusory jade scrolls of the match had mostly been bought by the larger sections. They were planning to give the jade scrolls to their disciples that were skilled in formations. It had to be said that the larger sects were much more sensible. While the number of illusory scrolls of the following matches were more plentiful, the demand could not be compared to Zuo Mo's match. The little Dongfu was filled with all kinds of shoujo. Many shoujo saw the opportunity and started to do business. Some put out the talismans and materials they did not need to exchange or sell. Some started a business of buying low and selling high. Dongfu had overnight become the biggest and most prosperous market in Sky Moon Jia. Wu Kong Hall, Wei Shang and the sect leader sat across from each other. "How is it?" The sect leader said with a small smile, "You didn't meet a strong opponent for your first 2 matches, are you disappointed? You must be looking forward to the next round very much." "This disciple is looking forward to it." Wei Sheng said honestly. He was unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. To be able to fight with so many experts, it really makes my blood boil. The sect leader nodded in praise. In the eyes of the elders of Wu Kong Sword Sect, Wei Sheng had almost all the good attributes that a sword shio should have. His personality was steady and determined, he worked hard at his cultivation, and his mind and heart were pure. He was completely dedicated towards the sword. Almost no one could compare to his talent with the sword. Facing this battle, Wei Sheng was full of the desire for battle, not afraid in the least. He did not hide from anything, and did not panic at obstacles. Thinking about talent, Pei Yuanran couldn't help but think of Zuo Mo. In all the disciples of the sect, the only person that could match Wei Sheng in talent would probably only be Zuo Mo. But when he thought of this problematic youth, his brow unconsciously furrowed. Detecting his master's vexation, Wei Sheng couldn't help but ask in curiosity, "Has master encountered something?" Even though in the elders of the sect, the one with the deepest cultivation had to be Xin Yen Shu, but master's power was also incomprehensibly deep. Wei Sheng's cultivation was far stronger than before. Whenever he felt the strong presence that master occasionally exuded, he felt afraid. Something that even master found difficult. What could that be? Noticing his loss of composure, Pei Yuanran waved his hand. "Nothing." Afterwards, he deliberated and softly said, "That boy, Zuo Mo, he must be cursing me inside. I sent a death order demanding he enter the top 10. He suddenly thought of something, and said teasingly, "I heard that there are many people in Dongfu right now. Yingfeng hasn't been able to rest at all. All the inventory in the shop has been sold out." If the boy knew that he missed such a good opportunity to make Jingshi, he would probably spit blood. Hearing master's light teasing, Wei Sheng relaxed. When he thought about his Shidi's obsession with money, he laughed. This disciple feels the latter is a heavier blow to Shidi. Ha ha. Thinking about the problem that Zuo Mo had given him recently, now that he got one over the boy, Pei Yuanran felt extremely good. Your Shidi, he might have good talent, but his personality is too lazy. If he landed in Jingshi, he will not come out and he has no interest in cultivating the sword. Shidi will definitely understand the efforts of master and the Shirshu. Wei Sheng said. He was helpless against his Shidi as well. He knew that Zuo Mo's personality was so, and he could not force it. Your Xin Yen Shu has prepared an entire regimen of punishment and is just waiting for the boy to come. Thinking about it, Pei Yuanran couldn't help but be slightly smug. Based on cultivation, Zuo Mo could not enter the top 10 no matter what he did. However, in this world, strength was not everything, and Wei Sheng knew very well that this Shidi of his was cunning and would have many tricks up his sleeve. He understood Shidi better than his master and the others. Shidi might seem lazy on the surface, but he was abnormally stubborn in his bones, which bordered on insanity. The other people only saw Shidi's talent, but only he suspected the amount of effort Shidi's little art of cloud and rain had required to reach the 4th level. The practice of any spell was not just possible with talent. However, this was only his gut instinct. If he said so to master, there was no proof and it would not be effective. He was also curious how his Shidi, when forced into the corner, would react. From the fact that Shidi had been in seclusion since Wei Sheng came back, he knew that Shidi was serious. Shidi was like a slack and loose spring. The more he was compressed, the stronger the explosive power. A serious Shidi could not be underestimated. Suddenly, he felt another kind of expectation towards the upcoming sword test conference. Noticing the anticipation in Wei Sheng's eyes, Pei Yuanran mistakenly assumed Wei Sheng was thinking of the sword test conference. Thinking about the things he and his Shidi had done when young, he started to reminisce. He refocused and asked gravely, "Who do you plan to find to be your opponent?" Hearing this, light flashed through Wei Sheng's eyes. He unconsciously sat straighter, heavily stating 3 words. Gu Rong Ping. The Little West Wind Yard. Zuo Mo's hair was a mess as he sat on the ground, his eyes bloodshot as they stared fixedly in front of him. Not right. Still not right. His mouth unconsciously muttered to himself. Materials were scattered as they lay before him, yet those materials seemed to have an unspeakable magnetism, attracting his gaze. Under the tangle of hair, that pair of bloodshot eyes flashed with a nimble light. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Luoli sat on the mountain peak, looking at the bright moon as his thoughts wandered. Shidi, you are still angry at me? Hao Ming bit her lips and said pitifully. Luoli did not turn his head, saying lightly, Shiji exaggerates. My heart only has the sword, no anger, but... Hao Min's breathing stopped. She didn't know what to say. After Luoli had been wounded by Zuo Mo, she had not even visited once. But who could know that Luoli had seemed to be reborn, fighting his way into the last round of the sword test conference. The entire Wu Kong Sword Sect was looking at him again. Hao Min had been reminded of his good qualities from the past, and wanted to get together again, but Luoli looked at her like he was looking at a stranger.
Shidi truly does not care about our past feelings?
Hao Min made a last effort. There had been no feelings before.
Luoli's answer was straightforward and crisp without any disguise, it's late. Shiji, please return.
Hearing Hao Min cry as she left, under the moonlight, Luoli started to practice the sword. Under the moonlight, the sword light seemed to contain a faint sorrow. Dongfu Hall, Tianzongzi looked at his beloved disciple, slight comfort and satisfaction in his eyes.
He said warmly, the rank is not important, it is intangible.
What is most important is comprehension, of fighting with different people, of facing different spells, of ambushes, and of melee fighting. You will encounter them in the future, and also in this competition.
Yes.
Yu Bai respectfully answered with his head down.
Do you have a potential opponent? Tianzongzi asked.
This disciple wants to spar with Zhong Mingyan.
Tianzongzi suddenly furrowed his brows, and said irritably in a deep voice, this is not a spar, it is a fight, it is a battle.
He didn't know why his master was suddenly so angry. Yu Bai said slightly fearful, yes.
Tianzongzi waved his hand.
Go, prepare well.
Zhong Mingyan could receive Zuo Mo Tian's true teachings, he will not be weak.
Yes. Yu Bai hesitated before leaving. Looking at his most loved disciple, Tianzongzi suddenly sighed silently, a deep worry floating up in his eyes.
Linging sect. The sect leader looked at Chang Hong standing in front of him. He was slightly irritated. Chang Heng's temper was rebellious.
Looking at him carelessly standing, without any of the required respect, the dislike in the sect leader's heart became stronger. Chang Hong might be the most outstanding of the Linging sect disciples, but he was never liked by the elders.
Humph, Chang Hong, if you meet Wu Kong Sword Sect's Zuo Mo this time, do not let him go. The sect leader said hatefully, this boy has embarrassed the sect many times, you cannot release him.
Chang Hong was not affected. His eyes were half-lidded.
He actually was sleeping in the hall.
Seeing Chang Hong act like this, the sect leader was even angrier.
He raised his volume, Chang Hong. Have you heard me?
Chang Hong slowly opened his eyes.
He glanced at the sect leader, throwing down, nag.
I'll fight whoever I encounter, there's no trouble, but. Finishing, he didn't care about the petrified disciples and the exploding sect leader, freely leaving.
Translator ramblings, everyone is preparing to fight. Everything will now be broadcasted. Real-time TV right here.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135, Great Pine Pavilion. Chapter 135, Great Pine Pavilion.
Dongfu Hall was the residence that the Dongfu Xianrun had left behind. It was the most complete and best residence in Dongfu. Other than the dense Ling energy, there were many marvelous features to the residence itself, like the Great Pine Pavilion. The Great Pine Pavilion was similar to Wu Kong Sword Sect's Sword Cave, it was a whole other world. When compared to the tightly held secret of Wu Kong Sword Sect's Sword Cave, Dongfu Hall's Great Pine Pavilion was famous. The world inside the Great Pine Pavilion was high and steep, full of mountainous peaks. The area was extremely large. Ling beasts were raised by the master of Dongfu, and it had been this way in every generation. Most of these were vicious and wild beasts.
The disciples of each generation, after they reached Ningmai, would be allowed to gain experience in the Great Pine Pavilion.
This was why in all the casinos, the wagering favored Yu Bai so much. While other people the Great Pine Pavilion was unfamiliar, to Yu Bai it was his backyard. A secret paradise talisman like the Great Pine Pavilion needed great power to create. Almost all large sects that had some foundation, when their founders created the sect they would spend great amounts of power to create a secret world to become the base of their sect. Inside the Great Pine Pavilion, any battles by Xiuzha under Jindan stage, no matter how they fought, there would cause no damage. Of course, the Ling beasts that were being raised there were not immune. In all of Dongfu, only Dongfu Hall and Wu Kong Sword Sect had a secret paradise talisman, but almost none knew about the Sword Cave of Wu Kong Sword Sect.
The elders and sect leaders of the other sects could only stare with jealous eyes as Tianzongzi opened the Great Pine Pavilion. Among them, the sect leader of Linging sect was especially jealous.
This was an indicator of how deep a sect's foundation was.
No matter how wealthy Linging sect was currently, in the eyes of those slightly high-level Xiuzha, they were just a nouveau riche sect. A secret paradise talisman was not something that could be bought with Jingshi. Other than the great power it took to create the talisman, it cost a large price. Other than making them for their own sects, no one would ever make a secret paradise talisman to sell. Pei Yuan ran and the others were very calm. The secrets of Wu Kong Sword Sect's Sword Cave was comparable or even better than Great Pine Pavilion. Even when they themselves discussed the Sword Cave, they would sigh at the great power of the ancestral founder. The four of them may be in the stage of Jindan and rank among the top experts of Sky Moonjia, but they did not have the power to make a secret paradise talisman. The 100 competitors attending the last round stood there silently, but curiosity came onto many of their faces. Many of them had never entered a secret paradise talisman before, and were extremely curious. The disciples of larger sects, like Gu Rongping, either had a calm face or were looking arrogantly at the other people, feeling superior to the others. Around the Great Pine Pavilion, the Mirage Illusion Formation slowly activated, the 7 colored lights swimming around like countless fishes flying. Slowly, above the Great Pine Pavilion, a faint image appeared. The image quickly grew larger and became clear until it covered all of the sky above Dongfu. Presented in front of everyone was a serene and peaceful world. Row after row of mountain peaks with steep slopes that were so elegant as though they were drawn. Between the mountains, ling beasts could be seen moving. Such a clear and gigantic illusion, it was very rare to see. Many people sighed in amazement. The Shouja who had come from long off were celebrating that they had made the journey. It was very rare to see such a spectacular event. No matter if the people were floating in the sky or on the ground, they could easily see this gigantic mirage. At this time, Dongfu formed an extremely strange spectacle. Countless Shouja had packed in the sky, low and high, some flying around as they adjusted their angle, and sigh with wonder. On the ground, people took out recliners, some crouched on the rooftops, as they raised their heads to look at the enormous mirage in the sky. They were all Shouja. Tens of thousands of Shouja were gathered in Dongfu. Looking from a distance, they appeared to be packed densely like ants. Such a grand picture. A non-local elder of a sect couldn't help but praise, spectacular. Tiansong Zi really has the breadth of spirit, no wonder he is the master of Dongfu. An elder beside him said, such a grand event. If this was held every few years, it would be a beneficial matter. That's hard. The number of sects in Sky Moonjia that have a secret paradise talisman can be counted on the hands. Even if they had one, who would be like Tiansong Zi and Bear to let it be used for a competition? Exactly. Who doesn't hide the secret paradise as deep as they can? It really is the first time someone has acted this way. I wonder what he is thinking. I've seen Tiansong Zi before. He's not stupid. He definitely has his own thoughts. As they discussed, the topic of the elders' discussion veered off topic. Who do you feel is going to win? One of the elders suddenly asked. Gu Rongping. Gu Rongping. Naturally, it is Gu Rongping. Heart Lake sect has deep foundations and is one of the top sects in Sky Moonjia. Gu Rongping is one of those genius seen every 100 years. It would be hard to find someone that could be comparable to him. Everyone was in consensus on this point. Other than Gu Rongping? An elder who rarely spoke suddenly opened. That Su is very mysterious and pretty powerful. Gu Feng's little ghost sword is extremely experienced. I favor him. Wei Sheng's 2 battles were clean and quick. But I haven't heard of this Wu Kong Sword Sect. It's probably a small sect. An elder said hesitantly. Speaking of this Wu Kong Sword Sect, it should not be underestimated. The 3 disciples it has attending the competition all entered the last round. Hearing this, the elder who was favoring Su sneered, we shouldn't even speak of this matter. That guy that looks like a zombie had a buy to get into the last round. We can only say this Wu Kong Sword Sect is on pretty good terms with Tiansong Zi. Another elder instantly objected, even though this guy's cultivation is a bit low, but he's still skilled. The elder that favored Su asked in response, do you favor him? Not possible. The elder shook his head. The gap between the stages of Ningmai and Zhuji is too large. There is also Chaoan as the precedent. When his opponents see him, they would not be light on their guard. He's just a Zhuji, how many skills can he have? He probably has used up most of them. His elders must be wanting him to get some experience. Does someone favor him? The elder that favored Su asked the other people. Ha ha. If someone favors him, then I would really admire the person. Ha ha. The crowd of elders discussed interestedly. The ones of the same sect would communicate and see if there were suitable seedlings. Between the Shouja, Zuo Mo turned his head around and looked. Even though his zombie face was expressionless, but curiosity flashed in his eyes. Privately, he was conversing with Pu Yao.
Pooh, if you compare this great pine pavilion to the sword cave, which one is better? All trash. Pu Yao's voice was full of disdain. Zuo Mo instantly was speechless and rolled his eyes. With the same tone, he shot back, "Aren't you a Sky Yao? Can you make one?" Pu Yao did not know shame. "I play with things that should not be played with. This is not interesting." Zuo Mo finally knew why he was only a Zhuji Shouja and Pu Yao was a Sky Yao. This was a direct ratio to the thickness of the face. He suddenly noticed that Gu Rongping seemed to have swept a look in his direction. Even though Gu Rongping had disguised it well, but Zuo Mo sensitively caught the strange emotions contained in that look. No way. Such a little person as him was not worthy of Gu Rongping's interest. It must have been that he sensed it wrong. Careful. Pu Yao suddenly said heavily. Zuo Mo paused. What is it? Just now, someone used a detection spell. Detection spell? Zuo Mo was dumb, and then said in shock. No way. He was preparing to look around when Pu Yao immediately shouted, "Don't look." Zuo Mo instantly didn't dare to move, obediently standing on his spot. He rarely saw Pu Yao this nervous, as though he was facing a great enemy. Someone had used a detection spell. He deliberately pretended to casually sweep across the surroundings. No one seemed to be behaving strangely. Even Gu Rongping didn't seem to detect that someone had just used a detection spell. Zuo Mo was shocked. To be able to use a detection spell on this many people, but no one had discovered it, the caster's cultivation must be terrifying. Humph, it seems someone is targeting me. Pu Yao snorted coldly, but there was no fear in his words. How do you know it is to catch you? Zuo Mo reflexively followed up. Isn't it just the fire eye? I've encountered it a few times before. Pu Yao's tone turned colder, filled with dislike. It's just as bothersome as the Diana's, Sky Eye, Abhina. Hearing such hate-filled words, then thinking of Pu Yao's tendency to want to get even, Zuo Mo didn't even need to think to know that Pu Yao had definitely suffered before due to this spell. He instantly became nervous. Has the other found you? Hearing this, Pu Yao instantly became smug. He snickered, that person would never think that I am in your sea of consciousness. This fire eye might be powerful, but it can only detect the energy of Yama. Don't worry, as long as you act normal, the other would never think of it. That's good. Zuo Mo's heart landed. Just at this time, Tiansong Zi stood up. All the eyes gathered on his body. Tiansong Zi was very good at keeping his composure. He didn't seem to notice as he said calmly, "Prepare now. I will now send you into the Great Pine Pavilion." Finishing, he started to cast a spell. His legs stood steadily, Ling power spraying out of his lightly moving palms. Everyone suddenly found the average-looking figure of Tiansong Zi suddenly became towering figure, like a millennia-old pine tree, weathered yet strong. His legs seemed to reach deep into the ground like countless roots, steady as a rock, unmoved by wind or rain. The rippling pressure almost covered all of Dongfu. Other than the Jindan Shouja that were calm, the Shouja under the stage of Jindan, even Gu Rongping who really conducted himself elegantly, changed expression. Yu Bai looked with a hot expression at Master, his heart filled with pride. Wei Shang seemed to be affected. There was no retreat on his face. He raised his head, the light in his eyes bursting, the two hands by his side unconsciously turning to fists. Wow, such a powerful old man. Zuo Mo gaped inside. But comparing Tiansong Zi and Second Sherbua, he still felt that Second Sherbua was more scary. Ho! Tiansong Zi bellowed. Countless lights rose up under the feet of the 100 Shouja. The light flashed, and they disappeared. Translator ramblings, I don't get the elders sometimes, and what Wu Kong Sword Sect did in the past. Remaining so low-key until now, if Zuo Mo hadn't ended getting picked up by Pei Yuan Ran, Wei Shang wouldn't have had an apparition, and then, seriously, Wu Kong Sword Sect has enough assets to rival Dongfu Hall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Heart-Turn Sword Essence. Chapter 136, Heart-Turn Sword Essence. Zuo Mo felt his vision blur, a strong feeling of dizziness making him almost unable to keep upright. A gust of cold wind blew into his face. He quickly refocused. Of course, he couldn't help but complain inside that the comfort of Tiansong Zi's transportation spell was lacking compared to Pu Yao's transportation formation. He glanced at the surroundings. What entered his eyes were all old trees. Occasionally, the wind would blow past, and he could smell water. There was a source of water nearby. Zuo Mo's mind became alert. The power of water was strong near water sources. It was extremely useful for him. After Zuo Mo cast a hiding spell, he carefully walked in the direction of water. The spells in the Jade Scrolls of Elder Wei Nan proved to be useful. Like this spell that concealed his figure, it was very effective. If Ningmai Xiuzhi didn't pay close attention, they would have a difficult time detecting him. In all of the 5 element spells, Zuo Mo's skill was the best with the little art of cloud and rain, and he was most sensitive to the power of water. After walking about 50 paces, he found the source of water. A water pond about half a mu large with weeds growing along the edges. The excrement of ling beasts could be seen everywhere. Zuo Mo carefully inspected the surroundings. He was very satisfied. It seemed that his luck had been very good this time. But he still warily scanned the surroundings with his consciousness. He didn't put out the paper crane immediately to report his location to Su. Strong warrior protect master. The figure of a golden giant started to appear behind Zuo Mo. The golden shadow quickly became tangible. A gigantic soldier wearing golden armor stood proudly. Only now did Zuo Mo release a breath. With this seal soldier, his safety could be guaranteed to a certain degree. It was usually Ningmai that used seal soldiers. Only those Xiuzhi that were very wealthy, like the Wang Xixiang of Linging sect, would be able to use seal soldiers when they were only in the stage of Zhuji. Actually, the seal soldier had been given to Wang Xixiang by his family to use when his life was in danger. It was just that he had been threatened by Zuo Mo and he had panicked, using this seal soldier. He had not won, and even paid up the seal soldier to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's eyes glowed as they looked at the dignified armored seal soldier. His heart was full of regret. It was a pity that after being used this time, the seal soldier would be useless. In Dongfu, compared to those that made Dan, or forged, the Xiuzhi that understood seals were even more rare. There wasn't even one person that had the power to create seals as powerful as this seal soldier. He didn't know where Wang Xixiang's elders had bought the seal soldier. With the protection of the seal soldier, his confidence rose. However, he still did not release the paper crane in his possession. He thought about the plan that he had spent so much effort on. On the wooden and frozen face, pride flashed through his eyes. This last round was a free-for-all round. There were no rules. The last 10 Xiuzhi that were remaining in the Great Pine Pavilion were the last winners. Zuo Mo decided to utilize this rule to the fullest. It was a pity that his concealment spells were not outstanding. Otherwise, he could just find a place and conceal his presence. That way, his chances of winning would be greater. He could think of this, and other people also would. He suddenly thought about the Fire Eyes that Puya mentioned today. If someone really knew Fire Eyes, it was useless to hide. Hugh, all of you definitely don't know what GE is planning. Zuo Mo was full of motivation. In the sky above Dongfu, the gigantic mirage clearly showed every change inside the Great Ping Pavilion. Seeing the competitors appear on the mirage, the spectators instantly became alert, and praised the wonders of the mirage illusion formation. Those that were watching in groups fixed their eyes on the mirage as they discussed. Who do you think will get first? Yan Mingzi asked. Hu Shan shook his head. I don't know. Maybe Gu Rongping. He's just too powerful. Tao Zhuer suddenly pointed to the most prominent main peak in the mountain range depicted in the mirage, shouting, "Look!" At the same time, many Xiuzhi found 2 people on the main peak. The discussion was like the retreating tide, quickly disappearing. Everyone's eyes gathered onto the main peak. There were 15 great peaks that touched the clouds in the Great Pine Pavilion, and among them, the central main peak was the most prominent. It was extremely steep, like a gigantic sword cleaving the clouds. On the main peak, 2 people were standing. Gu Rongping and Wei Shang. The person who was predicted to win first in this sword test conference, Gu Rongping. The person who had an apparition when he entered Zhuji, Wei Shang. No one had thought that those 2 people would appear at the same position. The competition had just started, and it had entered a peak. It was out of everyone's expectations. At the same time, many of the competitors inside the Great Pine Pavilion noticed the 2 people on the main peak. The 2 of them were like 2 swords, without any disguise or concealment as they stood proudly. Many people couldn't help but release a breath. Those 2 were opponents none of them wanted to meet. Through the black gauze, Su gazed at Gu Rongping standing on the peak. Her heart relaxed slightly. What she had been most worried about was that Xixiang would encounter Zuo Mo. Xixiang definitely wouldn't give Zuo Mo a chance and show any mercy. Because she hadn't begged him. But that guy, why hadn't he sent out the paper crane? She suddenly turned her body. On the main peak, the wind was very strong. Didn't think that I would encounter Brother Wei so soon. It really is a surprise to me. Gu Rongping said with a smile. Wei Shang's expression was solemn. He did not speak, the desire for battle rising in his eyes. At some time, splitting rainbow sword had appeared in his hands. The air around his body seemed to have been pushed by an invisible hand, slowly spinning around him. A traceless yet pressuring presence, with him at the center, rippled out. The smile on Gu Rongping's face disappeared. His eyes could see Wei Sheng in front of him, but in his spiritual perception, where Wei Sheng was standing, there was not a person. It was an empty space, but there was sword essence. The Xiuzhe in Dongfu conversed, their faces puzzled. What they were seeing was out of their comprehension, yet among the sect leaders and elders of the various sects, it exploded. Who told me Wu Kong Sword Sect is a small sect? Wei Sheng's sword scripture definitely is above 5th grade. Heart turn sword essence. The next step would be metamorphosis. Heavens! What kind of monster is Wei Sheng? How old is he? Wu Kong Sword Sect is going to rise. This boy's future is limitless. Impossible. Impossible. How is it possible? I heard when this boy was entering Zhuji, an apparition of sword energy had appeared. I had thought it was just a rumor, but seeing him now, it's probably the truth. The faces of Pei Yuanran and the other three were filled with pride and happiness. Ever since they discovered Wei Sheng's talent, they had put large amounts of effort into him. Almost all the resources of the sect had been given to him. Xin had taught him step by step. For the first time, the sword cave had been opened for a disciple. Even the ling food and lingdan that was put into the sword cave when Wei Sheng had been fighting in the sword cave had been made at the expense of countless expensive materials. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding Wei Sheng's talent was, he couldn't have broken through to Ningmai so quickly. Seeing the shock that Wei Sheng gave others, the four exchanged smiles. Their hearts were full of the feeling of accomplishment. Wu Kong Sword Sect previously did not have any outstanding disciples. That had been a burden on all of their hearts. It was only when Wei Sheng had appeared that everything had changed. If people knew how short of a time it took Wei Sheng to go from Zhuji to Ningmai, they would be frightened out of their wits. A slight hint of mirth floated on the corner of Pei Yuanran's mouth. Sometimes, he would also be frightened by Wei Sheng's cultivation speed. Heart-turn sword essence, it was comprehending a deeper level of sword essence. Upon reaching this stage, the Xiuzhe could control the sword essence according to his heart and wishes. Controlling the sword scripture and controlling the sword essence were two completely different concepts. The former could affect the power of the sword essence, the strength of the attack. It required delicate control of Ling power, and the finer it was, the great the power of the sword scripture. But after one could control a sword scripture perfectly, if they wanted to progress further, they had to reach heart-turn sword essence. Each sword scripture, at the beginning, it was based on the law that Xiuzhe that created it had. For those who came after and learned the scripture, these were different laws. Reaching heart-turn sword essence, that meant that Wei Sheng had started to comprehend deeper levels of law. Only by comprehending his own law, could he break through the layers of restrictions in the sword scripture. When one reached the metamorphosis sword essence, it was creating one's own law, a law that belonged to the individual. This was why when the same sword scripture was practiced by different people to higher levels, it would differ so much. Normally, the people who could touch this level were Xiuzhe entering Jindan. Wei Sheng was a Ningmai Xiuzhe and had already started to comprehend law. Such talent, it was terrifying. Wei Sheng has progressed so fast, it really is the good fortune of the sect. So young and having reached the level of heart-turn sword essence, even second Shitty hadn't done the same at that age. Pei Yuanran praised. The four were tired of sitting and fighting with the other sect leaders, so the four took the inner sect disciples to one side to watch the competition. Li Yingfeng saw the agreement on second Shirbua's face, and couldn't help but jump in to say, "Master, so this means that eldest Shixiang is going to win?" Yanli shook his head. Not certain. Isn't Shixiang on a higher level? Li Yingfeng was puzzled. Yanlu explained, heart-turn sword essence is a transition level and a very unstable level. The old restrictions have not been completely broken, and the new sword scripture has not formed. The advantage provided in battle is not always evident. If the heart is uncertain, the power of the sword scripture would actually decrease. The disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect all had ugly expressions. Even Pei Yuanran and the others had left the joy of the previous moment, their expressions serious as they stared at the mirage. Zuo Mo's cultivation was a pitiful Zhuji stage. His eyes naturally couldn't compare to those Ningmai Xiuzhe, and was unable to notice Wei Sheng Shixiang's battle. Everything had been thrown far into the back of his mind. With the protection of the seal soldier, he could put all of his attention onto his plan. He started to furiously take things out of the dimensional ring. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain piled up in front of him. A small mountain completely made up of various materials. Seeing this pile of materials bought with his pile of Jingshi, Zuo Mo's heart ached with pain. I'll get all of you to taste the power of Jingshi. It was a pity that everyone's eyes at this time were gathered on Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping as they faced off on the main peak. No one noticed, beside a nondescript pond, a certain zombie was like a laboring ant, slowly moving a mountain made up of materials.
Translator rambling, Wei Sheng's luck is both good and bad. There's a bit more world building in theory on the sword. It's important, it really is. Also, reaction chapter for Wei Sheng, our deuteragonist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 137, Each Person's Opponent. Chapter 137, Each Person's Opponent. Su coldly stared at the thin male in front of her. She recognized him. Gu Feng, he had unknown origins, skilled in the little ghost sword, and he had a mysterious ghost concealment movement method. He was a popular contender of this year's Dongfu Sword Test Conference.
Gu Feng was dressed in black.
She didn't know what material it was made of, but it was dark and no light reflected off the material. His figure was thin and tall, his hands shriveled like twigs, his eyes were dark, and his entire body was emanating a densing energy. The two of them weren't the type to waste words. As their eyes met, the two made their moves at the same time. Su's hand spread slightly, her snow-white fingers lightly grasping at the air. Gu Feng felt the scene in front of him twist slightly, sky and earth spinning, as a feeling of dizziness came over him.
Magnet polarity sword, ...
Even though she held no sword in her hand, but her magnet polarity sword essence was still powerful.
Gu Feng snorted coldly as his dark hawk-like eyes slightly narrowed. He didn't seem to move but had disappeared from his spot. Su's hand straightened into sword fingers, swiping at the air beside her side. A white bone ghost sword suddenly shot out of the air.
Gu Feng's sword and Su's fingers seemed to have made an appointment, strangely crashing together. Su gave a muffled grunt. Gu Feng had compressed all of the sword essence on the tip of his sword. Once the sword and her fingers met, she had been disproportionately impacted. The dark and cold sword essence followed her fingers to enter her body. She felt her body freeze. The white bone ghost sword was snowy white, made from an unknown bone. The sword guard was a complete skull, the open mouth perfectly biting on the sword body, four sharp and curved fangs crisscrossing. In the empty eye sockets, two bean-sized ghost fires burned lightly. The sword grip was made of 7 continuous copper coins, wrapped in grass rope. The name of this white bone ghost sword was not known, but at a glance it could seem that it was not ordinary. Behind the black gauze, Su had a slightly angry expression. Having lost the first encounter, this experience was very rare to her. She had lost because she did not use her flying sword. Even though she was not willing, she still took out a black flying sword. She had originally planned on not using a flying sword before her new flying sword had been forged. Even though the sword named Black Days in her hand was of high quality, it was not very suited for her sword scripture. To a female that was a perfectionist, she was not willing to use a flying sword that was not suited to her. What she was furious about was not having lost the encounter, but that the Gu Feng had forced her to use a flying sword that she didn't want to use. Once Gu Feng had the advantage, what would follow would be continuous attacks that wouldn't give her a chance to breathe. Normally, she would slowly wear him down, but today, she still needed to find Zuo Mo. She didn't have much interest in the sword test conference, but Zuo Mo entering the top 10 impacted the forging of her new flying sword. She needed to quickly finish the fight. Gently turning the handle of Black Days, the sword tip pointing up, it was held in front of her body. The surrounding area around her suddenly started to twist. Only Su, who was standing at the very center, was unaffected. Just at this time, the white and sharp bone sword suddenly stabbed towards Su as it appeared out of nowhere in front of her. Su was not moved. Seeing the other had no intentions to dodge, Gu Feng was slightly surprised, but there was no hesitation in his bone sword. The skull hilt gave a howl, like countless angry souls wailing, shocking a person's soul. If this sword met its target, there was no chance of survival. The speed of the flying sword was extremely quick, arriving in the blink of an eye to touch the black gauze in front of Su's face. Gu Feng felt slightly joy but also puzzled.
Was Su so weak to be defeated in one blow?
In this sword test conference, there were many experts, and among those favored, the two that were most mysterious were Gu Feng and Su. Both of them were of unknown origins. No one had thought the two most mysterious competitors would become opponents.
He hit the target. Gu Feng was not happy, but shocked.
Even though his eyes saw the sword meet the target, but the bone sword in his hand did not feel as though it had hit anything tangible.
Not good. With shock, Gu Feng retreated back.
For some reason, the bone sword brushed past a space 3 CUN from Su's gauze. The dark and cold energy made her feel uncomfortable, but she did not even blink. The Black Day's sword in her hand turned and crossed her chest. Her left hand raised on its own, she quickly spat out 3 notes. She started to counterattack. Zuo Mo wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking in satisfaction at the formation in front of his eyes. He had completely fenced off the half-mu of the pond to become the central formation of the formation. Compared to things like a lake, the water pond had weaker water elemental power, but it was enough for him. Since it was completely fenced in, he didn't need to worry about other people damaging it. 7 palm-sized green flags were on the border of the water pond, responding to each other. The poles of the 7 small flags were made from 3rd-grade greenwood, and the cloth of the flag was woven from 3rd-grade sky silk. With the formations carved in them, the 7 greenwood flags were like 7 roots, taking water elemental power from the water pond and turning it to wood elemental power. Placed around each greenwood flag were 7 2nd-grade mini copper lion head Dan cauldrons, forming the shape of the Big Dipper, and supporting the greenwood flag, forming a 2nd-grade fire formation. Beside each of the 7 Dan cauldrons, there were 12 jade cards scattered around. The 12 jade cards were connected by an extremely thin red gold thread. A delicate net made from slender red gold thread entangled the 7 copper Dan cauldrons. It formed a complete 3-turn fire formation. And the 7x7, 49 little Dan cauldrons flashed with light as they interacted with each other, forming another formation, greatly fire formation. Borrowing water elemental power to add wooden elemental power, and turning it to fire. Fire formation was not a high-level formation. It was commonly engraved in most low-grade Dan cauldrons. Compared to streaming fire formation, greatly fire formation was higher grade, and usually constructed of 2 or more fire formations. The greatly fire formation that Zuo Mo set up was composed of 7 entire streaming fire formations. The 7 fire formations were being aided by plentiful wooden elemental energy, after being strengthened by the 3-turn formation. How strong would the fire they produce be? Zuo Mo was full of expectation, and wanted to find a person to try it on. The entire pond had been turned by Zuo Mo into an enormous Dan cauldron. It could be imagined just how great the firepower of this great Dan cauldron would be. But he didn't know how high it would reach. The previous experiments he ran had used basic and cheapest materials. He had been somewhat satisfied with the power. This greatly fire formation was really piled up using all of his Jingxi. The majority of the components had been bought from the 100 Treasure Flying Pavilion. He took out a bunch of 3 chi long nails from the pile of materials to heave onto his shoulders, his right hand holding an enormously large hammer. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed with light. Hey, this was just the beginning. Chang Hong casually walked along the mountain paths as though he was taking a stroll, his expression lazy. He would occasionally stop and look at the happily fighting Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping. He had encountered a few Xiuzhi, but they acted as though they had seen a ghost, turning and running away. He was too lazy to chase, lazily strolling along. In the last 2 rounds, the outcome of his opponents had been the same, both seriously wounded. One was going to lie on the bed for half a year, and the other 8 months. For most contestants, they were more willing to battle Gu Rongping than Chang Hang. This was a choice between loss and seriously injured. The great majority were naturally more willing to lose rather than be seriously injured for half a year. Competitors like Chang Hong that moved around freely had absolute confidence in their power. Normal competitors found places to hide. The longer they stayed in, the higher their ranking. Everyone understood this, and the Xiuzhi that had reached this level, none of them lacked patience. Chang Hong finally met a Xiuzhi that didn't run away upon seeing him. An extremely average-looking Xiuzhi that had not left an impression on Chang Hong in previous rounds. A yellow face, a bulbous nose, a short robe. The other appeared extremely calm, looking in interest at him. Chang Hong suddenly sniffed, tilting his head and muttering to himself, a familiar smell. The other paused, and then had revealed an expression of great joy. Chang Hong didn't know why the other person would be so happy, just like he didn't know why the other would have a smell that he would find familiar. But he was too lazy to ask, his right hand directly reaching for the copper ring between his clavicles. The toothaking sound of a blade grinding against bone sounded, a horrifying scene appeared again. The bright red blood spider sword slowly was pulled out. Chang Hong found the Xiuzhi opposite him was staring at the blood spider sword. The joy had disappeared. Replacing it seemed to be disappointment. Disappointment. Strangely, a smile appeared at the corner of Chang Hang's mouth. His wiry hair stood like swords, full of killing intent. Lu Oli carefully concealed himself in a mountain valley. Compared to the calm of eldest Xixiang and the casualness of Chang Hong, he was much more cautious. He sat down cross-legged at the center of the valley, his flying sword floating perpendicular to the ground beside him. His eyes were tightly closed as he nurtured the sword essence inside. He was like a hunter waiting for his prey. Any enemy that appeared at the mouth of the valley would face his long-prepared attack. Thinking back to his former arrogance, he was like a bystander that judged himself. He had wanted to use the empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture to recover void sword scripture, but had accidentally walked onto another road, a road that belonged to himself. His talent was not as awe-inspiring as Wei Shang, but it was still better than others. Before Wei Shang and Zuo Mo had appeared, he had been the most outstanding disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect. It was the heap of favor that he had received that had gradually caused his pride and conceit. His entire person had become impetuous. Zuo Mo's blow had been like an alarm, shaking him awake. The Luo Li that had woken up was abnormally hardworking and started to display his talent. The person who had earned the greatest benefits from the opening of the sect's records had been Luo Li. No one was clear on what Wei Shang had received in his trip of the Sword Cave, but eldest Xixian was not interested at all in the records. Zuo Mo was only interested in dan-making, forging, and formation. Other than flipping through Ice Dragon Sword Scripture, he didn't even look at any other sword scripture. Luo Li was different. Unable to achieve anything from studying empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture, he could only search for another road. As though he was dying of thirst, he had read through almost all the sword scriptures in the sect, in hopes that they could inspire him. Especially the 4th grade sword scriptures like Cloud Sword Scripture, Red Flame Sword Scripture, and Greenstone Sword Scripture, he had repeatedly read over and over. No one would have thought that, just by using these 3 sword scriptures, he had really merged empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture, but the newly merged sword scripture was different from void sword scripture. Luo Li named it self-separation. Note, the scripture is called Orwa Li. The Wa means I or me. The Li is the same Li as Luo Li, meaning split or leave. Translator ramblings, Luo Li is improving as a person, which is nice. My other choices for the name were I, separate, or just use, Wu Li. There will be more on him in the upcoming chapters. He's a genius too, just not as good as Wei Shang. Zuo Mo is starting his own plans. Everyone is doing their own thing now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Aggravation and Pleasure. Chapter 138, Aggravation and Pleasure. Yu Bai had not found Zhong Ming in. That slightly disappointed him. He suddenly noticed, not far away, there stood a golden armored soldier. He recognized it as a seal soldier. The fact that Zuo Mo had challenged Linging's sect was not known by the non-locals, but it had spread widely in Dongfu locally. Naturally, one piece of important information had been Zuo Mo had taken a seal soldier, so Yu Bai knew of it. He hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would be so close to him. Yu Bai shook his head. He didn't have much interest in Zuo Mo. Even though the other had displayed outstanding talent, Yu Bai looked down on doing something such as bullying a Zhuji Xiuzha. His master and Wu Kong Sword Sect were on good relations. He was not willing to disrupt this kind of friendly relationship. He was even considering that if there was the chance, he would help Zuo Mo out. But, very quickly, he did not have the attention to spare to think about this question because he saw a great enemy. A large man holding a gigantic sword the size of a door, stomping heavily as he neared. The other had already noticed him. Yu Bai could feel the other nearing, as his presence was quickly rising. Nan Men Yang, the brightest grassroots Xiuzha in this sword test conference. This extremely large-figured man was extremely talented. Practicing the 2nd grade Vajra scripture and using the 2nd grade Mountain Breaker sword combined for astonishing power. Because he belonged to no family or sect, he quickly became the piece of jade that all sects were vying for. The benefits each sect offered him quickly rose. According to those familiar, Gu Rongping had represented Heart Lake sect to give an invitation. Other than that, almost all the large sects had made an offer. He was only 24 years this year, his potential seemed limitless. Nan Men Yang was the largest Xiuzha in the sword test conference. His height of 1 zhang made him look like a moving mountain. All the muscles on his body were hard and powerful, the hard curves carved as they gave off the special faint gold light from the Vajra scripture, a presence that pressured others and suffocated them. His strides were long, steady, and heavy, and one couldn't help but feel the ground was shaking as he walked. Zuo Mo felt the vibration of the ground and raised his head. However, due to the dense foliage of the trees, he couldn't see the figure of Nan Men Yang. After muttering a few words, he continued his work. 3 long metal nails glowed with a cool blue light. Barely visible were the patterns of formations that covered the entire body of the nails. Zuo Mo spat into his palms and raised the large metal hammer, channeling Vajra Profound Sutra, as he pounded the metal nail into the ground.
In total, there were 9 large metal nails that were hammered into the ground by Zuo Mo according to specific locations. They formed the beginnings of a formation. After the hammering, Zuo Mo didn't wipe his sweat away as he stood at the center of the formation, his fingers flying as he spat out a string of rushed notes. The cool blue light started to spread from the 9 metal nails into the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, with Zuo Mo as the center, a circle with radius of 30 zhan was completely dyed with blue light. Zuo Mo suddenly shouted, "Set!" The blue light that had been spreading instantly stopped. They brightened and then disappeared. Zuo Mo released the Ling power on his hands, collapsing onto his behind on the ground as he panted. Oh dear, this 9 metal earth formation might not be a high-grade formation, but it really used up a lot of Ling power. 9 metal earth formation was a second-grade formation. It only had one ability: it turned all the earth within the area of the formation as hard as metal, preventing enemies from attacking from below the earth. After solving the problem of defending the earth, the next he had to solve was defending against the sky. This time, Zuo Mo chose to use the dragon tying formation. If a Ningmai Xiuzhe was trapped by the dragon tying formation, they usually couldn't get out quickly. What Zuo Mo needed was just that little amount of time. Out of caution, Zuo Mo set down 6 dragon tying formation, almost covering all angles. Not everyone's eyes were fixed on Wei Shang and Gu Rongping. Some people were noticing every single one of Zuo Mo's actions. What does he want to do? Yan Ningzi dazedly asked Hu Shan. Hu Shan was also gaping. He woodenly shook his head. Don't know. Is he trying to build a cave residence there? Tao Zhu looked as though she had seen a ghost. This. At the place that the disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect were gathering, everyone's expressions became extremely strange. Zuo Shidi's thinking, Li Yingfeng's face was red, and she forced out, extremely unique. Xiaobuo's eyes were full of stars, extremely admiring. Shi Xiang is very strong. To be able to think of such a powerful method. Too powerful. The expression of the disciples that heard this became even stranger. So embarrassing. Yan Lu sighed, covering his head, not daring to look. We are Sword Xiu. Shi Fengrong's face was black. When he comes back, we need to sort out this rascal. He really humiliated us Wu Kong Sword Sect to the ground. The cold light in Xian Yan's eyes were like the dance of countless blades. His voice seemed to come out of a deep glacier, so cold that people's hearts shook. I'll teach him what a sword show is. Pei Yuan Ran, who had the greatest experience in keeping his composure, felt his face was extremely red. He seemed to hear the memorial tablets of the ancestral masters in Wukong Hall were all jumping, the ancestral masters beating their chests and stomping their feet. Embarrassment. So humiliating. You unfilial disciples, I need to climb out. Pei Yuan Ran felt as though his entire body was freezing. As he looked at the Zuo Mo and the Mirage happily setting up his formations without a hint of stopping, his breath choked at his throat. His face was suffocating so much it was red, his fingers trembling. Just at this time, he heard Xiaobuo's innocent voice. Why says that Shi Xiang is an embarrassment? Shi Xiang's formation looks very powerful. Pei Yuan Ran felt his vision turn black. He almost fainted. At least, there is Wei Shang. He comforted himself like this. Wei Shang and Gu Rongping's battle quickly reached the climax. The tip of the main peak soared over the other mountains, clouds occasionally floating past the body of the mountain. No one would have thought that Wei Shang could display such power. Based just on the level of cultivation, Wei Shang definitely had no hope of winning. However, real battle did not mean that those of the higher cultivation stage would win. But even if Wei Shang lost this fight, no one would ever doubt his strength again. Even if Gu Rongping won, the title of the strongest among the younger generation of Sky Moonjia would still be Wei Shang. Gu Rongping was also clear about this, so his expression was very ugly like it had never been before. He had never thought that anyone in the younger generation would surpass him. Maybe there was, but certainly not in Sky Moonjia. Who was Wei Shang? Where was Wu Kong Sword Sect? A few months ago, who even knew? A person who had been unknown suddenly took away the halo around him, and had done it in front of this many people. Hate slid across Gu Rongping's eyes. His sword presence became increasingly vicious. But the elders that were watching all shook their heads and sighed. Gu Rongping's Heart Lake sword was based on the heart as a lake, clear and without waves. But right now, Gu Rongping's sword presence was full of viciousness. Compared to the emptiness previously, even though the power looked to have increased, but in reality, he was losing. Facing Gu Rongping's sharp sword presence, Wei Shang had no thoughts of retreat. His square face and thick brows were miles away from Gu Rongping's handsomeness and elegance.
Yet the steady square face, at this time, had a different kind of charisma. Only those Jindan experts with their keen eyes could sensitively catch the doubt that occasionally flashed through his eyes. That was the chaos and unsteadiness of the stage of heart-turned sword essence. Some of the elders and sect leaders took the chance to teach the disciples beside them what was heart-turned sword essence. Originally, Wei Shang, with his unsteady situation, was not expected to win against Gu Rongping. However, Gu Rongping had lost his equilibrium, and did not give Wei Shang enough of a threat. What Wei Shang was now relying on was Void Sword Scripture. The long-lost sword scripture, Void Sword Scripture, finally showed itself in his hands. Even Pei Yuan Ran and the others didn't look away. The experts that were watching felt an unparalleled shock. 6th grade sword scripture, this was the best sword scripture in Sky Moonjia without a doubt. Gu Rongping felt extremely uncomfortable. Wei Shang's sword moves seemed to be intangible and invisible. It was untraceable, and what made him want to spit blood the most was the other's sword essence. It was clearly a tangible and sharp sword essence, but upon impact, it was like hitting empty space, as though that sword essence was a mirage rather than tangible. But if he did not pay attention to it, there would definitely be countless more holes on his body. Gu Rongping had never fought as uncomfortably as this. The other's sword essence was really too strange. It really was out of the norm. What he cultivated was Heart Lake Sword Scripture. It was the secret of Heart Lake Sword Sect and was ranked high in 5th grade. Did the other sword scripture have a higher grade than Heart Lake Sword Scripture? Impossible. A backwater little sect, how could it have a sword scripture over 5th grade? Gu Rongping tightened his jaw, staring at Wei Shang, the sword presence rising. Since he could not understand, then he wouldn't understand. Gu Rongping resolved his heart. Our sect's Void Sword Scripture is as wondrous as expected. Rather than the aggravation as he looked at Zuo Mo, Yan Li's face was light as he watched Wei Shang's fight. Xin Yan didn't have the attention to talk. His eyes were opened wide as he stared at Wei Shang unblinkingly. Pei Yuan Ran's eyes were dazedly looking in the distance, muttering, "Master, this disciple has not failed." Void Sword Scripture had always been a sickness on his heart. Now that it could see the light of day again, he was naturally very excited. The 4 elders of Wu Kong Sword Sect were skilled and had found fame in Yao Hunt, but were willing to lurk in Dongfu. It had all been for the succession of the sect. Now that there was a disciple of limitless potential like Wei Shang and Void Sword Scripture had been restored, his heart was beating rapidly. Such a situation, everyone understood that Wu Kong Sword Sect would definitely become one of the top sects in Sky Moonjia, but in possession of such a wondrous sword scripture, and having a disciple of unparalleled talent, Wu Kong Sword Sect could not be stopped. Some with nimble minds started thinking about reacquainting themselves with this sect that had appeared out of nowhere. And other people, like the sect leader of Linging Sect, had a terrible expression. If Wu Kong Sword Sect had been a power unable to be dismissed before, then the present Wu Kong Sword Sect would squeeze into the top ranks of the Sky Moonjia sections. Linging Sect had already lost the qualification to compete with them. At this moment, Wei Shang was like the sun that was burning in the sky, releasing rays of unparalleled bright rays. All the other competitors were like the stars beside the sun, completely diminished and dark. Zuo Mo did not know anything about these situations. All of his focus was on the formation in front of him. He wiped away the sweat on his face, and started to create the most important part of this formation group. Skyring Moon Chime Formation. Translator Ramblings, Semi-Reaction Chapter. Yu Bai is too nice of a person, and also underestimates other people. Pei Yuan Ran is. I feel this little arc could also be called How to Piss Off All Your Teachers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Formation Defense Style. Chapter 139, Formation Defense Style. The ferocity of Su's counterattack surprised Gu Feng. After the 3 rushed notes were spat out from behind the black gauze, the black day's sword that was held horizontally in front of Su's body began glowing. The surrounding space twisted as if pulled by an invisible hand. There was no wind, but one felt as though the space was collapsing. Gu Feng's white bone sword trembled, the 2 dots of ghost fire in the eye sockets of the skull guard flickered like a candle flame, and seemed ready to be extinguished at any moment. Gu Feng's expression changed dramatically. The Ling energy around Su's body was extremely chaotic. The white bone sword was like a little boat in a storm, about to capsize at any moment. That moment just now, he had almost lost his connection to the white bone sword. What sword scripture was this? Full of shock, Gu Feng decided to retreat. Su instantly detected Gu Feng's intentions. She snorted coldly, her right hand actually letting go of the hilt of Black Day's. The Black Day's sword did not drop to the ground, but floated horizontal and was spinning rapidly. At the same time, a clear hum started to sound like that of a bell, sometimes near and then far away. As the bell sounded, countless invisible magnetic lines formed a gigantic net, heading for the white bone sword. Magnetic polarity net. Without a flying sword, a sword shio was just a tiger with no claws nor teeth. Gu Feng was not willing to surrender. The cold light in his eyes grew, his body twisted slightly and he disappeared on his spot. Ghost movement. At the same time, he appeared in the magnetic net. Falling into the web? Su was slightly surprised. Appearing in the magnetic web, the first thing Gu Feng did was reach to grab the white bone sword. Once the white bone sword entered his palm, Gu Feng felt very secure. He had understood Su's sword scripture. The strongest attribute of the magnetic force sword scriptures was that they could manipulate the Ling energy in the world, affecting the connection and blocking the sword show from their flying sword. If they cultivated to high levels, they could easily control the magnetic forces of the world to their will, possibly even creating their own world, extremely powerful. However, Su was far from that step. Holding the copper coin hilt, Gu Feng's wrist shook. A shriek came from the white bone sword, like a soul wailing. A ball of black mist flew out of the flying sword, suddenly exploding and turning into countless wisps of thin smoke that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were countless thumb-sized black ghosts in the surroundings. Formed from the black smoke, these were little black ghosts, their faces like those of a leopard that were extremely ugly. They appeared extremely horrifying, their bellies were round, their limbs short and stout, and their eyes were an eerie green. The dense crowd of little ghosts floated beside Gu Feng, so many they could not be counted, fearful to the bystander. Gu Feng's pupils were a strange dark black, so deep the bottom could not be seen. His face, which had been dark and thin in the beginning, was now completely robbed of vitality, so white it was like that of a dead person. Behind the black gauze, Su's expression finally changed. Gu Feng grumbled a sound, and the white bone sword in his hand pointed at Su. Little ghost asked directions. Creak, all the little ghosts in the sky simultaneously gave a strange howl. Their features twisted as they turned to countless black images and headed towards Su. These little ghosts were extremely fast, their bodies blurring as they would suddenly disappear in the sky, and then suddenly appear out of the air. Ghost movement. These little ghosts had the ability of ghost movement. Su did not dare to keep her strength now, her right palm firmly hitting the sword hilt of the black daze that was spinning. The black daze sword was like a windmill as it spun, circles of invisible magnetic force suddenly spreading out. A thin snow-white finger pointed at the center of the black light wheel. Magnetic shield. The invisible magnetic force that was spread by the wheel of light instantly increased to the point that the ripple-like patterns were visible to the naked eye. The invisible patterns quickly covered Su. The vicious and raging little ghosts, when they encountered the invisible patterns, were instantly deflected back. But these little ghosts were not damaged in the least. With a strange howl, they kept on leaping towards Su. This seemed like a black storm that would never stop, howls ringing out endlessly. The little ghosts did not seem to know exhaustion, repeatedly charging at Su. The invisible patterns were like the surface of a lake that was being attacked by the storm, rippling restlessly, but no matter how the little ghosts charged, it managed to firmly protect Su. The battle instantly became a standoff. Neither could win over the other. Gu Feng's ebony black eyes looked deeply at Su behind the magnetic shield, and suddenly disappeared on his spot. Disappearing along with him were the countless little ghosts. This black storm had came suddenly, and left even more abruptly. Su took a breath, but did not dare to move aside her finger. Only when she was certain that Gu Feng was not beside her did she move her finger aside, releasing the magnetic shield. Only now did she discover, without her noticing, her back had become soaked with sweat. Su, who had been very certain that she could guarantee that Zuo Mo would enter the top 10, realized that she had underestimated the heroes of the world. Calming down her messy Ling power, she decided to go find Zuo Mo immediately. The faster she found Zuo Mo, the higher the chance they could win this battle. Up until now, she still had not received Zuo Mo's paper crane. This made her heart fill with worry. Did the little zombie have such terrible luck? Had he encountered danger so early? She unconsciously sped up. If she had an appropriate flying sword just now. Zuo Mo had long thrown the matter of the paper crane to the back of his mind. All of his attention was on his Skyring Moonshine formation. The Skyring Moonshine formation was the formation he had gotten in payment for processing the inky black lotus seed. It was the only 4th grade formation in his possession, so after he had received it, he had spent large amounts of time on it. He had made a very profound conclusion. Formations above 4th level weren't that simple. Skyring Moonshine formation did not look very complex. It was a mother and child formation. The grade of each child formation was not high, most of them second grade. The formation that was the crux was just a third grade formation. But the more he studied it, the more Zuo Mo felt this Skyring Moonchime formation was not simple. The difficulty of each child formation was not high and he could easily complete it, but fitting all of them together greatly increased the difficulty.
The smallest, Skyring Moonchime formation, required 18 child formations.
The more child formations there were, the more powerful the formation became. The power of a 36 child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation, was extremely powerful.
If Zuo Mo was trapped in it, he definitely could not get out.
Zuo Mo had decided to make a 72 child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation. 72 child formations and 36 child formations, the number of child formations had doubled, but the difference in the power had more than doubled. The little mountain of materials was mostly prepared for the Skyring Moonchime formation. If this formation was successfully set up, Zuo Mo felt the likelihood of a Ningmai Xiuzhe coming out once they were trapped in the formation was low. Also, the Skyring Moonchime formation was extremely profound. It was impossible to damage the formation just through brute force, unless someone found the eye of the formation. But at the eye of the formation, Zuo Mo had just carefully made a gigantic Dan cauldron. It was a pity he didn't have the time to fantasize about his enemies being burnt.
Zuo Mo needed to quickly finish the formation.
It required large amounts of time to set up the 72 child formations. So in Zuo Mo's plan, it was to first make an 18 children formation, Skyring Moonchime formation, and with that as the base, add another 18, forming a 36, Skyring Moonchime formation. Increasing it step by step, it would make sure he still had the power to fight if an enemy sneaked up. He was extremely proud that he had thought of such a great plan.
His cultivation wasn't enough, so GE won't compete in cultivation with you people.
Looking at the formations that he had already set up, Zuo Mo's heart was filled with accomplishment. With the pond as the center, the groups of formations, jade pieces, copper cauldrons, and metal nails flashed with blinding light. The pond had been half a mu large in the beginning.
This formation territory had reached an area of 5 mu.
Originally, not many people had been paying attention to Zuo Mo, but when this 5 mu of formations were completed, all kinds of lights came and crossed. In comparison to this gigantic light-emitting formation area, the golden armored seal soldier that was summoned it was extremely tiny. This formation belt was really too eye-catching.
The people watching from the gigantic mirage in Dongfu could easily find it with a glance.
Consequently, many people unconsciously looked at this sparkling formation belt. Their expression were strangely similar, all gaping with wide eyes, dumbstruck where they were.
Pei Yuan Ran and the others had abnormally ugly expressions. Because their cultivation was too high, they could easily hear the conversation in the surroundings.
I heard this guy is from Wu Kong Sword Sect, he isn't the normal kind of extreme.
Are you sure it isn't Wu Kong Formation Sect? Pei Yuan Ran's eyebrows twitched.
The other three had dark expressions. The four of them had a strong impulse they had never had before, a charge into the Great Pine Pavilion, and cut Zuo Mo down with a blow to pay for his crime towards the ancestral masters.
Another kind of conversation was going on at the other side. I understand now.
A Xiuzhe suddenly stood up, his face full of realization, extremely excited. Hearing this, his companions hurriedly crowded over.
What do you understand, Dot? The Xiuzhe was extremely excited. Zuo Mo's true aim is to get the entire Great Pine Pavilion.
He's putting on a disguise and winning in the dark. He wants to slowly take over the Great Pine Pavilion.
Right, the books say this is called nibbling.
At this time, not just Pei Yuan Ran, but all of the Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples were so embarrassed they wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in.
This disciple is unfilial. To have shamed the ancestral masters.
Tears streamed down Pei Yuan Ran's face, extremely sorrowful.
Xin Yan's hand unconsciously touched his flying sword, his voice seeming to have come out of purgatory.
I will let him know that he cannot go to Wu Kong Formation Sect. Yan Lo, who was usually cheerful, gritted his teeth. From next month, I'll stop all of his allowance.
He won't get one more Jingshi from me.
Shi Fengrong's response was very calm. Don't worry, I'll help heal him.
He definitely won't die.
You can slowly work on him, but. The disciples in the surroundings were shuddering as they unconsciously distanced themselves from the exploding elders. Zuo Mo, not knowing that he had provoked public rage, was extremely proud. He turned into a laborious worker ant, energetically continuing his great endeavor of construction.
Just 5 mu, it was too small.
Once the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation, was completely set up, it would form a gigantic formation belt over 15 mu large.
Zuo Mo called his new idea, Formation Defense Style.
The full name was Complete Formation Territory Defense Style.
Today was the day destined for Formation Defense Style to become famous.
Zuo Mo was extremely motivated, his heart full of anticipation. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo's skill at naming is terrible.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 140, Self-Separation. Chapter 140, Self-Separation. Chang Hong and the yellow-faced man fought fiercely.
The strangely shaped copper ring, the blood spider sword, shined a sticky bloody color each time it was waved. A noxious odor wafted forth.
His strength was much stronger compared to when he had fought Zuo Mo. Yet the yellow-faced man in front of him moved with ease. A copper dagger axe flew around him. The copper dagger axe emitted a green-blue light.
As it flew, it formed a blue curtain.
The bloody light was not able to break through this fragile-looking green-blue curtain of light.
Cultivation using blood, how extremely obscure, the yellow-faced man said. It's a pity that you didn't cultivate it correctly, you just have the appearance of it.
Just the appearance? Chang Heng's pupils slightly shrunk.
His fingers twitching slightly, the bloody spider sword that was over his fingers flew into the sky. As the sword flew, it turned into an enormous shadow.
Boom!
6 thick legs heavily hit the ground, dust flying away as the ground trembled slightly. A bloody spider stared fiercely at the yellow-faced man. Compared to when it had faced Zuo Mo, it was more than double its previous size. The 6 legs of the spider were slender and long, full of hooks. The joints were much thicker, stronger, and more powerful. The dark patterns on the surface of the blood spider was more evident than before, and there was a slightly metallic sheen, making sure people would not doubt its hardness. What made others the most terrified was the face of the blood spider.
The flat face seemed to have a few marks reminiscent of a human face. This face that seemed human-like was extremely vicious and cruel, a brutal presence emanating from it. Oh, not bad.
To be able to cultivate almost to the step of human face, you have some talent, the yellow-faced man said. However, some parts of your cultivation are not correct.
If you do not correct it, there will be many side effects. For the first time, a serious expression came onto Chang Heng's face.
The yellow-faced man expressed through his facial expressions and speech that he was familiar with Chang Heng's cultivation scripture. He might be part of Ling Ying's sect, but the scripture he practiced was not one of Ling Ying's sect's scriptures. He had obtained the scripture and the bloody spider sword from a Xiuzha that he killed. However, the scripture he had obtained was not complete. Evidently, its previous owner had not received it through proper channels. The blood method was extremely powerful, but at the same time, it was much more dangerous than normal scriptures. Just the tiniest mistake, and it could rebound and kill him.
Chang Heng's personality might seem dominant and vicious, but he was extremely careful when he cultivated. The yellow-faced man's words shot straight into Chang Heng's heart. Chang Heng suddenly took back the blood spider. What do you want for it?
The yellow-faced man gave an expression of praise. Find me after the competition.
Finishing, his figure disappeared where he stood. Chang Heng's heart shook.
Regardless of whether the yellow-faced man had been fooling him or not, but just judging from his method of movement, it was apparent the yellow-faced man was more powerful than he was. From the first clash between Chang Heng and the yellow-faced man, a very short time had passed. Compared to the flashiness of the other battles, their fight did not attract anyone's attention. Meng Qing was like a cat as he carefully traversed through the woods. He was most skilled in concealment and assassination, and had once even escaped the pursuit of a Jindan expert. But this time he was even more careful. The 15 mountains covered a large area, but if there were 100 Ningmai Xiuzha fighting, then this battlefield could not be considered large.
Quite the reverse, this battlefield was too small.
Since the battlefield was small, the fighting had become chaotic and extremely fierce. What he needed to be careful about was, other than him, that the 99 other people were all his enemies.
Different than the other Xiuzha, he had a clear goal.
However, when he thought about it, he felt it strange.
A Zhuji Xiuzha, was it worth spending Jingshi for him killed a person? He looked down at it inside. A Zhuji Xiuzha, how could he pass through the last round of fighting? However, since he received the client's Jingshi, he still decided to complete the job.
In his business, having a good reputation was everything.
His own cultivation was limited and there were not many jobs he could complete.
Usually, his living was very tight. Coming to the sword test conference was because he wanted the prize.
Then the luck came. Someone had actually found him and requested a job.
The payment was extremely tempting, and most importantly, the target was the only Zhuji Xiuzha in the sword test conference. If it was any other person, he might be slightly unconfident, but since it was Zuo Mo, he did not hesitate in accepting the job.
He had seen Chowan in Zuo Mo's fight.
Truthfully, to win from a disadvantage, he admired Zuo Mo.
He was suspicious that the person who made the request was Chowan must have been unable to bear being eliminated and was now scheming from the shadows. However, what did that have to do with him? He wouldn't be at odds with Jingshi. These days, it was hard to make a living. Other than concealment, his battle abilities were average. There were not many jobs he could usually do. He was full of confidence for this job. He thought that the reason Zuo Mo could defeat Chowan was that Chowan had underestimated his opponent. Also, Zuo Mo had prepared very well beforehand. If it had been him, he definitely wouldn't have given Zuo Mo so many chances to fight. From the beginning, he hadn't thought of fighting openly. No matter how weak Zuo Mo was, he would persist in an ambush. In any case, he was just going for the Jingshi. However, to complete this job, he needed to find Zuo Mo first. This was the most troublesome part of his job. Alright, Jingshi wouldn't just drop from the sky. If there was no difficulty, other people wouldn't have spent so much Jingshi to hire him. He carefully controlled his body, like a blurry shadow, as he carefully moved among the trees. The color around his body kept on blending in with the surroundings. His presence was kept inside his body. It was as though he did not exist and his presence was difficult to detect. It was only due to his skills with this technique that no one had found him along the way. He was especially careful today. The surroundings were all filled with Ningmai Xiuzha, and there was no lack of experts. If he was found, he didn't have a chance of victory. There was a mountain valley up ahead. Meng Qing decided to take a look. Zuo Mo's own cultivation was lower than other people, and naturally wouldn't dare to walk around. After taking the job, he had been constantly pondering. He felt it was most probable that Zuo Mo would find a corner and use formation to defend his position. So during his search, he was especially attentive to places like mountain valleys and other hiding places. The mouth of the valley up ahead was especially narrow. He didn't dare to be brash, and carefully moved around by taking advantage of the geographic landscape. Inside the mountain valley, Luoli sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His flying sword was silently floating beside him. He was like a volcano, looking peaceful on the surface, but the sword essence was boiling inside. Today would be the first time he used self-separation in battle. There was a strange excitement welling up inside. This unnameable excitement was like a soundless flame, burning every bit of his body. But he did not move, he was motionless like an old monk in meditation. He was suppressing it, suppressing this excitement that made him want to fight. The air around him moved without a wind pushing it. Inside the little valley, it was like a tornado had started. However, what people would gasp at was that, no matter how strong the wind was inside the valley, there was no hint of it at the mouth of the valley. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Someone was here. Self-separation had been created with Shapeless Sword Scripture and Empty Sword Scripture as the rope and Cloud Sword Scripture, Red Flame Sword Scripture, and Greenstone Sword Scripture as the beads. He had put a lot of thought into it. Even though it was limited by his cultivation and knowledge, there were still many wonderful aspects. Even Xin Yen Shirbua had praised it. Luoli remained cross-legged as his mind expanded with him at the center, to a radius of 10 zhang. The mountain rocks and the trees slowly disappeared, like they were vanishing into space, turning into a patch of emptiness. He was sitting in the center of a void. The slightest animal, if they entered this patch of void, would become evident, and he would easily detect it. It would be as though a drop of black ink appeared on a piece of snow-white paper. No matter how small the ink dot was, it would be abnormally startling. Meng Qing's body was blended with the surroundings. He was hard to see using the naked eye, but in this patch of void in Luoli's mind, he detected that there was another person. The excitement that had been suppressed for so long in his chest finally found a vent. In reverse to the heat and excitement in his eyes, his expression was serious. His right hand opened, palm faced away from his body. His thumb and pinky crossed as the other 3 fingers pointed at the sky. The silently floating flying sword was like a vicious beast that had woken up from its dreams, opening its blood-red eyes, and baring its sharp fangs. A clear hum sounded in the air. On the sword a green and red light entwined like 2 Ling lovers in a passionate embrace, extremely joyful. Separate. A light sigh, unable to be traced, spoken as though from far away but like a murmur close to the ear. The red and green light gradually turned to white light. The joy on the sword quickly became faint, a feeling of loneliness rose, like the autumn wind blowing. The white flying sword did not move fast. Like a piece of ice, the flying sword quickly melted into the air with speed invisible to the naked eye. At the moment Luoli moved, Meng Qing knew that he had been detected. Not daring to hesitate, he jumped up and sprinted for the opening of the valley. The shocking transformation of the other's flying sword made his skin on his head prickle. What sword scripture was that?
Especially when he saw the other's flying sword disappear into space, the danger he felt suddenly reached a peak. In his profession, the thing most trusted was instinct. Each time that he had a bad feeling, he knew there was danger. But such a strong feeling of danger as he had today, he had only encountered it before, when he had been pursued by that Jindan expert. F*******. Didn't they say it was all Ning Mai Xiuzhe? Did he encounter Gu Rongping? Damn it, he should not be so unlucky. Meng Qing paled. The feeling of danger might not rival the last time when he had met the Jindan expert, but it secured the position of second. His heart jumped rapidly. He didn't dare to keep anything back, all of his Ling power furiously channeling behind him as he leapt to get out of the valley. Behind him, a Ling shield formed, looking slightly like a turtle shell. He had just taken one step when something invisible suddenly hit the Ling shield on his back. The solid and hard Ling shield instantly shattered into pieces. Pew! It was as though Meng Qing had been struck by lightning, his pupils suddenly expanding. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and instantly became unconscious. A figure landed from the sky, lightly inspecting the unconscious Meng Qing before saying indifferently, "Eliminated." After that, he grabbed Meng Qing and disappeared. But before he left, the gaze he threw at Luo Li contained a hint of shock. Translator ramblings, guess who's brilliant? There's a saying in Chinese that you lose in the romantic battlefield while you win on the soccer field/basketball court/politics. That's Luo Li at the moment. I feel Meng Qing is another version of Zuo Mo. Someone had malicious aims against Zuo Mo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 141, Zhong Mingyan vs. Zuo Mo. Chapter 141, Zhong Mingyan vs. Zuo Mo. Zhong Mingyan's face was dark.
Seeing Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping's battle with his own eyes, and the power the two showed that was clearly a notch above him. The proud him really did not feel very good seeing the fight. In a terrible mood, he threw away all concealment, the sword essence on his body vibrating as he waited for some idiot to land on his hands. Zhong Mingyan, as the first Sikh disciple of Dong Qi Sword Sect, the beloved disciple of Zuo Mei Tian, was not weak. Now that he was not disguising it, his presence revealed, most Xiuzhe turned and left upon seeing him. Those that had some power were also not willing to use up their Ling power this quickly. Everyone knew the earlier they used up their Ling energy, the faster they would be eliminated. This round was not just testing strength, but patience. He heard sounds of fighting in the distance, snorted, and headed over. Nan Men Yang's body was glittering with gold light, hand holding an enormous sword, eyes bulging, as his mountain-like figure moved ferociously. Not far from him, Yu Bai was dressed in white. Even though his demeanor was not as extraordinary as Gu Rongping, he was also warm and elegant. His long bamboo-like sword danced around him, battling the other to a standstill. The two of them were very strong, especially Nan Men Yang's mountain breaker sword.
It was extremely forceful and domineering.
Each blow howled like thunder, as though it really had the power to break mountains. The elders and sect leaders of each sect that watched their battle all sighed in admiration.
This Nan Mengyan is extremely talented.
Just a second-grade, mountain breaker sword, is this powerful in his hands. If this boy works hard, he will definitely become an expert.
Right.
Who can take him into the sect, will have another expert. In reverse, no one was surprised at Yu Bai's strength. Wu Kong Sword Sect's elders also noticed Nan Men Yang, the brightest non-sect Xiuzhe of this sword test conference.
Xixiang, this boy really isn't bad. Should we also consider making an offer?
Yenle didn't bear to tear his eyes away, as though he had seen a treasure. Pei Yuanran pondered for a while and shook his head helplessly. This boy is full of potential, but you know our assets as well as I do. Wei Sheng is just enough for us to deal with, and we have Zuo Mo who is even more of a headache. Luo Li had improved greatly, and his personality is much better than before. If we nurture him well, his future will also be bright. But when other people were having a headache over not having talented disciples in the sect, Pei Yuanran was being troubled by having too many talented disciples. Our wealth isn't that big of a problem. After this sword test conference, I'm afraid we cannot stay low like we did previously. We should fight for what we need. These years, I've been very uncomfortable being suppressed. When Yenle said this, he was full of bravado. Pei Yuanran grinned, the light in his eyes flashing.
Xin suddenly inserted, there's no scripture suited for him. Only now did they think about this crucial problem.
Yan Men Yang was really talented, but that depended on the scripture he practiced. Even though Vajra scripture and Mountain Breaker sword was only second grade, but because it was suited to him, it was extremely powerful. If the scripture was not suited, then it was hard to say how far he could cultivate.
Those with experienced eyes could see with a glance that Nan Men Yang was a shoujo that needed special scriptures. Shi Fengrong suddenly said, "Isn't Zuo Mo practicing Vajra Profound Sutra? Why don't we let him also practices Vajra Profound Sutra?" Pei Yuan Ran grimaced. Vajra Profound Sutra is just a normal third-grade body cultivation scripture. Many sects have this scripture. We really cannot offer anything of substance. Alright, we shouldn't pull him over and then waste his talent. That will be our crime. The other people fell silent. None of Wu Kong Sword Sect's sword scriptures were very suited for Nan Men Yang, so they gave up on the thought. Yanla suddenly pointed at the mirage and said, "Isn't that boy Zhong Mingyan? He's very near that rascal." The others might have many opinions of Zuo Mo, but he was still a disciple of their sect. Hearing this, they followed Yan Li's finger. But when their eyes saw where Zuo Mo was, they were instantly angered. The sparkling 5 Mu formations had been eye-catching enough already. But in this short period of time, the formation belt that spread to twice that area, taking over 10 Mu. What was the guy trying to do? That was the first thought that jumped into their head. The second thought was, that was it. They really lost face this time. The previous 5 Mu formations had just been a little pieces of land among the large green mountains. Right now, it was a glowing big patch. Zuo Mo was passing through the formations, not knowing exhaustion. If one looked closely, they could find the pride and excitement that could not be disguised by his face. If they knew how to lip read, they could easily know what he was muttering. "Fighting with GE, kill you. Can't beat you in cultivation, GE will use Jingshi to smash you to death." Who said that Jingshi can cause people to bow to GE? I'm very poor, but I'm very wretched. But lip reading was not a profound skill. There were many people that knew how to do it. Occasionally, people would burst into laughter. The 4 elders felt that in this sword test conference, their already fragile spirits were greatly tortured. Whenever someone beside them laughed, they would be paranoid in feeling that those people were laughing at them. They became 4 easily alarmed birds. The heavens take pity. The honored sect leader of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Ice Dragon Sword of a vicious reputation. Even Yen Lo and Shi Fengrong were Jin Dan experts. They were actually tormented by a Zhuji disciple to the point of wanting to die. They were almost driven into insanity. Zhong Mingyan was truly heading for Zuo Mo. He had actually wanted to fight with Yu Bai, but since Yu Bai was locked in fierce combat with Nan Men Yang, he naturally could not interfere. For them, stooping to using low tactics to win was not an honorable thing. No matter if it was Yu Bai or Zhong Mingyan, they were extremely proud. They definitely could not tolerate themselves winning because they took advantage of someone else. So Zhong Mingyan could only change his target. The seal soldier's head that was a length above the trees was like a lighthouse glowing in the dark, attracting Zhong Mingyan to come closer. Now that's something interesting to see. Zhong Mingyan meeting the scalping zombie. It's karma. I hate people who use Jingshi to smash others the most. He's losing the face of us Dong Fu Sword Shio. Zhong Mingyan, GE supports you. Get him down quickly, he's too much of an embarrassment. The shame of Dong Fu. Hearing the consensual indignation of the Dong Fu Sword Shio, Pei Yuan Ran and the others wanted to clap in agreement. Huff. Yan Lu exhaled deeply, this is great. He finally can't keep going, . It was as though a heavy weight had been lifted off Pei Yuan Ran's shoulders. It's not embarrassing to lose to Zhong Mingyan. Xin Yan gave his rare agreement, die early to be reincarnated. The 3 of them had the same opinion, hoping that Zhong Mingyan could quickly finish the fight. That way, Zuo Mo would have less time to embarrass everyone. Now, they felt that it was the stupidest decision of their lives to make Zuo Mo attend the last round of the sword test conference. Wei Sheng had earned the sect lots of praise, but it was far from the amount that Zuo Mo embarrassed the sect by. They really lost. Only Shi Fengrong didn't feel that great. Why is it Zhong Mingyan? I don't like Zuo Mei Tian, he's an old bandit. She suddenly turned her face. Wei Sheng should go and kick Zuo Mo out. Pei Yuan Ran pondered it, fighting among the sect, that might not be good, Yanla gave an idea from the side, let Zhong Mingyan first kick Zuo Mo out, then let Wei Sheng kick Zhong Mingyan out. Xin, who had been silent, suddenly opened, splendid. At the doorway to every casino, a wagering match of Zuo Mo facing Zhong Mingyan was quickly put up. The shopkeepers doing their best to holler. Shaking all of Dong Fu, a wager of 10 moves. The most unpopular choice of the last 2 rounds, can the zombie do it again? It will be revealed very soon. A world-shattering wager. If you do not personally participate, how could your life be perfect? Come look, come see. Strong sword versus strong shield. What? No shield? Heavens! Sire, look, is there a stronger, more turtle-like shield than this? This is certainly this year's strongest turtle formation. Look at what Mr. Zuo Mo had named his work. Complete Formation Territory Defense Style. Just this extremely strong name, full of the feeling of security, it is worth you betting on it, but the odds are 1 to 500. What? You still aren't satisfied? This one can personally guarantee that there wouldn't be a payment rate better than this. Think about it, last time, our wonderful Zuo Mo had been the main actor of a sky-shattering wagering match. Think about the people that had won so much. My neighbor Wang Xiaoerzan's son had just put down 10 pieces of jingxure. Fu Jin's eyes were red as he wagered all the jingxure on his body, muttering to himself, "It's not that I favor you. This is a grudge between me and Dongqi Sword Sect." The worker at the casino who heard this felt his heart shudder. Dongqi Sword Sect was a large sect in Dongfu. Fu Jin recognized Zhong Mingyan, but it was during that incident he had been injured by Zhong Mingyan and another Dongqi Sword Sect disciples. It was also that time that Zuo Mo had stood up for him, and his relationship with Zuo Mo had deepened. His eyes were entirely red as he bit his lips tightly, afraid for Zuo Mo. He had naturally heard of Zhong Mingyan's strength. Adding on that the two people had once had a conflict, Zhong Mingyan definitely wouldn't have mercy. Zuo Mo's consciousness was better than others and quickly found Zhong Mingyan. Zhong Mingyan's steps were not fast. Step by step, he headed towards Zuo Mo truthfully. Zuo Mo wanted to run. He might have some hope of victory against the average Shouja, but against experts like Zhong Mingyan, there wasn't a chance at all. The biggest flaw of the formation defense style he was proud of finally revealed itself. That was, once it started, other than guarding it to the death, there wasn't any other way. The two did not have a happy previous encounter. Due to him, a Dongqi disciple had been banned from Dongfu. Fine, if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't. Zuo Mo boldened his heart. If he decided to fight, there was a bit of presence. Wasn't it just Zhong Mingyan? He looked at the surroundings. The glittering materials were like the sparkling jingxure, glowing with an enchanting light that blinded him. Courage rose in his heart. Gu could use jingxure to smash down Pu Yao, who called himself a Sky Yao. You're just a Ningmai beginner, GE doesn't believe GE can't drown you. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's not perfect, and his tactics still need work. Zimei Tian is Zhong Mingyan's master that was mentioned a long time ago. He never shows up, he's just always mentioned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142 Seven Plum Sword. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom and Warlord 212. In reality, Zuo Mo was not confident at all. He had just made 45 child formations for the Skyring Moonshine formation. There were still 27 child formations until he reached 72 child formations. Mother and child formations like Skyring Moonshine formation usually had an attribute. The more child formations they had, the stronger they would be. The growth of power was a non-linear increase dependent on the number of single child formations, but increased in a pattern of values like 6, 12, 36, etc. The power of 45 child formations was just slightly stronger than 36 child formations. If he could complete 72 child formations, the power of the formation would be the difference between heaven and earth compared to a 36 child formation. It would go up an entire stage. Zuo Mo estimated that the power of a 72 child formation would be more than 4 times that of a 36 child formation. Of course, there were also differences in the difficulty of setting up the formations. When the number of child formation reached a certain amount, the difficulty would multiply when adding on one more formation. However, this was not the time to consider these things. He had no other choice. Zhong Mingyan did not have any intentions of relenting, heading straight for Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo didn't hesitate, raising his hand to send out a 5-level multicolored mini pagoda. Once the 5-colored pagoda flew into the air, it grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it was the height of a person. The 5-colored pagoda flew into the sky above the pond. The pond below instantly filled with mist, moisture roiling. The moisture quickly rose up, reaching the base of the 5-color pagoda. From far away, it looked as though the water was supporting the 5-colored pagoda. The light of the 5-color pagoda lit up, the body of the pagoda continuously emitting countless flashes of 5-colored light that entered each formation. Centered around the pond, the jade pieces, copper cauldrons, and formation nails in the Tenmu formation belt lit up. If the formation belt could have been called sparkling before, then right now, it was like a gigantic piece of gold had been embedded into the green landscape, extremely gaudy. Naturally, it received the unanimous disdain of everyone. But when the entire 10 Mu of formations completely lit up in the flick of a finger, that blinding scene, how many people had seen anything like it? No one had seen anything like it. Such a large formation belt, it could only appear in the restricted grounds of a sect, and not just any sect. There was none like it even around the sword cave of Wu Kong Sword Sect. There was none around Dongfu Hall. Heart Lake Sect did have one, but it had never been activated. The last time it was activated, it was several hundreds of years ago. The densely packed crowds of Xiuzhi around Dongfu were completely struck dumb by such a spectacular scene. Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping's fight might be more profound and skillful, but in front of such an enormous formation, it became minuscule. With Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping's cultivating stages of Ningami, each sword energy would be 7 or 8 zhang. The longest would be 10 zhang. No matter how magnificent they were, they could not compare to the spectacle of 10 Mu of formation being activated at once. For a short moment, all of Dongfu was completely silent. A moment later, people slowly came out of their shock. Dongfu instantly exploded. Several 10,000s of Xiuzhi speaking at once, from extremely silent to waves of roaring. Some Xiuzhi that were of weaker cultivation felt their eyes rings and could not hear anything anymore. After a while, their hearing finally recovered. However, everyone's discussion had not stopped. Quite the reverse, it had become even more fierce. Worth it. Definitely enough for me to come this far. Spectacular. As expected, Zuo Mo really has some abilities. He can also muster up something. What formation seal style? It is just Jinji. As everyone was sighed, the formation was completely activated. The formation belt about 10 Mu big suddenly changed. A crescent rose up high over the pond, the light flashing. Inside the formation, green-blue mist rose, blurring the landscape. Inside the mist, countless light rings of various sizes floated in the air, gathering and scattering like a school of nimble fish. On the rooftop of one of Dongfu's residences, 3 people were standing together. Zuo Mo truly is a formations genius. Such a short period of time and he could comprehend, Skyring Moonchime formation, really powerful. Luckily, we did not offend him that day. A red-robed male stared at the mirage and praised. These 3 were the customers that had Zuo Mo process the inky black lotus seed. Humph, he's a Zhuji Xiuzhi. He can only take advantage of outside forces. What can he accomplish? The snarling man snorted. It's good to have low cultivation. The eagle-nosed man said darkly. You want to use force? Don't forget that he has a powerful Xixiang. The snarling male shook his head and said. All 3 of them were extremely wary due to Wei Sheng's strong performance. We don't have enough people. His Xixiang isn't a bad substitute. The eagle-nosed man said. The snarling man still shook his head. He's only in Zhuji. No matter how skilled his formations are, it is still limited. It's alright as long as he has talent. The red-robed male suddenly opened. This isn't Tianhuan realm, it is not easy to find Xiuzhi skilled in formations. Wei Sheng might be powerful, but he is just one person. Us 3 brothers do not have to be afraid. The red-robed man held great authority among the 3. Since he said so, the other 2 had no objections. Also, what the red-robed man said was the truth. There were many Xiuzhi that knew formations, but those that could be called skilled were extremely rare. Those that had some reputation, either their price was too high, or they were unwilling to risk their own personal safety. The snarling man smiled, and said, that's true. If he dares to have other thoughts, the new Black Lotusine banner that we just forged can be tested. The eagle-nosed man furrowed his brows. But how to persuade Zuo Mo? That guy isn't easy to fool, and we cannot use force. The red-robed male was very confident about this point. He smirked. Temptation. That's easy with someone like Zuo Mo. Even a person as obsessed with the sword as Wei Sheng won't be immune. As the 3 talked, Zhong Mingyan had reached the edge of the Skyring Moonchime formation. The moment the formation had activated, Zhong Mingyan's mind had blanked for a quick instant, but he quickly recovered. His steps were not rushed or slow, looking like a calm and relaxed expert. Only the shocking presence he was releasing expressed that the desire for battle inside had reached a peak. Zuo Mo's figure had disappeared into the formation. The blue-green mist spread, forming its own little world. Countless rings of light in various sizes were nimble and lively. Occasionally, 2 rings of light would hit earth other, and chimes like that of glass would sound, clear and crisp. The chiming that passed through the mist were hard to follow, and echoed. What entered the eyes was blue-green mist and the swimming rings of light. Not just Zuo Mo, even the jade pieces and metal nails on the ground had disappeared. Ding ding dong dong. Zhong Mingyan couldn't help but snort.
As the first seed of the younger generation of Dongqi Sword Sect, he followed his master in cultivating the sword, and had a very basic knowledge of formations. However, so what? He was not afraid in the least. One sword breaks all methods, that was a sword show. He had not reached that amazing step, but his opponent was just a Juji. A shoujo only in Juji, could he block the sword? He didn't believe it. As for his conflict with Zuo Mo, he had long forgotten about it. He had never kept it on his mind. A disciple of his sect being banned, that was because his abilities were not as good as others. He was too lazy to care. He didn't have especially bad feelings about Zuo Mo. Of course, he didn't have any good feelings either. It was a pity that Yubai and Nan Men Yang had matched up. He was very regretful as he looked at Yubai and Nan Men Yang that were fighting heatedly behind him, and then looking at Zuo Mo ahead, he felt it was very bland. Even if it wasn't Yubai, he would be fine with Nan Men Yang, but why was it Zuo Mo? As he sighed in regret, he summoned out his flying sword. This was an extremely unique flying sword. The shape was like a section of old plum. There were many joints on the plum branch, appearing like a bone, old yet resilient. On the plum branch were 7 fresh and blooming plum blossoms, so fresh that they seemed to have just been picked. A faint fragrance floated in the air. 7 plum sword. Zuo Mo Tian actually passed 7 plum sword to him. It seems he doesn't have low hopes for Zhong Mingyan. This is the first sword of Dongqi Sword Sect, 7 plum sword? As expected, it is extraordinary. Zuo Mo Tian is really brave. Such a good sword, he actually gave it to a Ningmai disciple. Conversation rose, as everyone's expressions were full of awe. 7 plum sword was the most famous flying sword of Dongqi Sword Sect, ranked 4th grade. It was most suited to Dongqi Sword Sect's plum-cutting sword scripture. However, the reason that this sword was so famous was because its owner was Zuo Mo Tian. In Sky Moonjia, Zuo Mo Tian was a very famous personage. Everyone was especially wary of his cruelty and ruthlessness. These years, he had not been seen much in public. The rumors had been that he had been focusing on teaching his disciple. Looking at it now, it was true. To pass a great treasure like 7 plum sword to Zhong Mingyan, it could be seen just how great his love was. The people that had been drooling over 7 plum sword quickly killed their greed. It was easy to deal with the young one. But if they fought the young one, and the old one came, they couldn't deal with that. The faces of the 4 from Wu Kong Sword Sect were heavy. Even though they hoped that Zuo Mo could leave the competition as soon as possible, but when they saw Zhong Mingyan take out 7 plum sword, their expressions changed slightly. Zuo Mo Tian's ruthlessness was famed, and look at it, his disciple Zhong Mingyan was not a merciful person either. They were not worried that Zuo Mo would lose the competition, because it was already set in stone. They were worried that Zuo Mo would be injured. If Zhong Mingyan was as heartless as his master, Zuo Mo Tian, then today, Zuo Mo was in danger. However, at this time, Zuo Mo's big formation was already up and running. Through the mirage, it was hard for them to see the situation inside the formation. Inside the blue-green formation, the rings of light danced, a crescent moon hanging over top of it all. In opposition to what everyone had imagined of Zuo Mo being on guard to face a great enemy, Zuo Mo was extremely busy. Taking advantage of the cover the formation was, he had silently sneaked to the other end of the formation, continuing to set up child formations for Skyring Moonchime formation. One more child formation, the power of the Skyring Moonchime formation would increase a bit. His movements were extremely quick. After continuously putting down 45 child formations, he was extremely practiced. He guessed that Zhong Mingyan would try to test the waters in the beginning, so he decided to make good use of the time. You hit, I set. Wasn't it just competition on speed? Let's see if you first break the formation, or I first finish the formation. Zuo Mo thought hatefully inside, his hands moving even quickly. No one would have thought that in such a time of emergency, Zuo Mo was still persisting in laying down formations. Translator ramblings, poor Zuo Mo, all he wants to do is be left alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143 Heavyweight News. I forgot to credit Warlord 212 for the last chapter, but he is up there now. This chapter has been brought to you by me, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 143 Heavyweight News. Wei Sheng's clothing was ripped, his entire body covered in countless little sword cuts, and he appeared to be out of energy. If the judges hadn't seen that he was still stubbornly persisting, they would have stepped in a long time ago. Gu Rongping's expression was peaceful, the darkness and viciousness on his face had disappeared long ago. He could be favored by so many to win, and had never lost until now, how could he be unable to see his own situation?
When he realized he had made a mistake and started to adjust himself, Wei Sheng was instantly placed at a disadvantage. Heart Lake Sword, heart like a lake, undisturbed. Wei Sheng struggled to keep going. If it wasn't that he had a more profound knowledge of sword essence, and could dodge or stop Gu Rongping at the last possible second, he would have lost already. Even so, he still could not stop Gu Rongping from attacking. Gu Rongping had changed from the previous impatience to a relaxed ease as his advantage was slowly increased. The sword scriptures were different, and the roads they walked would be drastically different. Some sword scriptures were forceful and explosive, what they needed was each attack to be like a thunderbolt, without keeping anything back. Some sword scriptures walked the path of entanglement. They did not pursue killing with one attack. They went for continuously accumulating an advantage like pulling silk off a cocoon, to exhaust the opponent and in the end leave them with no energy to attack. Gu Rongping was so. Gu Rongping truly isn't bad. Heart Lake Sword, is very advanced for such a young age. Bao Rong hadn't reached this level when he was his age. Tianxun Zi couldn't help but praise. After a slight pause, he couldn't help but keep praising, this Wei Sheng is even better. Ning my stage and he could cultivate to heart-turned sword essence, even more rare is that his personality is resilient and strong. Even though he is clearly trapped, he still does not submit. This boy will be great in the future. Yes. I'm afraid that Dongfu's sects will have to eat behind Wu Kong Sword Sect in the future. Lingying sect's leader Fengqing glanced at Tianxun Zi. These words were what many of Dongfu's little sects were thinking. Many people did not have good expressions. Tianxun Zi knew it, but didn't state it, only faintly saying, the strongest rule, the power naturally determines the benefits. Or does sect leader Feng believe Wu Kong Sword Sect does not have the power? Fengqing choked but he defended himself, I'm afraid that Wu Kong Sword Sect will have too big of an appetite. Dislike rose in Tianxun Zi's heart. He turned to look at the surrounding people, and said, Wu Kong Sword Sect has been keeping a low profile all these years. If they were truly greedy people, with Ice Dragon Sword's strength, there would not be many in Dongfu that could stop him, much less sect leader Pei and the others who are also Jindan. These words instantly made many people relax greatly. They found it was true when they thought about it. If Wu Kong Sword Sect were really those kind of people, did they even have the power to resist? Wu Kong Sword Sect is a part of Dongfu. Wu Kong Sword Sect is strong, our Dongfu is strong. Dongfu is strong, everyone here will naturally benefit. Tianxun Zi said meaningfully. Right. I see that sect leader Pei and the others are not those that would steal from others. If our Dongfu can take a step up among the 13 primary towns, that's beneficial for everyone. Someone praised. The others all agreed. No one could rival Tianxun Zi's influence in Dongfu. Over all these years, he was mostly fair in his conduct, and everyone trusted him. The Lingying sect leader was on the side, his expression changing. Tianxun Zi suddenly stood up. Everyone knew that he had something to say. The surrounding instantly fell silent. There are many people that do not know my initial motivation for holding this sword test conference. Tianxun Zi started slowly. His voice was not loud, but there was an extra hint of solemnity. Everyone could help but perk their ears to listen. Those that were clever already realized that the matter was not simple. Maybe some people know, but it's possible some people do not know. Tianxun Zi paused slightly, before continuing, Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie is showing signs of instability. First, it was silent, then it was a ruckus. No way. How is it possible? Weren't there many experts holding the fort in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie? The panicked voices flowed. These light words were like lightning on a clear day, instantly shaking up all the sect leaders. Even Lingying sect's leader was struck dumb. Gradually, fear started to show on his face. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie was the buffer between Xiuzha and Yaoma. That was the paradise where countless Xiuzha hunted Yao. As long as you had the power, you could receive anything you wanted. Jingshi, talismans, rare materials. Expert after expert became famous there. It was the backyard of the Xiuzha, the material store of the Xiuzha. So when Tianxun Zi said Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie was showing signs of instability, they hadn't managed to react to the connection between the Sword Test Conference and Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie, had not reacted to the implications behind this news. Only when people remembered how Bloody Sky Metropolis Jie had formed did they suddenly wake. Even the most composed person had a changed expression. Is the news confirmed? The market didn't have any news at all. Terror quickly spread across the people. They were only asking out of reflex. Everyone knew if Tianxun Zi could say this publicly, the news definitely would not be fake. Tianxun Zi had more avenues of information than they did. Tianson Zi lightly sighed. Everyone, please prepare. This time, the first 100 local Xiozha, I will open the secret realm for them. This was another heavyweight news. Secret realm. A secret realm was like an extremely small Jia. No one knew how a secret realm formed, but each Jia would have secret worlds. But how many there were, it was unable to be predicted. Secret realms were all different, but there were similarities. In every secret realm, the Ling energy inside would be plentiful, and it would be extremely beneficial to cultivate inside. Inside the secret realm, due to the high density of Ling energy and the lack of people, there would be large numbers of rare Ling grasses and beasts. And in some secret realms, there would also be residences left behind by ancient Xiozha. No one would have thought that Dongfu Hall would have a secret realm. As expected of the true master of Dongfu. The wealth he possessed was truly unimaginable. This secret realm had been discovered by my ancestral founder. However, it is a pity that Xiozha above Jindan cannot enter, so this secret realm has been unopened until now. Since a great calamity is approaching, the disciples of all sects, as long as they enter the top 100, they can enter this secret realm. But as to what they can obtain, that will be up to their good fortune. Tianson Zi said. A small smile finally came onto the fearful faces of those large sect leaders. If they were talking about disciples from the top 10, then Dongfu might not have many, but the top 100, the core disciples of most of the Dongfu sects were basically all in there. Elders' efforts. We really are shamed. A sect leader suddenly came out and bowed deeply to Tianson Zi. The other sect leaders also came out and bowed in thanks to Tianson Zi. To open one's secret realm and allow disciples from other sects to enter, such a matter, it had never been heard of before. Tianson Zi's breath of mind received everyone's admiration. Even Lingying's sect leader Fengqing did not hesitate in bowing. There was no joy on Tianson Zi's face. He sighed, the fire of succession. Only when there is fire can it be passed on. Everyone's hearts started to fall. From Tianson Zi's words, they finally realized that the situation was far worse than they had imagined. Zhong Mingyan saw those nimble rings of light but still unhesitatingly stepped into the formation. Once he stepped in, the scenery around him instantly changed. Limitless blue-green mist covered the empty wilderness. He was in the middle of the wilderness, his surroundings empty. In the sky above his head, light rings of various sizes swam like schools of fish. In the faint blue-green mist that was like what occurred during sunrise, the chimes from the collisions became even more ethereal. Those mischievous and nimble rings of light danced high above his head, and even higher up, a crescent moon hung, its faint shine falling on this patch of wilderness, giving even the mist a blurry shine. This was a formation that a Zhuji could set up. Zhong Mingyan was slightly surprised and had to reconsider Zuo Mo. He may have little knowledge of formations, but he had received Zuo Mo Tian's attentive teachings, and a half-assed outer sect disciple like Zuo Mo could not compare. Even though he was not clear what formation Zuo Mo had set up, but he could clearly understand the meaning contained in the formation in front of his eyes. He decided to put away the disdain in his heart. This Zuo Mo could be considered a genius in formations. Zhong Mingyan casually walked, strong confidence revealed in his expression. So what if the other was a formations genius? He did not have any fear in his heart. Quite the opposite. He, who had thought he had picked a bland opponent, started to feel anticipation. Zhong Mingyan's desire for battle increased even more. Gently shaking his wrist, the plum branch in his hand sliced and made a circle. A plum blossom gently trembled and fell of the plum branch, floating into the sky. One cut plum. This plum flower silently shattered in the air, turning into a pink ball of light. The light seemed to be pulled by two invisible hands in opposite directions, quickly pulled long and thin. A circle of faint sword essence, with the pink ball of light as the center, suddenly spread out towards the surroundings. The long and pink sword essence had no warmth or gentleness. Quite the opposite. When it truly became a sword energy, the harsh and sharp sword essence reached a peak. Zhong Mingyan narrowed his eyes, and his expression just like that pink sword energy became sharp and menacing. The energy being disrupted, the dancing rings of light in the air were like startled schools of fish. The chimes of collisions were like rain. Go! Zhong Mingyan shouted, the plum branch in his hand leading. The long and narrow pink sword energy suddenly brightened, drawing a bright pink light in the air as it headed into the rings of light. The sword energy was extremely sharp. The rings of light were like bubbles, popping upon a single touch. The fragments of light rained down like snowflakes. Under the bright moonlight, inside the blue-green mist, the dots of broken light flushed away the killing intent carried by the sword essence, and added a hint of poignancy. Hiss! Zuo Mo couldn't help but inhale sharply. This Zhong Mingyan's power wasn't on the same level as that Chaoan he had encountered before. The power in that one blow was enough to frighten his little heart to beat rapidly. If before, he had some thoughts about attacking first, Zhong Mingyan's sword strike instantly made him understand how unrealistic his thoughts were. The only method he had now was defense. This was the only thing he could do. If Zhong Mingyan found his position, Zuo Mo was sure that, with his half-learned sword essence, he would lose within 3 blows. After making a decision, the last stray thought in Zuo Mo's mind was erased. His hands became even faster. Fast. Faster. Translator ramblings, a few scene changes, multiple things are happening at once. The possibility of war makes people panic, especially if there were no major wars for 3,000 years. Fighting and killing is a whole different matter compared to a war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Strange. Chapter 144, Strange. Zhong Mingyan quickly frowned. Those rings of light had appeared extremely weak, like bubbles that popped upon contact, but there really were too many of them. His sword essence had, without him detecting it, had much of its momentum lost and its strength had been worn down by half. However, the rings of light in the sky did not seem to decrease in number. Even more, he still had not found Zuo Mo. His eyes looked in the surroundings and didn't find any shadow of Zuo Mo. He knew that, in a formation, one should not believe what the eyes showed. His consciousness had also swept through the surroundings, but it would always encounter strange interference that prevented him from detecting Zuo Mo. All of this indicated that the formation Zuo Mo had constructed was not normal. Zhong Mingyan did not panic, however. Everyone always saw him brimming with murderous intent and assumed that he wanted to find Zuo Mo to immediately to defeat him. In reality, it was not so. He enjoyed battle and enjoyed the pleasure of being challenged. The stronger Zuo Mo was, the more his desire for battle rose. He planned on destroying Zuo Mo's entire formation. What would be more pleasurable than destroying the other's strongest defense from the ground up? This made Zhong Mingyan's blood boil. The noise when Skyring Moonshine Formation had been activated had truly been scary. Not just the audience in Dongfu, but even the other Xiuzha in the Great Pine Pavilion had been shocked by the sudden light. Many Xiuzha were curious, but they still didn't dare to walk around freely, all staying in their original places. As for the powerful Xiuzha, they did not have any hesitations about running towards the source of the light. Su pushed her movement speed to the maximum. To stop other Xiuzha from ambushing her along the way, she released the Ling power in her body spread out without anything holding back. The Black Day's sword under her feet released a powerful magnetism. Different from the howling flight of other flying swords, the flight of the Black Day's sword was more like gliding. But due to its terrifying speed, it howled as it broke through the air. She did not conceal herself as she raced towards the source of the light. That cowardly guy that ate soft rice actually did not send out the paper crane. In flight, Su couldn't help but furrow her brows. She held extreme dislike for Zuo Mo's conduct. He clearly knew his strength was not enough but still acted on his own. It was very easy for his companions to dislike him. Even though Su did not think of Zuo Mo as her companion, but she needed Zuo Mo's help to forge her flying sword. This meant that she could not disregard Zuo Mo's safety. If Zuo Mo could not enter the top 10, then no matter how high of a rank she achieved, it would be useless. She disliked people who increased the difficulty of things she had to do. Only this once. After this affair ended, she never wanted to see this dislikable guy again. Suddenly, she thought of what Lin Xian Xixiang said to her, and her heart became even more irritated. Chang Hong still casually strolled, but the light released by the Skyring Moonshine Formation was peerlessly bright, far surpassing the light of any sword energy. That's an interesting guy, he said to himself, before leaping into the air. Carrying a patch of bloody light, he disappeared. At a hill, a figure suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared not far away, before disappearing, and then appearing even further away. Because of the speed of movement, before the afterimage at the previous place had vanished, he would appear at the next position. Where he passed, he left behind a string of shadows, extremely strange. Gu Feng was using his ghost movement to run. In the blink of an eye, he was far away, his speed not much slower than a flying sword. But that direction. The Xiuzha along the way gaped as they stretched their necks to look in the direction that Gu Feng disappeared in. It was the place that was flashing with light. Luo Li had thought of being a hunter waiting for his prey, but he was slightly shocked by the light that had suddenly rose on the horizon. That scene. It definitely wasn't something caused by a sword energy or something like it. Truthfully, a person that could create self-separation, there wouldn't be any problems with his intelligence. He quickly knew what it was. Formations. Only formations. He instantly was speechless. Of all the shoujo that attended the last round of the sword test conference, only one person would lose the face of sword shio to make formations. There was only Zuo Mo. Such a person that does not endear himself to others. Luoli said helplessly to himself. Grabbing the flying sword, he stood up. He had spent the longest with the sect leader and the others, and knew their thoughts better. Maybe he should go and kick the other out of the competition, to spare him from further humiliation. He wasn't certain about the sect leader, but he believed the other Shifu definitely would not oppose it. In reality, curiosity dominated Luoli's heart. That fight with Zuo Mo had been the most important turning point in his life. At the beginning, he had been slightly angry and hateful, but gradually, as Luoli reflected on himself, his hate towards Zuo Mo had disappeared without a trace. If not for Zuo Mo, he was afraid that he would still be living his days out muddle-headedly like before. That would be terrible. But he definitely didn't have any thoughts of thanking Zuo Mo. He was naturally curious. When Zuo Mo had fought with him, the difference in cultivation between them had been great, but in the end, Zuo Mo had won. He had seen Zuo Mo's fight in the sword test conference. The difference in cultivation between Zuo Mo and his opponent had been even greater, but Zuo Mo had won again. All those dazzling tricks that Zuo Mo had showed had greatly expanded his vision, but he couldn't help but find it pitiful. He really couldn't understand, with Zuo Mo's great talent in the sword, why would he not cultivate the sword, and rather learn all those middling things? In the time that he had created, self-separation, his comprehension of the sword was much deeper than before, and his eyes were naturally better. With one look, he had seen that while Zuo Mo had many tricks up his sleeve that made people gasp in awe, but it was a great obstacle for him in his future cultivation of the sword. Heterogeneity was the greatest taboo of swordshio. But Luoli was still curious. Even though he was shaking his head inside, but he was still curious what Zuo Mo would do. This guy was extremely cunning and slippery, with an endless bag of creative tricks. Adding on that he was an extremely treacherous person, and if he could ambush someone twice, he definitely wouldn't do it only once. This sword test conference, there were many experts. The difference between Zuo Mo and them was even greater. He might not understand Zuo Mo very well, but he felt that Zuo Mo was not someone that would easily surrender. If he didn't cause some trouble, he probably wouldn't surrender. Would not easily surrender, had many tricks, and some power. This kind of weirdo, how could people not have a little bit of anticipation? It would be good to see. Luoli spoke to himself as he stepped on the flying sword and left the mountain valley. Chang Hong was the first person to appear outside the formation. Right after, Su and Guifeng almost appeared at the same time. The appearance of three experts caused the shoujo that had been hiding in the dark to feel as though his heart had jumped out of his chest. These three, none of them were easy to deal with them. Luoli quickly appeared not far away. Facing the three experts, he was extremely calm. Without a word, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, his flying sword floating in front of him. Chang Hong turned with slight shock to look at Luoli. Su and Guifeng turned their faces at the same time to look at Luoli. In their perception, the seated Luoli was disappearing bit by bit. But they could clearly see him sitting there, not having moved at all. The three of them were slightly shocked. It seemed that every disciple of Wu Kong Sword Sect had some skill. "I'm not fighting," Nan Min Yang bellowed, and then took a step back. No matter who it was, realizing that there were strong opponents in the surroundings, would not be willing to use up all their power. Yubai did not say anything but backed up a step at the same time. He didn't want to fight either. With so many experts at the sidelines, if even one of them attempted an ambush, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. However, the attention of this group of people was not on them but on the formation. The two exchanged a look and, at the same time, turned to look at the formation, waiting to see the spectacle. Not long after, another person came to spectate. It was the yellow-faced man that Chang Hong had encountered previously. Occasionally other shoujo would land outside the formation. Those that dared to come up to watch at this time were experts that had confidence in their power. Up until now, other than Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping that were still fighting heatedly on the main peak, basically all the experts had gathered here. Such a strange scene, not just the competitors but even the shoujo watching the Mirage and Dongfu were gaping. What was this? Everything in front of their eyes, no matter what direction they looked, carried a strange atmosphere. A formation with a moon hanging over it, and a crowd of people outside. All of them were experts, almost all of the top 10 from the rankings were present. It was like a gathering of experts. If they didn't have the power, they would be too embarrassed to come over. The battle between Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping, which had been watched by the most people, quickly was abandoned by everyone. Everyone's turned to Zuo Mo's position. Strange. Too strange. If these experts didn't come from different sects and different places, some with stronger backgrounds than Dong Fu Hall, they would definitely be suspicious that someone was manipulating the competition from the shadow. But right now, all of them were performing the same action, stretching their necks out, looking into the formation projected by the mirage. It was like there was an astonishing beauty hiding in the formation, and she was completely naked. Pei Yuan ran and the others were also gaping. Behind them, the crowd of Wu Kong Sword Sect disciples were dumbstruck. What are they doing? Yan stammered out. Pei Yuan Ran's lips trembled, but he didn't know what to say. He looked dumbly at the scene and couldn't say anything. Xian Yan, who was usually stoic and wooden, had his mouth wide open, his eyes bulging. Shi Fengrong was covering her mouth, her eyes widened greatly, not noticing how strange it was that she was maintaining this position. They want to watch? Yanlu hesitantly stammered out, to watch, they aren't fighting. Pei Yuan Ran felt blood rise to his throat, his vision turning black and almost fainted. When he raised his head again, his face was bright red. Heavens! Ancestral masters! Forgive this disciple. If before, he had only been regretting his action of making Zuo Mo attend the last round of the sword test conference, right now, he wanted to smash his head against the wall and kill himself. Yan Li's words swirled in his head. To watch, they wouldn't fight. Translator ramblings, now everyone except Wei Shang's fight is gathered in one place. This was what Feng Xiang was doing in all those previous chapters. These people are important, some more than others. Pei Yuan Ran finally regrets his decision. Wei Shang and even Luo Li understand Zuo Mo better than the sect leader. I wonder if it's the generational gap. Eating soft rice is an idiom usually used for men who don't work or rely on their wives to support the family. It's different from being a boy toy, which usually is described as a little white face. The next chapter is also one of my favorite chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145 Nan Men Yang. A Real Man. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom, and Cactuar Zero. Chapter 145 Nan Men Yang. A Real Man. Different from the outside, Chang Han and the others could clearly see every move that Zhong Mingyan made inside the formation. However, Zuo Mo was still hidden away. Zhong Mingyan's one-cut plum brightened many people's eyes. In reality, Zhong Mingyan did not feel well. It was like his punch had landed in soft cotton, his power undetectably being dissipated. He couldn't help but frown. It was not because he felt it was difficult, but out of dislike. He disliked this kind of soft attack very much. Most swordshio did not like fighting with warm and soft enemies. If they did not kill off the other in one attack, then what awaited them was endless trouble. Such enemies usually had great defenses. It was extremely hard to get them in one attack. As the battle progressed, it would become a labor of endurance. The endurance of most swordshio definitely was not good. He hadn't thought that this Zuo Mo would also be this way. Zhong Mingyan started to rub his forehead. Zuo Mo had been frightened by Zhong Mingyan's sword strike, his little hands shaking as they were setting up the formation, almost ruining it. Don't think that he was familiar with Skyring Moonshine formation, he was only familiar with the theory. The amount wasted by the enormous formation was astounding. Normally, he didn't have that much Jingshi to waste. Luckily, the first sword energy had been blocked. The replenishing rings of light didn't look as though they were damaged. Zuo Mo's heart landed slightly. He had just started studying Skyring Moonshine formation. How to set it up, what materials it needed, it was more than enough for him. As to the different variations, he was not familiar with them. There was no way around it, there was not enough time. From the time that the sect leader had notified him about attending the last round of the sword test conference until now, he had used almost all his time on this, and had just barely understood how to set it up. Even more so, what he was setting up this time was a 72-child formation, Skyring Moonshine formation. For that Koan introductory formation Jade Scroll, he had gone all in. Even though he was greatly rushed, but he still tried his best, his hands fleetingly fast. The great pressure did not make him panic. Quite the opposite, it was like he was shot with chicken blood, his entire body was abnormally exuberant. His consciousness was completely spread out, his attention focused like it never had been before, the uncompleted formation and the components appeared so clear in front of his eyes. Because he had practiced finger movements for so long, his 10 fingers were extremely nimble. Vajraprofound Sutra had been in effect, and his physical strength far surpassed most swordshio, and he could easily lift up the large pieces of material. His consciousness was even more terrifying, covering the entire formation. Any change would be unable to escape his consciousness. He was a blurry shadow, furiously setting down formations. Countless materials flowed like water from his hands, accurately thrown to the positions needed. His fingers were like fresh flowers blooming, after images flickering as ripple after ripple of Ling force was sent from his constantly moving fingers into the formation. With the aid of the formation's power, Zuo Mo hid himself so no one else could see him. No one knew where Zuo Mo was. Everyone had assumed that Zuo Mo was hiding in a certain place, waiting for an opportunity to give Zhong Mingyan a killing blow at the most dangerous time. No one knew that the enormous formation in front of them was an incomplete formation. Raising his head to look at the crescent moon in the sky, Zhong Mingyan's fretful heart calmed. He was proud, but he was not dumb. To be able to stand out from so many other disciples, who would be dumb? Those rings of light definitely were not the crux to breaking the formation, he thought. He stood in his spot, the light rings in the air were like free fish, not attacking him. Was it that crescent moon? The bright moon over his head seemed far yet real, not appearing at all like something created by the formation. Truthfully, it wasn't just the bright moon. Everything inside this formation was no different than really. But he knew that everything he saw were all created by the formation, they were all fake. There was no formation in the world that could not be solved, just like there was no invincible sword show in this world. Any formation would have a covered door. The so-called covered door referred to the Achilles heel of the formation, and the crux to solving a formation. Where was the covered door of this formation? The light in Zhong Mingyan's eyes flashed. He stood like that in his spot and started to think. Yu Bai, who had just stopped fighting, felt someone come close and turned to look. He saw his previous opponent, Nan Men Yang, come over with his exaggerated sword. He couldn't help but be on his guard. What's he doing? Nan Men Yang bellowed, a face full of curiosity. His voice was like thunder. Even though he had pushed it extremely low, everyone could hear him. Yu Bai first stilled, but seeming that Nan Men Yang's expression did not seem like he was joking, he suddenly remembered that Nan Men Yang had no family or sect. Then he understood. Sword Shio with no family nor sect could not compete at understanding all of the fundamentals with seedlings, like Yu Bai, that had been nurtured from childhood. Yu Bai noticed that other people's eyes had wandered over to him. Composure. Master said, I need to be warm and respectful. Gently coughing, Yu Bai warmly explained, Zhong Mingyan is thinking of a way to solve it. That needs thinking? Nan Men Yang stared with his bell-sized eyes, unconsciously raising his voice as he examined Yu Bai, just chop him down. And says you guys, you are so womanishly fussy. If it wasn't. Nan Men Yang's usual voice was loud enough. This was like thunder roaring, so loud that Yu Bai's ears rang. The tendons in Yu Bai's forehead jumped slightly. He hadn't thought that this guy would be so chatty. It was unknown who laughed first. The tendons in Yu Bai's forehead started to pulse again. Composure. He forced out a smile, this formation is extremely difficult, it would be hard to solve. Nan Men Yang once again interrupted Yu Bai, looking at him in puzzlement, his eyes widening again, what solve, just cut it down. But that guy's body, tisk, more petite and supple than my lover, about the same as you. If it wasn't. The more Nan Men Yang talked, the more excited he got. His right hand in a fist, he tore apart his clothing, furiously beating his masculine chest that was as hard as metal, breathing heavily through his nose like a gorilla. Petite and supple. Yu Bai's handsome face instantly twisted, the Ling power in his body almost running out of control like a tsunami that could erupt at any time. Composure. Nan Men Yang did not detect it. He was like a furious bull, staring at the formation, wanting to try it out, but his mouth did not stop for a second. Look at what swords you guys are using, they are thin like chopsticks, are they even usable? A man should use a sword like this. He raised the door-sized sword in his hand, and waved it, and proudly said, don't understand? I'm telling you this in confidence. Anne's lover told him, need big. Need big. Need bigger. A real man uses a big sword. He suddenly closed his mouth, hesitating for a moment before lowering his voice to ask suspiciously, are you really a man? Flash, everyone's eyes moved to Yu Bai. Having reached the limits of his tolerance, Yu Bai finally could not bear it any longer. His face was as black as ink, his handsome features twisted, screw composure. The flying sword in his hand pointed straight at Nan Men Yang, angrily shouting, shut up. Let's fight. Nan Men Yang paused and then furiously shook his large head. I only fight with men. Disregarding Yu Bai completely, he raised his large sword, pointed it at the formation and excitedly hollered, An's going to chop the formation. And has never chopped something like this. Haha, take a good look at it. Real men will chop the formation. Finishing, with his enormous sword held up high, in big strides, he charged at the formation like a bull. Yu Bai was enraged, and completely lost his mind. He shrieked, "Stop! You're mine!" He turned into a white flash, chasing Nan Men Yang and headed into the big formation. Su had been laughing on the inside hearing Nan Men Yang's sinister words, but this sudden change shocked her so much she couldn't stop them in time. Damn it! There were now 3 people in the formation. Zuo Mo definitely wouldn't be able to deal with it. Thinking about this, she panicked, stomped her foot and charged into the Skyring Moonchime formation, with the Black Day's sword. Gue Feng saw Su rush into the formation, a cold light flashed through his eyes before he also disappeared. The heart of the yellow-faced man also moved, and he unhesitatingly charged into the formation. Chang Hong said to himself, "Interesting." Finishing, he headed to the formation, but compared to the others, he walked calmly. Luo Li stood, and brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes. He said helplessly, "Why am I in the same sect as this guy?" As he spoke, he started walking towards the formation. The other Xiuzhe hesitated a while. Right after, there were people continuously charging into the formation. The Xiuzhe that charged in were all very excited, aching for battle. They were all Xiuzhe that did not fear the competition. Almost all the experts in the sword test conference were now inside the formation. It was a rare chance to be able to compete with these experts. Such a great gathering, if they missed it, it would be the regret of a lifetime. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Figure after figure charged into the formation. A formation brimming with blue-green mist under a crescent moon was like a gigantic whirlpool, continuously sucking the surrounding Xiuzhe inside. Everyone that was watching the competition in Dongfu was dumbstruck. Even though they could see clearly from the mirage, but the sounds were not passed on. The people on the outside didn't know what happened. What was occurring in front of their eyes far surpassed their imagination. The experienced Tiansong Zi was also gaping, "Why is Bayer so excited? What happened?" He had never seen Yu Bai so excited. In his memories, his beloved disciple was forever warm and elegant, respectful and polite. What was this? No one was able to tell him. All those that charged into the formation were experts, the best and most exceptional disciples of the sects in Sky Moonjia, the greatest among the younger generation. They all had great potential, they carried the hopes of each sect, what they learned were the best teachings in Sky Moonjia, and what they used were the best talismans and flying sword. They seemed to be crazy at the moment, furious desire for battle on each person's face. Their eyes, as they looked at the formation, were filled with yearning. That formation, just how seductive was it? No matter if it was those floating in the air, or on the ground, time seemed to stop at this moment. The Xiuzhe, regardless of their cultivation, they were gaping, their expressions dumb, limbs motionless, not making a sound as though they were statues. At this moment, Dongfu was so quiet that it was possible to hear a needle land on the ground. Translator ramblings, so in is a form of I. I've left it in because it really shows Nan Men Yang's origins. And is most commonly used in the countryside, and is a more rustic form of I adut. Chicken blood is a reference to a folk remedy, Wikipedia. Basically, someone is highly excited and motivated. You could say it is a shot of adrenaline. The fight has officially started for Zuo Mo now that people have moved into his formation belt. Of course, this chapter is hilarious, but it is also my favorite because it's the beginning of the payoff and climax in this arc. Thanks for commenting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Zuo Mo's Sorrowful Indignation. Chapter 146, Zuo Mo's Sorrowful Indignation. Yan Li's expression was extremely strange. He focused on business, and naturally could understand lip language. Those that also knew how to read lips were also like Yan Lu. They were stunned by Nan Men Yang's onslaught of words. The surroundings were too quiet, so quiet it was strange. Yan Li tried to open his mouth a few times, but couldn't say a word. This strange silence was like a kind of pressure. No one spoke at this time. Pei Yuanran's mind was a mess. He had completely lost the ability to think. The strange scene in front of him was the straw that broke the camel's back. All of his intelligence, his experience, none of it was useful right now. His gaze was blank. Why did the sect have such a problematic person? Buzz buzz buzz. Like the sound of bees flapping their wings, the noise steadily grew, gathering into a flood, booming. Everyone felt their ears ring. In one instant, they could not hear anything. After a while, this wave of sound calmed and became peaceful. Shock, weirdness, amazement, all kinds of emotions were mixed together on the audience's faces. No one could keep their calm. This Nan Men Yang's mouth is stronger than flying swords. Yan Lu couldn't help but praise. That's right, he really was praising. His societal experience was extremely rich and knew just how effective a mouth was at many times.
Shi Fengrong hurriedly inquired. After Yanla finished narrating Nan Menyang's words, the others were also dumbstruck.
Who could have thought such a brute-looking man was able to say such dark and malicious words?
Oh, maybe Nan Menyang didn't do it on purpose. The only person that might not think that way would probably be Tianzongzi. Tianzongzi could imagine just how fiery the anger inside his beloved disciple was burning for him to lose his composure so.
It was like he was experiencing it himself, killing intent on his old face. At this time, the surrounding sect leaders naturally wouldn't touch his sore spot. It wasn't all due to the inheritance that his ancestors left him that Tianzongzi was able to control Dongfu for all these years. His own personal power was unfathomable.
Very quickly, real men
use big swords.
Quickly spread through the Xiozha. Those Xiozha that used big swords raised their heads and puffed their chests. However, most of the Xiozha looked as though they didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
They finally understood what had happened.
The blankness in Pei Yuanran's eyes disappeared greatly. Everything had a limit.
Sometimes, this limit would change, as the attribute of the matter changed.
Like using formations. Before, Pei Yuanran felt it was embarrassing.
However, when the formation that Zuo Mo laid down could cause such a big ruckus, and caught a crowd of experts, Pei Yuanran felt somewhat proud inside.
Which other person's disciple could make such a ruckus with a formation?
No matter if Zuo Mo's formation won or lost in the end, after this competition, maybe there would be people that would mock you by, but there definitely wouldn't be any mockery of Zuo Mo and his formation. They finally figured out what had happened, but the curiosity the people had did not decrease the slightest, and became even stronger.
What was happening in the formation? So many experts gathered inside one formation, what changes would occur? How would they solve the formation? Everyone was filled with curiosity.
At this time, Xiaoguo suddenly made a sound of surprise. Shixiang's formation seems to be getting bigger. Xiaoguo's words instantly caused other people's eyes to land on Zuo Mo's formation.
Xianyan suddenly said, yes, it is getting bigger.
Shock came into the eyes of Pei Yuanran and the others. The disciples were puzzled.
One here, and another one. Hurrying about setting up the formation, Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. What were these people doing? Were they crazy?
He only paused for a little while and then was enraged. Just Zhong Mingyan alone was enough to exhaust him. You guys are coming to add insult to injury, but...
That's right, Zuo Mo instantly set down his opinion of the people's conduct, adding insult to injury.
Even though he didn't understand what great grudge these people had against him, but it was clear that they were not coming to help him.
Adding insult to injury was the most distasteful action. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. At this time, he was not thinking about winning at all. So many experts entering the formation, to even think about winning was a delusion. Villains. You crowd of villains. Gu will destroy all of you. He seemed to see the Kunlun Jade Scroll reluctantly waving its hands to say goodbye to him, going further away from him. Zuo Mo was indignant and sorrowful. It was this indignation at his grievous losses that allowed Zuo Mo to quickly make a decision. He was going to give these people that were adding insult to injury a memorable lesson. Want to benefit from GE'll ruin all your teeth. He didn't think about retreat.
His eyes entirely red, he used the most poisonous and malicious words to curse this damned crowd of people. At the same time, his movements became even faster, all kinds of materials streaming from his hands like they didn't cost Jingshi. He felt that the blood in his body was burning. He was completely furious.
Ah! The formation is still getting bigger. It really is increasing. Didn't you hear Nan Menyang say? Want big. Want big. Want bigger. If I'm Zuo Mo, I'd first leave, since everyone is trapped in there. Ha! Escape?
Where would he escape? The moment he leaves the formation, he would just be waiting for death.
Everyone outside is stronger than him. Without the protection of the formation, he would die even quicker.
The sound of discussion rose. Everyone was puzzled by why Zuo Mo's formation was getting bigger. But in all the versions, no one could guess what Zuo Mo was planning.
Was Zuo Mo still delusional?
No one would think that. There were too many experts in there. All the experts in the sword test conference were in there. Pitted against any competitors, Zuo Mo would undoubtedly lose, much less the experts that were gathered together.
Everyone just needed to make a move, and this large formation would undoubtedly collapse. Collapse? Zuo Mo was very clear what the people in the formation thought.
He smirked coldly inside, his hands not slowing down.
Skyring Moon Chime Formation was a 4th grade formation. If there weren't some strong points,
how would it have the qualification to be a fourth-grade formation? Maybe they could break the formation, but it definitely wouldn't break in 1 or 2 moves. If they could not find the cover door of the formation, they didn't need to think about breaking or solving it using brute power alone. This cover door was not that easy to find. Zuo Mo's actions were lightning fast. This caused the formation to quickly grow and was easily detected by the Xiuzha outside. But no one dared to go into the formation. The formation had now become the most dangerous area in the entire Great Pine Pavilion. After Su entered the formation, she felt her vision blur and she was situated in the wilderness. The cold moonlight fell down like water. She felt as though she was in a dream. Looking in the surroundings, everything was blurred. She didn't know where to start. That damned guy that ate soft rice. Why didn't he send out the paper crane yet? She was extremely panicked. She completely forgot that up until now, Zuo Mo had not relied on her, and wasn't actually eating soft rice. After Nan Menyan charged into the formation, he sunk into a berserker rage. His Vajra scripture was at his maximum, his entire body covered in the golden light, together with his tall and brawny figure, he was a god of battle, but... He gave a shout, and the mountain breaker sword viciously chopped. This sword chopped towards the rings of light in the sky. An extremely dense sword energy left the sword, howling as it rushed into the rings of light in the sky. The chimes were endless, like countless glass bottles were being broken. Gue Feng, who had just came in, saw this scene and jumped in shock. Such a forceful blow, if it was heading for him, no matter if he fended it or dodged, it would not be easy. Yet what surprised him was this blow that even he found difficult to defend was not effective in the slightest against the formation. It was like the fierce and sharp sword had broken the surface of the water. After the ripples passed, the surface of the water resumed normality. Gue Feng quickly found the weirdness. He had headed in immediately after Su, but he did not find Su's figure, encountering Nan Menyang instead. Did this formation have the ability to move others? His consciousness was also being disrupted by an invisible ripple and was ineffective in the formation. Gue Feng was in awe. Different from other people, he did not underestimate Zuo Mo. He was skilled in underhanded and obscure skills, and did not walk the path of righteousness. Higher cultivation did not mean that one would definitely win. Seeing so many people enter the formation, but not having found the cover door, it was not an easy matter to leave. Then, where was the cover door? Like Nan Menyang, the first thing many Xiuzha did after they entered the formation was release attacks. However, to everyone's surprise, it was like their attacks had entered the sea, ineffective. Some powerful experts instantly stopped their futile efforts and started to think about the problem of solving the formation. Zhong Mingyan hadn't expected so many people would charge into the formation at once. He couldn't help but frown. This group of people were really irritating. Like a swarm of flies. He hadn't solved the formation yet, but these people were coming in to also meddle. He was extremely displeased. Even though he still hadn't found the cover door of this formation, but Zhong Mingyan did not believe that he could not harm a Zhuji disciple. But now that the situation was completely disrupted. This group of people had appeared out of nowhere, each of them seemingly insane, attacking in all directions as they came in. Suppressing the irritation inside, he smirked coldly as he put away the 7-plumb sword. You group of dumbass. I'll watch to see what you guys can do. After having tried one blow, Zhong Mingyan was certain that this formation was not as simple as imagined. He was extremely shocked inside. Such a formation, was it something a Zhuji Xiuzha could set up? He didn't quite believe it, but the truth was right in front of his eyes, and he had personally tried. Maybe, it was a good thing these people have come to be cannon fodder. Zhong Mingyan's eyes became even colder. Zuo Mo was still buried in setting up formations. His speed was extremely quick. He had already reached the 63rd formation. In other words, there were only 9 child formations until he could complete the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation. A Skyring Moonchime formation, with 72 child formations. Humph, you guys can get a good taste. Already extremely tired, Zuo Mo suddenly felt his body full of energy, his movements even faster, as he continued his expansion. He had great expectations for the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation. Even he hadn't ever seen it before. What power would it have? There wasn't a better place to try it out than right now. At this time, a tragic howl could be heard from inside of the formation, but... Translator ramblings, when they say all the experts, it means the strongest of the bunch that's inside the Pine Pavilion. So there are lots of people still outside who are hiding away or watching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Born to Battle. Chapter 147, Born to Battle. A Xiuzha had just tried to use a flying sword to attack the crescent moon hanging in the sky. Unexpectedly, this action seemed to enrage those harmless-looking rings of light. First, a light ring surrounded his body, then contracted. No one had expected a light ring that seemed to break with a touch could contain such great power. The sword show instantly howled under the noose, his eyes flipping over, and fainted. Just as everyone was shocked, a black gold chain came down from the sky and accurately lassoed this unconscious Xiuzha. Unconscious, judged loss, elimination from the competition. A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears and then it was quiet. Everyone knew it was the judges hidden in the shadows that had acted and saved this Xiuzha. The judges that had been invited to the last round were all Jindan, and clearly were not average. They, naturally, could enter and leave the formation with ease, while the competitors were trapped by it. Other than shock, they also felt inspired. In terms of cultivation stages, there was only one stage between Ningmai and Jindan, but there was a vast difference in the power. For these Ningmai Xiuzha, becoming Jindan was their dream, but they knew how difficult it was. Ningmai could be considered the backbone of Sky Moonjia, and only becoming Jindan would mean you were considered an expert. Each year, countless people were blocked by this gate, but no one would retreat. If they passed this gate, that was really like carp jumping over the dragon gate and soaring sky high. After that, there was also a long lifespan. Everyone wanted to live longer. But right now, they could only admire and be envious. They were young. Even though they had exceptional talent, their cultivation was shallow. In this 100 Xiuzha, there was only a few that had reached the middle levels of Ningmai, and increases in cultivation were harder the further it went. Achieving Jindan before the age of 50 was an extremely difficult accomplishment. Zuo Mo also heard the words of the judges, but at this time, he didn't have any thought of admiration. He almost started cursing. That judge had spoken without any warning, and frightened his hands into shaking, almost damaging the child formation he was setting up. Luckily, he forced Ling power in and managed to stabilize it. Everything inside the formation was under the cover of his consciousness. He naturally was clear that the Xiuzha had been attacked. This was just the beginning. But he didn't relax his hands, he could not spare any attention. There were still 6 child formations before he could complete the 72, Skyring Moonchime Formation, S. Once he completed the 72 child formations, not only would the formation become more powerful, but the formation would gain an additional ability, control. He had controlled formations before, but those were only simple formations. He had never controlled such a complex and large formation. The difference between a formation that was controlled by a person, and one that was not, was the distance between heaven and earth. Most importantly, if he could control such a big formation, it would be an extremely exhilarating experience. Inside the formation, those experts were not dumb, and had their own calculations. Su bolstered her Ling power, the magnetic force forming an extremely small magnetic shell around her to protect her. Luli continued to wait for prey. Even though his void realm was suppressed in the big formation to a smaller area, but he was still motionless as his mind quickly pondered how to increase the size of his void realm in this formation. These two both were planning to defend and counterattack, one was in action, and the other was silent. Su frantically moved through the formation. Where was the damned guy hiding? And Shan Hong, he idly wandered through the formation in curiosity. The yellow-faced man behaved similarly to him. Gue Feng's movements were hard to follow, suddenly appearing and disappearing. Only Nan Men Yang was still howling, each blow faster than the previous as he sliced at the rings of light. No one dared to come close to him. Seeing Nan Men Yang's masculine and brutal demeanor combined with his fanatical expression, anyone that went near him would most likely get chopped down as well. Yu Bai was like a gust of wind, face dark as he searched for Nan Men Yang's figure in the formation. It was strange. The formation was just a bit over 10 mu, but the people in the formation seemed to be in a vast wilderness. They could occasionally encounter another person, but the majority of the time, they could not. Compared to the ease of some of these Xiuzha, the fighting between the other Xiuzha in the formation was much more brutal. In the air above the big formation, the two judges idly talked, occasionally glancing at the formation. One of the judges was wearing a green Taoist robe, a cloth over his head, his name was Wu Ling Sanrun. The other person was extremely imposing, wearing Ling armor. His name was Wei Fei, and one of the well-known experts in Sky Moonjia. This Zuo Mo was really to my taste. What he's planning is the 72 child formation. Oh, he's pretty decisive. Wu Ling Sanrun said, the setup of the formations might be very rough, but it still stuns me that he actually managed to finish this much, considering he's in Juji. Ha ha. Hearing this, Wei Fei teased, a pity that Pei Yuan Ran and the others won't give this disciple to you. It is a pity. If he can learn from you for a few years, there probably wouldn't be anyone that could rival him in the younger generation in the field of formations. Wuling Sanren was one of those rare swordshow that was skilled in formations, which was why Wei Fei said what he did. Wuling Sanren shook his head, such a talented disciple, which sect would not treasure him? Between his words, he was extremely depressed. He had long wanted a disciple suited to him, but never found one. The disciples he had now, they did work hard to cultivate the sword, but had no interest in formations. His skill in formations was Wuling Sanren's proudest skill. Now that no one would inherit these skills from him, how could he not be bothered? If Wu Kong Sword Sect allowed Zuo Mo to enter his sect, he was willing to spend anything. But he also knew that was impossible. Even a normal sect wouldn't agree, much less Wu Kong Sword Sect that was aiming to recover its former glory. Ice Dragon Sword's reputation was not loud in the ears of normal shoujo of Sky Moon Jia, but to Jindan like him, Ice Dragon Sword's reputation was clear. Ha ha. Sanren is also troubled. This Zuo Mo will not enter another sect, but Wu Kong Sword Sect is definitely having a headache. Wei Fei's words were full of amusement. Wei Fei's words were accurate. Pei Yuanran felt an extreme migraine. Now that the situation was like this, he wasn't thinking about victory or defeat. In his perspective, victory did not matter, but how could he teach Zuo Mo? Undoubtedly, after this competition, Zuo Mo's fame in the field of formations would reach a new height. In their eyes, Zuo Mo had originally been a problematic youth, extremely hard to deal with. Now, this problematic youth had become famous, very famous. Thinking that the sect would have a famous, wealthy, and extremely talented but problematic youth, Pei Yuanran felt like he was a mouse pulling a turtle, not knowing how to act. Right now, he did not know that Zuo Mo was penniless. Zuo Mo had won such a large sum of Jingshi last time, even a sect leader like Pei Yuanran would never ever dream that Zuo Mo would be so crazy as to spend it all. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. The formation was under great pressure. He hadn't thought that Nan Men Yang would be so crazy, one blow after another, each blow stronger than the previous. Does GE have a disagreement with you? Zuo Mo was extremely furious. If this kept on going, this Skyring Moonshine formation would really quickly break under the brute force of this barbarian. He knew that he couldn't just set up formations again. If the formation broke, there was no meaning to him setting them up. Inside the Skyring Moonshine formation, Nan Men Yang had really gotten into the swing of it. He had given 7 or 8 blows, but it did not look like there was any effect on the formation. His thought was extremely simple: if he hadn't broken this thing yet, then it was because he didn't use enough power. Nan Men Yang went completely crazy. The golden light on his body brightened. Under that thick golden light, even the large sword seemed to be covered with a tangible gold light. His hair standing on end, he looked like a furious golden lion. His eyes turned golden, staring at the rings of light above the sky. They seemed to have felt the danger from Nan Men Yang. The rings of light that had been swimming freely started to gather around Nan Men Yang's position. The presence that Nan Men Yang emitted was truly too strong, like the sun in the dark of the night. Yu Bai's black face became even darker as he spotted the light, a cold light flashing through his eyes. He unhesitatingly twisted his body and started to fly in the direction of Nan Men Yang. Feeling the battle intent and strong presence from Nan Men Yang, everyone understood his next attack would be extremely powerful. Oh, is the formation about to break? Zhong Mingyan thought with slight boredom. He swung the plum branch in his hand. Maybe he should go find an opponent. Who should he find? That Chang Hung seemed pretty strong. It wasn't just Zhong Mingyan that thought so. Nan Men Yang's presence was truly too astonishing that even a person as unconcerned as Chang Hung usually was couldn't help but change expression. Su's expression changed dramatically. It was over. The next attack that Nan Men Yang would give, even she wouldn't dare to meet it. Any shoujo inside the formation wouldn't dare to meet Nan Men Yang's blow. But if Zuo Mo lost her flying sword, the formation was going to break. Her heart was filled with hopelessness. Just at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Arg! An angry howl that could rival Nan Men Yang suddenly sounded inside the formation. A gigantic golden person with blurred features came down from the sky and landed heavily in front of Nan Men Yang. Seal Soldier. Nan Men Yang raised his golden eyes and grinned. He was completely sunken into a berserker rage. Anyone that appeared in front of him would be immediately torn to pieces. Die! A roar like that of a lion, Nan Men Yang's eyes glared angrily, the golden light on his body even brighter, as he swung his giant sword with both hands heavily at the seal soldier. Feeling the threat and battle intent from Nan Men Yang, the seal soldier revealed a pair of eyes among the blurred features. A pair of eyes filled with indifference and pressure. Countless seals that covered the armor of the seal soldier like earthworms suddenly light up. Its thick left leg heavily stomped, causing the ground to shake. Its right leg soundlessly moved back, the right fist moving in front of its body. Its lower half positioned like a bow, while the right fist was like a readied arrow waiting to be launched. It faced the golden sword energy, and released its punch. Born to battle. An authoritative and deep voice sounded out like thunder rolling through the clouds. A tangible golden light fist shot forth from its punch like a heavy hammer and thundered forth. Golden sword energy versus golden light fist. Translator ramblings: the seal soldier is one of Zuo Mo's emergency measures. I wouldn't say that Nan Men Yang is stronger than everyone else inside the formation, just that he's the one reckless enough, in his ignorance, to attempt something which is more foolish in other people's eyes. On the other hand, he was right. The story won't drag on for the entire time. In fact, the biggest complaint people have after reading the whole thing was that Fong Xiang was in a serious hurry to finish the story. That would be about 2 years at this rate, so if I haven't burned out by then, I'd love to read your comments after it ends. It's almost a habit that all of his novels don't have perfect endings. Card Disciple was also very rushed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148 Seal Soldier. Chapter 148 Seal Soldier. Bam, dot. The deep reverberation of the collision seemed to beat on everyone's hearts. There was no explosion like they had imagined, no light blazing in all directions. The two balls of golden light had been like two flames colliding with each other and extinguishing at the same time. Nan Men Yang's entire body shuddered, the anger inside his golden pupils increasing slightly. He shouted, "Go die!" The golden light of the large sword in his hands was even brighter than before, and it was like a shining sun. In the blink of an eye, even the crescent moon over the large formation seemed to have lost its sheen and become dull. Mountain Breaker Sword. The tip of the sword started to tilt downwards. The howl from the golden sword tip slicing past air started from a nearly non-existent sound and then suddenly, like a monster being torn apart, gave an extremely shrill shout, "Ut!" The completed sword energy of the golden sword was like a golden crescent moon, howling as it flew towards the seal soldier. The seals covering the body of the seal soldier became even brighter, like there were worms moving. On that blurred face, that pair of eyes became abnormally cold and distant, but its expression was indifferent as usual. Born to battle. The words were heavily enunciated out from the mouth of the seal soldier slowly and clearly, his leg moving as he prepared to punch. Another punch came. The golden light in the shape of a fist left its hand. The booming it created was like the lava roiling in the deep of the earth. It charged forward forcefully like it could not be blocked. Bam! It was another heavy and deep reverberation. The ground suddenly shook, also shaking people's hearts. Some shoujo that had been watching changed their expressions and started to fall back. Nan Men Yang's gigantic figure shuddered again. The hairs that stood up on his head seemed to be blown by the wind restlessly. Both sword blows had been ineffective. The battle desire and the craziness in Nan Men Yang's chest shot to its peak. The golden pupils started to burn as if they were two golden balls of fire. The golden light over his body started to retreat inwards. On his body, a thin, almost tangible, and golden armor suddenly appeared. The thick golden energy that surrounded that gigantic sword in his hand spat and wavered like a flame. As though it felt the final battle had arrived, the bright seals on the silent seal soldier seemed to have come alive, like bugs that moved along the soldier's armor before quickly flowing towards the right fist it had beside its chest. The authoritative eyes of the seal soldier became even deeper, almost until it was a void, empty of everything. Go die! The angry roar was like a bolt of lightning. The blue-green mist around him suddenly exploded outward, with him at the center, clearing out one zhang of empty space. The power of one shout was extremely mighty. He slowly moved, creating a blow. There was not one speck of sound. But it was as though every muscle in Nan Men Yang's body was following this sword. When the sword was just halfway through the air, a suffocating pressure pressed the ground into cracking. Born to battle. The deep voice was not loud, but it carried a different kind of power that directly pierced the heart. A resolute conviction was in these words, filling everyone's hearts. All the seals on the body flooded into its right fist. Its body became extremely dull. The entire body, other than the fist that was even brighter than before, the other parts started to blur like it was golden mist that could dissipate at any time. Its action was the exact same as before. Step and then punch, dot. A transparent fist exploded from its right fist, a fist that looked as though it was carved from clear crystal. The fist didn't hit Nan Men Yang. When it was halfway there, when Nan Men Yang's sword was in the midst of falling down, it suddenly exploded. Bam! This muffled sound was even deeper than the last two, but the shoujo who saw this fist in hand, and heard this muffled thunderous sound, couldn't help but shake. Bam bam bam! Nan Men Yang went back 3 steps. The golden armor over his body became golden light again, his expression slightly wilted. Opposite him where the seal soldier had just been standing, there was nothing left. Good opponent. Nan Men Yang might be slightly wilted but still couldn't help but shout in admiration, his eyes slightly regretful as he looked at the spot the seal soldier had disappeared. Just as this time, Yu Bai's furious voice that was full of hatred passed into Nan Men Yang's ears. Nan Men Yang. I'll kill you, dot. In the corner of the Skyring Moonshine Formation, Zuo Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, startling to the eye when the bright red blood landed on the ground. He had been controlling the seal soldier. Nan Men Yang's last blow far surpassed the limits of his tolerance. He had just been controlling the seal soldier to face Nan Men Yang, yet he had been wounded in one blow. He couldn't help but feel deep awe at Nan Men Yang's power. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, expressionlessly baring his teeth. Barbarian. Go play with Little White. Forcibly controlling the turbulent Ling power in his body, he gritted his teeth and continued to set up formations. The Shouja inside the formation had been enchanted and deeply shocked by the 3 rounds between Nan Men Yang and the seal soldier. It was a straightforward competition of only brute power, there was no technique, no dodging. Many people were awed. Nan Men Yang's strength had been judged to be not bad, but due to the fact he was a grassroots cultivator, he was not judged very highly by other people. The great majority only believed that he would have a pretty good future. No one could have thought that he would have such terrifying power. Thinking about Nan Men Yang looking like a god of war just moments ago, many people's hearts became slightly cold. But what was even more unexpected to them was another person, Zuo Mo. Seal soldiers might be rare, but it couldn't enter the eyes of these people. The absolute majority of sword show would snort at these kinds of seals. Of course, the crux of the matter was the power. In the seal soldiers they had seen before, not one had been so powerful. Most importantly, the person controlling this seal soldier was a Shouja in the stages of Zhuji. This upturned many of the fixed ideas in their heads. The difference between stages was not something that just a seal soldier could change. However, Zuo Mo accomplished it. Even though he had just been on par for 3 moves, but in the eyes of everyone else, it was already a miracle. Up until now, the weakest competitor of the sword test conference still hadn't shown his face. This undoubtedly implied another bit of information. Zuo Mo still had tricks left. The great formation still was unmoved. The rings of light that had gathered over Nan Men Yang's head had all dissipated, moving around freely like they did before. Zuo Mo's surprising performance attracted the interest of many people. Like Chang Hong. He had only found the formation interesting, which was why he entered, but Zuo Mo's strong performance created great interest from him. He was very curious, just how far could Zuo Mo go? It wasn't just him that had the thought. In the air, Wu Sanren sighed gently in surprise. Not bad. To be able to meet Nan Men Yang head on 3 times, he used the seal soldier well, but... A strange light came into Wei Fei's eyes. His consciousness seems very large. That is rarely seen. Is Wu Kong Sword Sect also skilled in cultivating the spirit? Without consciousness, he can't afford to play with formations. Wu Sanren said, expression normal. That's true. Wei Fei nodded and said. Behind the black gauze, Su's little mouth almost couldn't close. The shock that the 3 rounds had given her was too strong. Different from other people, she had seen Wang Xixiang at Lingying Sect use the seal soldier when Zuo Mo had gone to challenge Lingying Sect. It looked as though it was the same seal soldier, but the difference in power was drastic. She suspected that this seal soldier could even defeat 3 of the seal soldiers she saw last time. Maybe he really did have some moves, and didn't need her help. For the first time, she started to waver in her own thoughts. She suddenly remembered the words that Lin Xixiang had said to her. A copper coin appeared in the hand that was hidden in her sleeve. At the center of a coin, an eye had been carved. The eye on the copper coin started to glow slightly. At the same time, the expression of the yellow-faced man slightly changed, his body became motionless. He seemed to have suddenly turned to a piece of rock, without any of the presence a person would have. The copper coin in Su's hand brightened and then extinguished. The rock in Su's heart landed. Everything about Lin Xixiang was good, but he was just slightly paranoid. Up until now, she still didn't quite believe what Lin Xixiang had said. If it wasn't that Lin Xixiang had taken out her sex token, she probably would have already attacked him. Just now, someone used Fire Eye again. Pu Yao suddenly came out. Zuo Mo didn't have the time to pay attention to him. As long as you remain silent, no one can find you. You seem to have encountered trouble. Pu Yao asked in interest.
In his eyes, Zuo Mo was afraid of death, and always put his own security at the most important position. He hadn't never saw Zuo Mo respond like so when he was discussing the problem of safety with Zuo Mo. This group of people is pouring salt onto the wound. Zuo Mo gritted through his teeth, his hands not slowing. You want to give your all against them? Pu Yao clearly was laughing at his misfortunes. Zuo Mo was too lazy to pay attention to this perverse Ren Yao who had nothing to do. You have the Yao seed, why don't you try to use the Yao seed to manipulate the consciousness and control the formation? Pu Yao kindly suggested. Use the Yao seed to manipulate the consciousness and control the formation? Zuo Mo reflexively shook his head. The Skyring Moonchime formation needs all 72 child formations to be completed before it can be controlled. You don't just have the Skyring Moonchime formation. Pu Yao said disapprovingly. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that? Zuo Mo felt his vision light up. He had made a great misunderstanding. All of his mind had been thinking about completing the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation, and completely forgot that he hadn't just set up the formations for Skyring Moonchime formation. This was an extremely large-scale formation belt. Actually, other than increasing the rate your consciousness grows, the Yao seed's other use is splitting your mind. Pu Yao was strangely good today. It was extremely rare that he would take the initiative and teach Zuo Mo without Zuo Mo needing to pay Jingshi. Splitting my attention? Zuo Mo irritably rolled his eyes. At this time, you want me to split my attention? The so-called splitting the mind is referring to splitting your consciousness into several parts, all of them working at the same time on their own matters. Pu Yao said faintly. The great majority of Yao will split this consciousness, and some Yao are born with this ability. Truly powerful Yao are able to split their consciousness into thousands of portions, and are peerlessly strong. But at this time, Zuo Mo completely did not think about why Pu Yao was so strange today. He was shocked by Pu Yao's words. It was like a bolt of lightning hitting his mind. Consciousness splitting. If he split his consciousness and they all did their own things at once. Up until now, he had always thought of the consciousness as one whole entity, and had never thought about splitting the consciousness to do different things at once. He suddenly thought of Ling power. Ling power could break off and merge. Was the consciousness like Ling power as well, able to be broken up and merged together? If it really was possible. Zuo Mo's hands, which hadn't stopped since the beginning, suddenly stopped in the air. Translator ramblings, Yu Bai's Bai is the character for white, which is why Zuo Mo called him Little White. Of course, Little White, Xiao Bai, in Chinese is also used for a very naive and or dim-witted person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149 Fire. Chapter 149 Fire. Watching Yu Bai and Nan Men Yang embroiled in battle, no one could look away. Just having gone 3 rounds, Nan Men Yang was completely suppressed by Yu Bai, unable to lift his head under the blows. Yu Bai didn't use his usual style of fighting, instead each blow was vicious, decisive, and aimed to kill, causing a chill to creep into the hearts of everyone watching inside the formation. When a composed person was angry, it was very frightening. Probably the only person that found it boring was Chong Hung. This level of fighting and killing, it really couldn't alert his mind. He scanned the surroundings. Everyone had stopped their actions. The 3 rounds between Nan Men Yang and the Seal Soldier had shaken the skies, and attracted almost all the shoujo inside the formation. Right now, the fight between Nan Men Yang and Yu Bai was not as blood-rousing as the previous fight, but the technique was no less spectacular. One had a grassroots background with no family or sect, the other the beloved disciple of the ruler of Dongfu. Once the two really became serious, the scene was amazingly spectacular, the spectators becoming intoxicated. Without detecting it, all the shoujo inside the formation had gathered together again. Chang Hong raised his head to look at the rings of light swimming in the air and the crescent moon high up, his expression slightly moved. He took away his gaze because he noticed, not far away, Zhong Mingyan was looking at him. Their gazes met midair, striking like 2 extremely sharp swords, sparks flying. 2 stubborn and proud young experts exchanged a look. Fight? Zhong Mingyan opened coldly, his gaze full of challenge. Not interested. Chang Hong only glanced at Zhong Mingyan before moving his eyes back towards the sky. The rings of light that were freely swimming in the air seemed to be more attractive for him. Zhong Mingyan's eyes slightly shrunk, but he didn't make another challenge. Chang Hang's viciousness and brutality was the greatest in the sword test conference. Every competitor, when they faced this brute, couldn't help but shrink inwards, including Zhong Mingyan. Zhong Mingyan's expression turned back to normal as he said faintly, "Why don't we use the breaking of the formation to wager victory and defeat?" Chang Hang's face was still upraised, not looking at Zhong Mingyan even once, as he said, "Oh, I'm afraid you might not even break it."
Zhong Mingyan could clearly feel Chang Heng's low opinion, and his expression was extremely ugly.
He snorted coldly. You may be underestimating me a little too much, but you could try. Chang Heng pointed at the sky and said, face normal.
Hearing this, Zhong Mingyan was too lazy to respond to Chang Heng.
The 7-plum sword appeared in his hand. A shake of the wrist, and 3 plum flowers turned to 3 streams of light that flew into the sky. Zhong Mingyan wanted Chang Heng to see his strength, so his first move was his most accomplished, 3 play. 3 sword essences were like 3 slinking fish as they circled around and shot at the crescent moon in the sky. Zuo Mo had been pondering how to split his consciousness when he suddenly detected an abnormality in the formation and instantly woke up. Would they never stop? Having just made a tiny bit of headway, Zuo Mo was so angry he swore. When he found the person responsible was Zhong Mingyan, the anger in his heart shot upwards. He remembered. This guy was the first person that had made trouble. It was an anger that came from the chest, and hate from the gallbladder. Zuo Mo's anger erupting from his heart, instantly sunk into his second rage.
Ge's long found this guy an eyesore.
Zuo Mo's eyes were green. The 2 hands that had stopped started again.
He finally understood.
Given the time and place, it wasn't the moment good time to ponder about how to split his consciousness. These people that had poured salt onto the wound might all be terribly evil, but each of them had the power to damage the formation.
If he couldn't complete the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonshine formation, he couldn't do anything to them.
Without him detecting it, he had started to think of ways to deal with the experts inside the formation. He completely forgot that each person in there had power that far surpassed him.
However, Zuo Mo was facing the same difficult problem as before.
He must, before he could complete the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonshine formation, stop these people from damaging it, but the 72 child formations were just on the edge of completion, and these people had come out again to make a mess. Just now, he had used up the seal soldier to stop Nan Menyang from breaking the formation.
Now, what could he use to stop Zhong Mingyan from breaking the formation? Did you think Ge only had a seal soldier?
Zuo Mo gritted his teeth as he cursed Zhong Mingyan inside 100 times. But, at the same time, his consciousness silently flowed forth like a stream of water. His body slightly leaned forward, his back curved.
He looked like a curved bow from far away.
He maintained this strange position without moving, only his eyes slightly narrowed like a hunter waiting for his prey. Zhong Mingyan's 3 sword essences were like piranhas that landed in a rich swarm of fish. Any ring of light that tried to come near the sword essences were instantly sliced to pieces. The 3 spiraling sword energies did not look like they were affected at all. Carrying a hiss that could shock souls, they headed straight for the crescent moon in the sky. In his eyes, that bright moon was clearly the crux to breaking the formation.
If he could destroy the moon, the entire formation would be solved.
The layers of light rings were like a thick coat, unable to be damaged by knife or axe. But if a narrow needle was pushed, it could easily pierce through this layer of cloth. The 3 sword energies did not stop their spinning, forming a sharp cutting formation. Each sword energy was like the sharpest blade, its penetrating power far surpassing normal sword energies. The rings of light that had blocked his 1-cut plum were easily penetrated when faced with this 3 play. The sword energies were as fast as lightning, nothing that the rings of light could catch up to.
But the rings of light seemed to be alive.
Knowing they couldn't block the sword energies, they headed towards Zhong Mingyan, but ring after ring of light landed from the sky, heading to cover Zhong Mingyan. Even as powerful as Zhong Mingyan was, he didn't easily experiment.
Everyone had a deep impression of the Xiuzha that was eliminated.
Paired sparrow flying. 2 plum flowers fell off the plum branch like 2 butterflies, flying around Zhong Mingyan. Once the rings of light came at Zhong Mingyan from the sky, a clear cracking sound could be heard before they were blown to pieces, turning into countless scattered energies. However, the rings of light did not give up moving towards Zhong Mingyan.
Clink clink clink.
The dense crisp sounds were like hundreds of glass cups being smashed at once. The broken energies fell and floated around Zhong Mingyan, and then were blown away by the winds created by the 2 plum flowers.
Amidst the broken energies, Zhong Mingyan was unharmed. Young people really have energy.
The yellow-faced male had appeared at some time beside Chang Heng and snickered. Chang Heng still was looking at the sky, and responded indifferently, he's dumb.
Hee, that's good. It will let us save some energy.
The yellow-faced man smiled and said. Chang Heng heard this, and turned to look at the yellow-faced male.
Who are you searching for?
Searching for? The yellow-faced man seemed to not understand.
Your strength is greater than anyone here.
Chang Heng said faintly, hiding your strength, not competing for a rank, you naturally have other goals.
You've been constantly running here and there, and look as though you are trying to find something.
This is Great Pine Pavilion. I've never heard there was anything good there. That means there is only one possibility, you are trying to find someone.
The smile on the yellow-faced male's face disappeared, his eyes gradually turning sharp as a knife.
Chang Heng's face was as indifferent as usual.
The yellow-faced man suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Others only know you for your viciousness and bloodthirst.
No one would think you have such a mind for details. I underestimated you. We do not have a conflict.
Chang Heng, from beginning to end, had a calm expression as though he was speaking of something that had no bearing on him. The yellow-faced man lightly sighed.
Not here.
He could not disguise the disappointment.
That's a pity.
Chang Heng said, face calm.
But he didn't say why it was a pity.
In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu sat on the gravestone, his eyes looking into the distance. There was a mirth floating at the corner of his mouth that was somewhat hard to decipher.
It seemed slightly scornful, slightly reminiscent, slightly lonely, slightly cold.
Different from Pu Yao, who was as steady as Mount Tai, Zuo Mo was like the arrow that was on the thread that would sever at a touch.
That crescent moon might not be the cover door, but if it was attacked, Zuo Mo also knew what would happen. The time did not allow him to think more. 3 blue lights that were like chains suddenly appeared, dragon-tying formation.
The position the blue chains appeared were extremely precise, exactly on the path that the spiraling sword energies would pass. Different than the dragon-tying formation that Zuo Mo had used before, once the 3 blue chains appeared, they knotted into a clasp that could perfectly restrain the 3 sword energies. The 3 sword energies headed straight into the clasp.
The strength of the clasp far surpassed Zhong Mingyan's expectations, it didn't break.
Just as Zhong Mingyan paused, a web of fire suddenly appeared in the sky.
An enormous, dense, and deep blue web of fire.
The 7 greenwood flags absorbed the water power, continuously turning it into wood power. Beside each greenwood flag, there were 7 second-grade little copper lion head cauldrons. Deep red flames spat out from the mouth of the lion heads on the copper lion head cauldrons and gathered in the air. After gathering, the redness of the flames became fainter. Around each of the 7 cauldrons, with 12 jade cards as bone, and the red gold thread as the channels, it formed a 3-turn fire formation.
After 3 turns, the fire was almost completely clear. 7 near-transparent flames flew in the sky, crisscrossing in the air. The 7x749 Little Dan Cauldrons formation, a greatly fire formation. Once the formation formed, each string of fire shook. The nearly transparent flames changed again, and became tinged with a slightly tranquil blue. This was the enormous tranquil blue web of fire that everyone saw up in the air. The tranquil blue web of fire perfectly blocked the 3 sword energies in Zhong Mingyan.
Zhong Mingyan's expression slightly changed. This web of fire had actually cut the connection between him and the 3 sword energies. At the same time, the blue dragon tying chains that was around the 3 sword energies suddenly pulled and swung towards the side.
Bam!
In the end, the blue dragon tying chains was not able to stop the 3 combined sword essences, and was shred into pieces. But with this pull and swing, the aim of the 3 sword essences diverged. They brushed past that crescent moon, entering the air and disappeared. Everyone was shocked still by the fire web that suddenly appeared over their heads.
The tranquil blue threads of fire were silent.
It was like there was an enormous and tranquil blue spiderweb over their heads. But many of them did not pale because of the thick tranquil blue fire threads. Instead, the terrifying heat that was released startled everyone.
The flame was tranquil blue, how high would its temperature reach?
The tranquil blue web of fire freely burned on.
The interior of the formation had become an enormous Dan cauldron.
In the air, Wuling Sanren and Wei Fei saw this extremely awe-inspiring scene.
The moisture of the half-moon-sized pond roiled, abnormally lively.
They turned to streams of water power, continuously flooding into the greenwood flag masts. The green and silent wood energy entered the copper lion head cauldrons, turning into deep red fire power, then through the 3-turn fire formation, it then entered the greatly fire formation, and knotted into a web. Wei Fei stared with wide eyes, muttering to himself, uncanny workmanship.
Godly technique. Translator ramblings, Chang Heng is so sensitive.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 150, New Target. Chapter 150, New Target. Zuo Mo was in a predicament. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his face.
He had underestimated the difficulty of controlling this greatly fire seal formation. To pursue power, he had done his best to strengthen the formation from every aspect. The direct result was the difficulty in controlling the formation had also increased. Behind the spectacular display, the series of manipulations he had done were all highly difficult. Even though Zuo Mo's skill and control had increased, the unexpected difficulty of controlling the formation had created a great problem for him. His body shook like dice. In a short moment, sweat suddenly started to appear on his body. In a moment he appeared to have been just dunked in water. It was too hard. Damn it! Zuo Mo cautiously began using all of his consciousness to control every tiny change in the formation. Formations were a kind of work that demanded meticulousness. Any kind of mistake could create an extremely large effect, and cause the effect of the formation to vary drastically. The complexity of a formation belt that was composed of many kinds of formations that were maximized for effect was even more so. Zuo Mo did not notice that he had bitten through his lips, and blood was seeping out. His consciousness was using the five-colored pagoda to carefully control the web of fire. Having finally stopped Zhong Mingyan's attack, Zuo Mo didn't have the time to rejoice. He had reached his limits, the web of fire was almost out of control. Zuo Mo's eyes widened into circles, the tendons in his forehead pulsing. If he lost control of the fire web, for him, that meant failure. The temperature of the tranquil blue fire was the strongest flame that he had ever seen since he learned danmaking. The uncontrolled fire web would collapse in an instant, and the flowing tranquil blue fire would destroy all of the formations. That was definitely not allowed. But he had reached the last of his endurance. He could feel the Ling power in his body quickly depleting. His weak cultivation once again became his Achilles heel. However, he had no time to think about this right now. He had to make a choice. He didn't even pause to think. Grunting, he gathered the last of his power. The gigantic tranquil blue fire suddenly pushed downwards. The Xiuzha in the formation below instantly moved. Did Zuo Mo want to get them all at once? He didn't know his power. A cold smile appeared on the corner of many of the Xiuzha's mouths. From their perspective, a Zhuji Xiuzha was sending them a challenge through this method. These people whose eyes were always looking upwards, how could they bear a Zhuji looking down at them? Many competitors were preparing eagerly to try to test the power of the web of fire. Just at this time, a deep and raspy sound suddenly echoed through the formation. Bind. The web of fire that had covered the sky suddenly shrunk extremely, heading for Zhong Mingyan. This caused the Xiuzha that had prepared to fight to pause. They instantly revealed expressions of anticipation to see the result. No one would be dumb to block the web of fire for Zhong Mingyan. Anger came onto Zhong Mingyan's face. He gave a heavy snort. His expression serious, the seven-plumb sword in his hand turned to a flash of dark light that headed for the web of fire. As the seven-plumb sword entered the air, it turned to a gigantic sword energy, forcefully piercing the net. The tranquil blue fire web unexpectedly shrunk again, actually taking along the sword in person to the middle of the web. When the sword energy sliced the web of fire, Zuo Mo spat out a handful of blood again, his face becoming even paler. But did this situation allow him to retreat? He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, the salty and fishy taste of blood making his mind alert. He suddenly pushed out his last bit of power. His spiritual and Ling power was almost empty at this time. Zuo Mo was bleeding from his nose and mouth, but he did not detect it. The last bit of consciousness burrowed into the five-colored pagoda. The five-colored pagoda suddenly burst in light. Under the crescent moon, it flashed with five-colored light. Zhong Mingyan's expression finally changed. The web of fire had not neared him, but the rising temperature was already enough for him to feel fear. He didn't dare to hold anything back. He jumped into the air, closely following the flying sword. All his Ling power was channeled into the flying sword. There was only one thought in his mind: to break out of this web of fire. Using all his power, the sword essence of the seven-plumb sword suddenly was as sharp as the cold wind at the top of a cliff. Suddenly, it was like there was an old winter plum standing in the wind. Hiss! The flying sword broke through the fire web. Zhong Mingyan felt joy, but just at this time, a change occurred. Die! Zuo Mo's muffled shout was like thunder, rolling and exploding inside the formation. The web of fire suddenly retreated inwards to the center. Zhong Mingyan felt that the tranquil blue flame was all around him, as though he was inside a large Dan cauldron, and would turn to ash at any instant. Fear in his heart, he hurriedly activated the Ling armor. Countless tranquil blue flames landed on Zhong Mingyan's body. Ah! Zhong Mingyan shrieked, the light of the flying sword suddenly becoming disordered. Just as everyone assumed that Zhong Mingyan would lose his life, the countless tranquil blue flames suddenly disappeared. Yet there were still many flames that had landed on Zhong Mingyan's Ling armor. Dongqi Sword Sect was not famous for its defense. The power of these tranquil blue flames were astounding. Even with the protection of the Ling armor, Zhong Mingyan was in terrible straits. His entire body was burnt black, Ling armor completely damaged. He was like a piece of wood burnt black, dropping from the sky. The other Xiuzhe inside the formation all inhaled in shock. Who was the person dropping down? It was Zhong Mingyan. This formation was truly too strong, even Zhong Mingyan had been defeated. The Xiuzhe that had wanted to try solving the formation instantly stopped in their tracks. When they saw the unconscious Zhong Mingyan and the terrible state of his body as he laid on the ground, they really didn't bear to look at him. Holy moly! Even Zhong Mingyan wasn't a match. Was this formation really just something a Zhuji had made? The same question flowed through every Xiuzhe inside the formation. Zuo Mo hadn't put all of his effort in at the end. If he hadn't stopped, then all of the tranquil blue flames would have bombarded Zhong Mingyan. It would have been hard to say if Zhong Mingyan would have managed to survive. In other words, the formation that Zuo Mo set up was able to kill a Ningmai Xiuzhe. Everyone jumped in fright. In one moment, all the Xiuzhe that had been fighting in the formation completely stopped attacking each other. A serious expression came onto their faces. They were still inside the formation. But what they didn't realize was that Zuo Mo had no intentions of letting the Zhong Mingyan off. At the end, even his mind had been blurred. How would he know when to stop? All of his spiritual and Ling power had been used up. He had fainted, which was what had caused the flames to disappear. When Zuo Mo slowly woke up from unconsciousness, the desire for battle and courage had long ago flew into the horizons. As expected, the ignorant had no fear. Just now, he had actually been locked in combat directly with Zhong Mingyan. He suddenly tilted his head. He remembered now. Before he had fainted, he had actually defeated Zhong Mingyan. He grinned, but with his expressionless face, it looked extremely strange. How long had he been unconscious? He struggled to get up, looking at the surroundings. He was still inside the formation? The people still hadn't solved the formation? Zuo Mo felt that this was extremely absurd. Even now, he still found it hard to accept that he had just defeated Zhong Mingyan. Zuo Mo didn't know that he had just been unconscious for the time of an incense stick. This was due to his extremely deep practice of Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't practice that, it would have been many days until he would wake up. And he would never have predicted that in the time that he had been unconscious, no one tried to break the formation. It was the opposite. The Xiuzhe in the formation started to attack other people, no matter if it was Su or Guifeng. Even Chang Hong had entered the fight. The other people started to clean up the other Xiuzhe inside the formation. Wu Ling Sanren and Wei Fei had started to get busy. Chang Hong and the others were acting out of caution. They had just seen the power of the formation. No one dared to be careless. To solve the formation, they had to put in all their power. But if there were opponents beside them, who would dare to give their all? If Zuo Mo thought of all this, he would definitely feel proud of himself. A cultivator just in Zhuji that made so many Ningmai wary and put them on the defensive, it was enough to be proud. However, Zuo Mo had just woken up and his gaze had landed on the incomplete, Skyring Moonshine formation. In reality, while it looked like he had won the battle against Zhong Mingyan, but in reality, he had accomplished it through self-harm. The wounds he had received when controlling the seal soldier to face Nan Men Yang had worsened and he completely lost the power to keep fighting. So unprofitable. The first thought that popped into Zuo Mo's mind was this. Looking at these Skyring Moonshine child formations, the pain in his heart reached a peak, far more painful than the pain from his physical body. So many Jingshi were wasted. He had bought all of these materials from the 100 Treasures Flying Pavilion in order to attend this competition. He felt like he had taken a large sum of Jingshi and made an extremely incorrect investment. It looked like he hadn't gained anything at all, and lost everything. No. Definitely not. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and sat up. He had to finish the 72 child formation, Skyring Moonshine formation. He wasn't thinking of the Kunlun Jade Scroll. His actions were just to not waste all the materials he had already used. He had spent so many materials, he had to hear a sound from them. As he endured the pain, Zuo Mo comforted himself so. Right now, he completely did not have any energy to continue, so he sat down and meditated. He needed to quickly recover his Ling and spiritual power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get to hear a sound. Consequently, an extremely strange scene appeared. Zuo Mo was safely meditating in the formation to recover Ling and spiritual power while Chang Hong and the others were engaged in fierce combat inside the formation. The other Xiuzhe might not be as good as the experts, but the ones that dared to enter the formation were not ordinary in their power. These Xiuzhe were not stupid. They instantly knew what Chang Hong and the others intended,
and naturally would not wait to be eliminated. If one person couldn't win, then two of them would fight together. Amidst the shouts, the howls of the flying swords, the bangs and crashes, Zuo Mo silently meditated. 45 minutes later, he finally opened his eyes. In possession of the Mo matrix and Yao seed, he recovered Ling and spiritual power. With the exception of Pu Yao, he had never encountered a Xiuzha that could recover faster than himself. Yet even in this little span of time, only 5 people were left remaining in the formation. Su, Guifeng, Chang Hong, the yellow-faced man, Luo Li. Yu Bai and Nan Men Yang had fought too hard and expended too much energy. It could be said that both of them had lost. They had been tricked by Chang Hong and the yellow-faced man working together. As for the other people, they had been eliminated even earlier on. The pitiful Zhong Mingyan had been saved by Wu Ling Sanrun a long time ago. Zuo Mo did not attend to the 5 people. Pushing down his wounds, he kept on setting up the Skyring Moonchime formation. The target that he gave himself right now was extremely realistic. Finish the 72-child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation. If he couldn't get the Jade Scroll, he'd get experience. Translator ramblings, 1 down, 5 to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 151, Comprehension. Chapter 151, Comprehension.
Su suddenly moved next to Luo Li. Luo Li silently put up his guard.
You are Zuo Mo's Shixiong?
Su decided she would do it herself.
Up until now, that soft rice zombie still hadn't responded at all. The soft rice zombie might not care about victory, but she had to.
Luo Li made a sound in surprise.
1 for each of us.
Su spoke very quickly.
I pick Guifeng.
Luo Li was even more surprised.
Was she Zuo Mo's friend? Was it true or false?
His brain moved quickly, balancing the advantages and disadvantages. He was still on his guard, but his mouth did not hesitate in saying, okay, I pick the yellow-faced one. Even if he could not judge the sincerity, but from every angle, there was no detriment to him. The two split apart. The other 3 people clearly heard the words between the 2 people. Chang Hong was not affected. The yellow-faced male smiled.
Guifeng vanished where he stood. Everyone was extremely cooperative, each person finding a place to fight.
Only Chang Hong was left at the original spot, raising his head to look at the rings of light, sinking into his thoughts.
Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to what was happening in the formation. After making a decision, he didn't move from it. The wounds on his body were greatly affecting him. When he channeled Ling power, there would be a bit of applause. Ever since he had started practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it had been a long time since he had tasted the pain of spiritual wounds. But in the last 2 fights, even his most skilled consciousness could not avoid being injured. This was the result of fighting a battle that crossed stages. Even if he managed to use the formation as help, he still could not avoid being injured. However, on the surface, no one would think that his channels and internal organs were wounded. His gaze was concentrated and calm, clear, and serene without a stray thought. The finger movements were not lightning fast as before, but it was still flowing, and gave onlookers another kind of beauty. In the air, Wu Ling Sanrun couldn't help but exclaim, this boy would definitely accomplish great things. Wei Fei also had an expression of admiration. With Juji Cultivation, to be able to block 3 full-force blows from Nan Menyan, to seriously wound Zhong Mingyan, he has enough to be proud. The heavens really have heavily blessed Wu Kong Sword Sect. 1 Wei Shang, 1 Zuo Mo, there will be no worries for 100 years. For some reason, Wu Ling Sanrun suddenly sighed. Such a pity they are not born at the right time. When the nest is attacked, would any egg escape? Such talent, if they fall early, it would be a pity. Wei Fei roared in laughter. I have the opposite opinion from Sanrun. It is because they have outstanding talent that they need to undergo more grinding. Heroes are born in troubled times. Without troubled times, it is rare to see heroes. Hearing this, Wu Ling Sanrun said, self-mockingly, Brother Wei is right. I'm old now. Without a stray thought on his mind, or desire for victory, Zuo Mo was extremely calm. The speed that he made formations increased greatly without his own knowledge. He seemed to not have to think, and the materials would flow past from his fingers, the spells naturally cast, everything smooth and flowing. In a short time, the 72-child formation, Skyring Moonchime formation, actually was completed. He dazedly looked at the big formation and he seemed to be in slight disbelief, yet was also slightly thoughtful. In this short amount of time, he seemed to have experienced very much. A hard fight, receiving serious wounds, fainting and then waking up, all of this caused his mood to go from shaking to peaceful. In the beginning he was filled with anticipation, the desire for victory, only to have his hopes dashed. He was left with only the desire to wound the enemies. Finally he was forced to focus on only one thing, to exclude all other thoughts and not think about victory. He stood dazedly inside the formation, motionless like a statue. On the top of the main peak, the battle between Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping was still ongoing. Wei Sheng's vision was a sea of blood, blurred. There were countless sword wounds on his body, the bleeding was dyeing his clothing. His features were blurred. He looked as though he was a person made from blood. Many in the audience that were watching almost couldn't bear to keep watching at this time. Even Tianzong Zi hadn't resisted coming over and asking if he should stop the battle. Pei Yuan Ran did not stop the fight. But he didn't realize that inside his tight fist, his fingernails had deeply cut into the flesh. Gu Rongping wasn't in good shape either. There were 3 sword cuts on his body. The 3 sword cuts were not deep, but the fresh blood had dyed a patch on his chest. His sword essence was still as free and traceless as before, but the audience could easily detect his exhaustion. No one would feel that Gu Rongping didn't have enough power. After fighting so hard for such a long period of time, exhaustion was an extremely normal state. Gu Rongping knew his own situation was worsening as time flowed, but he had no solution. 2 hours ago, Wei Sheng had been covered in wounds, almost wavering. But after 2 hours, Wei Sheng was still persisting. He seemed as though he could collapse at any moment, but he did not. Every time, Gu Rongping would feel that if he just put in a bit more power, he could defeat Wei Sheng, but after he put in the power, he found that, other than leaving behind a sword mark on the other's body, he didn't accomplish anything. Wei Sheng still endured. He hadn't managed to wait for Wei Sheng to collapse, yet Gu Rongping found that he had sunk into a dilemma without being aware of it. The 3 sword marks on his body were the proof. His sword scripture was like unspun silk from a cocoon, setting up a large web to snare the other, and then slowly wear away at the strength of his opponent, to let them lose all room to breathe and die. He had successfully pinned down his opponent, but his opponent had not stopped struggling. The 2 sides entered a standoff. The other's hardiness had far surpassed his expectations. His Ling power had quickly been consumed. His sword energies had slowly lost their edge. His movements started to become slower. The other had caught on to his weakness and counterattacked. The longer he fought, the heavier the terror in Gu Rongping's heart grew. Wei Sheng was like a wild beast that did not know exhaustion, like a seal soldier that did not have life, and did not know pain. When the sword energy flashed past his body, other than a muffled grunt, other than seeing the spray of blood, there was no other observable signs that he was affected. The fight between the hunter and the wild beast, the hunter was gradually losing the advantage. Zuo Mo's formation belt allowed people to see a spectacle, and made people feel surprise. Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping's battle made people feel awe that came deep from their hearts. Time slowly slipped by. The sound of discussion became increasingly quieter. Even more people felt they were unable to keep watching. Seeing a person entirely covered in blood, fighting without a sound as he struggled painstakingly, and flying through the air as his figure wavered. The blood that was flowing down his body flung into the air. No one was in the mood to speak. Even though Wei Sheng had not won, but in everyone's eyes there was only his blood-covered figure. The battle inside the Great Pine Pavilion was still continuing. The Skyring Moonshine Formation had attracted the majority of the experts. Many people had cheered as they assumed their chances of entering the top 10 would increase. However, the developments were completely the opposite of what they imagined. Without the pressure of the experts, many shoujo that had decided to hide themselves did not have pressure and lost their patience. They did not hide in the corners any longer. The combat became even more fierce. However, no one dared to near Skyring Moonshine Formation, and no one dared to near the main peak. The Skyring Moonshine Formation was like a mysterious beast, its bloody maw wide open. No one knew the situation inside it. The fierce fight on top of the main peak made many shoujo inside the Great Pine Pavilion feel terror, deep terror. Even the judges in the Great Pine Pavilion put their attentions on those 2 places, and wished all the other fights would instantly finish. Zuo Mo felt that he seemed to have dropped into an enormous gray bubble. All around him was full of a strange gray material. Even though he was wearing Ling armor, but the Ling armor did not separate him from the gray matter. He seemed to be swimming naked. It didn't seem warm, but it wasn't cold. It was a strange sensation. The only feeling he could describe was familiar. He seemed to be very familiar with this gray material. What was this gray material? He seemed to understand everything, but did not understand anything at all. He reached out to grab, but didn't catch anything. Where was this? What was it? He felt that he should know, but no matter how he thought, he could not remember. He was slightly stunned. The surroundings did not provide any hints to him. His only clue was the feeling of familiarity. What really was this? Zuo Mo couldn't help furrowing his brows as he started to think deeply.
He felt that he needed to find the answer. He reflexively reached and grasped at the gray material. Same as last time, he didn't grasp anything. This material was like air, invisible and intangible. Zuo Mo thought inside. Wait, invisible and intangible. Zuo Mo suddenly jumped. He knew what this was. Consciousness. This was consciousness. The moment he told himself this was consciousness, the feeling of familiarity inside his body instantly grew stronger. At the same time, the scenery around him suddenly changed. Below him, there was a place that looked like a little island far away. There was a patch of flame on the little island, countless crimson flames dancing. A gravestone, and a male wearing black sitting on top. There was also a ruler-straight river. The river was very muddled, with two kinds of colors that could barely be made out. Sea of Consciousness. This was the Sea of Consciousness one. Zuo Mo was very shocked when he saw Pu Yao on top of the gravestone. He couldn't help but shout, but no matter how hard he tried to shout, Pu Yao did not hear him. He had to give up, and started to scan the surroundings. The entire Sea of Consciousness was surrounded by this gray material. This was completely different than what Zuo Mo had thought before. In the Sea of Consciousness in his memories, what he saw in the surroundings was a pitch-black void, without anything but the stars in the sky. Right. He remembered that there were 4 stars in the void. As expected, when he raised his head to look up, he saw the stars. There were 4 stars in the sky. One of them was the brightest, the other 3 slightly duller. Before, every time he entered the Sea of Consciousness, he felt the 4 stars were very distant. At this time, he found that the 4 stars were like 4 little boats, floating on the outside of the consciousness. He seemed to have comprehended something. At this time, the 4 stars suddenly started to shed starlight. The starlight was like silver sand, slowly absorbed into the gray consciousness. But the gray consciousness was too big. That bit of starlight was pitifully small. But the 4 stars continuously poured down starlight at a slow pace. Zuo Mo didn't know what was the use of these silver-grain starlight, but clearly, his consciousness seemed to be starting a kind of transformation. Wei Fei and Wu Ling Sanren were absorbed in the fight between Wei Sheng and Gu Rongping. Not just them, but all of the judges in the Great Pine Pavilion were watching this tragic fight. Suddenly, Wu Ling Sanren seemed to have detected something, and turned his face. He unconsciously looked at the large formation under his feet. Just one look, and his gaze was stuck. Inside the formation, Zuo Mo's arms were spread open like he was going to embrace something. He was woodenly standing on the spot, his eyes empty and lifeless. Around him, the air seemed like burning firewood, occasionally producing soft explosions. Translator ramblings. I'm not sure if the author made spiritual power/consciousness gray on purpose because I never really encountered the brain being called gray matter in Chinese. We get to see Wei Sheng again, and Zuo Mo is following Pu Yao's advice. He's really grown up in the last few chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.